A mighty bell rings out across the Western EU region as in the big house of Division 1. The back doors open and out go Team Secret and Into the Breach, but the front doors remain wide open, ready to take on two new teams, and we're going to be finding out who those are going to be here in the Western EU Division 2. My name is Nomad, and joining me is Fluke, Danog, and Aries as we jump into the first day of action. Guys, how are we doing? And actually, I want to get straight to business, just straight off the bat. I want you guys to tell me who you think is going to be going through and who you think is going to be eliminated from this Division 2. Starting with you, Mr. Fluke.
Oh, okay. Straight off the bat, I'm just gonna say two names, and depending on the reactions from Danog and Aries, I'll see whether or not I'm actually going to be accurate. I think it's going to be Alliance and Monospa. I think those guys are going to be the two best teams that we've got through today and throughout the entirety of this division. I think those two are going to be the two teams that are going to go through. And then, unfortunately, for Waterrune, Enjoyers, and Ivy, they're the two teams that I think are going to depart in Div 2.
Okay. All right. Danog, got any riposte to that?
I agree with the bottom two, but I have D2 Hustlers, the team that we're actually seeing in the first series today, as being joining Alliance, as being promoted up to Division 1. So D2 Hustlers will not stay D2 for too much longer. You and I actually had a bit of a chat with Celery, and he agreed with that earlier today, didn't we?
Yeah, indeed. Well, yes, yesterday for me, but yeah, he definitely seemed to believe very strongly that it would just be Alliance and D2 Hustlers, and didn't really seem to be up for negotiation on that front. Very aggressive. Aries, what about you? You agreeing with Danog or with Fluke?
I agree heavily with Fluke. Those are the two teams that have to be promoted and the two teams to be relegated. So Fluke, I'm impressed. We're on the same wavelength than on one other team, but like you said, Celery maybe has some insight, so maybe we could be the one that's wrong.
I mean, we have to talk about the teams, right? And that's actually going to be our first matchup today. It's going to be D2 Hustlers versus Ivy as our first matchup. So that's very interesting, as these are two teams which a lot of people are going to be looking at. And yeah, I mean, these guys looking pretty good, D2 Hustlers, in their new form. It's a kind of a new stack for them, a fresh new look, bringing back some old players and bringing on some new blood. Second series we've got today is going to be Monospa versus Alliance. So it's going to be good to see Alliance back in action here in Division 2. And then finally, we're going to have Ancient Tribe versus Orodu Thunders for the final matchup for today. So, very much a case of getting a read on these teams and how strong they all are, how prepared they are coming into it as well. How much stock would you put on the first day of games, Danog?
Well, it's not like these guys, obviously Div 2 is happening after Div 1 this time around, right? But it's not like these guys have just been sitting there twiddling their thumbs. There's been lots of third-party tournaments happening, so they've had plenty of chances to be able to prove themselves. And just about 2 weeks ago, less than 2 weeks ago actually, these two teams that we were going to be casting first came up against each other, and it was a pretty clean 2-0 victory for the D2 Hustlers, both games finishing in 30-31 minutes.
Yeah, and I don't think that's surprising. I mean, looking at these players, right, we've got Shad, we've got Mirage, Davai Lama, Alex, and Flash all playing up against each other, and yeah, the odds reads very similarly as well. These guys are good players. Shad, he definitely proved himself recently. He was able to secure first place with gaming in the Bet Boom Christmas show. And of course, Davai Lama proved himself in many people's eyes, at least in the biggest stage of all, over at TI. He had an amazing performance with Wildcard there, so didn't quite get very deep, but definitely turned some heads in the LCQs. So definitely excited to watch this team play. I mean, is there anyone specifically you're looking at on Team Ivy, Aries?
I think it's going to be exciting to see how their position one is able to step in here. Of course, we saw him with Bait for a little bit of time, so he's going to be replacing Low Skill. Of course, the other three members have been there for the entire year, so just with how he's able to step in and kind of fill that role that was previously there from Low Skill. So I'll be looking at the one, because I think also on the other team, I'm looking at Shad, so it's going to be a nice comparison between the carries.
Yeah, definitely. Pio versus Shad is going to be an interesting setup there. I'd say both quite similar as well. They're both capable of kind of flexing, playing the aggressive heroes, playing the slower heroes. But overall, who do you think is going to be playing the faster game, Fluke?
That's a good question. I think obviously with the draft on our screens right now, having the Lena come out, I'd definitely be looking to D2 Hustlers being the team that is favorited coming into this game. That they're the ones that can kind of play however they want. So if they want to start playing a lot of this fast tempo kind of style of Dota, they can do that. They've already, as you know, Danog did say, these guys have the recent record against Ivy. So I'd imagine coming into this, they're probably just going to play things that are very straightforward. We're going to be seeing a whole lot of the same stuff we've already seen so far in Western Europe. So I'm probably looking towards D2 Hustlers to be the ones who are going to be setting the tempo, whether that be fast or slow.
Okay, interesting. So, we are our first pick coming out of the back. Danog, what do you think about this opening from Ivy? This is kind of interesting.
It is. I mean, it's pretty strong team fight, good amount of lockdown, decent damage, but I want some more reliable stun to come out for them, because that's really what you need. You need something that's going to be able to lock in onto that Lena and be able to just prevent her from running away. So I think that's what D2 Hustlers is potentially going to look to pick up with this. I wouldn't hate something like a Pango even coming out right now. You can go into that Diffusal Blade, you can disrupt the Mortimer's Kisses. There's no real way for Leshrac to do too much damage to you in these early-ish team fights, and yeah, Diffusal Blade or anything that's going to stop Lesh from just running at you and creating space for Lena is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, I'm a bit hesitant though with this opener because it's two heroes that are very magic reliant, and I think the Lena matches up really well versus Leshrac, someone who is high range, has a lot of physical damage, and that can be some of the issues for the Lesh if you're getting blown up before you can get into the middle of the fight. So I think you're going to need to try and play really fast here for Ivy to get ahead of that matchup.
Yeah, and interestingly here as well, D2 Hustlers, they've picked themselves two heroes which are very, very highly contested across the DPC, especially Western EU. Lena at 97% contest rate, and Batrider at 94%. Meanwhile, Ivy, they haven't. Like, neither of the two heroes they picked have been particularly high. I've been at Leshrac is like 56%. Fluke, I want to ask, like, what does that make you think that, you know, Ivy are kind of playing out of the meta and D2 Hustlers are playing in the meta? Like, what does that reflect about the teams?
I think to me it could lean towards Ivy not feeling that confident that they can have a kind of straight up game against D2 Hustlers. Like maybe they're going to come into this game with a strat they've already prepared. They've played up against them most recently, probably scrimmed against these guys a decent amount as well. So they may be coming in with game number one saying, hey, we're going to have a little bit of a weird draft. We don't want to play the meta. We want to see if we can get ourselves a game on the board here and try and throw off D2 Hustlers. Like, yeah, let's give them the Lena. Yeah, let's give them the Batrider. Let's throw this weird kind of draft at them and see if they can deal with that. And then if it doesn't work out, hey, you just say we're going a little bit outside of the box, and then you go back to the standard stuff for game 2 and game 3. So maybe feeling like they need to cheese for this series to go their way, or maybe they're just trying to test the waters against D2 Hustlers.
All right, interesting.
I'm a little puzzled, to be honest, by the Batrider pick. Like, yes, it's something that Mirage plays comfortable with it, but I mean, you're going up against a Leshrac, and you can just look to go into like the Lightning Storm talent, you know, skill. 4-second cooldown, you can spam it, you just get a magic stick, and you just basically out-spam the Batrider and trade farm with him, and then you're generally okay with it. It's not like D2 Hustlers have played too much of the Batrider in any role other than mid as well, so I feel like it's a little too obvious, I guess, is the way that I would be saying this. But you say that, but D2 Hustlers, they're going ahead and banning out heroes like the Puck, who, you know, maybe they were thinking that this Leshrac's going to go into a position 1 role.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, interesting. They're definitely trying to defend their picks as well with the Batrider and the Omni Knight being banned out against him. I don't know. I'm kind of distracted by Mobe's background. I mean, look at this guy. He's using this free advertising opportunity. Got to get that brand
awareness, brand for himself, you know.
Yeah, hell yeah. So you've got a logo. I was wondering, we were looking at all the players' avatars on Steam as well, and Mobe has like this 13 kind of logo thing, and I was like, I wonder if that's from like some niche show or something, but no, it's his own logo. It's his own name. It's got the 13 in it for the B in Mobe. God damn.
Yeah. We were talking meta a little previously, and Ivy, I just had a look at like the heroes that they just straight up do not play, that they prioritize bans on. It's, you know, Brood, Lena, Drow, Naga, Invoker, Ursa, Morph, Pango. These are pretty meta heroes. They're playing none of them. Also, it's like, it's all well and good to try and set the meta for yourselves, but I feel like it's pretty well developed at this stage. I mean, we're probably going to see a patch within a week or so, you would hope.
Ooh, that's some hopium right there. I hope you're right, of course.
We got some leaks, didn't we? Wasn't there some item leaks or something that came out?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
like
got
in the
the
code or
harpoon and
something like
whatnot.
that.
Radiant
Yeah,
team pick.
it's looking
All right,
interesting.
this, like you said, they were trying to protect the Batrider ban with the Omni Knight, at least in regard to the support. The Slark as well, one of the better carry matchups against the Batrider. So I would go down a different route in the Abaddon, a hero that we don't see often, but it does heavily mitigate what the Batrider is able to do. But you just put the Batrider mid, so at least it's not going to be that huge lane counter. You're just looking for kind of the answer to the lasso as the game goes on.
The question I have now though is like looking at I'd imagine the support duo for Ivy with the Snapfire and the Abaddon, like you're kind of just trying to be reactive to a lot of the stuff that D2 Hustlers is doing, and that kind of leads me a little bit more in towards the idea that I had earlier about them not feeling as confident going into this series. I don't know, Matt, maybe you might have some more insights on this, but to me it just feels like they're going to say, okay, we're just going to let D2 Hustlers do whatever they want to do on the map, and then we're just going to try and react to it and see if our kind of off-kilter picks can help us.
Yeah, I mean, they've got their own style, though, right? Like, clearly the Abaddon is nice against the Batrider for the game. It's also just good. Any hero that's going to just enable the Leshrac is going to be fantastic, right? Like, it can be Omni Knight, it can be Abaddon, it can be Io. And the way that Ivy played, it's actually PO that plays the Lesh in the safe lane. So now this basically confirms it. You know, I was tossing up between whether you would want to put it mid against the Batrider or if you just want to continue doing it safe lane. But clearly they're just going all in on this safe lane style. And now it's really just on D2 Hustler's end of, all right, well, what can we look to pick up against this? I mean, honestly, I really wouldn't hate seeing an Ancient Apparition this game. You're against a Lesh who loves the Bloodstone and an Abaddon. I think it would be an amazing pickup.
Yeah, I like the idea. I like the idea. Something a bit different, but not something which, I mean, details is the thing. It's like they're just kind of keeping it down the straight and narrow. They're picking what's kind of tried and tested. And I think that's kind of a testament for this team as well. You know, these guys see themselves as a Div 1 team, and they want to play like the Div 1 boys do. You know, Ivy, meanwhile, they're more willing to kind of play their own style and do what they want to do. Which, yeah, two very different takes, and I'm very interested to see how it works out and how this draft ends up leaning. I do like the clock, though. Like, just gives you a nice body to shove in the front lines. You know, the Pos 4 to shove in front of the Lina and the Batrider. Always what you want to be playing with. Just a disrupting hero which doesn't really need a ton of farm or anything like that to be active.
And it's like, it's versatile as well, which is what I really like about this Clockwork, right? You can interrupt the kisses, you can see Leshrac pop the Bloodstone, and then you just cogs him off so that he doesn't actually get any usage out of it, you know? And like you were saying, great frontline body for the likes of the Lina, but we got a Hoodwink as well. Maybe just some more burst damage potential. If you're able to land the Sharpshooter onto the Abaddon and he doesn't manually press that borrowed time, you can end up taking him out pretty damn early.
So interesting Enigma pick, though, a hero that we saw for quite some time around the TI stage, and now Enigma's kind of fallen off. We're not seeing the hero as much, so it's you just mentioning before kind of the hero pool from Ivy in regards to like the position 3, and well, we'll see how they're able to play with the Enigma. It's looking like a pretty good game with it so far.
Yeah, it's looking decent. I mean, you do have the potentially two ways to be able to get through the black hole, right? Like Batrider can just go into an Octarine core, get all of that cast range, and be able to grab him from outside of the black hole range, and then of course hookshot as well. So just even more value given to Clockwork.
Yeah, I think they might try and group up with like Greaves on Enigma and the sustain from the Abaddon and just being able to take towers, because I think they have a lot of damage early on. So maybe that's something that the Enigma can kind of enable. Like you said, you deal with the black hole, but previously this hero was a lot of your impact was off your itemization with the Wraith Pact, and maybe that's where the Greaves can come into play in a game like this now.
5 seconds.
I don't even know if you need the Greaves. You could probably get away with a pipe first, right? Like, it's a little bit cheaper, and when you consider all of the damage that D2 Hustlers has, it's essentially all magic outside of the Lina somewhat, but Lina still goes into, like, Maelstrom these days.
Dire team ban.
It's true.
All right, Fluke, question for you.
Yeah.
Division 2 Hustlers. They're kind of leaning more towards the orange and red kind of hues, you know, Hoodwink kind of giving it that green accent. Ivy, though, they're pretty hard on the blue. What colors do you think these are signaling to us?
10 seconds.
Well, I think it's D2 Hustlers because their logo is a Dragon Knight.
I see.
So they need to start leaning towards the red more often. I guess green is kind of like a cooler color as well, so that's why like you see a whole lot of the blue colors coming out from Ivy. They do have one that's kind of outside of the realm, so I'm a little bit disappointed about that, but hopefully they can try and shore them up with these final picks here. interested to see whether or not Ivy they're betting out a lot of these Zoo heroes up against D2 Hustlers because they kind of need something that has a pretty strong lane in the off lane here. A hero that can also give them a pretty good timing around the Lina and the Batrider. So I do like these kind of Zoo bans that are coming out for D2 Hustlers. They take the Enigma for themselves. They get rid of all the other 3 Zoo heroes in the off lane. And now it's like, what do D2 Hustlers really go for? I wouldn't hate for them to get a little bit more initiation for them.
I think what they were just trying to do with all these Zoo bans as well is like you're playing up against a Batrider who's going mid, right? He's probably going Boots of Travel, and they just pick the last one. You need to protect your towers for as long as possible. Abaddon doesn't do it at all. Enigma's not fantastic at it. And, you know, it's still at this stage where if you've got a farmed Batrider and a Clockwork with Hookshot and a Hoodwink with Sharpshooter, this Lesh and Snapfire can die pretty easily. So if you open up the map, those Boots of Travels just make these ganks so much more effective, I guess is the best word to say it, right? So really, I'm just seeing what Ivy want to do probably for their mid lane to be able to counter this.
Do you think there's no potential they can put the Lesh mid and go for a bit of an easier counter to the
of
Visage?
course there is, but like, I just don't think that's the way that Ivy draft, right? They
Sure.
say, screw the meta, this is the way that we play.
Yeah, and that'll be a Queen of Pain to finish things up for Ivy here for their draft. So it does look like that's going to be their mid lane, as Mobe actually picking that one up. Okay, yeah, so mid quap, PO going to be on his signature Lesh rack, and yeah, I think Ivy looking reasonably good. I do kind of echo the sentiments that, like, I'm not really sure how much this Enigma achieves in the draft, and like, it's going to be hard for them to actually get in and find the targets as well. Like, the initiation is kind of weird. Like, Quap likes another hero that can kind of initiate with her. Like, how do you think they're going to kind of resolve that problem?
I think it's going to be hard for Ivy, right, Daniel? The fact that they don't really have a good hero that can use the Snapfire cookie, they kind of need D2 Hustlers to come into them for a lot of these fights is the way that I'm seeing it. Maybe Quap can pop off and have a pretty big game and try and be the tempo setter for them, but outside of that, it's going to be very hard for them to get on top of a lot of these other heroes.
I mean,
All
Quap
right.
is historically a great matchup for the bat, so I think they're all in on these lanes.
Well, that'll be the draft for game number 1. Let's find out how it's going to go with our casters. Danog and Aries, we'll leave you two to take us through game number 1.
Oh, thank you, Nomad. Ever so kind. Here we go, Danog. First game of Division 2 4-2-1. We've got an exciting draft in store for us. What's your opinion overall with regards to predictions, where we want to lay it down on the line here? Of course, we heard before, just we gave our kind of top 2 and bottom 2, but in regards to this game 1 prediction, how are we feeling?
I mean, I got to go with my predictions, right? I was the only one to have faith in the D2 Hustlers, so I'm going to stick with that. I do think their draft is a little bit more well-rounded. Like, the Quap should beat the Batrider in lane. I think Leshrac Abaddon is a decent enough combo, and they don't seem to have been directly countered. I'm a little bit more worried about the Enigma Snapfire. Not necessarily the lane. I think that should go just fine, but there's not really too much harass that the Lina should be taking. So I think this is just going to be another one of those games where Lina just gets way too out of control. If Ivy are going to win this, it's going to be on the back of what Fluke was saying during the panel segment, where maybe it's just going to be D2 Hustlers diving a little bit too deep, and then you get a nice black hole, you get the cookie from the back line, and the kisses from the back line, and then use that to turn it around.
Oh, not like this, PO. Should be okay, looks like. Was on the high ground. Alex wasn't able to land that pushback. Hasn't even scored up just yet, so not going to have any crazy shenanigans with that wraparound from D2 Hustlers. We'll give them control, however, of the top side, so a couple of bounty runes will go their way, and Ivy going to disperse to the opposite side of the map. I will go against your prediction. I'm going to give Ivy a slight little edge here. I like the tempo that they can set in a game like this, and I'm a bit concerned that Radiant will be very single target, and I think the sustain from Ivy could prove to be a bit of an issue, but I do think once BKBs come out, if they don't have a firm control before the BKBs on D2 Hustler, then I feel like it might flip back onto Radiant's favor a little bit.
Yeah, no, there's certainly avenues for Ivy to be able to win it, but I'm still feeling confident for D2. So let's see how it turns out. I'm also just having a quick look if at all there is going to be a Quelling Blade purchased for this Ivy safe lane, just because you're going up against a Hoodwink. still one of these heroes that a 100 gold item can completely nullify the effectiveness of one of your strongest skills. So we'll have a look. There's people disconnecting and reconnecting in our Discord. Well, hopefully that's the players at least, rather than just random people joining and leaving their Discord. That'd be a bit of an issue.
With the Clone Blade that you were mentioning, are we more hoping for the Abaddon to pick it up, or is there
You could afford
a realm
to do
that?
it as an Abaddon, yeah.
Because I know it's been a little bit more popular on the ranged heroes with the value that you get now in regards to the damage. Of course, the cost being reduced heavily, and just 6 damage I think for range is enough to warrant you to purchase it. But I don't think Leshrac is kind of one of those. But like you said, in a really specific game like this, where you potentially want it against the Hoodwink, we've seen even matchups versus the Treant Protector, where you kind of go to the lane and clear all the creeps as well. But speaking about the lanes, you mentioned with the kind of the reasoning behind the Queen of Pain pick. It's a really good matchup versus the Bat Rider. What about the other lanes, though, here for Ivy and D2 Hustlers? Is there kind of sides that we think will be a little bit more favored than the other?
I think it probably should just be a farm trade in terms of the side lanes, at least in my opinion. But I think that's probably going to favor the D2 Hustlers, right? When you consider that you've got a Visage, such a strong level 6 timing, Lena as well. If you let her get out of control, it's kind of ridiculous what this hero is able to do, and they haven't really directly countered this Lena with any of their picks, to be honest, on Ivy, right? There isn't anyone that wants to get in there onto the front lines to disrupt her from just being able to right-click away, and this is a Lena that's going to be buffed up by a Visage who eventually is going to be going into all of those aura builds.
Yeah, and it seems like this bottom lane as well with the Lena and the Clockwork should be able to get a decent amount of the Eidolons. You've got that kind of Battery Assault, which has a lot more effectiveness against the summons now. The LSA is going to be really nice as well, just to get the damage going through. So it's not like we're kind of expecting Shad to put a lot more points in the Dragon's Sleeve just in this specific matchup to deal with the Eidolon. So it'll be nice for him to continue with that kind of natural build that we've seen from the Lena. I've seen a lot of kind of 1-1-4. Even some of the carries are putting more points into the LSA than the other. It definitely seems like a more individual preference in some games.
And we're just seeing so much Rubik these days that, you know, those are the games where you just get 1 point in Life Striker, right? Because, you know, that's just how effective it is. But, well, we'll see what they're able to do. Like you said, those Eidolons can fall down pretty quickly, especially, you know, with the buffed up damage against creeps that Clockwork has now with the Battery Assault, and also the reduced magic resistance that the Eidolons have. It's just double the effectiveness coming through there. As well, looks like they'll be able to get a bit of a D-ward off here and able to continuously block up this small camp. So they're really looking to try and hopefully get some kills happening as the lane pushes back towards Ivy's safe lane to power.
And we're back.
Top lane, Alex might be in trouble if Pio is able to land the stun, but Alex just scurries on by. We already see the aggression coming out, and this is much needed against the Visage lane. Level 1, you've got some power with a Soul Assumption spam, but still, we see how strong this can be from Ivy. Just the Abaddon running forward, tanking up some spells, and you've got that Lesh to be able to... You know, it doesn't have a guaranteed setup for the Split Earth at least, but still able to freely right-click from afar, so they're definitely dwindling down the resources.
Yeah, Divine Lama being very greedy as well with his tangos. You've got a couple of sets coming through on Alex, so it won't be too bad as he makes his way on pretty low HP. I think he was considering disrupting one of these pulls, but it's just a little bit too risky at this stage as Vincent. It'd be great if he was able to get that pull off, but yeah, again, good positioning by Alex to be able to stop that.
Yeah, and with the kind of duo from D2 Hustlers, Divine Llama and Alex, I'm really excited to see how these two are able to continue to develop as players, because of course we did see them at the TI Last Chance qualifiers with Wildcard. A lot of people were very impressed with Divine Llama in particular with his performance, so we'll see how that experience is able to pay out in regards to now hopefully getting them into a Div 1 position.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be a real glow up, right? Just being able to return to your home region and be able to put through some pretty solid performances would feel amazing. Of course, it must have been a little bit challenging for them to be away from home for so long, but now this is where they belong. They're such a talented pair, and we've seen the likes of, you know, Ace and Tofu, for example, having great success when they made the moves together and they made sure to stick together. I think we might be seeing another one of those right now.
Well, in regards to the mid matchup, looking pretty good for Mirai at the moment. 11 to 10 compared to the 8 and 2. He's able to secure the water runes as well, so Raj might have some issues in regards to his sustain, especially if Mobai is able to continue to spam me out. Has gone 2 points in the dagger, so we'll see if there's going to be kind of any help from maybe some supports to refill the bottle shortly.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, you just can't go for any dives on the bat, and most of the times you win out on the trade. Not against a Quap, not with Shadow Strike, and it's not like you're even regularly using it, so not even going to fill up any kind of stick charges if Mirage was to go down that route. So, yeah, in terms of the laning phase, really solid pick. Alex is doing a great job of tanking up a lot of these spells. It would be unfortunate if he's going to go down as a result of it,
Oh, sing the praises. The Caster Curse goes down as first blood as Pio strike first in our game 1.
The reason I was talking about that, not to curse him, but I mean, most of the times as a Visage, you don't get out of the laning stage like anywhere close to the top of the net worth. And, you know, it's not. He's still 500 or so gold behind. A big part of that, of course, was the First Blood bounty going over to PO. But I think as long as this Visage gets a pretty solid time, is able to get a lot of that solo experience for himself, he should be fairly happy. But, you know, with kills like that being garnered, with pulls happening for the small camp, it's going to make it a whole lot more challenging for sure.
Well, Llama might take a little bit.
Well with Shad.
Yeah, I mean, we see Lena. Top of the net worth. Having a very good time at the moment. Oh, can they turn it actually on the Lesh? Yeah, Divine Llama. So Assumption's going to pump in the damage. Pio can play around with the Selve, considering about diving him under the tower, but they will at least be able to mitigate a lot of the sustain coming up from the Selve. So some nice damage out of D2 Hustlers.
And look at what Mirage has been forced to. 5 minutes in, already having to just go build up his own stack inside the jungle. And I like the way that he's been able to navigate this lane, right? He knows that it's a horrible laning matchup, so he's just like, you know what? I'm not going to lane. That's the way to deal with bad lane matchups. Just don't lane.
Be able to get that catch up. Be able to make his trip back to base. We do have the first power runes coming up in the next 30 seconds. So the Batrider will have some, at least, mana and health to be able to contest this, but I wonder if the supports are going to look to get involved as well. This first power rune could be really important for Mobile to be activated across the map now with that Sonic Wave.
Yeah, and I mean, he knows that that's exactly what the Batrider was doing, right? So he places up his own ward. He even gets the D ward as well, all that solo experience. So he's level 6. Tons of damage that he now has available for himself, and well, I think that's why they're so heavily prioritizing the support rotation towards the power rune. They know that Mobe is going to be able to pick up this kill if he was to grab those runes. So with Mirage now picking up the DD, at least it's not damage that the Quap's going to be able to output onto him.
Let's leave Shadow alone down bottom, but Angel is instantly going to TP back, so I mean, Cube not able to get aggressive with the solo lane. I do want to just bring up the wards that we see placed across the map from D2 Hustlers. A lot of emphasis with these two kind of river wards to the northern side, protecting their off lane, and even the cliff as well down bottom. I'll actually hold that thought as Vincent might be in a little bit of trouble. Photic Shield's able to protect him though, so the Abaddon's able to step away. But we do see that D2 Hustlers have put a lot of emphasis on placing down this kind of defensive vision, putting a lot of kind of respect onto Mobi's potential movements across the map.
Yeah, I like at least the ward next to the Batrider right now, and I like the one maybe next to the Roche pit, but not the third one. I don't think they needed the 2 wards on the top side, and I think it might hinder them a little bit, at least in terms of like team fight vision for when these rotations actually happen. I think those 2 are a little bit... you're just getting redundant. That's the word. Here we go.
Yeah.
I do math and English well.
I do math and my English...
It's not good.
Cool. No good. No good? Okay, no good. Yo. I'm going for the stun. Vincent still posturing pretty aggressively. Just waiting to see once we get those level 6s. Honestly, was a expecting maybe the position 2s to get a little bit more involved, but of course Mirage looking to try and get that catch up. We will have the next power rune up shortly as well, so maybe this is when we could see that rotation, but if not the case, then it's probably going to be the level 6s coming out from the supports when we might see a little bit more action in this one.
I mean, to just have a look again, Flash making sure that he makes his way down towards that bottom rune, and he's going to snag it right in front of the Quap. So really good rotations coming through from the Hustlers supports, preventing this Quap from making the most out of that great start to the game. My Llama actually getting dived a little bit underneath the tower, and yeah, there we go. They end up getting the kill off the back of the Leshrac, enabled, of course, by the Aphotic Shield to be able to fully complete that dive under the tower.
So important to give him a good lane. Top of the net worth on Pier. All the kills they've gotten so far, give it over to the Leshrac as well, so it's going to get him towards that faster Bloodstone timing. Of course, he's going to be the person pumping out a lot of the damage, and especially into the towers as well. It will make a trip all the way back to base, though, to freshen up a little bit on the Lesh.
Understandable. I mean, it's important for Abaddon to be able to get up his levels a little bit. Obviously, not the greatest at being able to go to the jungle and get it. You don't really want the Abaddon to be sitting mid lane either. He's all about, you know, just standing behind heroes and preventing them from dying. But it's going to be really important for him to have that level 6 so that when the eventual tower push happens, with the Visage hitting onto his level 6, for example, that he's there to be able to just stand and fight. Ooh, really got another kill onto Alex there if he was just a... You can see Mirage, he's thinking about it a little bit. He's built up 1 or 2 stacks inside of the Ancient area, so he'll look to claim that next. Looking to maybe rotate Alex towards the mid lane to make sure that's not pushed in too deeply. They're going to be a little worried about Quap just not being on the map for quite some time, but again, that's where the vision that you were talking about really comes into play. They're going to be in a position to be able to make any solo smokes with the Queen of Pain, as tempting as it may be.
Yeah, I'd like to see Mobile start to move shortly once this mechanism is completed for Own Me. You're going to have probably 3 points in the conversion by then, so a Sonic Wave into the potential tower is, I think, the next move, maybe for Ivy.
Yeah, possibly. Oh, yeah, miss there of the Bushwhackers. They found Mirage. He's able to pick up that double damage again, so they're doing a really good job of controlling these power runes. I wonder if he's going to consider this dive here. Just the 1 point in the blink, so a couple of seconds until it's off cooldown, and he's tempted. Got really good vision of him, though.
Support's making sure they stick around, just in case that dive does occur, like you mentioned. So, very impressed with the Mirage and how much farm he's been able to get out of the map, but in regards to their kind of position 3, Divine Llama at the bottom of the net worth out of all the cores, and do we feel like this is going to be an issue in regard to how a Hustler wants to play the game if their Visage doesn't have as much net worth?
Well, again, it's going to come off the back of objectives, right? And again, level 6, you see what the Bat does. Makes the movement up towards top. A little low on net worth, if I'm being honest, and he's going to try and get this kill onto the Abaddon before he's level 6.
Drop the lasso, why not? Secure the first kill of the game for D2 Hustlers. Even Sharpshooter as well was actually used, so a bit of an extra ultimate that wasn't necessary, but doesn't have the longest cooldown.
Protect this.
And maybe they can. Pier, he's going to TP in aggressively. The rest of Ivy are going to start to funnel into the area. With the Mortimer Kisses getting lead from downtown, but still they'll just turn to Pio. The damage isn't there at the moment, so Leshrac, can he sustain through the sole assumption he can? Pio stays alive, and Ivy successfully defend their tower.
And take a bottom tower all the while. You've still got the TP available on the Enigma if he wants to make a rotation up towards the top side. And the downsides, right, they didn't need the Sharpshooter to be able to convert that kill onto the Abaddon. Not quite yet, that level 6. Although I wonder if they might just go for an attempt again, considering Vincent made that rotation towards the mid-EP. They know that he's not going to be able to protect this top tower at all. Looks like they will be able to take it without too much contest happening from Ivy.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now.
And another power and going Mirage's way, so would have been really nice for Ivy after getting a little bit of map control to secure that for Mobile, but again, it's not going to go their way. But we'll have a lot more farm to work with now. We see the Enigma just getting a little bit extra of the net worth, thanks to the small camp and the hard camp now. Mechanism completed. 1,400 gold in the bank as well for Own Me. And are we expecting Ivy to look to try and transition this into another T1 tower shortly, or is there still a little bit that they need to pick up before they can pressure this T1 mid?
I think they could potentially do it. They might be waiting for the surprise black hole coming out with just 600 gold away from that blink dagger. And he's looking to work into, but you've got plenty of ways to be able to cancel it. So it'll need to be the perfect coming through from Onmi. Maybe just wanting to bait one of his carries, particularly the Leshrac. And well, speaking of Lesh, Pio, he's farming up a stack of his own, getting closer and closer towards that Bloodstone. So I think that's the name of the game for Ivy, right? I think they're going to be baiting this Lesh. You've got the Bloodstone, you've got the Blink Black Hole, you'll have the Abaddon standing behind him, and a Quap that still at this stage of the game is able to dish out irresistible amount of damage.
Yeah, and that is kind of my concern with D2 Hustlers. You are very, very single target in regards to your damage. So if you're unable to blow up that one hero, then all of a sudden, if Ivy can sustain it, like you said, with all the items, then it could be a really big issue with the further drawn out fights, with them just having no damage in the tank. As mid lane, a nice cookie from the Snapfire secures a freebie onto the Clockwork, but they won't get a whole lot of damage into the towers. Mirage should be able to clean this up.
You'd be able to have too much, though, for the next wave that's coming through. He did pop the Arcane Rune before the Firefly, so only going to have about 10 seconds left on it, but really he doesn't want to be farming right in front of the tower. Coop's been playing an amazing game so far in his Snapfire, really enabling that Enigma to be as strong as he is right now, as another Power Rune controlled.
Oh, nice cookie, though. Back to back from Coop. That cookie on 4. Snapfire's a pretty high level as well. Yeah, that's true. It's like
could have just
probably not
denied
necessary.
Yeah.
As we
Nice
see, I
deep
mean,
ward from Vincent as well behind the tower. It's very clear that the objective right now on Ivy is, well, we've got everything we could possibly want. They might have just scouted out the Blink Dagger on Enigma with the Clockwork Rocket Flare coming through. So let's see how Onmi chooses to put his positioning. He's just prioritizing taking this tower, not wanting to give any sanctuary for the D2 Hustlers players to be able to rotate.
oh, they're
back
going to go
towards
straight
the
away
jungle.
as well. Yeah, look at this. Smoke up. Divine Llama's the target. We'll reach some of the familiars just to be a potential use of the drop to hold the Queen of Pain back. But we saw the odds from esportsbet.io prior favoring Ivy, and well, it's looking to be the case with how strong of a start they've got in a game like this. 2,000 net worth.
Hit the black hole at bot.
All right, why not? Mortimer Kisses laid down as well for the damage required to bring down Mirage, and a great combo coming out from Ivy in regards to their ultimates. Inside the jungle, though, Zento's going to run into Angel. Clockwork will be okay. So still, Ivy, are they going to be able to get the kill onto Mobile? They'll use all their stuns at the same time, and it doesn't matter because Angel's off to the right side to hold him into place. And, well, we see Shad. This is a person that we haven't really spoken about a whole lot. This lane has been freely farming around the map, and we see top of the net worth and already has plenty of damage at the moment. We'll see if it's still going to be enough, though. Pio, Bloodstone activated. Abaddon behind him as well to keep the Leshrac alive, but is it sustain enough? You bet it is. Once again, Pio, he's going to be cautious, though, but the shield cancels out the lasso. No effectiveness coming out from the ultimate from the Batrider, and this is something we've been mentioning, Denog. Pio is not going to be an easy man to bring down, in regards if the boys are positioned behind him.
Oh, we might be able to get... Oh, never mind. There we go. Double damage denied by Divine Llama with the Familiars. Has he gotten a single one of these power runes? I don't think he's still having such a high level of effectiveness on this Queen of Pain. As we go for a 4-man smoke here. Ultimate's starting to come back off cooldown. You've got the borrowed time. No Mortimer's Kisses, but they want to make use out of that Sonic Wave and make that rotation in towards the Radiant Ancient Camp. They would be very happy to be able to claim the life of Divine Llama as well. But you have to know that they've been off the map for quite some time, so... no, I think he should be just about to fall here.
Looks like that's going to be the case. Poor Divine Llama. We'll make him work for it in the end, though. But a kill nonetheless for Ivy. 4,000 net worth lead. Is he starting to get to a stage where D2 Hustlers... Are we concerned, or are they okay considering still Shad has not been touched across the map? This man is still farming like a beast, and something you mentioned, like it's not going to be a fun time if this is a really, really farm leaner. So this is something that you should be too worried about for Radiant?
Oh, I mean, of course. I think they always expected, like, a couple of these lanes to go quite poorly, but not the past few full engagements, right? The thing is, after they used that Black Hole Mortimer's Kisses combo, they had all of the tools at their disposal. They found the pick onto the Queen of Pain, and I was thinking that tier 1 tower was gone. But the thing is, movements can be incredibly predictable, and Ivy set up amazingly for it. You know, great positioning by Vincent. They also had the Bloodstone available, so they realized what their strength was at that stage of the game, and they responded accordingly. So I'm really impressed with how I've been able to read what D2 Hustlers have been wanting to do at each stage of this game so far. And maybe all they need to do to make this next play is finally get this power rune. It's going to come up in about 5 seconds.
They get lucky though. It's been
Level 2
a
ulti
bit
as well on the
unfortunate.
clock.
Yeah, we haven't even seen
Hey.
his ulti just yet, but that's a perfect room to utilize for the Queen of Pain. Arcane now to work with, has that Chiron Sun, so wonder if they're going to consider about taking this, at least putting some pressure onto the T2 tower down bottom. We see both sides kind of just flipping the map. Radiant playing up at the kind of top side jungle area, so Shad does have the BKB.
Yeah.
We'll see
They
if
should
this
know
is an
that there's-
item that...
Oh, I was just about to say they should know that there's no glyph, so I wonder if Ivy are going to full-on commit down here. No real place for Onmi to be able to TP to. He doesn't even have a TP, actually. Defensive duty right now.
Nice kill. Once again, Cupid and Mobai playing together, but not even going to be able to wrap around as well to put the pressure on. Great scan as well from Ivy. Reading Shad, making the attempt to try and steal that Roshan. You got to be really cautious about this if you can continue to go in an area like this where the black hole could be a threat.
Maybe they were just seeing that Onmi was still up on the top side. It's going to be a 3-man smoke coming through here. Get into this. Good positioning by Alex right underneath his observer ward.
Roshan's fallen fast.
It is. They got to make a move, and they got to do it now.
They're going to be too late, it looks
Really
like.
long. They know their positioning as well. That sentry ward revealing everything.
They'll be able to blow up the one. Mobai committed into the river, but not a concern. You got to be really happy with that for D2 Hustlers. You still Roche, even though the scan was on the mark for Ivy, so they knew exactly what was going on, but you now have that Aegis advantage for Shad, which is ever so important against the lineup of Ivy, where you'd be concerned about that blink black hole into the follow-up burst. Now you've got the second life to protect you.
You do, but you also have a BKB now on Pio, so I think he's nearly unkillable. Like, if he's able to get into this plate mail next, I'm really finding it's going to be a struggle for D2 Hustlers to do too much against him. Really, the only thing holding him back right now is mana, so as long as he's got the capability to get off that full Bloodstone, he should be just fine.
I think a lot of that comes down to then the positioning of the Abaddon. We see very close to the 4-star from Vincent, so that'll help out just with his defensive capability to reposition his team, maybe even get him closer to the Aphotic Shield as well. And of course, the Philosopher's Stone going to be a great neutral item here for the Abaddon. Someone who doesn't get a whole lot of farm across the map, so at least just getting that one item could make or break his game.
Even just the extra 200 mana can't be understated, right? All of that Aphotic Shield spam that he's going to be inevitably doing in these team fights. Yeah, the 4 stuff, great against the Clockwork, great against the Hoodwink. Even just the Lina, if you're on point with a Light Strike array, you're able to dodge out a big portion of Hustler's team fight control. So I think I'm just trying to what D2 Hustlers need to do here. Like, when are they actually wanting to go forward? Because I think if you wait for this 4 stuff to come online, like, he's walking underneath the ward right now on Vincent, right? If he's able to get into this 4 stuff, it's going to be pretty horrible for them. But if Hustler's able to, if you're able to get the hook shot onto the Abaddon and you just isolate him away from the rest of the team, then you can actually look to go on some of the heroes and burst them down because they're not going to have that save potential. Case of will they have waited too long? You do have that Boots of Travel available on the Batrider, so Mirage feels like he can protect this lane down the bottom, and he is actually going into that Octarine core build that I was talking about, even helped out by the Eye of the Vizier. So for that little bit of extra cast range against the Black Hole.
See a wraparound coming from D2 Hustlers though. Looking to try and put some pressure onto the tier 1 tower with Shad being in the front line. Looks like Ivy's not in a position to be able to protect it. They will glyph, maybe giving them some time to bring their forces from the bottom side of the map.
They want to, though. I mean, Enigma is such a big part
of their defense. And it doesn't seem like they want to contest this too much, and I really like this movement. They know that the glyph was used. They know that that was the second tier 1 tower to go down, so what do? Immediately start to threaten this tier 2 up on the top side. I wouldn't be surprised if Clockwork shot a rocket flare into the trees behind this tower just to prevent any kind of Enigma blink coming in, but I'm sure their eyes are just on the minimap, seeing that Onmi is still down on this bottom side, and yeah, that's a tier 2 tower gone.
Do you feel like Ivy aren't strong right now?
I think they're plenty strong. I think they probably could have taken the D2 Hustlers tier 2 tower at an earlier stage if they wanted to. Gonna be able to do it now, but tier 3 getting knocked on now.
Now you're forcing them back, losing map control. Theo is going to reveal himself. Jupe as well. So they see that all of Ivy had come back to defend the tower. So this is a lot of map control going the way of D2 Hustlers.
Yeah, they're just going to push out the wave, sweep across the map. Again, double boots of travel on the team, so it's very easy for them to make these full movements. And I think even though it's a 5k net worth lead for Ivy right now, we should expect to see that shrink pretty quickly.
Yeah. It's getting to the stage where we've spoken a lot about the Lena, but still the farm continuing to be picked up at a rapid rate for Shad. He's got that Dragon Lance completed. 40 seconds still to work with the Aegis as well, and it looks like Ivy don't have a response, and this is kind of the issue when you're on the back foot with this lineup. Got a lot of difficulty with starting fights. You want D2 Hustlers to kind of run into you when you're taking objectives, but now that they're the ones...
they've tried doing that a few times, right? And then they were just like, well, that clearly doesn't work. Let's change our strategy. Just sit behind Lena. What can they do?
Yeah. We see they're trying to change in regards to the itemization. Cube's going to a Scepter to maybe chuck the Leshrac into the middle, or maybe the Enigma as well, but they got to be the ones that are going first, and that's going to be the case here. Knock on 5 for Ivy. This could be devastating, though, with the DD onto Shad. The worst timing for them to go for the smoke. The Aegis will tick out, and they're going to see Divine Llama a little bit away from the team. How do you get the angle into the middle, though, from Ivy? They're very hesitant, and, well, Angel's going to be able to scout one of them out, so maybe this can help D2 Hustlers to reposition.
I love a Clockwork that goes for Ags, man. It's the full Chad build coming through, and he's already on his way. Just launch those rockets. Push the waves out. This is the important thing that I was saying that Ivy needed to prevent. You can't just be losing towers too easily because you're going against these boosted travel builders, and now you've got a Clockwork that once he picks this up, he's just going to be spamming that rocket flare onto every single lane and keeping it pushing back towards you. I honestly think Hustlers are pretty happy to just wait for this Skadi as well. I mean, you're going up against an Abaddon and a Leshrac. And, if you can get Lena up to level 20, pick up that Eye of Skadi, then you're laughing.
Yeah, I think that's a huge item pickup. A great way to be able to kite the Leshrac inside the middle of the fight. I think even in particular as well, just that extra little bit of stats as well to help out with his sustain. Just making sure he doesn't get brought down. This is kind of the one thing with this new Lena build, all the stats and that 15 talent. You're kind of survivable, which you wouldn't really expect from like a range damage source like this hero.
Really doesn't need 350 health at level 50.
Yeah. It's a nice talent. It's a nice talent. We saw them smoke prior. See if they want to make a play happen with the double damage rune that was just activated from Shad, of course, to get timed out with the power rune, but looks like they're still just happy with what they're getting, though. So the rest of the cores from Hustlers are definitely taking a hit in regards to the net worth. We see all the priority pretty much given over to the Lena, which means Divine Llama, along with Mirage, is having some issues with being able to get their farm across the map.
I think this is a case of, well, there's no kills happening, we're fine with it, you know? Lena hits such a big timing, even to a lesser extent. We know how deadly that level 15 timing is on the Visage with that armor corruption coming through. He previously just had the Aghanim Shard queued up, now the AC as well, so this is something that Ivy really need to be considering as an issue. I think they need to be pressing their advantage while they still can.
Can they even brute force down this tier 2 tower mid? This is a very, very... You think they can? Alright. Because this is something
Greaves, you got Blink BKB on the Enigma, you've got an Abaddon behind you, you've got a Lotus Orb now on your Lesh. Like, they have got all the tools that they need to be able to pick up kills, and I really don't feel like bot the place to go. Maybe just trying to get a pick off first before they make this kill attempt, but it's not going to work out.
Yeah, I'm just concerned it might be a bit too late now for that tower. in regards to the Lina having the items to be able to potentially get that damage in. Like, I feel like this is definitely how Ivy's lineup needs to work, but they're just getting pulled across the map. Like, again, D2 Hustlers, like, you got the Visage shoving out top. You mentioned multiple times the Boots of Travels just to be able to deal with the side lanes. It must be so frustrating for Ivy to play this game because you don't have that way to start the fights.
And now you've got a Psychic Headband as well on the Batrider, so that the lens means that you're going to be able to get those cheeky snags from quite a ways away.
Oh, this could be it, though. It's been brewing for this moment. The smoke from both sides.
Early
They face
reads.
each other in the river. Mobai Blink on forward, but Alex is able to react as well with his own Blink Dagger from the Hoodwink, and it looks like both sides are going to back off and chill for a little bit. We do have Roshan up in a couple of seconds, so now it's a game of who can get themselves set up for this second Rosh. A pivotal Rosh to be able to tell of where this one is going to go.
Just a game of chicken, really, for who wants to actually make that movement forward. I'm sure Hustlers
Pierre
are
doesn't have
banking on
boys behind him. There we go.
yeah.
He leads him with the lasso, straight dragged into Shad's damage. Own me will try and get the black hole up, but it's just a little bit too late. An ultimate for naught. Divine Llama even tips the Enigma mid-fight, recognizing that ultimate will give them nothing to turn the fight around, and they're not done just yet. Further to the north they go, catching up the Cube on the Snapfire as D2 Hustlers will now have firm control of this.
Radiant done the deed.
Immortality.
finished.
I'm-
That the shard given over to who ended up getting it? They're actually giving it to Batrider. Okay.
Okay.
I was thinking they might give it to the Visage for free, but maybe he just ended up buying it for himself. Yeah. I don't know. I would have given it to Visage for sure, and then just let him start working towards that AC.
Do we, because we see there's a gem queued up, actually, Vincent actually bought it. I was going to say, do we even want to see him go for something like a Blink Dagger? Maybe just to help out if there is a, you know, a lapse of kind of his position he can make for it really easily with that Blink?
Yeah, but how's he gonna get it? Philosopher's Stone can only go so far.
Yeah, so I was questioning this when he had like 1,100 gold in the bank. That was when I was starting to question. Now, you know, it's fallen down a little bit, so it's, yeah, maybe the question is not as important now after he bought the gem.
It certainly is quite challenging for sure for an Abaddon to get. Unless you're winning team fights, you're not getting farm. So he's already lucked out a little bit by being able to get that Philosopher's Stone. They're trying to get something out of this map, but you're just losing way too much. Like, you can just have a look. All the lanes except for top are pushing in. Not amazing push outside of this Leshrac. Really, they're just all in committing, while at the exact same time, D2 Hustlers are taking 2 towers at once.
They're going to force them
With a
back.
siege creep as well.
They're so close to having the Scepter complete on the Snapfire. It might catch them off guard with this defense, but lacking the gold. I wonder if he sells maybe the one, but that won't even get him close enough. You need something. You need some X factor to catch them off guard here, because Hustlers, they can just set up with the Lina at the front. 3,400 health, under-ranged line of carry, so not easy to go through her as well.
Isn't that nice? Isn't that balanced? I can't wait for the patch, man. Put this hero with a bin. She used to be stronger, dude. That's the worst part.
That's the crazy thing. That is the crazy thing. She used to be stronger and she's still first pick material. Well, we're going to see them kind of use that strength here from Hustler. Smoke up, sweeping across the map. It's kind of the play to cement their positioning, keep Ivy inside the base. Die with this going on. They will be able to get over to their triangle and over to D-Ward. They also get that ever-needed Scepter completed on the Snapfire. So what's the play for them? What is the move from Ivy with this kind of gobble up? Who are they sending into the middle?
I think they just need some kind of way to start the fight, you know? I think it might be on the back of throwing an Eidolon in, for example, but it very well could be the Lesh. I just had a quick look over at Lesh's item build, and he is going into the Hex, so he very clearly wants to be able to find a target after the stun comes in, but I think without that Blink Dagger, it essentially needs to be him that gets gobbled up and thrown in.
They do see the Queen of Pain up to her shenanigans. Would really hate to have to BKB, but it might be a little bit too late now. They've got the damage coming through from Shad. Beautifully done. Alex sets it up. Mirage able to TP in with the Boots of Travel, and now they can look to put some pressure on with the Queen of Pain down for 60 seconds. What can you do to stall this one out for Ivy?
I mean, that's kind of what Quap was trying to do, right? She was farming on the other side of the map, probably trying to cut the mid-wave when she can, but again, bots, man. It's a very, very strong item for stopping that sort of gameplay.
Oh, they're going to find another as well. Cento. I'll chase down the Abaddon with ease. Alex is even looking for the Snapfire as well, if they can even catch up to the second support, but that won't be the case. So an easier kill onto the Abaddon. It is kind of wasting a little bit of time, but they're close enough to the base that won't particularly matter. They'll get the gem as well. A nice attempt
They
with
tried
that courier.
sending out 3 couriers to try and save the gem, and they all died. Oh, the machine gun, the anti-air rifle coming through from Shad. Oh, look at this Eidolon. The single Eidolon pulling the mid creep wave back. What a hero.
All right.
Do it.
Very nicely done. We've seen some shenanigans from like 33. I mean, we've seen it for a long time with his microwave and using couriers as well. And our own mission, like, I can do it with the Eidolons as well. And they stalled it. I asked the question of like how you can stop hustlers from getting inside the base, and that little space that the Abaddon was able to make, and now the Eidolons as well, means that the tower's not going to take any damage, and this Aegis will tick out as well. So Ivy, do you want to make a play now with D2 Hustlers not having this second life to work with?
Yeah, I mean, it feels kind of like they have to. Maybe they're waiting until this Scythe of Vice gets completed by PO first, just because they do need that initial amount of lockdown, right? If you're able to catch the Lina, especially if she full in commits for this Silver Edge, which is very, very close to picking up, by the way, and you get her without the buyback, that's enormous, right? A huge part of the damage that D2 Hustlers has is just gone if you rip out this Lina, and it could be off the back of a surprise play like that. Yes. Go Flash. Launch the rockets. Long-range artillery.
Illusion.
Definitely, we say one of the better scepters? I'm a big fan of the overclocking.
The best.
The best? The best.
Fun to use.
How many heroes are there? There's a lot of heroes. You're putting Clockwork as the most fun. No, that's a big praise for Angel's Clockwork. Scepter. I mean, definitely overclocking's fun. We only see it for the Rocket Flare though. You can see a little bit of the reactions.
I mean, the battery assault's pretty good as well against these Eidolons, right? They don't soak up any of the damage. It's just AoE. Wouldn't hate to see him go like, I know he's going into the Blink Dagger, probably just so that he doesn't need to commit the hook shot to be able to stop the Mortimer's Kisses, and you can still have something to be able to cancel out the Black Hole. I think they realize that. The only way that they're going to win this game on Ivy is like off the back of a massive Black Hole, or off the back of Leshrac just jumping in with that Scythe of Vice and 100 to 0ing the Lina.
We already see like Hustlers have already itemized to adapt to that Black Hole. I mean, you mentioned the Octarine for the cast range. The Eye of the Vizier was what Mirage was holding before, but he's got the headband now, so it's really not going to be easy for him. You kind of have to get the Bat Rider inside the Black Hole and maybe hope that Clockwork has already used his hook.
This is it. They've completely been spotted out by the artillery. Let's go. I mean, everything about their movement is just completely telegraphed now. They should, if they look into the Leshrac's item pool, see the Scythe of Ice available, so they should know to be able to play around that. But I think if Ivy don't win this next team fight, there's no coming back for them. They've just bought out for the Scythe of Ice. They bought out for the Shiva's Guard. Got the Aghanim Scepter. You've got everything that you should be able to use to be able to get a kill. And there we go. They want the long wraparound, but I don't think you'll have time. Your base is getting whacked on, and it makes your movement really obvious if you take this long to be able to make movements. And Alex in position once again. First time outside of Roche, this time.
And again.
Potential comeback.
Boblo, Mobile, they do actually get the stun onto Alex. An early use of everything that Queen of Pain has just to get the kill into the Hoodwink. Now what can they do with Shad? He's going to look to enter the fight straight over towards a Snap for an easy amount of damage to rip him apart. In fact, he turns to Enigma as well, wanting to take the Black Hole completely out of the equation. And there's just nothing that Ivy can do. Lina just doing Lina things. And now they've caught up to PO as well. Angel making sure there's no retreat. Gotta be cautious about the cogs pushing into the higher ground, but that will not occur as Shad comes in to rip apart the Leshrac. And there's just no response. They've just hung around for too long, and Hustlers, well, easy one for them to be able to take this team fight. And what can Ivy do? I don't know. This is looking like a scary position.
They can't do anything. Like, that was their one chance. And the thing is, I'd say they're much more experienced on the D2 side, right? As we see that Sonic Wave being committed in onto a support hero. You also see the TP rotation back onto the tier 3 tower up top. That was essentially the only thing that they needed to be able to say, all right, time to go. No Leshrac, they have no damage. And then you just see Shad completely cleans up this team fight. Ends up getting a triple kill, I believe, controlling the Abaddon entirely. And yeah, they're even able to pick up the Straggler in the Lesh after the fact anyway, so that rotation back doesn't really prevent anything.
Yeah, beautifully done from the Batrider in that fight. Mirage being able to kind of find that real target that he needs in regards to the Enigma. Just making sure they can take the Black Hole, because that really feels like right now it's all the hopes on Ivy are in that one ultimate from Omi. If you can find that decent Black Hole off, but you know, we saw the Batrider made sure that was not a possibility.
I want to see them smoke up again on Ivy, and I want to see them use, like... I want to see them get some deep wards up, just to try and catch out the Lina when she's farming on her own. Because you know that she's probably going to, right? She's got the boots of travel. She can afford to be farming back and just join the team at any time. So, if they're able to do that, and that allows them to get the jump and burst her down, right as this Roshan's about to respawn, that could be the difference maker, but, I mean, it might just be a little bit too late with D2 Hustlers. Ooh, they actually just left the pit. So, Roche is coming up now.
Look how responsible they're playing though on D2 Hustlers. Like, making sure they just come together, not giving an opportunity for Ivy to get a pick off just before Roche. It's really disciplined from them. I'm quite impressed.
And on Ivy, again, just a little bit of inexperience. I mean, Abaddon just showing there, revealing that he was there to deward the sentry. There's no Abaddon. You're not worried if they make a dive, they're probably going to be dead. Free Roshan, Refresher, picked up. Ain't even going to give that over to Batrider, probably. Ends up picking it up.
I'm going to try and bring down Alex. They'll secure the kill, but now the rest of the boys have shown up to the party. Shad
throws him out.
Be able to chase down Vincento. Nice chuck away with a gobble up, so Cute will be able to keep at least his core alive, but a well worthwhile sacrifice as his fellow support will also be chased down from Mirage's Batrider. So in the end, they do get the buyback out of Alex, but of course 2 deaths going their own way as well.
And they're just pushing on forward again. 2 lives. Like, this is one of the best counters. Wraith King does it, and Aegis the Immortal does it. Black Hole, really only effective if you're able to convert fully onto that. And Lina's just going to be sieging from afar right now, level 26. So she has plenty of attack range, plenty of damage, and plenty of siege potential.
Technically, near inside. Oh, alright. Toss in, but once again, Lasso's going to be there onto the Enigma. They'll hope around for the buyback into the Black Hole threat. They were able to deal with the first snipe, but now off the back of the respawn. Can they still target her down afterwards? Mirage again! Another Lasso! Oh, the Batrider continuing to do it all for them. A dieback now for Ownme. And with that, no threat of the Black Hole, and that's what they're ever desiring, to have a hope now.
Yeah, I mean, that was the big thing that they were looking to play off the back of, right? Lesh just doing the damage with the Black Hole coming through because, well, they tried to counter the Aegis as a counter to the Black Hole by popping Refresher on the Queen of Pain, using that Sonic Wave on her twice just to kill that Aegis, but yeah, if that control afterwards isn't there, then Lina ain't going down a second time.
And she isn't, so was the refresher shard used for the refresher orb for the Batrider, which he now has completed. So it's a beautiful use for him as well. Continuing to be very impressed with the Batrider performance. Second in regards to the net worth, and we'll see if they're going to look to go high ground shortly. They're dealing with all their side lanes at the moment. Few hustlers.
Gonna see Flying Fire Lady come soon. The what is it? The Flame Cloak on Shad. I guess games normally end before you get to that stage, right? Where Lena's just so busted that.
She's so farm, dude. Oh.
Yeah. He's not wanting to take it with any chances, though, right? He's already got his blessing queued up, but you don't want to give them an avenue to be able to come back into this game, so you got to save that buyback.
He's someone's farm. He's like, no, we're not ending this game until I've completely slaughtered. Shard, Scepter, maybe a Moon Shard as well. Shad's like, nah, boys, come on. Next stages, that's what we need.
6, 0, and 7. And, pretty solid. Just his positioning, he, again, was the one lane well for the 2 Hustlers, as they might be using Divine Llama as a little bit of bait here. He's got the rest of the boys behind him as well as some pretty decent vision. And Alina that's just able to move around like Usain Bolt right now.
How do you crack the high ground? Ivor's going to put Moby first. Radiant have great vision to take a fight here. They're going to jump to the south as Moby. Targeting down Angel. A lot of damage towards the Clockwork. They'll utilize the Sonic Wave as well to blow him up. But again, Mirage catching up the Enigma. Refreshing up the Lasso as well. So even the Leshrac will go down. Shad is just too farm. This Lina. What a hero. A first phase pick as well from D2 Hustlers. But it does not matter. Shad 8-0 and 9. And now they can look to move up the high gun. Be able to take some easy objectives. The buybacks are coming out from Ivy to be able to protect it though, but Pio, gotta be cautious. Protected with the Lotus Orb as well. But Lotus Orb's not really gonna stop you against the Lena's damage. As Mobi though, jumping into the Sonic Wave, 4 stuff, able to dodge it. And game will be caught as D2 Hustlers. What a way to be able to start their Division 2 run.
It is indeed. Just game 1 of the series, but certainly recovering off the back of a rough laning stage and showing why understanding of map control really is what wins games of Dota. You know, there were 2 or 3 really obvious instances where they punished the fact that Ivy didn't exploit the advantage that they had at that stage. They used their itemization to its fullest potential, and Ivy didn't quite spot those weaknesses and be able to make them feel the consequence of going down that slightly greedier route.
Yeah, well, we'll bring back our analysts in the panel to help us break this one down. Because we saw the craziness that was in store for us. So here's the lovely Nomad and Fluke to join us.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and I don't know, man. One thing to say about that game. You're playing against insert team name here. You don't ban the Lina because you can counter it. The team instantly picks up Lina, and then you lose. And then next games, hopefully, you ban out Lina because you're not stupid. But, I mean, how many times are we going to see this one play out, man? Like, I don't know. I just hope that, like, people start... Do you think they had a plan, Fluke, on how to address this Lina? Like, did they have an idea?
I think they had a good start to the game with making sure they had strong lanes. I think that was the biggest thing with this draft that I got from Ivy, is they really wanted to have strong lanes and say, hey, we're going to give you the Lina, but we're going to have strong lanes and we're going to try and abuse this timing and try and take over the game from you. But Denok said it perfectly. They kind of just got punished by D2 Hustlers to a point where they didn't utilize the advantage they had early on. They had such a big item advantage over the top of D2 Hustlers, and they just let Shad do whatever he wanted. He didn't die the entirety of that game, and he just was able to sit back and farm and get to whatever item timings he wanted to. And if you're going to allow a team to have a hero like Lina that is all about, if they can just accrue this massive amount of item timings against you, it's going to be impossible for you to try and kill her, then you need to have a way of kind of shutting the game down and really kind of abusing this early advantage that you got. And unfortunately for Ivy, they had really strong lanes, they played really well, but yeah, they just kind of got out macroed pretty hard by D2 Hustlers. The first Aegis going the way of Shad at like 17 minutes is never good. Especially when you're supposed to be the team that is controlling the map, and then slowly from there, Ivy just constantly kept losing these fights, not being able to get on top of Lina. And,
Yeah. Boy, did they try. They kept trying to throw heroes at Luna. Quite literally, actually, as Q picked up the Aghanim Scepter, but not enough. And, like, it just kind of felt like they didn't have the gap closed. They never had the ability to kind of get on top of Shad properly. And even when they did, Shad would just kind of turn around and be like, okay, you're on top of me. What's your plan now? It's like, what comes next? But I guess that just comes from a result of, like, Shad getting ultra giga farmed and never really being contested, like, on his side of the map at all, really. I don't know.
He never really needed to be the one defending. I think that was the big thing, right? They always had someone else, so he was never in harm's way. He was always taking the super safe farm, and again, a farmed Lina just beats everyone, let alone a team that has 0 counters to the Lina. So
yeah,
I think that was the biggest issue. I mean, Ivy had like an 85% win probability at like 22 minutes, and then they just didn't take towers. And I was like, well, what's going on? Like, this is your timing. You have a 6-7k net worth lead this early on into the game, and you're not using it. I was a little disappointed, to be honest, because I was impressed by that first 20 or so minutes.
Yeah, I was as well. I think especially Pio, I had marked down as being like a key player in the early game. Obviously, he had a good time in lane. He hit that 6, got the kill into the Visage, which really kind of propelled him into the mid game. But then just kind of like turning up to these fights, which like, and I was kind of concerned about some of these TPs he made, and you guys were concerned about some of the TPs he made, but it ended up being the right thing. I think it's kind of like abusing this timing on Lesh, where the first one is like this weird kind of spike you have where you just kind of grab your point booster and you grab some raindrops, and then like it's at the point in the game where raindrops are still really effective. Literally, like that amount of extra HP just kind of allows you to run at people in like this certain kind of window of about 4 or 5 minutes, which Pio obviously knows. Yeah, it's pretty insane. And then the mid lane, you know, just immediately getting the Bloodstone, immediately being able to turn up to a defense and get a bunch of kills, use that Bloodstone, be immortal with the Abaddon behind you. That's kind of like the game plan, which it felt like they wanted to, you know, grab onto and control the game with, but that never really came because there was always that Lina factor. So, yeah, unfortunately never really worked. And also, we didn't really see much from the Enigma, did we, Fluke?
He cast a black hole twice. First one, he casted it on Mirage, and they got the kill. The second one was the one in the middle lane where they tried to get catch out Shad after Pio had already died. So, unfortunately for Owned Me, he may have to change his name for game number 2 to Mirage Owned Me, because as soon as that Bat Rider found that Enigma, I think that was the big thing from me, from D2 Hustlers, is they understood as soon as that game started getting out of the hands for Ivy, they're like, everything is on the back of a black hole. And every single time they found Owned Me, they killed him at the start of the fight. You even saw in some of those engagements where Shad was changing his target prioritization to kill the Enigma whenever he saw him. So I think D2 Hustlers really showing that they're going to be a very strong team here in Div 2.
Yeah, my favorite part was definitely on that high ground push when the Bat Rider, Mirage is the MVP, was when the Bat Rider was like waiting for the Enigma shows himself, blink in, lasso, get the kill, Enigma buys back, Mirage just refresher orbs, does the exact same thing again. Like, he's just literally just like, all right, dude, I just won't play the game. Is that what you want, Mirage? I just won't play the game. I'll just unplug my keyboard. Thanks, bud.
And again, like, even if he got the black hole off, he had the Octarine and he had the Psychic Headband. So he had all of the tools that he could have possibly wanted to be able to stop the Enigma in his tracks. So I think D2 Hustlers just understood what needed to be done at each stage of the game much better than what Ivy did. Ivy was still able to execute before it got to that stage, but in terms of the macro play, they were just a step above.
Yeah, and this is like the first time I've seen Mirage actually play, I think. I'm not sure he's been on any major teams before this. So here's a big question mark for me. I wasn't really knowing what to expect, but what a first game. I mean, you know, like, yeah, he's not like the one owning from the get-go. You know, his lane didn't go super well or anything like that. He did enough. But in the late game, man, he made some sick plays, like the double lasso onto the Enigma, and then in the later game fight, he grabbed both the Enigma and the Leshrac and dragged them both into Shad, who just chewed them up like throwing fruit in a blender. It was beautiful. So a huge start for Mirage, big start for D2 Hustlers, and we'll be seeing more of them after this short break.
I can last second.
Yeah. I can chase them.
Guys.
Kill them,
Okay.
kill them.
No damage on them. No
Kill
damage
them,
on them.
Chase more. Others.
Kill him
Yeah.
first, finish him.
He's here. Good job.
I'm healing, go rush after this.
Oh, they have so much damage.
What's happening is...
They're chasing Snap.
Come rush,
Get
come
outpost.
rush. They don't have black hole also, they can tear him up. Come with Visage.
Yeah, I'm coming back.
Will D2 Hustlers win game number 2? Or will Ivy make a comeback? And will Lena be banned? All this coming and more in game number 2 of this series here in the Western EU Div 2 DPC. My name's Oliver. Joining me is Fluke down on Canaries as we get into the second game in this matchup. What you guys say? What are you hoping happens here, Fluke?
Danog, I want to hear your idea about this. What do you think about Ivy switching their Snapfire with a Clockwork and letting the same stuff happen? Does it change anything
No,
for
just
you?
ban the Lena. But I feel a little bit more confident about that. I mean, we've seen Lenas get kind of dumpstered, even against something like a Spirit Breaker, which really isn't meta these days, but you just need something that's constantly getting on her. I can't read what that says, no matter what it
I know, I realized that when I held it up. We'll try again later.
I'm illiterate. It wasn't that it wasn't clear. I just can't read.
We don't have the good education down here in Australia. But I think I agree with what Danog said, right? Like, just kind of giving... If you're going to give away a hero like Lina, you need to make sure that you have a hero that, one, not only can start a fight for you, but can also, like, really abuse her at every stage of the game. I think Spirit Breaker is one of those heroes that can abuse Lina no matter what timing she has. Netherstrike has been an insane ability throughout the entirety of Dota 2, and I think Spirit Breaker is kind of undervalued right now. I know MLP is a big fan of Spirit Breaker, and I think he definitely could have
decent
a
armor
decent
as well.
place in the meta right now.
Well,
Yeah,
even
because
when
like,
she's,
you don't need any
spamming
items
right
on the
clicks.
hero, right?
All right.
Like, he kind of is just a big dumb cow that can kind of float around and do whatever he wants. with
Big
his
dumb
spells.
cow.
Big dumb cow.
What a poor guy.
Wow. What do you ever do to you,
The
man?
abuse.
What? Check his int gain. I reckon he's not that smart.
Alrighty,
We'll
well,
check it.
we do have the draft available for game number 2, so let's jump into it. D2 Hustlers versus Ivy. What's going to get picked? What's going to get banned? And Ivy are actually taking their time to think about the second ban here. So they've already got rid of the Brood. What do they want to do?
Lina,
It is
you
D2
don't have
Hustlers
first pick. Ah.
with the first pick. Oh, jeez.
Team pick.
All right.
Boom, what a shock. Wait, what's to my anyone see to my llama?
Yeah, he was just like, hey, we get it.
We get the leader
All right.
again.
All right. They have
Okay.
something to gap close now. This is better. And it doesn't even matter if it's 4 or if it's mid. Obviously, mid lane Tusk is a little bit more popular these days. Lets you get into the likes of the BKB, the Blink Dagger a little bit quicker. But that just means the Trio Protector's left in the pool. And we know how strong of a pairing this is. You don't even need to wait for the likes of Shivas to be able to counter the Tusk with his high physical damage. So I'm already giving the edge to D2 Hustlers without even seeing the next few phases of the draft.
It's
I'm
tough.
just trying to think of like what Ivy are going to try and have as their cause in these next couple of picks, because we saw in the first draft they really prioritized this Leshrac early on, so now they're thinking that maybe this Leshrac isn't really the hero that we want to have up against Alina. Maybe we're going to try and lean towards more of these right-click carries to really get on top of her and kind of deal with her. That's why I like this Slark ban that we're seeing from D2 Hustlers all the time. It is another one of those heroes that has been flying around in the meta right now and can do pretty okay up against Alina if they have relatively equal farm. Just want to see whether or not this Tusk is going to go for something along the lines of like an Ags, because I think Lena's positioning, she's one of those heroes that abuses her attack range really, really well. And if you're able to put her in a very bad spot, you can kind of abuse her in that scenario. So whether or not the Ivy Tusk is going to go for the Ags early on.
God damn, this guy's putting me to shame with his tea stuff.
You're a bit of a tea enjoyer. I was about to say, like, what do we think that is?
Oh, gosh. I mean, that looks like... It definitely looks hot. I can see the condensation, so... Yeah, I don't think it's just a fancy loose leaf tea. Like a sugar bowl, maybe? I don't know. Maybe that's where he puts his
10 seconds.
excess
Also-
leaves? I don't know.
I did find a little bit of an interesting fact about Vincent. Is he's also a commentator.
Yep.
He has covered a decent amount of Dota 2 in his day, so it's always good that we get a bit of representation in these games, you know?
He's coming for my gig. Hope he loses. No, I'm kidding.
Surely hope he wins so he goes into play.
That's
right?
true, actually. He will come for my gig, actually, if he doesn't win. All right. I just want to... I wonder if Ivy would consider going like a Night Stalker or something. I know the lane is horrendous against the Lina, but I just want them to be able to find something that's going to be able to deal with the Treant. That's kind of what I'm feeling with the Bat Rider, just because, again, you're able to scout out amongst the trees. Not really in a position to be able to pick like a Hoodwink against this, considering you've already got the Snapfire. But yeah, I just want something that's going to be able to, you know, find that Treant Protector and punish him quickly.
Just quickly going back to JM Vincento, I actually talked to him before the game and asked him how he's feeling about the game today, and he said we clapping cheeks. So confident.
I mean, they did for the first 17 minutes of game
Their
one.
own? Like what's?
That is...
That's a good response though.
It's
from him.
confident.
Like, yeah, confidence.
I mean, what do you
but-
expect, right? So he's hardly going to be like, oh yeah, we're going to lose, but...
True.
I asked Abai
the
Lama as
clapping
well,
cheeks is-
and I asked, are you going to win? And he said yes, but don't tell anyone. So I'm not allowed to tell anyone
So
that.
you haven't listened. You've completely
Yeah.
disrespected him.
Oh, he's
Yeah, that's all.
never going to respond to you again. I mean, all the
Probably
information we could get. the
He's
insider
got
that we
4
had.
other teammates, so who cares?
That's true. They only play, what, 7 series? So we just got to exploit one of them each time. And then we've got a little bit of wiggle room just in case one of them wasn't listening.
I don't know why you're trying to undermine D2 Hustlers here, Matt. You said that they were going to be one of the teams that are going to get out of Div 2 and go
Oh, no,
to Div 1,
I still think they
so-
will. But I'm just saying that... I don't even know what I'm saying. They do go for the Hoodwink, though. That's just a way to be able to find that tree and protector. And it makes a lot of sense, right? Tree wants to be playing around trees. Bushwhack, good against trees. So...
The classic drafting move when you're on a train which is going absolutely nowhere, and then you're like, oh god, and then they pick something and go, oh, phew, I get to talk about
Thank
this
God.
instead.
I was going to ask about
completely on the right wavelength. Go ahead.
I was going to ask about the Primal Beast, a hero that has not really seen crazy amounts of play, but it's not one of those heroes that really deal with the tree. And obviously, you can just go in with the odd stomp on the ground, getting rid of those trees. You can find him relatively easily. You can
Find the Lena.
be really high tempo, but I guess Ivy already have the Tusk that can fulfill that role for them. So maybe
I think you could do both, but I'd be a little worried that they just don't have tower push if that's the case. Then you would kind of need to do it with your position 1, which I think you could. Like if you went like a position 1 Terrorblade, for example, it wouldn't be horrible. And the good thing is that Ivy have second pick, so they're going to be able to counter essentially whatever D2 Hustlers do at these few stages. Are they going to Mirana? No, they can't Mirana. I mean, they've
You
got
can
a
have a
tree
call
already.
Mirana.
Yeah, I'm not feeling super strong about it. Like, you've got a decent amount of lockdown, especially once Tusk gets into the Blink Dagger. I think this is going to be like mid-Tusk, 4 Hoodwink, and a 5 Snapfire.
Yep.
Do we just go all the meta heroes on D2? Is this the draft? Pick as many meta heroes as we can?
They almost got the Exodia draft in game 1, so maybe they're like, we're just getting gifted too many free picks here. Is this a bait coming in from Ivy?
I'm always here for any Yu-Gi-Oh reference, man. Keep them coming. My grandfather's deck has no pathetic cards.
Maybe Ivy won't get sent to the Shadow Realm after this.
Oh, I love it. Give me a Dark Willow. Give me that Shadow Realm.
We've gotten too far in the weeds here, ladies and gentlemen. They've only got 10 seconds left in their reserve time as well, so they're just going to go for the Panga. So another one of those meta heroes right now, and this is like one of... I think if you took a kind of snapshot of the meta right now, this D2 Hustlers draft would be something you would be seeing a lot.
Yeah.
So what do they need to complete Exodia?
Jeez.
All right, well, we can just go through the most contested heroes. So Lena, they've picked. Broodmother has been banned. Batrider's been banned.
Leeches?
Rubik's been
Probably
banned.
an off lane.
Tree and Protector's been picked. So they need Prophet, yeah.
Yeah, I think Prophet would be the
next one.
final
Prophet
piece of
or
Exodia.
maybe Visage. Maybe Enigma.
They're actually very far down, Enigma and Visage. Interestingly, despite how much it feels like we've seen from them.
What's your thoughts on the Shadow Realm, Aries?
I have no thoughts on the Shadow Realm.
No,
a
he's
place
a
I'd
Zoomer.
like to
You're
be.
missing out.
He doesn't know about the Shadow Realm. All the new age Yu-Gi-Oh stuff is about all friendship and all kinds of weird
It
stuff.
was always
nothing
about
the Shadow
friendship.
games.
It's about card games on motorcycles these days. But anyway, I wonder what they're going to go for here. It needs to be cores. I feel like...
Bloodseeker?
Yeah, the supports are absolutely done. I mean, I'm not crazy about Bloodseeker. I know it's great against the Pangolier, right? But it does basically nothing against the other heroes. And I feel like it's not going to come out of the lane in a decent spot. So... I still want Night Stalker, man. I'm telling you. You can get on top of the Lena, you can get on top of the Tran. Even if you get on top of the Pango, right? These aren't heroes that like to build into a 4-star. So if you're able to just lock him down, get that silence off and burst him before he gets off Rolling Thunder or anything, you're in a really good spot. I don't hate the Lesh, though. Gives them that tower push. I'm only a little bit worried about the actual lane itself. Like, I still feel like this is probably going to be a position 1 Lesh, but Lesh, Snapfire... If you land your spells, it could be good, and they showed last game that it still looked pretty damn decent, but it's a little bit more susceptible to just getting run over, I would say.
Yeah, the matchup's still no different to what we spoke about. Like, Lena's going to have a really good time versus Leshak as the game goes on, but Ivy need to keep the tempo to kind of get ahead of that matchup, which is something they didn't do in the previous game. Maybe the heroes that they picked before the Lesh can kind of change the story, because of course we saw a lot of the issues with them actually being able to start fights, and well, now the Tusk and the Hoodwink can definitely kind of help out with those issues that we saw in the previous game. So maybe they can make amends for kind of the draft and the matchup that didn't work out in the previous game.
Doom was going to be the next hero that I suggest for Ivy. I'm just kind of going through their heroes that they've consistently been going back towards, and Primal Beast and Doom are the two that come to mind when I think of Ivy right now, especially for Owned Me. They've been doing a decent amount, 50% win rate so far over 6 to 7 picks in the last month for Ivy. So it's going to be an interesting pick for their final pick for Ivy to see what's really going to round out for them. I wouldn't hate to see a little bit more initiation. They've played a little bit of center. It looks kind of bad.
Yeah.
I think maybe
I think
some...
it was a great Primal ban.
Yeah,
go ahead.
yeah. I think like you kind of just want to go along that same theme of heroes that Hustlers have banned, right? Like it's like Primal, Doom, these kind of get in your face heroes. I don't think like, initiation as such is super necessary with the 3 starting heroes Ivy have drafted. You can maybe go something like Death Prophet and just kind of double down on the strong frontliners and try and play it like that.
10 seconds remaining.
I think if you can even Death Prophet. Yeah,
5
no,
seconds remaining. Dire
be pretty
team
decent.
pick.
I mean, Visage is still in the pool as well. And they do go down that Enigma route. So
Yeah.
Exodia is about to obliterate Ivy right now. What are they going to go for, though? I'm sticking with my Night Stalker pick, man.
10
I don't
seconds
hate it.
remaining.
It is one of the heroes that is completely untouched in Western Europe
5
DPC, at least so
seconds
far.
remaining.
Yeah, but this is the game 1 of Div 2, so there's
That
plenty
is
of time.
true. They just go for Visage themselves.
It was an off-lane hero. I was close.
Yeah.
You're in the ballpark, kind of.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe in the stands, but yeah, we'll take it.
The nose, please.
Yeah.
The question is for me now is Ivy have no way of stopping BKB Black Hole outside of Punch.
Yeah.
So the way that D2 Hustlers played in game number 1, I'm feeling a lot more confident in them to make this a 2-0 sweep, as Danog won't let go. They do have the Exodia draft right now. They've got a lot. They've got tower push. They've got scalability. They've got really good heroes. They've got auras they can build. They've got ways of catching out people. D2 Hustlers played really, really well in game number 1. I think Ivy are going to have to play out of their brains in game number 2 to send this to a 3rd.
Hate to agree with you, but I do agree with you. I think I've got major concerns, and yeah, it feels like the answer to the Lina in game number 1 was just throw heroes at the Lina. And that didn't work. So in game number 2, they're going to go with this new strategy of throwing heroes at the Lina. So, we'll see if it works this time around. My mind says no, but we'll see, especially with the Treant, who's just kind of the anti-throwing hero. I don't know. Danog,
Well, what's your
Ares,
heart telling you?
What do you think?
That's what I want to know. Your mind's telling you no. What's your heart say? I want to know
Also
what
no.
Ares' heart is saying. Okay.
My heart, my heart is actually asking how many Dragon Ball Z references and Yu-Gi-Oh references are we gonna get, or the Exodia stuff. How many times are you gonna bring
I can
this up?
keep going,
That's,
dude.
I
You
give
keep
you all
going?
day.
well, that's what I want to know.
Well,
I
see.
think for this one, guys, we'll get only one more reference. I think Ivy are gonna have to go Kayaken 2000 to be able to get out of this one.
Thank you very
Sounds
much,
good.
Fluke. We're going to leave it there and throw it over to Danog and Ares for this cast of game number 2 of D2 Hustlers versus Ivy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nomad. I feel like I'm out the loop, Danog, and I really shouldn't be.
I gotta get you watching the right anime, dude. Like, that's the thing. You promised you would try.
Yeah. I'm kind of appalled, like, the fact that I can't even get some of the Yu-Gi-Oh references. Like, it was kind of something I probably should have watched when I was younger. And I'm just, I'm here like, oh yeah, Exodia. Oh yeah, this is very cool. It's one day.
Bro,
One
I've
day I'll
actually
get
got
the references.
Exodia. I've got them in the flesh.
See, I
need
don't
to
know what
break
you're
it out.
saying right now. I don't know what's going on.
Exodia is like, if you get all 5 cards in your hand, you just win the game.
Right.
That's it. The game ends.
Exodia. The
yes.
game ends. The game's over.
The
There's
Forbidden One is his name.
You don't even play it out. Just instantly you get the cards.
You just win
It's
the
just-
game. Yep.
Okay. So obviously they haven't got Exodia. The game hasn't crashed yet for D2 Hustlers, but
Yep.
do we feel like it's close enough to Exodia that it is, the draft is favoring them very heavily?
Like, the lanes aren't as good as they were for Ivy in game number 1, but I actually like their draft better than what they had previously. I'm just going to go, like, lane to lane and see how it all looks out. So Mirage is playing the Pangolier. He's up against Tusk. Tusk should do just fine there, right? He's got basically the same right-click, but in terms of the strength gain, you're going to eventually be able to be outright clicking and shoving the lanes out. So that should be pretty null and void, like pretty breaking even in that one. What I do want to see change a bit more is some rotations coming through from Ivy to be able to secure these power runes for Mobe, because that's something that D2 Hustlers did amazingly last time. Topside could really go either way, to be honest. I mean, Alex died a couple of times giving up First Blood, of course, the PO, and now you've got double stuns and extra damage as well coming through. So I could definitely see them getting kills up on this top side. And bottom, Visage, Hoodwink, probably weak-ish, but in terms of being able to control a tree and protect his influence in the lane, I think it's pretty damn solid. So I'm giving Ivy a slightly stronger chance than last game, but they still need to clean up what they actually do with their draft. They've got a Visage and a Lesh.
Yeah.
Once you get the strength, push. Do something with it.
And that's a big thing. I think their draft still, like the fundamental level is still very similar with how they need to take the game as the previous one, where you need to kind of group up, take objectives early. The Visage is going to itemize very similar to the Enigma. You just don't have that defensive support in the Abaddon to kind of help out with the Leshrac sustain. So one issue that we really did see from them is that when they weren't taking... The only way to force fights from Ivy in last game was taking objectives. At least this game, you've got kind of the Tusk that can start, the Hoodwink as well if you're paired up with someone else in a side lane. So like their playmaking potential is definitely much better than last game, and I think that was a big concern. So you don't have to be all in on this kind of death ball push. Mirages, yeah, this is not a fun position to be in. Is Mobile beautifully done. Shards holds him straight into place, and the Tusk is able to find First Blood in the solo kill. He's got that bottle picked up. He's going to shove the wave completely under the tower, so the Pango is going to miss a little bit here.
And he's going to probably get both water runes here on Mobe, so a fantastic start to this game. Getting that First Blood gold, denying away half of a creep wave. He's done a really, really good job here.
And we were seeing the praises of Mirage in that previous game. Was really impressed with his Batrider. Of course, he got the MVP, and I think without a doubt it was due for him. Even though Shad had a great game on the Lina, going 8-0-9, it was definitely Mirage for me. And well, now Mobe being able to pick that up with First Blood's going to give him some confidence as well.
I'm wondering if Alex, he's got about 200 gold that he's got saved up. I kind of want to see him go into something like a Raindrops here as soon as possible, because that really feels like the only way he's going to die. Like, Ricky has such insane armor. He's already going to have the Blink Strike to be able to get out of harm's way. You just got to prevent being burst 100-0. But he's doing a fairly good job of creating space away from Divine Llama at this stage.
What can the Ricky kind of provide the team here of D2 Hustlers? Because it's not that really annoying combo with the Ricky Mirana. So is there another combo that they could look to play with, or just a different game style that we could see out of Alex in a game like this?
I think he just needs to play around the hero that wants to... It depends what mindset D2 Hustlers are in, right? If they're in a we need to be pushing forward and taking towers mindset, then he needs to be playing near the Enigma, because he's the one that's going to be doing a lot of the tower taking. If it's more of the we need to protect Shad, whether that be in team fights or wherever he's farming, he needs to be playing behind him, because the one that's going to be killing this Lina or the Enigma is going to be the Tusk. So if you can get that smoke screen off once he uses the roll in, then you're not going to have that Walrus punch, and he's still going to be just fine.
See Alex looking to jump on forward. Divine Llama's got the add-ons to play with. Cookie's actually going to go over the head of the Enigma. And Pio is out of mana as well. Does have some mangoes if required to continue the aggression, but will not be needed as both sides once again just going to trade the spells, dwindle down the resources. Mirage mid lane might be in some trouble. Snowball up shortly, but looks like Mobile is going to back on off. Look to try and get the water runes. Will be one apiece.
That boots of speed shortly. It's only a full level ahead, actually. Mobe after this lane, so fantastic job. Even small things like avoiding that swashbuckle. He's going to get out on the winning end of any kind of trade pretty damn easily.
Large net worth lead as well, 800 here for Mobile against the Pango, so he's going to be up. I was thinking about going to get the bounty, not the case, so we'll back on off. He's got the creep wave to look to deal with, so we'll take a look how the safe lane's going for D2 Hustlers. Of course, Shad had an incredible game, and we'll see if that's going to continue to be the case here. It's not a too hard of a lane matchup for him to deal with, though, so should be able to get a lot of farm on the laner.
I and Lena's very happy for this lane to be pushed further back towards him. Of course, the safety of the tower, but also there's just so many more trees for Angel to be able to play around, right? He's looking to go for a bit of a warding mission up onto the top side of the lane just to prevent any kind of TP rotation from coming through. Yep, just being that big body in front of the Lena and doing a good job at it so far. Good lane?
Lane, yeah,
That's the
mobile.
solo kill.
Oh my, look at that. Another solo kill picked up. Get some respect as well with the tips. Some shenanigans going on inside the jungle. Vincento chasing down Alex, who will be able to steal one of the bounty runes and TP back to base. So dragging the Snapfire away from the lane, but really that big one to look at is Mobe and how this mid lane's gone at the moment. Top of the net worth, 2 kills. Phase Brute's coming out shortly as well, and he's also got the support to try and help secure the power rune. So this could start to snowball. Of course, no pun intended then. Oh, God.
I love it. I'm infecting you.
Vincento. Oh, Snowball actually does connect. See if they're going to have the damage this time. Look at the power.
Cheeky.
No, they will be able to find it. Mirage actually looking to turn it back around. First Rolling Thunder usage of the game. He's got plenty of walls to be able to bounce back off. Mobe's just waiting for his opportunity, though, to enter. And yeah, they got to be cautious. He'll turn to Alex now instead. But the punch is still on cooldown, only for 1 more second. He will sidestep back in to get another kill.
Creep had a mind of its own, just leaping away from the Pango, just trying to get a little bit more harass before the Snapfire goes back to the base to regen. But yeah, another great laning stage coming out from Ivy, particularly around that mid lane. Really emphasizing the fact that you've got some solid mechanically skilled players coming through here, and the power of those raindrops just continuing to be effective, allowing those dives to happen. Actually got a smoke coming out here.
He goes
Shove the lane in very quickly, move up towards the top side, but yep, it was underneath that ward, so you should know exactly what's happening. You can see that Pio ends up backing off a little bit to be able to play maybe a bit close to his tower. Actually got a counter smoke coming through from Ivy, just trying to hit up onto the back lines, but they land it.
Chain control needs to be perfect for the smoke cloud.
Good smoke.
Stop the scatter blast damage, so Mirage going to be able to step one out. I like that timing of the movement nonetheless, though, from D2 Hustlers. Even though it doesn't work out, there was a time where Pio was left solo, he didn't have the level 6, and you had the catapult timing from Hustlers. So if you're able to get the kill with that catapult in the islands, and the tower would have taken a lot of damage, but a good attempt. Mirage instantly TPing down with a Rolling Thunder, and look at the kill onto the Visage. So even though the movement top lane doesn't work out, Mirage still able to get something out of the map.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of similar to what I was talking about on the top lane for this bottom lane for Ivy. You got the double range, so that kind of movement is always going to result in a kill. It, of course, does require you... This is actually a little bit of a lot of spells committed here, and yeah, with that double damage, were they able to completely clean him up? Lena's going to need to back off entirely, maybe even TP out to the other side of the map as they look to commit further. Looking to cut through the backlines, and yeah, Shad knows to get out of dodge.
Oh, he's going to go for it. Black hole up top from Divine Llama. They'll have plenty of damage with Shad being able to TP in, so beautifully done. Get the kill, Black hole on cooldown. So Leshrac into the grave for a little bit of time and is able to free up this lane now as well for the Lena.
I don't know about Coop and Vincent leaving, though. They were moved all the way down to the bottom side. Only one of them has TP. And I really don't think moving up top is going to do all that much. Meanwhile, you're up against a Treant Protector who just has the 2 points in the living armor at this stage with a Visage. I think you really need to try and push that bottom tower as quickly as possible. Maybe just feeling like without the familiars they weren't quite so able to, but there's a lot of time wasted by supports just walking from one side of the map to the other. They will, of course, know that no black hole available might lead them to feel a little bit more confident in making a gank attempt happen, but we'll see here if Coop's able to hold them off from taking this tower.
It'll be easy. Need some more boys to help out. Mirage has got the Rolling Thunder at the ready, so the Hustlers have that big ultimate.
They're just trying to shove out lanes wherever possible, right? Vincent sitting mid, getting, of course, that super valuable experience. Will Mobo get lucky? Yes, he will this time around. Of course, securing that illusion rune for himself. Could be quite useful, especially now that we're about to reach that 10-minute mark. So if Angel gets into the level 6 pretty quickly, which looks like he's going to with all his solo XP he's getting.
Top lane.
Illusion rune for the Overgrowth would be huge.
Tusk is deeping in. They're going to try and target down Shad on the Lina. They should be able to blow him up relatively easily, although Shad standing strong, tries to turn it around, but the damage isn't enough. Here comes Mirage with a rolling thunder. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive as Lina will go down? But still, they've got the numbers advantage to turn it around as D2 Hustlers find a second. And now they can chase down Vincento as well. There's no tower to protect the Snapfire. By Llama. Nice use of the Quelling Blade to be able to get rid of the Bushwhack. Regardless, it wouldn't have been enough to hold down Vincento as in the end, D2 Hustlers find 3. And all it comes at the cost of Shad's life.
Yeah,
Bottom lane, they're even setting up as well. Angel has got that overgrowth like you're mentioning, so Onmi's going to be in some trouble. Shad's going to be able to provide the damage to bring down the Visage. They're starting to TP down on Ivy, and it looks like Onmi will just be able to slither on away. So Ivy, keep the Visage alive. That's the overgrowth now on cooldown as well.
I liked the movement, and they probably should have been able to get that kill up top a little bit easier. I'm not sure what the interaction was, but the Bushwhack just didn't end up landing there on when they went for it onto the Lina. It seemed like about the same time that the ice shards were being tossed, but I don't think that should really change much. I get some free damage from the tower into Mirage, but he'll be able to walk on away.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Bottom tower, though, is not looking too healthy at the moment. D2 Hustlers doesn't seem like there's much they're going to be able to do to keep it alive. Pio, only 1 point in the Edict, but you've got the Familiars as well, so Ivy will be able to find their first tower of the game. Angel's making them work for it, though.
Dire's middle tower is under
As he
attack.
should.
Radiant's
That's the
bottom
thing with a
tower
Treant.
is under attack.
It's not about you winning. You just want the other team to lose. You know, you want them to hate your life.
Well, that's a big kill. Vincento and Mobai in combination together. Punch into the Mortimer Kisses. This is even without the blink as well from Mobai, so he's able to catch out Shad, and it's a much different game we're seeing on the Lina. Previously, flawless game already, 2 deaths for Shad.
Might be even able to dodge out the Sentry Ward as well. You can see that they've got some vision that was previously placed up by Vincento. They were pinging up on top of the cliff, so that would be extra value if you're able to just waste a few more resources out of the supports on D2 Hustlers.
We're making the attempt down
Continuing to
bottom.
push down bottom. This might be all that they need to be able to try for at least a push attempt in middle. No Dream Protector for 25 seconds. Lane pretty healthily pushed in. Could very easily look to go for this, or at the very least force a glyph with the Familiars hitting the bottom tower, but have to back off for now.
Really, the X factor in a lot of these fights is going to be Mirage and the Pangolier, that Rolling Thunder. A lot of the control, especially in an area like this mid lane where you got multiple walls to bounce back on. Of course, a great answer to the Visage as well, so it's going to come down to how can Ivy look to address Mirage, and even after the rough laning stage that he had, he's still going to be able to pick up his farm. Almost a Fusel Blade completed.
Now it's just being annoying. Looking to take out as many couriers as he can. He's got enough money to be able to buy the Aghanim Shard already, even though it's pre 15 minutes, so having a pretty good game so far is Mr. Ricky. Just that roaming observer ward, essentially. He knows exactly where he can walk around this high ground vision, not wanting to reveal his positioning, not want to let his own wards be removed too easily.
I think it's a go time here for Ivy. Oh, actually, okay. Mobai actually went for the BKB, but regardless, he's got the double damage rune. I'd love to see them make a play with this now on Ivy. Even though you're so close to the BKB, there's a power rune that can definitely secure you a kill, and if it's a kill onto a right target, potentially the tower as well.
Up top, Black Hole onto just a Hoodwink, and be happy enough to be able to claim that one there. Just keep this lane pushed in as much as they can, force someone to come back and defend this. Of course, Lesh isn't really in a position to. They can see how low Lesh is on the mana. Of course, has Bloodstone available, but you need to do damage to get the damage. To get the mana back. So, again, this is just D2 Hustlers understanding the different capabilities that Ivy have at different stages of the game, right? They know that Lena's not really in a position to die because A, they killed one of their high damage dealers, B, they can see the Tusk, C, they can see the Leshrac with no HP. So I think the only period where they're really going to be very concerned is once this Lesh hits the Boots of Travel timing. That plus the BKB on the Tusk is when Lena needs to be playing a whole lot more conservatively.
Would you like to see Ivy try and force his tower down now with the catapult timing and knowing the black hole's on cooldown?
Wouldn't hate to see it, but again, I'm feeling a little bit less confident with the fact that you just are lacking a little bit of mobility on the left. I think that
Kisses
might be
the
issue.
start.
Yeah.
They saw Mirage use the swashbuckle and he won't be able to make it up the high ground as well. Vincento, no hesitation. As soon as the swashbuckle was used, just lay it down the ultimate. So you've got to heavily commit for this tower now. You can't just bring it down towards a low threshold. Otherwise, the Stream Protector is going to be able to heal it back up.
They
So
found
you
the Ricky.
have to take it with ease. And, well, maybe with a kill onto Alex will further enable this push. As now with 2 heroes into the grave, this should mean that Ivy can get the tower for free.
Nicely done. This is already a big improvement from what we saw in game number 1, right? Securing these big objectives that are going to enable you to breach the Lena's farming ground so that she doesn't reach this unstoppable force.
Hospit lane.
To Mobe.
Oh, Overgrowth's going to allow Mirage to be able to move all the way over with the U-turn. And the Cookie doesn't get enough distance away. An opportunity for Hustlers to bring down their Tusk. And they pounce on that straight away.
He had the raindrop sitting in his backpack and wasn't able to get off the magic wand. Ends up getting the BKB delivered just as he dies as well. So could have potentially gone for the turnaround there if they felt that they were in the right position too. They're actually going to consider going into this Roche pit. I'm not sure they've got the greatest damage for this. Just the 1 point into the lucky shot. With quite a low death timer on the Tusk, and Ivy, they're not going to let this one go for free.
Not going to be a replicate of last game, giving up the first Roche for freeze. Once again, Alex will be blown up. And now Ivy, what's the call? Can they take this with the Tusk respawning? They've only got 1 point in the tag team.
That's still plenty. I mean, you've got a Leshrac there. You've got no point in the little shredder just yet on the Snapfire, but I feel like, again, you know that the Black Hole is on cooldown for the next little bit. You know the Rolling Thunder was just used previously, so this is one of those positions where they're just playing a little bit too timidly.
Angel.
Benefully Roche.
Shard's able to block the Stream Protect on the higher ground. Mobile's even going to be able to roll on forward to Mirage as well. He might be forced to use the Rolling Thunder defensively, but cute with the bushwhack from downtown. It's still not enough damage now, and now Shad can look to turn it around. Is Mirage going to look to re-enter the fight, but the instant use of the BKB from Mobile being able to protect him against the Rolling Thunder, and they'll get nothing out of it. So both sides able to reset. In the end, it's just the Stream Protector that dies.
I want to say he had the Walrus Punch available there and didn't use it onto the Pangos, so that's potentially a kill gone missing. They do have this double damage, though, and with the Rolling Thunder used, I'll be feeling a little bit more confident of being able to just walk on into this Roche pit. They've got great vision around as well. Might want to see them drop a sentry to the left-hand side of the Roche pit just to stop any kind of Ricky shenanigans, as Alex actually ends up walking under it right now. Could they quickly burst him down? Yes, they will.
You bet they can. Oh,
Yep.
that's a lot of damage. All right, there we go. Yes, yes. We see the adaptation from them from game 1 to game 2 now. Like the plays with how aggressive they're getting, using those timings with the Black Hole and cooldown and that catapult to take the T1 tower mid. Then
Drafting
you also make sure
responses
you
to
don't give
Lena.
up. Yes, drafting responses to Lena. You see you don't give up that first Roche for free. In fact, you get it for yourself now. So Leshrac has his Aegis to work with, and Pio, you're still very, very farm. 3rd in net worth. He's actually going to be going the Lotus Orb as his next item. Had the Boots of Travel queued up for a little bit. But with this Aegis now picked up on Dial, what can we expect out of it? Do they need to just chill for a little bit, get their next item, and then go? Or are they actually still already in fighting shape to look to occupy some of the map?
Sorry, I'm just getting a little distracted by the Wraith Pact that you've got here on Owned Me. Not really seeing a ton of value out of it, to be perfectly honest, right? Like, Tusk, sure, a little bit out of it, but do you feel like the Pipe would have been a much better item against this? Even a Lotus Orb, to a lesser extent?
Greaves?
I would have taken a Greaves.
Yeah, I would
break
have
out
taken
of the
Greaves.
overgrowth?
I think what it just tells me is that the supports on D2 Tussers do no damage. Like Ricky Trine, 0 damage is coming out from the supports. So you don't have to really worry about them. It seems like you just spoke about like Ivy in the draft. They really looked to try and change around with how they were dealing with the Lina. They were going to let it through the pool again. They wanted to try and draft some different counters. And it looks like they're even trying to play and itemize differently to counter the Lina. That being said, like still she does a lot of magic damage, even though you don't kind of go Dragon Slave maxed out. But the Maelstrom procs is still a lot of your damage as well. So how much the Wraith Pact is going to be able to help out,
Yeah.
We'll find out.
We'll find out. I mean, it's going to be heavily based on the positioning, and it is micro of the actual Wraith Pact totem, right? If Lena's not able to hit that, you end up getting a ton of value. You might even disable some blinks if it's in a really good position as well, just with the pulsing of it. And yeah, I mean, even if Lena is forced to hit it, that's damage that isn't going in onto the Lesh or onto the Visage. So that issue of a little bit of lacking damage on D2 Hustlers might be a little bit more of an issue than they were hoping. Looking to address his own survivability issues as well. I was about to say nearly getting into the Aghanim Shard on Own Me, but he's going into a Buckler instead. Just trying to give a little bit of extra armor to himself and the team.
It is a different game though in regards to D2 Hustlers. Not all their farm is just solely on Shad. Like, we see that Divine Llama is getting a lot of farm on the Enigma, and something that we brought up in the panel is the fact that Ivy have no way to address this BKB black hole, which is going to be a very big concern, considering he's just a couple hundred gold away from that recipe.
No Tumbler's Toy, but I think he's got the Eye of the Vizier coming out to him, so we'll have that little bit of extra cast range to land those red black holes in these team fights. And he's doing the right thing, you know, keeping the top lane pushed out. Again, it's a pretty early tier 2 tower that they've let fall on Ivy, but it just enables them to pick up this extra little bit of farm as they go for a smoke on D2 Hustlers. Was, I believe, underneath an Observer Ward, so they should be able to respond to this, just putting Vincent onto the front lines to be able to tank up the majority of this.
Everybody's got to be cautious as well. Grabbing the high ground, Angel gets the jump, the overgrowth is just onto one. Not the greatest way to start the fight for D2 Hustlers. Mirage is going to look to turn that around. Rolling Thunder, Laguna Blade, cutting away the life for the Snapfire. But can Mirage actually get out? He's going to the wrong side of his teammates, and it looks like there's nothing they do to keep him alive. They'll be able to blow up the pain clear, and they'll turn their attention over to Alex as well. As Ivy, yes, you lose the Snapfire to start, but you'll take multiple members into the grave with him.
Nice little jukes out, and again, the power of vision, right? They wouldn't have the Snapfire set up there otherwise, and you should probably have a pretty decent idea that D2 Hustlers just set up their own vision on the top of that cliff, so should be able to close that one out. You've also got a siege creep still remaining on the bottom side of the map, so it might be able to use this one to help pushing in this tower, at the very least force out a glyph, you would assume. It's damaged. Theo is able to dish out as, there we go, there's the glyph, but
Nice wraparound. Great wraparound. You've got firm control of this bottom side of the map. Should be protected with the BKB. They're doing a lot of damage early on. He'll look to snowball forward onto Shad, but Shad, in fact, turns around with his own magic immunity. Divine Llama, can he get in range for the black hole? Not the case, as Ivy will be able to reposition the Tusk. Alex actually goes up on the higher ground, but of course still has his own mobility to play with.
I think you're fairly happy with that. You know, you forced out a BKB onto the Lina. That's such a huge part of her survivability. You forced them to use the glyph as well on the bottom side of the map. So with this lineup, with a Leshrac, with a Visage, who just hit the level 12, by the way, is going to be able to do some serious damage in terms of reducing the map control.
With the double back here from Ivy. Straight away the jump onto the train. Mortimer Kisses as well. Ooh. Maybe hoping they could get more kills out of that, catching out the heroes retreating, but it's a big ultimate now wasted as Hustlers. Mirage even going to use his own ultimate in the Rolling Thunder, jump into the middle. But the boys are kind of split, so they won't get any value out of the Rolling Thunder, so both sides kind of expending some ultimates unnecessarily.
I don't necessarily hate the Mortimer's Kiss usage, just because it's the Treant Protector that they got, right? If they used it to kill the Riki, I'd be like, yeah, probably not all that worth it. But they needed to immediately look to try and take this tier 2 tower on the bottom side. No Treant Protector alive, plus no glyph means a dead tower. But they've just kind of been a little bit slow once again, and means that Pango is able to get in position to be able to stop that push from happening. And they were able to get away and they forced the Rolling Thunder out, but it's such a short cooldown that it's going to be up for the next time they're ready for this push. And again, all the while, look who's farming. Shad taking the top position again on this Lina.
It's a concern then. I don't know. We saw what Shad was able to do in the previous game, and the fact that he's still, even though he's had 2 deaths this game, top of the net worth and getting all he would desire in regards to farm and experience out of the map. Just, are you going to have the responses as the game goes on? Because we spoke about the Lina Leshrac matchup, and he's going to be ever so happy with that. And really, it seems like this the Skadi that we're waiting for, and Shad would be the Hurricane Pike beforehand, but once you get that Skadi, that is the ultimate spike.
Dire are scanning.
Ivy might be able to burn into him though, Shad. It's on the higher ground, smoke's not gonna pop. Let's see if they continue to trail in towards Radiant's own triangle, but not the case. They're gonna sweep into their own jungle instead. So more time for D2 Hustlers. It really feels like Ivy are on a ticking time bomb, right?
Possibly. I mean, Divine Llama having the Blink Daggers could be enormous for them, right? Only 400 gold away. Getting into that level 15 as well, so just a little bit of that extra health, you would assume, is what he's going to go for. I mean, Ricky's not really going to get that much stronger as the game goes along. Pango's hit big timings for himself, Blink Dagger, Aghanim Shard, and the Diffusal Blade. It's really just all about the Lina, right? So I just want to see Ivy put a little bit more priority onto getting some of that deep vision down in not so obvious spots so that you can find exactly where the Lina is, especially if you're able to make plays like they have previously and force out that BKB. I don't hate this, though. Taking the tier 1 tower top, again, they know that there's no glyph for the tier 2. They know Roshan's spawning in about 2 to 5 minutes, so why not? Why not put a little bit more pressure on the side of the map?
I was going to say, might be in some trouble. Pango is starting to charge up the Rolling Thunder, but they'll think twice about going for that attempt. Instead, Mobile will be able to catch up to Alex on the Ricky, so they're putting their own pressure onto the side lane. Shad's going to be able to force PO to be able to TP down to bottom, so just kind of dragging them across the map.
Yeah, it's a Ricky, and you have a look at where every single core was. Lina was bottom, Enigma was top, Pango was farming jungle underneath his own vision. So they're just going to look to continue to grow that net worth, even at the cost of a Ricky, who, again, doesn't really need items at this stage. He's going for a gem next just to be able to sweep across the map, make things even safer for Shad and the rest of the cores.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Now you've got that Blink Dagger on Divine Llama. You are nearly into the 4-staff and level 18 on Shad. He's looking a little bit scary, and they don't have the Aegis to be able to play around with either. Might be able to get this tier 2 tower bottom. He's going to need some more boys playing behind him, though. They're actually doing a great job playing on the front line.
Yeah, pops the smoke, and they're going to look to go in now. Mirage with the jump, Divine Llama threatening with the black hole. It's actually going to be Angel that holds him into position as Mobai getting put down low. Snowball to be able to reposition, blink away as well. And now Ivy going to look for the turnaround. With the Mortimer Kisses laid down, there will be no follow-up to hold them into place. So Ivy can reposition, but same too with D2 Hustlers. And in fact, back-to-back smokes here. How can they get the opening?
Centaur Conqueror just stomped Own Me out of spite. They're tired of just dying randomly in a lot of these team fights with all the AoE damage that they've got. I really wanted them to commit a lot more heavily onto this tier 2 tower. Like, you were able to get the BKB off on the Tusk, and once that's done with the intent to retreat, I don't think you're ever going to win a team fight. I would have felt much more confident if the Lesh just continued staying down bottom, use the Diabolic Edict, take the tier 2 tower, take control of the entire jungle, and then you just feel a little bit more confident to be able to make these plays, right? But instead, they just get nothing out of it, other than Tusk's BKB now being down to 6 seconds. You'll be happy, though, that he's going into that Aghanim Scepter. I know you love a Walrus kick.
You love a good Walrus kick. You'll be able to reposition the Lina, kick her out of the fight, or even into the middle where you're able to blow her up. But that's important for D2 Hustlers that they use 2 smokes and get nothing out of it just before Roche. I guess one thing that I was going to say, they had a really nice ward inside Ivy's jungle, but that's going to get dewarded, so we do have second Roche up in 5 seconds, and not having a smoke to potentially contest this could make it a bit difficult with the positioning on D2 Hustlers.
Yeah, Alex, he's roaming around a little bit. He's got that gem picked up for himself. Even having the Ogre Seal Totem, providing that little bit of extra mobility, sending out to him on the courier very shortly, as they know now Ice shards sent into the pit. Okay. He wants to make this kill happen, and PO, he's holding on to a lot of gold once again. Could go for the BKB, could go for the Scythe of Ice, but he needs to be joining the rest of the team when they know this big objective is ripe for the taking.
Last smoke. So are they actually just going to try and sneak Roche? We saw them do this in the past. Chad considering about running in, but they're going to go for the wraparound. Ivy's in an okay position. Cupid Mobile, you'd hate for the tusk with the first one caught out. They've got the ward on the high ground to scout him. Now with the Rolling Thunder follow up as well with a Cookie. Trying to help with the reposition, the Force Staff as well, and Ivy have done such an incredible job once again to get out of harm's way of this Rolling Thunder, and now this is an opening for them, so they're going to look for a smoke and see what they can get. They might be fast enough to catch D2 Hustlers out on their own triangle.
And Lesh has spent this entire time farming as well, so he's just continuing to build up his own net worth. He's overtaken Chad once again, and this is sort of the vision that I was talking about. They don't have anything up right
actually
now.
Jumped up, so instant Mobile. Walrus punch to chain controls there along with the damage, but he got the axe shot off. Mirage protects himself. The swashbuckle's not enough to keep him alive as Ivy crack him. But meanwhile, Divine Llama, it's a black hole, but it's only onto the left track. It's not enough. They needed more out of it, and they won't find it. Canceling the BKB TPR. Divine Llama will go down, and now they're going to try and chase down Alex as well. Walrus to try and get him out of danger. Is it enough, Alex? Looks like he'll live, but Ivy, an opening now for them to consider about taking Roche.
Yeah, very, very happy they must be with being able to secure this one. Should be a free Aghanim shot. You would assume the Snapfire. The Hoodwink would be a pretty value pickup here. But, yeah, little plays as well by Hustlers. Alex ended up passing the gem off to his courier as he was looking like potentially falling down, but this is the big thing. I think Ivy have already learned from game 1 to game 2. They look like in a much more commanding position, not just in terms of how they've been able to navigate this first 30 minutes, but also their potential to close this one out just feels so much stronger with this Visageless Rack draft. Now it's just a question of what do they want to do next. Again, they've got this Boots of Travel to be able to play around, so with the Aghanim's, the Aegis, PO feels confident enough to be able to farm away from the rest of his team, and they could just look to roam as a unit of 4, with the Aghanim Scepter being finished up on the Tusk. Just look to play as a ball, get into that BKB, get that level 20 on the Lesh, and to try and close out this game. Oh, that'll help.
That will indeed. Not that for too long, only 30 seconds, but gets a kill onto the support, who's kind of really that side lane defender. So we'll be able to get some of their waves in a better position. Divine Llama? They're starting to cut through the jungle. They might be able to intercept the Enigma. Vincento's even going to try and use the Mortimer Kisses as well, potentially forcing out a BKB from the Enigma, but the Hex is there. Mobi's able to jump in. Beautifully done. Ooh, I was going to say, almost blocked him inside the shards, but Mirage was still playing with the blink.
Nice micro coming through as well from getting the Eidolons to push out the wave. Just little things, like he might end up falling down, but Divine Llama is never... His impact is always relevant, you know? So that's going to prevent them from being able to easily take this tier 2 tower on the bottom side. By the time Divine Llama's respawned, he's going to have that Blink BKB Guardian Greaves all available. So... All isn't lost. He's going to try and potentially push down this middle lane, but again, the power of a Tree and Protected just throws the living armor.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Can they finally take a tier 2 tower? That's the question.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It just takes them so long to finally get this lane pushed in where they can even contest it, and by the time they've done that, you take a look at the other side lane. Top shoved back into their tier 3, so Pierre has to go back to try and defend this. But Alex doing, Ricky's freed up the map so he can start to try and look to D-Ward. So very similar to last game, what we saw D2 Hustlers just looking to try and play the macro game, stall out this Aegis.
They got to commit onto this tower on bottom. Surely they commit. They've got a creep wave. It's super low. They use the glyph. Just play behind the Visage, I think, is the name of the game for them right now. Maybe wait for the next creep wave, but I don't want to see this tower get healed up once again. Angel's been doing a great job so far of making sure to make that his top priority. Like that's the call. Push out the lane super quickly.
Radiant's bottom
Creeps.
tower
Well, the
is
creeps
under
won't take it up, but Tusk's tanky enough. There we go. Tier 2 tower gone.
has fallen.
Outpost gone. Tier 2 mid should be gone pretty soon, considering you've still got 2 minutes left on that Aegis. Shrek building into his BKB. I mean, I don't think you need the BKB to take a tier 2 tower. I think potentially going high ground, that's what you really want to be saving that for, but you're not going to go high ground unless you
Dire's
breach those
top
outer
tower
towers.
is under attack.
Top lane continuing to be a really big issue. Would you like to see support play here? I guess
don't think they
Pierre with
need
bridge.
to. I mean, he's got the boost of travel, but do you really care? Like, I don't think they're in a position to be able to take this just yet. Like, Lina doesn't have anything to be able to escape, right? No Shadow Blade, no Blink Dagger. So if like Tusk TP's back, you can just Walrus punch her before she gets out. I think you just need to be playing aggressive.
You can go now. You cleared 2 waves. Bit of an opening. You're not going to have to worry about that top wave for a little bit of time. So got that Aegis to work with. Do you see D2 Hustlers though? Around their own triangle. Ivy will look for the wraparound. They got a double damage run as well if they want to look to pick that up before the fight. But Mobai, well, he wants to jump in without it. An easy kill onto Lalix. Divine Llama's going to look to enter with a threat of the BKB, but they'll actually just kick him out instead. So they'll look to reset. Angel caught on the low ground. An easy kill for them to find as well as Ivy takes 0 casualties. And now with this, they can look to occupy the map as Ward instantly drop down in the triangle. And this will give them the control they need to be able to bring down this tier 2 tower.
I wonder if they do even consider going up onto this high ground. Only 25 seconds left. You got the BKB coming out right now for the Lesh, so there shouldn't be any period where he feels super vulnerable. Best case scenario is if they were to pop the glyph, but they're going to hold off, realizing how important it is to be able to have that double glyph on the high ground, especially with how low the Aegis timer is. Shad, still the same objective for him. Get into the Skadi. Be able to just stand and right-click and be able to survive through the Tusk burst when he gets onto you. Mobe has been playing a fantastic game so far.
It's really the Mirage show in game 1 on his Batrider, and we saw ever since the start of this game too, Mobai wanted to kind of have his own little MVP performance as Pio will run into the Enigma. BKB still on cooldown for Divine Llama, so Pio is just going to look to target him down with all the magic damage. And Overgrowth into the Force Staff actually keeps Divine Llama alive, but the supports Angel will be chased down. They could still turn it around though, with Shad's right-click damage will rip apart the Leshrac, and now they want more as well. A buyback coming out of Angel, but Mirage, he's in 2 minds of whether to stick around. It's going to be Shad that actually looks to run on forward. Cookie will be able to reposition the Visage. They want Alex to get that sleeping dart out, and they will be able to find it from downtown. Setting up for Shad's stun, and an easy chase down for D2 Hustlers to find. It's finally they'll be able to take a successful skirmish.
Looking pretty decent for them. I mean, they get the kill onto the Leshrac, of course. Going to be value every single time, but the lanes aren't really in a position for them to get too much from it. They'll get the tier 1 tower, and that is going to enable a few more smoke attempts for them. Actually, Mobai have something to say about that, but I think even him, with how well he's been playing so far, isn't going to be enough to dissuade this. He really wants that level 20 for himself, just for being able to spam out his abilities a little bit more frequently.
I'm going to go for more here on D2 Hustlers. So with the cooldowns being there from Ivy, so D2 Tower should go down for free. There will be no contest, it looks like. Alex might be able to find one of the members behind. Could be cautious with the positioning, but I also think twice about that. So there we go. 2 towers from D2 Hustlers. Now they can look to shove out the side lanes and get them in a good position before Ivy have all their 5 members back alive.
It just feels like not a repeat of the last game. I think Ivy have stayed in this one for so much longer, but you've gotten to the stage where Lina, not unkillable, but getting close to it. You know, the Skadi nearly finishing up the level 25, going into the Gleipnir as well, so just an extra layer of control. It just puts so much pressure onto you, right, to make your BKB usage perfect every single time, and well, if it's not, it's going to just be lower and lower duration. Down to 8 seconds on PO, so not too bad, but Tusk already all the way down at 6.
What do you think the call is then in the team fights for Ivy? Is it really just on Mobai to jump in and kick away the Lina and then take the fight in a couple of seconds, get a kill, and then reset when Lina kind of puts herself back in a position where she can get that damage out?
With all, like, if D2 Hustlers don't make any mistakes, then I think that is the name of the game. Just because Alex has been caught out a few times, you know, prior to team fights even beginning, and I think he's actually such a key component, forcing out that BKB on the Tusk, right? Because the Ice Shards is still going to be an issue, and the Snowball, the Walrus Punch, if you can get that smoke screen off, then suddenly a huge part of Tusk's utility is gone. You know, force out that early BKB usage if you can. Playing their own game though. Sweeping across the map with the gem on the Tusk. Level 20, so extra Walrus Punch crit. Even going into the Heaven's Halberd, which I really like. You know, you use the Blink Dagger onto the Lina, use the Walrus Punch before she's able to pop a BKB, just halberd her, so that even if she does use it, it's wasted. You're just going to be standing around doing nothing, and then it's just a case of following her. She'll need to essentially TP away to be able to get anything done.
Yeah, even Vincento went for his own halberd as well, so that was the itemization that he was going for in the previous game on the Abaddon, to look to try and address the Lina, so I'm going to go back into that. So you can clearly see in their itemization, they're heavily trying to mitigate Shad's impact.
Yeah. Not sure how much luck Vincento is going to have with being able to get into halberd usage range against Alina. I feel like if he does, he's getting black holed or he's getting smoke screened or something. But, well,
which
again, it feels to me like it's still all on Mobi for Ivy, and I don't even know who would be the most important player on D2 Hustlers right now. Maybe an Angel.
Feels like there's a lot. It really feels like there's a lot here, right? There's still this looming threat of just this black hole from the Lama. We haven't seen the greatest usages out of his big ultimate so far this game, but like you said, like Angel can have a lot of impact as well in regards to in regards to the Overgrowth, even the potential Rolling Thunder from Mirage if he can get in. Shad's position, maybe with the damage, it really just feels like for them, like there's a lot of people that can be that X factor in the fights.
Yeah, I mean, you can't just throw yourself at each other anymore, especially around this, is this third Roche that's about to come up?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's such a key component to any sort of success coming through. Ooh, okay, they're going even more stuff to try and force these BKBs at inopportune times. The Nihilism being picked up next by PO, just about 1,500 gold away from the Leshrac Ags. And, I mean, that just means that Lina's not going to be able to right-click. So you've got that, 2 halberds, BKB piercing disables in the Walrus Punch and the Walrus Kick. Like, Lina's life is not easy, and that's a big reason as to why Ivy is still, you know, I'll say in this game, because Dota Plus says 50-50, essentially.
What would you put it at?
Honestly, I would say about the same. I think it's going to come down to mechanical skill at this stage. You know, both teams feel like they're capable of full-on team wipes pretty damn easily. It just depends on how you're going to enable this Lina. You know, it's on the back of forcing out BKBs through maybe a Rolling Thunder and then having an Overgrowth as a response to it. Or if you're able to get in a nice early BKB from the Lina by, you know, a Tusk blinking in or something along those lines, then you can reset and then reinitiate after the fact and then look to take her down. So it's all about
a lot of that. And a lot of that comes down to the vision. And both sides having the gem at the moment, so helping out a lot with their warding, Radiant in their own right, have the kind of Eidolons to scout out, the Riki to scout out, but Dire, you can kind of use the Acorn shot.
Alright, cards on the table, Aries. If you had to pick a winner at this stage, who is it?
Hang on, Divine Llama. Yes, the Arcane Rune's juicy. I guess they both set up for a double black hole, and our Shad's here to get all the damage in they would require for the follow-up. Snowball, it's not going to be enough to keep alive as Angel's got the jump in as well, but the Overgrowth holding the Visage into place. It was an instant buyback out of Vincento, but they don't have the Tusk to rejoin as well, and Roche is up in 10 seconds. So this is a big opening now for Radiant.
That's right, Aries. It is D2 Hustlers with the slight edge at this stage. Definitely going to take this one from before that team fight happened. What a great black hole coming through from Divine Llama and setting up right in front of this Roche pit. I mean, I understand wanting to buy time for the Leshrac getting into this, but I really feel like he was banking on having this Aegis to be able to play around with, right? Because you're going to need to drop something to make this Aghanim Scepter a factor, and you just can't fight without the Tusk. He's such a big portion of your damage right now.
And they're not going to be fighting with the Monomer Kisses now as well. They used it to try and
He's gonna
scout
go
out
for this.
Roche.
He's got item slots freed up.
Considering it, a little bit too late for the jump. Shad, what do they get? Aegis, Aghanim Scepter.
They got everything.
And they got everything. And now, actually, Alex on the high ground. Ivy was still sticking around. They've got Tusk up in a couple of seconds as well. They're going to be cautious, D2 Hustlers. Don't have all your abilities to take this team fight, so Mirage is going to be able to escape under the cover of the Rolling Thunder. It will expire shortly. Swashbuckle gets him some distance away. Pio actually going to look to try and TP to the Familiars to close the distance, but he will not be fast enough. So D2 Hustlers will get out, just sacrificing the Ricky's life, but of course they get all the components of that third Roshan.
Trying to think if Pio would be better off getting this Aghanim Scepter or something like an Overwhelming Blink, you know, just for the little bit of that extra survivability, that way
Got out to my llama. That's a big kill. They're going to start to TP into hope to protect the Enigma. Black Hole's at the ready. They're doing a great job to hold him into place. The BKB is now being wasted, so the Hex is there to counter his life. But meanwhile, Shad, well, he's getting the damage in from the southern side. No response. Mobile will try and kick him away. Maybe Snowboarder buy enough time to get the blink out, but there's the sleeping dart to stop the escape as D2 Hustlers will catch up to the Tusk, and they're already looking for more as well. Mirage trying to close the distance onto Cube.
They know, though.
Wink should be okay.
Yeah, they'll back off entirely.
Hang on, they're going back in though on Ivy. Inside the river, Omi and Vincento find the kill into the Dream Protector, but now it means that the Visage is in a compromised position, so Shad can easily get the damage out as Ivy. Well, I don't know if that's worth it. I don't know if the kill into the Dream Protector is worth it at all.
It is definitely not worth it. I mean, that was optimistic at best. I mean, they entered optimistically and they left Misty optically, but it just feels like it's going to give D2 Hustlers so many chances to be able to now push in onto this high ground. You've got double damage on the Lina as well, level 27. Gleipnir backpacked, so just the damage output that's capable from them is insane.
We saw how much emphasis they were putting on to try and shut down the threat of the BKB Black Hole, but all that time was spent not addressing the Lina. So Lina just doing Lina things, machine gun from downtown, and I mean, we're seeing what happens with this hero when you're able to freely right-click.
With the double damage. And I'm sure he's making sure to tip him saying, why are you clearing out my creeps, bro? Now I'm going to lose my fiery soul stacks. So just looking to do the most work that he can in the meantime, and oh, there we go. Divine Llama even doing his best to, I'm assuming, pull this closer to Shad, but looks like he'll be happy enough just to take the neutrals.
And happy enough to get that full set of barracks. And still playing, of course, with that Roshan advantage as well. So even though Ivy about to respawn, Hustlers with everything they would need to take a successful team fight, and maybe this will be the last smoke to end this game. They're going to move into by Llama. BKB, no hesitation onto the left track. Just take him out of the equation. And now Shad will cut away another member as well as Alina. There's no response. In she goes. The damage is too much for them to handle. Snapfire sent to the grave. And meanwhile with the backline, Mobile has been able to address Barrage, but they'll turn it back around. And LSA onto 2 underneath the T4 towers. A dieback for Pio. How do they deal with Shad? And it won't matter. They led it through the first phase once again, and you need to respect Shad's leaners. Once again, D2 Hustlers will be victorious, and in the end, taking the series in 2-0 fashion.
It's another one of those instances where you reach that timing with the Skadi, and the win probability just spikes up in favor of the D2 Hustlers. It was really nice pickup for them. Let through the draft, surprisingly enough, 2 times in a row when it was, I think, their most or second most banned throughout the tournaments prior to this. And I mean, they just got punished twice in a row. That time it felt a lot better in terms of their actual draft response to it, but just ban it. It's getting nerfed in a week, 3 weeks tops. Just ban it, honestly. I think this hero just doesn't need to get slipped through.
Yeah, and even if it's slipped through in the first phase and they try and draft against it and itemize against it and play differently against it, it doesn't seem like it matters too much. I mean, in the end, D2 Hustlers are just so comfortable with being able to play around the Lina. So a very, very convincing series victory in the end for them. We will be able to bring the boys back. Of course, Fluke and Nobad coming back to join us. Oh, that's a scary man.
That's a 1,000-yard stare right there. He's like, I'm getting them, boys. I'm getting them. I mean, that's the thing, right? Alina backed up by a Treant Protector as well. Both allowed in the first phase is... oh, hi, man.
Hello.
How you doing?
Hey,
You summoned us. You're surprised to see us here when we're summoned? That's yeah, that was a face of a man who's just played back-to-back Lena games. That's what I'm seeing right there. My goodness, no mercy at all being shown from Shad, and no mercy being shown from D2 Hustlers as they cement themselves with a clean 2-0. I mean, actually, maybe we can't really call it clean because Ivy did have some good moments in this game, right, Fluke?
yeah, I think the big thing to take away from this series is Ivy has really strong lanes. I think they have some very good laners, and they understand that a lot of this early game for them can be a big strong point for them. I think the biggest issue is a lot of their mid game kind of decision making. They have been pulled apart 2 games in a row here. I think from D2 Hustlers. Do obviously the glaring factor of the Lina be one of the issues that I think Ivy kind of ran into, but there still has been some times where we see that they get kind of outmaneuvered a little bit. They get caught on some creep waves. They kind of miss out a little bit in their positioning. You know, there was a really big turning point where there was that massive 2-man black hole that came in from the Vailama, and that's when it really kind of solidified for me that D2 Hustlers was going to win that game number 2. There was, you know, a whole lot of these other factors that were starting to build up on top of them, but that little bit of, you know, misstep between both those 2 players really kind of meant that Ivy got blown to pieces. I think they're looking better than I think what I've put them on my kind of power rankings. They still do have a few things they need to kind of shore up, but their laning phase to me looks really, really strong.
Yeah, it does, and you know, like as we mentioned, there's 3 of these hero players have been playing together for quite a long time now. And also beyond that as well, they just know each other very well. Been playing in like the ESL German leagues as well, so very familiar with each other. That does come across in how they play, right? And I think that's why they have such an identity, Team Ivy, is that they do just kind of know each other very well. They have played a lot of events and things together, so yeah, good experience for them playing up against Div 2 Hustlers here, and even if they do end up losing, I think they showed some great stuff here. Specifically, the Snapfires were pretty good. Mobe on this Tusk, this part here was pretty fun as well, staying alive way too long. Shame about his Leshrac, because it can't be said the same, but he had some great moments here on this Tusk, and yeah, overall, I'm excited to see Ivy play against some of the kind of middle ground teams in this Div 2, because I don't really know where they're going to stand now. I was with you guys. I thought they might be kind of low, heading towards the lower end, but yeah, I don't know. Have your expectations of them changed, Anna?
Yeah, I think it has. And what really encourages me is you saw the growth, even between games 1 and 2, right? They might have let the Lena through. I feel like they're not going to for the rest of this entire tournament. But yeah, it was just a case of they protected the power runes. They had responses to the Lena. They were a little bit more aggressive with their tower taking. Still not quite as aggressive as I would have liked, especially considering the draft that they had. I think that tier 2 bot lasted way too long, especially when they were consistently in positions to be able to take it. But you saw that the adaptation was there, and hopefully next time that they don't have first pick, Lena's just an automatic ban along with the Broodmother, because for me, that feels like their kryptonite right now.
Yeah, definitely stop them in their tracks this game, that's for sure. But let's talk a little bit more about D2 Hustlers, because great performance from them. You know, has to be said, Shad, like, yeah, it was back-to-back Lena games, but it was clean, and this one wasn't as easy. You know, he was pressured. He did come back into the game, though. He did find his timings, and I think especially that Eye of Skadi timing, I think I mentioned in the break that once you get to this Skadi on Lena, especially versus heroes like Leshrac and Visage and that kind of thing, it suddenly becomes so hard to play into, and Hustlers knew that. The moment they hit that timing, like, it literally felt like the game turned on its head. Do you feel like there's like anything to improve upon for this game for them, Aries?
I don't. I was very impressed with overall their performance. I'd probably have to take a look back to answer that a little bit better, but no, I think they played incredibly well. Like Fluke was saying, maybe it was just that the lanes is something that they could look to flip on its head a little bit. It's another game where they didn't put as much emphasis on trying to secure the power runes, but obviously they really want to try and secure their side lanes. So no, I was really impressed with D2 Hustlers. I wasn't kind of quite sure on how they would come into this season, but like Denog was saying, with some inside information, that they're looking like a team to be feared.
Yes, they definitely are. They definitely are, as Hillary did tell us about. But yeah, it's looking great, and I think they've definitely got their sights set on Division 1. But we'll see how things kind of develop from there. But from this game, Fluke, can you give me an MVP who you think outperformed the most on D2 Hustlers?
I think from game number 1, a lot of people would say Mirage with the way that he played, but I think to me, I feel like it has to be Shad, right? Like it feels like that
We got to give
kind
him
of
one MVP out of these 2 games,
yeah.
right?
I think it's like the kind of way that he played in both these 2 games. He was the win condition. Obviously, he got given the most broken hero of the patch, but him just kind of coming in and understanding his role in the game to be like, okay, I need to make sure that I'm constantly hitting creeps, not coming to these team fights, not getting myself caught out, taking very, very safe farm so I can hit this critical timing and then become the monster on the map that I need to be. The game number 2, as you guys were saying, it was a little bit harder for him. It wasn't, as straightforward. He died a couple more times than what he did in game number 1, but still, once again, he understood where he needed to be, what fights he should come to, how to get this farm going, his critical timings, and then, I think this is kind of just goes to show that he's a very, very good carry player, has always been a very, very good carry player, and just kind of shows why this hero is extremely broken.
Yep, definitely. Certainly not out of practice on the Lina at all. Able to just turn up in both these games and sail through to a smooth 2-0. And yeah, Shad being
the Chad.
Shad the Chad being very concrete
Had to come out
as
once.
well. Yeah, it has to. You get one per every series they play. Someone's allowed to say it once, and then we put it down.
I gotta get in early next time, just to make sure that I'm the one.
You're the one that gets to say it.
Exactly. I think he just played an exceptional game, and I think the thing that I most like about it, we saw on the MVP screen, it was like 82% kill participation, but across the entire D2 Hustlers, I think they only had 8 kills up until like 18 minutes, and then after that, all hell broke loose, right? Because again, they understood the timings that they had to play around. They got the shard on the Ricky that enabled them to get a few more of those kills. You got a few of those early items, the Boots of Travel, the BKB on the Lina, and then they were like, we're ready. They didn't have needless aggression. They just said, right, Lina's going to carry this game. We got to let her get her farm, get a few kills, open up the map, get more farm, get to critical mass, and then it's over.
Yeah, no, exactly. It was very calm as well, and I felt like Ivy, they obviously did very well very early on. They played the map pretty nicely, put a lot of pressure on, but again, like D2 Hustlers, they never panicked. They never made that panic smoke where they're like, oh god, we need to win this game. Let's 5-man smoke with Black Hole and try and make something happen. Like, no, they were kind of just chill, drip feeding Ivy the kills they needed to make them feel like they were still kind of in control of the game. But Ivy never did any permanent damage to D2 Hustlers. They never made any super significant kind of turnaround or game securing plays in the time they were ahead. And it just super calm, super kind of Div 1 feeling, I might even say, from D2 Hustlers in how they were kind of just giving Ivy enough rope, and then just kind of, we confident in our timings. They knew their timings. They weren't about to throw the game trying to do something drastic when they didn't need to. They were very, very confident that once they hit that moment with the Enigma and with the Lina in the late game, that they were going to be in control. And as you say, just super confident, super calm. A very nice, secure 2-0 win for D2 Hustlers, even though Ivy did show themselves. And that's the thing, right? I think there's even more praise worthy for D2 Hustlers because Ivy put up such a good fight in this series, right, Fluke?
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the reason why that D2 Hustlers is a pick for Danog to go in towards Div 1. My question for D2 Hustlers moving forward is, what do they look like when they don't have Lina? Obviously, game number 1, they got kind of beaten in the lanes pretty hard, so who knows? Maybe if they can't fall back on the Lina, they might look a little different.
I mean, they've only, leading into that series, out of the past month, they've only played it twice. So the fact that they've got it 2 times in the one series is like a luxury for them, So I think they were just licking their lips. We saw in game number 2 when they had the pick priority, they chose having first pick, feeling like, look, if they're going to let us have it once, maybe they'll do it again. And they did just that. So I think it's just one of these instances where maybe they got a bit lucky with Ivy overestimating their capability to be able to deal with Alina, and Shad just played a great game. I have a question actually for all of you guys.
Oh,
okay.
We're talking about them potentially being Div 1 already. Who in Div 1 do you think they could beat playing at this level right now?
Wowee. I'd say it's a bit too early to tell.
Oh, come on.
I'm gonna wave a little
I'm gonna
red
say
white
no one.
flag
I'm
and-
gonna say no one straight away. I don't know. No, they're not at that level yet.
Guys, it's literally one series into Division 2. We're like, yep, alright, D2 Hustlers, they're in Division 1. They're going to be able to
TI
take some big
champs,
scalps.
let's
TI
go.
champs. I mean, I think from what we've seen, like, maybe they might be able to put a bit of, you know, damage on Nigma Galaxy, but I think if Nigma Galaxy figure out some of their issues, maybe
Rip
some
your
of their hero
inbox.
pool issues.
Yeah, that's a
they should
risky
be
one
fine.
to shoot at.
It is what it is.
Wow,
He's taking the bait. Let's go.
Xenon shoved fully
Not here to make
firmly
friends,
under the
alright?
bus there. But yeah, no, in that last game as well, I was also kind of worried about this support duo of Alex and Angel being like Ricky Treant. You know, it is something we've seen before for sure, but like it just feels so kind of scary to not have, out of your like 3, 4, and 5, a hero that really wants to kind of just go in and brawl. And I thought that was gonna, and I think that is what slowed them down a little bit, but at the same time, it's also what allowed them to kind of see the late game, because Treant Protector is just so good at kind of controlling up these fights, controlling up the map, healing up towers, just buying your team like that bit of time they need. And the Ricky can also do that to a degree. Admittedly, he died a little bit more than I would have liked this game. 9 deaths, I think, is a lot, even for a Ricky. But, you know, he still did his job in putting Hero to sleep, slowing things down, you know, trying to set up for the cheeky little side kills, which they managed to get.
Playing in front of Lena as well.
Yeah,
When she was farming.
I think that's the impressive thing from Game 1 and Game 2, though, for D2 Hustlers. Like, they recognized their role and what they needed to do, just stall the game out, because we saw Ivy in both those games had the lead early on, and we're looking to try and take the map control, but again, D2 Hustlers just playing the side lanes and stalling the game. Like you said, that's what the supports could do, and in Game 1, it was kind of the chords with the boots of travel. So they recognized their role and how to play that game, and it can be very difficult to be able to execute that, and I think that's really the big reason of why Shad was able to find so much farm. So it's just a question of like, can you continue to replicate that when there's a draft that actually has heroes that are much easier to get pickoffs, which was the case in this game for Ivy. We saw it took them a little bit longer for D2 Hustlers to get control of this game, and I think a big reason was because of kind of the heroes that they were playing with this time on Ivy, you know, the Tusk and the Hoodwink, and with Mobai having a really good game.
Yeah, and I also think it's really hard to play Leshrac when you don't have that kind of saving support, that extra kind of bit of steroid you need. We saw it last game where they had the Abaddon, and then Pio was able to turn up to these early mid fights and kind of dominate for a bit, but then once Alina came online, he couldn't do that anymore. This game, he didn't even have Abaddon. You know, his support duo was a Snapfire and a Hoodwink, which unfortunately aren't really able to offer you very much as a Leshrac, so it kind of makes you play a much scarier game, and he did end up going 5 and 6, which was the most deaths on his team, unfortunately, so a rough one for Pio, but certainly not a rough one for Shad, who is our MVP, and will also be joining us for an interview, I believe, so hopefully we can get him on the line, see how he's doing. There he is, as a man himself. Shad, how did you enjoy playing Lena twice in a row?
Yeah, I want to play Lina every game, actually, in DPC.
Do you think people are going to keep giving it to you after that?
I hope so. Like, please give me Lina. Keep banning SF or whatever they banned.
The call outs, man. I mean, I don't know. It kind of felt like Ivy had a plan. Can you see what that plan is and kind of tell us why it didn't work, or do you not really know?
I mean, I guess they thought they had like the answer to Lina with their less Shrek strategy or something, but I think it's kind of stubborn of them to try it in game 2 as well, because they like saw that it didn't work in game 1. So yeah, I'm not really sure.
I see. Right. Well, didn't work out for sure, but certainly looking good for you guys. In general, how's the team feeling? You know, what's the vibe like in the team? Have you been practicing a lot?
We've been practicing like the entire month, basically, of January. The vibe is like very nice. Like, I think everybody's having fun playing with each other. Last weeks we're losing a bit more than usual, but I think it's still fine. Like, everyone's still positive. We're all like looking forward to just playing DPC, to be honest.
That's good. Nice to have that mentality in the team. And can you tell me a little bit more about these kind of newer players, especially Mirage as well, because I don't know much about him, but I did see that you guys were kind of tipping each other throughout the game as well, you know, a bit of a bromance going on there. So what's he like as a player?
Yeah, Mirage is like, I think he's never been like in a real team before. He's like kind of a pop star. I think he's a very good player, like mechanically. Like, the things he does in game is just like really, really good. And yeah, I don't know, I started like just tipping my teammates when they do well, you know, when we're like having fun on Discord or whatever. It's just, yeah.
How lovely. How
Positive
nice.
tips.
Oh, okay, sorry. I just on that point. Nomad, you and I were having a chat with Celery earlier, and he mentioned that one of his strategies that he just tips random people during the game just to try and take attention away or make them tilt maybe a little bit. You played with Celery for Game and Gladiators a little bit for the Bet Boom Christmas show, I think. Was that? Did you learn anything from that experience that you've brought to this team?
I mean, I learned a lot, like for myself, I would say, from that experience. Like, I mean, they're like a super good team, right? Like, I'm just playing with very like good and experienced players, and yeah, it's mainly for myself. I wouldn't say like I learned something to like implement in my own team.
I've got a question in regards to like the team as a whole here, Shad. You said that the vibes are feeling good. You guys have been, practicing a whole lot. Where do you feel like you guys sit in the power rankings between all the other teams in Division 2?
So I think Div 2 is actually like the most stacked it's been in Europe, like in ever, like forever actually. I would say we can win against like everyone. We're probably like somewhat favorites to just win Div 2, but we can also probably like lose against everyone, to be honest. Like it depends like how we play. Like Div 2 is very stacked this year, or like this season. So yeah.
All right, could win against anyone, could lose against anyone. That's how it is.
Yeah.
Aries, have you got a question?
Yeah, what was your time like after you kind of took a break from Dota after Tour 1 last year? Was there anything that you were doing in particular while you were on that bit of a break?
I mean, actually, I was hospitalized. I was like sick. Like I was kind of forced to take a break. So, yeah. I don't really want to go in like too much detail, but I was just sick, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, hopefully you're feeling better. It's obviously showing in the gameplay as well with how you're performing right now. How was the experience like? I know Daniel kind of just mentioned a little bit before with you playing with Gladiators, but how is it like to play with Celery again, though? Because, of course, previous teammates with Vikings. Was it nice to play on like a competitive stage again with him?
Yeah, like I was like so looking forward to playing with them. Actually, it was like really nice experience for me just playing like against Team Spirit in the BO5 Grand Finals. With Celery, like playing with Celery is like the same. Like I think me and him, we both like didn't really change. It just felt like natural, and like all of the other boys in gaming are like super nice and like just comfortable to play with. To be honest, it's just like it was like a really chill and nice experience. Would stand in again,
Yeah, Gavin, if you're looking for a stand-in again, then yeah, I'm sure they know where to turn. Absolutely. Well, great performance here versus Ivy. Last thing I want to ask you before we depart is, would you have any advice for Ivy? If you had like one thing to say now that you've got them out of the way, you've played against them, would you give them any tips? What would you say?
Oh, I'm not sure they will appreciate me like giving them tips, to be honest, after I beat them, but. Just try not to rely on the same strategy like twice when it doesn't work like the first time already, I guess. Like that's something
Bad Lena,
yeah,
maybe?
like teams go wrong with, I think, a lot.
Interesting. Cool. Great insight. Thank you very much, Shad. Thanks for going to talk to us, and best of luck in the rest of your Division 2 journey. Glad to have you back.
Thank you.
Well. A big win and big smiles coming out from Shad as well. Seeming like a man who's just radiating positivity at the moment. And that's cool as well when you've taken a big break to come back with such a positive attitude. Clearly just ready to get back on it and start climbing those ranks again.
Yeah, I think the big thing that I got out of the interview was like he feels like very hungry to compete again. I think like when we asked him about playing with Celery again, like it seems like he really wants to try and get towards the upper echelons of Dota once again and really kind of be at the forefront, get into Division 1, maybe get on to a really high tier team and really start pushing towards the international again. It's always nice when you see players that you've seen in the past do really well. Now circumstances outside of their control, they come back and they play really well again, and all the best for Shad and the boys, I think.
Absolutely. Well, that's going to be our first series out of the way as Hustlers do take the victory 2-0 over Ivy, which means we're moving on to our next series. And that one's going to be Monospar versus Alliance is going to be the next one coming up. Good to see Alliance back on the scoreboard once again, see how they do. Danog and Aries, Danog maybe starting out. How are you expecting this one to go, and what are you expecting from the new Alliance team?
got a rep for my boy Ponlo for sure. So I think Alliance, they were one of my top 2 teams as well. I don't know if it's going to be them first or T2 Hustlers, but they're certainly going to be up there. Ponlo, Chuen, Arthur, of course, helping them out with the coaching, as well as, you know, a lot more of the Swedish stalwarts there to be able to help back them up. So I'm keen to see how they bring some sea flair into the European scene.
Definitely, definitely. Aries, any comments on that next series before we throw it to a break?
I'm just excited to see how Manastra is able to fare versus Alliance, because I'm in agreement. I think Alliance are going to probably be the team to make it out, but I put their component as the second team to make it out. So this will be a really nice test for them if they can compete versus probably what a lot of people are expecting to be the favorites in Alliance. So it's going to be exciting to see how they're able to match up.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to throw it over to a short break, after which we shall be back with Monospar versus Alliance. And we do now say goodbye to Dadog and Aries. Thank you so much for joining us and bringing some excellent cards into those games. And they'll be replaced by OD Pixel and Trent coming up for that next game. So look forward to that, and we'll see you very soon.
Task and TP. No, Task some run, guys. We don't know
Yeah.
what.
They're going or something.
They're going.
I'm
You can let me die, maybe.
Illusion run.
Oh, no. I'm
Mech.
can be here.
Are we?
We need to look at the last track though.
Look at Tusk.
Does time first?
I'm dead. I think it's
What?
fine if you survive though. Let's just dying.
They're all dying.
They're
Maybe
all
can you
dying.
get
They're all
two?
dying.
I can chase him. I can kill him one.
Yeah. We're doing some above you. We might try to stun.
I don't think
Yeah,
he's
Just
here
give,
probably.
maybe give up. Guys.
That's good.
I have slow
What the
into.
fuck?
I just click it so quickly.
It's like... good job.
Can you kill his guy?
Hello, friends and fans, and welcome back to the Western EU DPC Division 2. That's right, we're onto the second series of Division 2 as these teams are trying to find their way into Division 1, back into the upper echelons of the DPC. My name is Emma, joining me, we got Floke, we got OD Pixel, and we've got Trent. Guys, how's it going? Firstly, OD, you know, most people during the off-season, you know, they chill out, they grind some Dota. You did all that, and you made a song.
I did, yeah. I did. Just a tiny amount of time spent on the song. Most of it playing Dota, honestly. I've played so much recently. It has been fantastic. I'm, of course, very much anticipating the new patch, as I'm sure we all are, and I'm sure the players are as well. But at the same time, you know, it's been a good patch, so it's exciting to see sort of these final few moments. Hopefully final few moments. I don't know when the patch is coming. I hope it's soon. You know, these teams play through it. You know, we've just had a great Division 1. Incredibly action-packed right up until the end, right? Tiebreakers, insane. And now Div 2, I'm expecting some more fantastic stuff. And unlike the series that we just had, a little less leaner. You know, I don't want to see teams letting that through. I've had enough of that. It's a bit boring. None of that, thank you very much. So look, it's still for some final moments of innovation from these Div 2 teams in what's been quite a long patch.
Absolutely, and Trent, who have you got your eyes on in this Div 2 region?
Well, actually, luckily, it's one of the teams that we're watching here today, Manaspa. You know, they took the victory over Old G. I think a lot of people were kind of excited for that to be happening in the qualifiers. Like, they're being watched by everyone, obviously, and it was like, oh, they're back! Oh, so exciting! And they just shut that down real fast. So, just carrying on from that close qualifier performance, I'm really intrigued to see how they're going to do for this season.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, these guys kind of always hold a soft spot in probably all three of our hearts, right? Like, kind of starting out your Dota journey. You're always
just three of us, apparently.
Well, I mean, you know, Fluke hasn't, you know, done the casting grind in Western EU, right? He's over in Oz and doing like SEA and stuff. But like, you know, I always remember those Greek stacks. I always remember those guys in every single kind of like qualifier and every single event. They're always there. So, and I always want them to do well. So Monospar, you know, they are like the three Greeks plus Nande and Wish, who are both Georgian, I believe. So yeah, we'll see how they do. But the odds here are not really favoring them. And I think it's fair to say Alliance, they've got a lot of potential, Fluke.
Yeah, I think they definitely have, especially now with, you know, S4 coming back home to Roost at Alliance, seeing if you can kind of drag these boys back in towards Division 1. They've got a lot of potential on this roster, and I think it's all about how all five of these pieces work together. I think individually, every single one of these players, like, I don't think anybody is really going to scoff at any of these players as they come onto your team, but it's all about how they work together as a crew. I think in this Division 2, Shad said it in the interview, it is a pretty stacked kind of Division 2, so I'm excited to see if Alliance are going to be, you know, kind of head and shoulders above everybody at the top here, or whether or not it's going to be like a tight contention between this kind of top 3, top 4 with, you know, Menespa in there. We've got D2 Hustlers that'll look pretty good here. Maybe some of these other teams might be able to fight towards that middle point. So I think this is going to be a very, very good test of both of these two teams to see who really is going to start to stand out on top of Division 2.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely kind of, I guess, like an adaptation of the old Goon Squad on Alliance now, with some like big names being brought in as the kind of extra players. And yeah, I'm super interested to see how it works out and how they're able to do. I mean, what's your expectations when it comes to like star players on this team, Owen? Because you know, we've got Charlie, Chun, S4, all well-known names.
No, absolutely. As you said, three of them from the old Goon Squad, and the two new additions, if it was like Chuan and Ponlo. For me, it's going to be see how kind of they gel together as a team. In terms of star players out of all of them, I think honestly, I still kind of look to sort of the Hansken, honestly. I think I was most impressed with him when they were kind of making the run with Goon Squad through the interviews that we had in the previous tour seasons. Very much seemed like Hansken. He was kind of like the mind behind the strats and coming up with the plans and kind of, you know, how to win. And they obviously had great success in the sense that, you know, this is a team that did sort of touch the top of Division 2 and sort of played that threshold between the top of Division 2 and the bottom of Division 1. You know, those three from Goon Squad have big potential. So, you know, without a doubt, on this Alliance squad, easily one of the favourites to make it through this Division 2. And I think, yeah, having Chuan, Ponlo, you know, two players that have had, you know, very extensive history, you know, playing in a lot of different teams, SEA teams, it's going to look good. It's going to look really good. And I think it's a team that, honestly, if they drop any games within any of the series, I think they'll be a little disappointed. I think this team should be making it through this division without dropping a single one.
Damn, high praise indeed, but I think you're right, you know. It's big names on this team, big organization, and we're expecting big things from them. Even, I do want to mention, though, you know, Trent, we got Hanskin and S4. They've kind of been playing hokey-cokey, you know, in and out of Alliance for a long time now. So, I don't know, do you think that has any kind of effect on those players?
I think it's probably a lot to do with like this whole, I guess, like culture that Alliance has. This idea of just like trying to build the family and support you and sort of always open to failures, it feels like. Like I think a lot of orgs, you would consider things happening like maybe getting dropped by the team or like a full restructuring, but Alliance has sort of shown that they're more willing to build back up like as much as possible and give teams a lot of time, and so that probably just goes towards their players as well. So maybe it's like partly Hanskin wants to come back and wants to go, or Alliance there's things that like, okay, like what do you need from us right now? Either way, I think that like you guys are saying in terms of how well they should perform here, I think for me, seeing them start out well would be very important because they're going to be in a well-supported boot camp environment. They're going to be spending a lot of time together. They've already shown, like on all the social media stuff, that they are spending this time together in boot camping quite a bit in that typical Alliance fashion. So if things start out poorly, that could have maybe a bit of a negative effect on the group because, like, obviously you're all going to be there. I think there's like some high expectations, and I think that this matchup is actually a pretty tough draw because you might think that because they're the qualifying team, they might be one of the weaker ones in here, but I don't actually feel that way about Manaspa. So this could end up being a bit rough for them if they perhaps drop a series early.
Yeah. I mean, Monospa, as I was saying, trying to like carry that momentum they got from the qualifiers as well, because they did pull off a big upset there, and now looking to do the same thing again. But like, what really happened in that series? You know, how were Monospa able to take the victory over LG? Owen?
I've got to bring it back up again. I remember it was a clean 2-0, right? They didn't drop a single game in that whether they knocked them out, right? Because it was the bottom bracket of the closed qualifiers, and looking at what they kind of rolled with, want to line up Centaur, Mirana, Undying, Morph, Tinker. They got a Tinker route. That's what you got to watch out for, actually, of course, from Manaspa. Don't let them get their Tinker. Because it's nasty. I think pretty much when they were Brame in the past, right, the majority of these players, Tinker was like kind of first phase ban every single time against them. So that was let through. That obviously caused the demise of OG in that game 1. Game 2, the mid play, he got the Zeus, which is also a classic from him. Honestly, you got to watch out for, I would say, indeed, Wish's mid sort of hero pool. I want to see him probably targeted the heaviest by Alliance in the draft, I think. You got to stop Wish getting his comfort heroes.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I mean, this guy's been around for such a long time, and we've seen him in like pub games, you know, kicking off like so often. And he loves these high damage heroes as well. You know, Zeus, Tinker, Leshrac. You know, these are the ones you got to be afraid of. And I think absolutely something which Alliance are going to come in with a plan for. But you know, Alliance are a team with a lot of organization behind them. They're a team with like a lot of structure behind them as well. How is that going to affect their journey here in Division 2, Fluke?
I think it could be a positive and a negative at the same time. Obviously, having such a big organization behind your back is a good foundation for a lot of these players to play up against. Obviously, the boot camp's going to be really good. You've got a lot of the extra support stuff outside of the game that a lot of these other teams won't have. You know, you might have an extra bit of a mental coach. You may have these, you know, kind of conflict resolutors for a lot of these teams. You might be able to have, you know, some strategy coaches, all that kind of extra stuff that Alliance is going to be able to bring, whereas some of these other organizations won't be able to bring it to you. But on the other side of it, that could give you a little bit more expectations from the organization and from everybody on the outside. Obviously, all of us here so far, even Dan Organaries, we're kind of agreeing with us the fact that coming into Division 2, we're expecting Alliance to do pretty well. As of late, Alliance as an organization hasn't done all too well when it comes to Dota 2. So maybe there might be a little bit too many expectations being put on these guys, but I really hope they start out nice and hot. They've got 5 extremely talented players. They've got a good division to be able to get it done, but this first draft is going to be all important for them.
Yeah, got to deal with the pressure, absolutely. And as you say, into the draft for this game number 1, so we'll see what's going to get picked up, what's going to get banned, and I think we all know what's on our mind after the last game. Who's going to ban the Lina? Is anyone going to ban the Lina? Please ban the Lina.
I'm gonna go with untouched. I'm gonna take the bold gamble here. Yeah, she'll just get completely ignored.
Yeah, that is statistically extremely unlikely.
Whatever do you mean? Are you suggesting that she's been picked or banned in 96.96% of games across the entire DPC Tour 1? Because that would be true.
Yep. Throw an extra percentage on for Western EU, yeah.
Yeah.
Monospa now, over the last month, they've played a lot of Leshrac, a lot of Undying, and a lot of Tusk. So Tusk being taken out, I probably would like to see them pick something that's a little bit more kind of vague and generic right now. I wouldn't hate to see something along the lines of maybe if they just want to open up with a Rubik. Yep, that's very, very good there. They can also try and couple that up with things like the Nature's Prophet. They haven't had too much success with the Nature's Prophet recently, and obviously not being able to seal too much is not the greatest. The Treant is still available as well, so picking the Rubik...
I've developed a Treant theory. I think Treant is like kind of busting on Dire side. The win rate supports it, but I mean everyone's win rate is higher on Dire, but he is an outlier when it comes to how much of a boost he gets on Dire. And if you just think about like playing Tree and defending tier 2s, the tier like Dire side is just so much nicer. Like he's such a good hero at defending that top tier 2 in the safe lane for Dire that I think he gets a nice big boost there. And I think that playing as 5 on Dire is also easier than playing it on the Radiant side in those trees.
Interesting. So you're saying the Treant is actually evil because he wants to work for the Dire, and Timbersault's actually
he's
right.
a secret agent.
Ah, right. I see. Well, there he goes. Doesn't take long for Alliance to pick him up.
Now, what's the combination that they would like to go for here? There's Pangolier that we've been seeing a decent amount of. The Bat Rider's still in the pool as well. Kind of saves your tree a little bit. Going up against the Rubik, you have to deal with the instant lift pre-BKB, but a lot of the time it's pretty straightforward for you to try and catch out a lot of these heroes. The Rubik can't help out all too much when it comes to the Flaming Lasso. Till he gets shard, obviously.
True.
Yeah. Bat definitely the outlier here when it comes to those highly contested heroes that are still looking around, but we are only into the second pick for Dire here, so still plenty of drafting to go. But yeah, I mean, I do kind of prefer it when teams kind of bring their own kind of flair to it, but then when the patch is so old, it becomes kind of less and less viable. And yeah, they're going to grab the Prophet. Okay, that's still a very popular hero at the moment. And there's a Bat Rider instantly grabbed.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. Like that feels like a really good bat pick, right? Like it's a bit of a classic, especially the ability to flex it around is definitely there between the mid and the off lane. And I mean, to be fair though, I think Nature's Prophet, like he's one of the few heroes that feels nice to flex on the 3 right now. I feel like between like 3 and 1, there's not many heroes obviously that can move from position 3 to position 1 anymore. We don't really see like the off lane Bloodseeker or many other heroes that have that capability. So it is definitely good to have in the drafting phase, but obviously if there's a hero that can counter him in multiple ways throughout the entire game, that's a pretty quick and very nice snap there from Anaspa. They seemed very ready for this to come out in the first phase.
Yeah, I also love that. I don't know if you caught it, but like when the Dawnbreaker was banned, Skylark just literally like his brow furrowed so much. It's literally like, what? We don't play that. We didn't want that.
It has been a hero that I've seen a little bit of these teams start to prioritize a little bit more. It's more so as a response to things like the Broodmother and a lot of these other kind of zoo heroes, just being able to come in with the Starbreaker. Obviously, you get a very, very early Desolator. You can become a very, very scary hero early on. So it's the only thing that I can think of right now for Alliance has been like, we don't want to deal with anything that's got a little bit of extra global presence. Trent talked about the flex with the Bat Rider as well. Same thing with the Dawnbreaker. You can flex that through a couple of these positions, and just having that global presence of you lasso somebody, you Solar Guardian on top of them, and then somebody just gets blown up.
Yeah, that's usually what does it. Man, and I'm kind of wondering as well, like, how this bat's going to sit for Monospar as well. As you said, it's a very good bat game, so I'm guessing that's probably their mid laner. Wish is really good on there, but it does remove a little bit of that, that Monospar flair we were kind of hoping for earlier, right? And like
it does, yeah. Because I kind of like when Monospar leave Wish's picked a bit later on, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Like you would imagine this is going to be Wish's bat, and of course Alliance they think that as well. They're targeting the offlane bans still. Obviously 11, his Beastmaster was still is pretty much his best hero, I think, from the offlane. That will come out pretty much every single time from him. So yeah, unless they're doing something crazy with the bat, I think yeah, you can expect to be Wish, which isn't a bad thing. I mean, Bat, fantastic hero at the moment, and it is a perfect hero for Wish to sort of just take control of the game with by the mid game if he has a good start to it all.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, maybe even a plan for Alliance as well, just leaving the bat in there, knowing that it's going to kind of, they are going to take it. It is going to be a good bat game, but at least they don't have to worry about, the fifth pick tinker. Theoretically, at least they don't have to worry about the fifth pick tinker or the something else nasty.
I mean, that could be the thing. It could be a big mind game from Monaspa where indeed they will do something crazy with the bat and still pick a fifth pick tinker. Like they've definitely done that before. They've done it before where they've picked a hero like, well, it's going to be the mid hero surely, and then suddenly it isn't, and it ends up working out great because suddenly he's been able to get this hero like a tinker in a game that's perfect for a tinker.
So, Trent, what are we thinking about these Alliance picks coming up now? Trenty.
Sorry, I've been sent to fix settings, but it's okay.
Okay.
Well, let's see. First phase of this. I mean, I always like the grabbing the other 4. I mean, they're still tiny, but that's a little bit awkward. Number 1, you're versus Rubik, and then you get the double melee supports. But if you're playing Nature's Prophet in the off lane, then you want a melee support anyway. So that would be my first thought here. If you guys didn't cover that already, because I'm trying to fix my stuff, which you probably did.
I'm just trying to think of, maybe try and lean towards a bit more of the save for the Batrider. We've seen Shadow Demon come a little bit in the recent days when it comes to DPC. Not really as a response to the Batrider, but more so as a response to some of these other heroes that the Demonic Purge can really kind of take over. I wouldn't hate to see it. You do have a lot of good spells to be able to give to the Rubik, which is kind of the issue right now. So just going to go for the puck. They're going to try and have a bit of a lane to try and play. They've got a lot of team fight right now. They've got a lot of kind of fast tempo from Alliance. They can play really fast with the Dream Core. They can throw that into any side lane as long as they've got the Treant there to kind of link up, and then they just probably can TP and they can do a lot of damage. That way, I think the issue right now is I'm not sure if they've really kind of addressed the Batrider just yet. I think the puck is not really going to have that fun of a time in the mid lane if it is Wish versus Chuan this time around. So I'm not sure if I'm 100% sold on this puck hero right now.
Yeah, especially versus bat. I mean, I don't know. Puck always feels awkward in lanes where there's like consistent sources of damage coming out. Like, yeah, sure, you probably don't die, but you probably don't have an amazing time either. But I suppose it's more about making sure you have a hero that can counter-rotate. That's at least that's what all the mid laners have been talking about recently, how if they have a hero that can move to a certain lane, then you need to make sure your hero can also do the same thing. And it's all about making sure that you can answer what the enemy mid's doing at any given point. So Puck is pretty damn good at that. And that's kind of why we're seeing a lot of him, I believe, at the moment. Damn, this guy got emoji in his name. Impressive.
10 seconds
What's he so special?
How do you get one of those?
So no, I want one.
5 seconds remaining.
Production, can we have emojis in names, please?
Yeah.
I would like a poop emoji.
So a lot of Monospar players playing in the dark. I think about three of their players are like in pitch darkness.
Well, that's peak gamer light, right? You need to make sure that you are completely focused 100% on your on your monitor.
There is no other light in his room other than his monitor. His curtains are blackout. Door is sealed shut with filler.
So you
Full
know someone's a
focus.
gamer.
Yeah.
This silencer pick for me, I'm the president of the Silencer Hater Club. I think this hero is the worst hero in the game. I don't really like the combination with Silencer and Rubik. I understand its point in the game. It gives you that way to catch out the puck if they ever do have that extra bit of over-aggression. To me, the kind of issue that I have with the Silencer right now is the way I see a lot of these team fights going is you Dream Coil someone, and then they're going to hit the Global Silence, and then the Nature's Prophet is still going to be able to connect in as long as he's a little bit on the ball when it comes to teleporting in and being in the right place at the right time. It will stop the extra overgrowth follow-up after the Dream Coil, but I just don't like this Silencer pick because I haven't seen anything that's like, wow, that's a massive wombo combo kind of combo breaker for me on Menespa. Like, he's not stopping like the follow-up in a Chronosphere. He's not, stopping a black hole, what have you. He's kind of just being there and being a silencer to try and kill a puck.
Yeah, it's
So
job.
they both need carries now.
Yeah. No, I agree with you what you're saying about Silencer. Like, his job in the game is very straightforward, and it's I don't know. It's a use, but now your support duo is like Rubik's Silencer, I think, which is kind of just like, ugh, like that doesn't feel amazing to play with. I guess when you got Batrider and Centaur on the front lines, though, you can kind of make up for it with their aggression and their brawling. But I just love having that one guy who just jumps in and dies in the fights. You know, like it feels so much easier to play the game if you don't have to send in a core first. If you just send in like a Clockwork or something, a Tusk, something along those lines.
They just have a like press 2 ultis and supposedly secure a kill, right? Or sorry, 3 ultis. It's just like we're gonna global stampede and grab you away. Like they're just gonna kidnap someone and try and kill them before any fight starts. Which that's a lot of investment into like this single concept. But like you said, they don't really have a traditional way of creating a good engagement, and they definitely just need a giant one. They just need like the big bear. Like it's a good reason to ban Ursa here. They need something that can do everything that this lineup doesn't do, which is just like straight up hit someone a couple times.
Yeah, let's see what the ban is going to be from Alliance. I'm definitely feeling like, I don't know, like the big carries, as you say. I don't know, maybe we go for like a really big carry, like something like Medusa or something we haven't really been seeing so much of. I guess TB would be the more likely option, but
I was gonna suggest TB. It's a little annoying playing into Puck just with Waning Wrist. It's a little annoying. Same into the Dark Willow. It's kind of hard for you to stick around. We have seen a little bit of Naga Siren come in response as well here. I definitely do feel like they need something to take some towers and need something to deal some damage in this Global Silence Lasso kind of combination. Phantom Assassin, okay. That has been something they have been playing. It is one of their most recent, most picked heroes.
Yeah.
They haven't had that good of a win rate with it, but it has definitely been something there. So they just go with the Morph instead.
Okay, all right. Trent, does this fulfill your criteria?
Oh yeah, Morph's like the best hero for that in my eyes right now. If he's not too countered, I feel like he can definitely just like make up for a lot of failures or at least flaws of a draft and cover a lot of options out of the position 1 role. Generally, he's going to have a pretty good lane as well, of course, because the ability to shift and just survive. And sometimes you even get a couple of great heroes to copy, like the Puck in this game.
And the final
Okay, so
pick.
they go for the Enigma.
Yep, will be an Enigma. That's going to secure them a little bit of team fighting and a little bit more catch, which, you know, they were kind of lacking before, but yeah, it's the old classic.
And it's a very bold pick from S4, right? He's picked it into a Silencer, and he's picked it into a Rubik. You know, these are two heroes that you normally don't want to play Enigma into. But S4, he said, I don't care. Give me the good stuff. Give me the Enigma. I'll show these guys how it's done. So I love this pick.
Baby.
It's a really strong pick from S4. He doesn't care what you have. He wants to play Enigma, and he's going to pop off. That's what he's saying here.
Yeah, I like to imagine that was like, S4, what do you want? He goes, I want Enigma. And they go back, really? And then he just goes, I want Enigma. And they're like, oh, Jesus, all right. Oh, yeah, fine, we'll pick it. But yeah, very, very strong alpha move from S4 here to grab that one up. I mean, Trent, very quickly, what's your take on that pick at the end?
It is clearly not a black hole Enigma, right? This is I'm getting my summons, I'm getting some auras, we're going to push it through. I know there was a game this morning in China where I was watching, actually, it was Acer versus IG. Same thing happened, right? Where like they had this Enigma versus there was Tree and Rubik. And yeah, you know, that didn't go so hot. So hopefully it goes a little better this time.
We'll hope so. All right, Fluke, very quickly, your prediction for this game.
I like what Manaspa has. I think they have very straightforward stuff to do. I think Alliance are strong, so I'm probably going to say Manaspa for game number 1.
Wow, all right. Big calls. Let's see how it goes. We're going to throw it over to our casters for this game number 1. It is OD Pixel and it is Trent. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Yes, looking forward to this one, Trent. And, of course, a lot of people are just going to be very interested to see, you know, how is Alliance looking, right? You know, with Manaspa, we kind of know how these boys play together. They're solid all round. And Alliance, absolutely, 3 members of Goon Squad. They did, very well in Divisions 2s in the past. But now with Chuan and Ponlo, how is it all going to sort of gel together? And is it going to gel together? So that's going to be the question.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, he just hasn't been around. Like he was sort of on these like big upcoming C teams for a while, and he's been on a pretty big break when it comes to actually like playing competitive Dota. I didn't really realize how long it had actually been, but he hasn't played any officials since TI10 for Fnatic.
That's a while ago. That's a long time
That's
ago.
a long time ago. He basically
That is-
took an entire DPC off.
All right.
But he was on the grind, the hard MMR
For sure.
grind, just like cruising in C, looking for the right opportunity and the right team. And I will say a lot of his heroes are definitely in meta right now. I think about Chuan, I think about the Ember, I think about the Puck. I think those heroes have looked pretty good lately. And we had a couple storms popping off today too. So yeah, I think he's in a pretty good spot to make his comeback.
Let's see. Let's see what he's going to be able to do here today against Manaspa. Already both teams out at this bounty room. We'll see if they want to engage. Right, Desire and Scarlet want to take this on. Two new members of Alliance. They'll be able to secure that and set up for the lanes. I mean, overall, he's sort of touching upon with the Enigma pick from S4. For him, it's going to be about the summons, the pressure he's going to be able to put on with the Eidolons. I mean, that pressure, it's going to be coming from both sides of the map, right? With his carry nature's Prophet. If Alliance get a sort of these early fights under control, they're going to be taking your map over pretty quickly.
Yes, yeah, they definitely are, and that comes back to the problem of this this general concept that they have on Manaspa of like, we press 3 ultis, someone's definitely gonna die. Stampede, Global, and Lasso. Like, surely we get a kill during that, right? But those are some cooldowns. It's a lot of long cooldowns you have to work with, and there's not a lot of cooldowns that we have to pay attention to on the side of Alliance. Perhaps the biggest one will be Black Hole, but again, we're not really looking at that as his major tool this game on the Enigma. And so if they make mistakes, if they don't get kills with these big cooldowns, Alliance will be extremely quick to punish your structures from that.
Let's have a look, see the lane set up, something mid lane. Eyes on trying to see how well he can do. Obviously, in terms of the draft, he knew what he was picking into. So, the clock in this matchup. As you see at the top there, from our partner esportsbet.io. Obviously, favouring sort of the names of Alliance, really, and the brand of Alliance there with the odds. Considering this one to be a bit of a tougher game for Manaspa. Which, all in all, I probably would agree with. As I said before the game, I expect big things from this Alliance squad. This should be a pretty good Division 2 league for them.
Yeah, hopefully they're coming into this with some confidence as well, and that'll translate into some solid gameplay here as Ponlo takes a couple hits there. But I think this lane is pretty interesting too with the Enigma and the Dark Willow, because I think a lot of the benefits of the Enigma is giving the early rotation to the support, so they can like rotate to the mid lane pretty freely. But not so easy on a Dark Willow, as Ponlo also just getting beat up and punished here by Silencer. Oh, yeah, he's dead!
Oh, there we go. First blood for Spartan. Stepping up a little too far there, Ponlo, not respecting the amount of damage. Level 2 Silencer could kick out with the curse and the last word. No messing around with the glaives here. There's 2 spells to throw down on a Willow. It's not going to be fun to play anywhere near.
No, that was 400 damage, just right up. That is very hard to handle at level 2. Only from a Silencer, and Ponlo immediately is just right back at it. Runs right back towards his small camp as he has to try and get these waves back towards his Enigma.
Spartan will be getting that additional mana sent out ASAP so he can go for another round and just dropping those 2 spells out onto the squishy support. Looking at the other side of the map, Charlie. Been able to get the creeps met here in a bit of a deep spot. His eyes able to do. About was to try and mess around with it, but not too easy to get near the Prophet with the Treant standing guard.
Yeah, and saving a point there as well on Charlie too. So sometimes, obviously, you can always go back home if you need to just juice yourself back up there, come back to the lane if it's a little bit dangerous. But what we're seeing a lot lately from these safe lane Prophets is a really early rotation into another lane. Maybe you get a kill opportunity in that bottom lane, he can just TP in and go right back to the top lane and keep farming if he still has lots of regen and lots of space in the lane. Plus, there's also a tree on his team, so I'd say he's feeling pretty comfortable in the situation. Fortunately, it is a morph lane down bottom, so it's not a very easy hero to just like harass and then convert into a kill. Since his HP pool like moves around so much, it's not as simple as just like, we have worn this hero down to 30%. Be ready for a TP Nature's Prophet.
No, for sure. Yeah, I think the lane that Manaspa is going to have to bear in mind the most for where he could be popping in, Charlie, is definitely that mid lane. This is a situation where it's a game that the bat wish he's not going to find opportunities to really be able to dive in and play aggressive onto Chuan. A, because Chuan's a puck, and B, because, as you say, Charlie will be ready to TP over and simply be able to provide that extra +1 in the early stages.
Bit of a miss there on the attempted telekinesis into a stomp, but mostly just controlling space here for Skylark, happily farming away here, and also you can see Chuan also happily farming in the mid lane is Wish not having the best start on the bat, sort of to be expected. The hero doesn't farm that great, even with all the changes, sticking napalm and everything when it comes to the initial waves. I find some Bat Rider players are stronger than others, though, when it comes to that, right? Like this, using the sticky napalm for the last hits. I feel like people are finding ways to win these matchups that traditionally we're seen as a bit harder, but speaking of winning a matchup.
See them make another go. This time it's on to S4, the two of them, Nande and Spartan. Causing issues for Alliance's bottom lane. The impact that Spartan's been able to have at the start will go down with the Eidolons, but honestly, I'd say he's not too bothered about that. Was able to participate in getting a kill on the enemy offlaner, and he was out of mana anyway. This is just going to give him a chance to reboot and return to the lane.
Yeah, he gets to play Courier and bring half of the treads, actually the rest of the treads to the Morphling. There you go.
That's a win-win all around. You know, tactical death there from Spartan, he'll tell you. Top lane, Charlie. Also getting gone on here. They get the... They're able to close the gap. Doing his best to juke around the trees, but Desire's going to be able to find him. Another kill in the side lanes here for Manaspa.
This time they succeed on the toss into the stomp. Slowing down Nature's Prophet. That's excellent. Now he doesn't necessarily have the easy rotation for a kill, and that's coming into the level 6 as well in Chuan, in the mid lane on the puck too. So this was sort of the situation he was hoping to stay alive for. And again!
Ooh, and that's going to hurt. As soon as he was back to the lane, he's back to the base S4, and that's going to mean he's out of the lane without a chance to TP back in. His TP, yeah, it's still very fresh on cooldown, 30 seconds, that he can't get straight back to that tower. So that was a very rough death there for S4. And now they're going to look over towards Ponlo as well. See if they can quite get him. The curse is going to bring him low. Oh, he's going to pop. That's another one. This bottom lane has been a bit of a dream here for Nande and Spartan, as they are just getting kill after kill after kill. Well, 4 kills already in this bottom lane for them. And at this point, I mean, S4's making the walk back down there, but it's going to be a very scary place for him to show his face.
Yeah, the walk of shame is painful right now, and you know, you have a puck who's just sitting on coil. You know, you're hoping like, oh, maybe my Dark Willow will rotate mid and we can do something, or I can catch a rotation on the side. Well, it's tough when your cores are just dropping like flies on the side lanes to find someone to play with.
Yeah, very much a rough start down there. I mean, you see sort of the result of it as well. You know, Spartan, he's, you know, at the higher level than S4 in terms of XP wise, you know, about half a level ahead. S4 is going to continue to hover around the tower and try and clean up what gets pushed into him, but Nande is a morph. You get a lot of easy denies here against the Enigma, as you're seeing. 44 and 19 on the CS for Nande. This is a complete free lane for the Morphling. It's ended up being here for Nande.
It's crazy. He's almost level 6 right now. Prophet is level 4. Just for reference, guys. This is not a great start. He'll be 5 soon, but like Skylark is also closing in on level 6. And this is great because like Puck typically has really free rotations as a hero, right? It's very easy for Puck to help set up for the cores. Bat Rider sometimes needs a little bit of help, obviously before like Boots of Travel, before the Blink Dagger, you're a bit slower. And he's going to have that help in the side lanes. He's going to have some quick stampedes, just that little bit of the Morphling edge that you can get from jumping forward. That's enough to help a Bat Rider secure these kills. And for now, I wish he's just getting stacks. Something else that Alliance haven't been able to get going because their side lanes are just too busy with heroes.
Yeah, it's so much weight on Chuan to get stuff done. He's going to be able to pick up the Arcane Rune. He'll drop the Dream Coil here in attempt onto Wish, but it's only Hansken really to help out. And between the two of them, I only have not nearly enough damage to get anywhere close to threatening Wish. And now, in fact, Chuan might be in trouble himself as Spartan's headed over. They've got the curse upon Chuan. Chuan's not going to even be able to jump out. The curses of the silence are far too much for him to deal with. It's an easy stampede, of course, being thrown out from 11 to allow him to close the gap. Manaspa really starting to run away with this early game. Something that Alliance's draft just, it doesn't seem it's going to be able to be that easy for them to recover against. You know, their lineup, it kind of feels like they wanted to be the ones in the driving seat.
Yeah, the Morphling is just punching you back while still farming your Eidolons right now. Not a great sign. All 3 cores of the Radiant are top of net worth and last hits, just the best you can imagine. They're taking your jungle farm right now as we speak, so can't even catch him there because he's got no coil left. They're going to be searching for answers. They need a huge play off of the first Wrath of Nature. This spell, still ridiculous, could easily wipe off Nande if he's not careful. I feel like that's what they got to go for here.
We'll see what they can do. Charlie and Chuan, as you say, the playmaker, but bottom lane, S4. It's just, it feels like it may no longer be the place to be down here. That's another death down on this bottom half of the map. It just feels like he's given so much up to Nande's morph here. 3 deaths now down on the bottom lane from S4.
Well, hopefully he can just keep it at 3 and it won't be D4, I guess. Yeah, it'd be a little typo. They're next to each other on the keyboard, you see. That's how it works. Okay, but Alliance, Tome coming out soon, right? Dark Willow. Okay, big damage with the Bedlam. We're fishing for answers here right now, but that's really all they can do.
Nice tough start, yeah.
You really don't want to be like dropping towers here either. I guess that's one thing. The tower pressure isn't too crazy right now from Anaspa. You do have a tree who's going to be healing, but you also have a Vanguard Centaur. So one thing, obviously, this hero can just like sit in the waves, doesn't care.
S4.
Oh no.
I think this might. He's got a black hole, but it ain't looking great, Trent.
No, the last word is just owning this fucking silencer.
Yeah, Spartan, he is having a beautiful game. 4-1-3 on this silencer. I mean, you know, you probably had it in your pub. Sometimes you get these guys playing the mid silencer, and Spartan's doing so much more than you're in a mid silencer from the support position. You know, 4-1-3, he's pretty much killing everybody across the map. He's the true terror right now for Alliance.
Yeah.
This silencer turns up within range of you. You need to get the hell out of there.
And up top right now, Wish, like S4, you know, he's seen this one before. Oh, Wish was so close. He almost found himself Hanskin, but a hasted Bat Rider TP'd on with the Boots of Travel, trying to catch the tree, but we'll never get them. Hopefully they can get Spartan, but he's juking and jiving.
Oh, look at him. You can't catch this man. And even if you got on top of him, he's got the 6. He's got the global ready to pop. I think he can walk wherever.
Too.
Oh, no, not again. This time TPs are coming in. Alliance making sure that S4 does not die again. They will be able to react and stop Spartan and Nande being able to dive in and pressure S4 once again. Oh, I say, well, okay, never mind. Nande, he still tries to go for it. They're waveforming in under the tower. Of course, he should be perfectly fine to walk this one off. But it really just goes to show how terrifying of a spot this bottom lane is now around that tier 1 tower. It doesn't feel like a safe space. S4, he's stepping down the lane, but TPs are coming over. S4, he's incredibly low. Wish he's just going to be able to walk on top of him with the lasso. He's dead again, Trent.
I'm honestly just surprised that he used lasso. I guess just double checking that there wasn't going to be like a Bedlam or something, or sorry, a Terrorize or something there from Ponlo, so I might as well make sure that you're getting the kill, but yeah, this is a horrific start.
It's rough. Yeah, 5k lead, 12 minutes in, and you know, Manaspa doing it, the biggest thing with his Morphling, right? Nande, he's on the Morph, he's up there in the top 3 with the rest of his cores, and honestly, unless Manaspa make big mistakes, this is a sort of a setup that the Morph, he should win this game kind of 10 out of 10 times.
Yep. You know who? I don't even think we have talked about Desire this entire game. He did like 2 telekinesis throws to his Centaur. The lane was 1, and he has just been filling in the gaps, picking up random farm. Maybe he dies?
There we go. Let's see if they can get this pick up onto Skylark. They will. Alliance able to make the move. Not going to let Skylark get away with farming their jungle, and we'll be able to have a bit of a kickback there. And they are still managing to maintain hold of their mid-tier 1 tower. They've got the heals from the Treant. They'll be able to get that back up. S4, though, is trying to find some space, a little bit of peace to farm his Ancients. But Manaspa, they find him again. They step up into the triangle. They are just not... They're going full in on S4.
Wrath of nature. Desire took the kill.
Oh, there you go. And in the mid. Oh, my goodness. It's not getting any better here for Alliance. 13 minutes in, the deaths continue to roll in. This is not what Alliance wanted to have come out here with their debut in this Division 2 with this new lineup, Trent.
No, it certainly isn't. Now Skylark hunting, smoked up here with a Blink Dagger. Gonna find Charlie. Needs some help, though, with the damage.
Needs time, of course, as well, Charlie. Going this Midas build, he's not going to be able to offer up too much at all outside of that ultimate for quite some time as the Nature's Prophet. Alliance, they've got to find some sort of way to slow down Manaspa. But the kills, they just continue to come in here as Skylark and Desire, they catch out Ponlo.
There's really not a time this gets any better, guys. The only way this gets better is if they can keep trying to get these kills with like Coil and Bedlam. I mean, you saw the damage on the Centaur. It's like 900 damage or something from the Dark Willow. Like, she does have the damage to bring down any hero in those situations, but that's going to require isolated Elizabeth, and I don't think we're going to see them two split up anymore. That's
in the mid. You see here, they're actually able to get the jump onto Chuan. He was not prepared at all for that one. In with the lasso, instantly catching him. They'll step over towards Hansken with the fear of Ponlo to buy some space here for Hansken to step back, and that will allow him to escape. S4, it's coming in with a wraparound, and he does have a black hole ready. He's trying to step up Fred. He's able to lay it down here. Catches the two of them. Allows him to kill off Skylark, Desire, and they'll also be able to find Wish. That's a little bit of life there from Alliance, as they are able to kick back a bit.
Oh, so desperately needed too, and the fact that S4 is getting involved there as well, finding a black hole when there's no global available, much needed. If not for the gold, just for the mental stability that's going to provide right now. Sure, Nande gets the tower and the Morphling's still farming, but you know what? You just got to take some of your wins here.
Absolutely. Oh, it was actually just the two of them. Sorry, I said it was Desire going down, but of course not. Desire's able to walk off. It was just his courier. Desire let his courier go. Desire himself, he's still having a flawless game. 4-0-3 and 1600 in towards the Blink, and that's a Blink Dagger on top of the Ether Lens. He's living the life here as this Rubik.
Ready to go overgrowth somebody as he holds
I mean, that's the thing. Yeah. He's just getting ultimates after ultimates. You've got to watch out for Design. He's, once he has that Blink on top of the Ether Lens, he's got the tools to do so. It's going to be terrifying what this Rubik's going to be able to hit back at Alliance in the team fights with.
They're trying to hunt Morphling right now, but they're also having the teammates come to assist.
Let's see if they can burst through Nande. Get him with the silence, but already the strength starting to build up. Skylight's been able to make the jump over to S4. And S4 attempting to step away, but Nande waveforms in. Will manage to take him down. They'll use the Stampede here to keep themselves on top of Hansken. As Manaspa, they will quickly punish that move from Alliance there. Read them like a book. They knew exactly what Alliance was going to be going for. They're trying to find some sort of a window to kill off the Morphling. It didn't happen. Top lane, Ponlo also goes down. Was able to slip into the shadow round during the lasso, but was not enough to save him as it came to an end, and Wish finishes him off.
And no real chance there to get a counter kill either. So more freedom for this Bat Rider, and he's got bots, he's got Blink, and pretty well on his way towards that BKB as well, which they are just not going to have a whole lot of great options versus. If they're forced to use the Overgrowth or the Black Hole early in the engagement, then there's a good chance that Global's still going to be ready, so it's going to be pretty hard to shut him down. And yeah, he's just like having a great game. Now we got a cancel on the Overgrowth as well here with the Manta finished on that Morphling, so some of these options just being weakened here in terms of trying to lock down this Morphling and actually get the skill.
See a Desire. There's the setup. Hides around the tree line, waiting with that stolen Overgrowth. That leaves the puck no option to escape. Only a phase shift can be used, but no chance to jump away to an orb. Desire continuing to flex this game. 6-0-3. And you can tell he is just hungry for this continuation of ultimates that he's going to be able to steal and play with this game.
Yeah, and going for the Aether build too, and having the orb just feels so great. Like, I didn't buy a Blink, but hey, I got some mobility now. I'm ready to push out the waves of Fable. I mean, that's just so free. It's just like, it's an initiating spell. It's a great wave clearing spell. You're never sure when he's going to jump and commit on you either. And he's just been so scary this whole game.
I think Alliance, what they're going to look towards now is just going to be how things change when sort of Charlie's got his kind of core items. The Midas Maelstrom's done, so the process towards the BKB should be pretty fast with these two items speeding up his farm. Until that BKB's there, he's still not going to feel too confident turning up. We'll keep bottom Alliance. Now look for an attempt onto the Centaur, and we'll turn up for this one. They've got the full numbers here. Alliance bringing in the numbers to make sure that there's no sort of appetite for Manaspa to turn around and try and help Skylark out. They'll let him go down. So Alliance, they'll get the kill. They'll be able to get some pressure on themselves as well with the Treants and the Eidolons. They'll take the tier 1 tower down bottom. So starting to see a bit of a glimpse of the moves that Alliance can make despite being knocked down pretty hard in the opening stages of this game.
Yeah, it's generally a little disappointing when you have to bring like 5 heroes to get a kill like that onto an offlaner, but the fact that you're actually getting these objectives that have proved pretty much impossible to take so far is going to help them a lot. This is obviously what the plan was the whole time with this lineup, and they're just now getting it at 19 minutes, but Likewise, they will get the top tier 1 tower here. At least I believe they will from Manaspa, unless they manage to ignore it. There we go. Creeps eventually work through that living armor. But the problem with 5 heroes killing the Centaur is that everyone else on the side of Manaspa was farming. Even Silencer was hitting waves while that was happening, so it's not going to have a big change in the overall net worth.
And Spartans should be pretty dead here. They'll actually pop the global on the way out, but there'll be no turning around this one. So Spartan goes down, but indeed at least got to enjoy a few waves of farm there as the solo Silencer support.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he went global. I don't know if he was expecting that Skylark would also like ulti and save him or something, but it was not the case.
I mean, maybe it's one of those sort of bluff plays, right? You know, if he pops the global, maybe then Alliance are like, wait, if he's using global, there must be a whole team ready to engage on us. We got to leave the Silencer alone. But unfortunately for Spartan, that did not work out this time.
Well, they're going to fan out the treants here and see if they can figure out exactly what Manaspa are up to. Send them up on the high grounds. They have 1 ward near the Radiant Ancients. They've got 1 on their own side defensively. But Roche is not a very easy exercise for them to go for here on the side of Alliance. They kind of just got to maybe defend the pit and hope that they can set up with something with an invis tree. But it does not feel like they're ready to force a full-on team fight quite yet. Things are getting better, though. I mean, it was looking worse than this. You know, they've actually managed to stabilize a little bit. Manaspa's not just like running around with total disregard for anything the Lions are doing and just running them all over. Of course, I say that, and Wish just jumps immediately onto Charlie.
TP out's not going to make it. Lasso's at the ready. Wish able to finish off the kill, and at the same time, whilst that pickoff's happening, the rest of Manaspa starting to enter the jungle of Alliance. Not quite able to get the Who Stomp, try and quick with the phase shift, and maybe now look for the turnaround. They get the Dream Coil into the Fear, pushing back onto the 2 of them. Design, Nande trying to come in from the side. There's the Black Hole from S4, lays it down on the both of them. Will be enough to set up to kill off Spartan. See the Overgrowth used to try and control Nande. So if they've got anything else to throw at this Morphling, doesn't look like it. So Nande should be able to sneak away with the waveform. Still though, Skylark just standing strong here on the high ground, not feeling any sort of threat here from the remaining Alliance's heroes. Alliance gets something, but still having to use the Black Hole and only getting the Silencer doesn't feel the greatest. They're really going to want more out of this, but as you can see with the Pipe and the Vanguard, Skylark just a bit too tanky for Alliance to kind of just easily tackle unless they bring in the full 5-man.
Join able to just escape right after. There is a blink tag enough finish though on S4, so he has his chance. He knows that they need the big plays.
And talking of big plays, of course, you know, Desire, he did get that Black Hole picked up in the last fight, so they got to watch out for that one, Alliance. He's going to be ready to drop that down on them.
Dire scanning Roche right now, thinking they might be inside, as Spartan was near the pit activating it, but they just end up jumping on a pawn low.
I mean, they could go for Roche here for sure, Manaspa. They've got the Morph, and as I say, you know, Desire with the threat of the stolen Black Hole. I don't think Alliance is going to be stepping anywhere near this, and if they do, I don't see them getting away with pushing Manaspa out of this. There's a Black Hole on the Rubik, and Spartan's got his Global Silence ready to go. It should be a free Roche from Manaspa.
Yeah, and of course, Wish still has a 9-second BKB, so he's feeling pretty confident about just moving around by himself. We actually saw a line drawn from Spartan towards that bottom part of the jungle. They know that Alliance are down here, so perhaps some considerations of attempting to come and gank them here as they're starting to amass some forces, but the Aegis is handed off to Nande, and he'll also have quite a bit of freedom if he wants to start farming around right now as he picks up a couple clarities and 3 of the components of the Aghanims. So he's just waiting on the point booster next.
Let's see what they want to do now with this Aegis. I mean, Manaspa doesn't feel like they're under too much pressure to force too much at this stage of the game. Obviously, as you can see with the numbers, Alliance, for some moments past, they are closing the gap. You know, Alliance, for as rough as a start as they had in the laning stage, they are catching back up, or at least leveling out, as you can see, in farm. Maybe something that Manaspa will feel and may sort of lead them to try and get some objectives taken aggressively with this Aegis, as You may be able to sense that Alliance are indeed starting to close that gap a little bit with the passing minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I have definitely seen some pretty huge comebacks in my day. Yeah. It is not out of the realm.
See here, in the mid, just dropped the black hole there. Desire was trying to just put a stop to that fear that was going to be coming in from Ponlo. It didn't matter either way, stops that, but the rest of Alliance are able to kill him off. And Global Silence was used. So
yeah, and
despite the fact that Manaspa had the Aegis, Alliance might be able to look to do something with this bit of time. You know, straight away, down towards the bottom tier 2 tower. Alliance feel that there's, you know, sort of a couple of those threats eliminated. That they can still continue to try and push the aggression with this lineup that wants to do this, wants to take these towers.
Yeah, I think mid-tier 1 was also pretty tempting, but I love the commitment to just go down here. Morphling still strong on the top tower, does eventually take it down. But Skylark, I guess. Oh, Wish, though.
Yeah, he's got the grab. In there onto Polo. Polo's going to try and TP out, but the burn of the Firefly, too much for the poor old Dark Willow to withstand.
Nande, though, of course, protected by this Aegis, so he pushes this out. See how much they want to stay down here on the side of Alliance.
Oh, Skylark. Let's get a blink on S4, but S4 quick with the fingers. Blink back.
Johnson steals his courier. Skylark just total disregard here. Just walking into them.
Oh! Can they? No, he's going to have backup from Wish. They can't go onto this Centaur. Well, drop the Nature's Wrath. Already in the trees. Wish is trying to scout S4. Nande and Desire, they're heading straight for him. As they get him with the telekinesis, blow up the Enigma. S4 falls.
He was trying to blink, but the stolen brambles hit him. Like, he was just... Ah, that was so close. Desire is just way too good this game. Finally had that fall in the river, as he was forced to use sort of a suboptimal black hole there because he was being pressured, and also ended up wasting the global silence, but still. Yeah, a fantastic game on this Rubik, and now the question is, what else they want to do with this Aegis? They're going to start pressuring this bottom tier 2. It's looking pretty free right now.
Dire's bottom tower has
They'll
fallen.
be able to take that, no questions asked.
Is under attack.
Tier 2 off the map. Still a minute and a half on Nande's Aegis. See which lane they want to swing over towards next. For now, Wish cleaning up the top lane. Now over in the mid, Nande, Skylark are ready to bring in the pressure here. And with Spartan right behind them. Global Silence back up. Charlie's next time's done. He has got the full Gleipnir. That additional bit of control that maybe what they require to... I mean, still threatening the Centaur kind of seems out of the question. Skylark very, very tanky at this point, but at least maybe something that could trip up Nande past his Aegis expiring, and he has used the Manta aggressively. Oh, see them get the grab here, and it's a deep one. Wish just straight up to the high ground. Jumps in, drags S4 out of the base. Alliance, they will realize that they got eyes on us up there, and they did indeed. Manaspa definitely making that wall pay off, though. Quick elimination of S4. That will set up for Manaspa to use these kind of final seconds of the Aegis to put some pressure onto the high ground.
Can't even deward it, though. I mean, they try, but not able to even get close enough right now, so still helping to protect this push. We'll have the second glyph after, as it is going to be the first tier 3, but I don't see why they wouldn't stick around here as they're shepherding another wave towards this tower. Only 13 seconds left on the Aegis. Perhaps they could find something perfect.
Let's have a look. They'll have S4 back up. All ultimates at the ready. So you get the quick jump. Dream Coil onto the 2 of them. Try and focus towards Nande, but there's the global from Spartan, and now ready for the turnaround. Skylark trying to step up. S4 drops down the Midnight Pulse. Hands again falling low. Charlie with the BKB stepping back, turns around with the Sprout to control Skylark, but in the middle, Nande waveforms in aggressively on towards S4. That's the Enigma out of the fight, and of course, no buyback available on him as well. Ponlo and Hansken to fall out to the side. Charlie gets caught in the root. Well, there's 4 dead on Alliance. Manaspa, they'll continue the push, get back to work on the mid set of Rax.
Yeah, he's Dark Willow. So you guys remember when Combo was on your same team? How about on the enemy team, you know? Buy Eggs, be Willow, throw damage. This is... we've hit the point where you don't want to fight this Morphling.
These Rax not going to be standing for long. See the jump here from Chuan, but immediately taken out by Desire, tripping him up there with the stolen waning rift. This mid-rax is gone. The items continue to fly up for Manaspa. Full Lotus done on Skylark. I believe Nande's got his completed Satanic on the way. There's also a Paladin sword available as well for them on the side of Manaspa if Nande wants to buff up that lifesteal even more for himself. And we'll catch this replay again. This attempt from Alliance to try and pull a fight together. They get a bit of a jump, but Global comes out, and S4 just not able to find any sort of position or chance to drop a black hole in the situation.
Yeah, and then just looking, trying to find that Dark Willow, gets the copy over, and there you can see it, right? The Agnum's form Dark Willow just slapping down the damage. It's pretty free for the old Morphling. And I mean, Alliance, they're still sticking it out here. They're gonna see if they can just find like one more play here. But it's so hard when this Morphling is so far ahead and you don't feel you have the traditional carry. That's a big stomp.
S4, he's got the black hole onto the two of them, but it's two tanky boys and already over to the side. Wish is able to jump over, get the lasso off to cancel the black hole. Triple kill for Wish. Buybacks are coming out from Alliance, but I don't know if they'll be turning around this fight as Wish. He's just running them over. Desire snipes trying there with the Fade Bolt. As 32-9, 20k lead, Manaspa very much feeling like they're on the verge of being able to shut this game one down.
That was beautiful. Well, what a lovely lasso, too. Obviously, not really a spell that you think of as countering on the Enigma, but you got yourself an Octarine Core. Yeah, you got a couple choices there with that cast range. Now, like, you see this Enigma and this tree, like, hiding next to the base. Typically a scary sight. They don't have their ultis, but I don't care. Go ahead. You guys can sit there all you want. We're going to take your base.
There's the jump again, Skylark. Straight over the hoof stomp onto S4. S4's going to try and step away. Has got the grease ready to pop, but he's not able to pop him in time, or at least doesn't manage to. Gets burst by the double edge. Skylark will get caught in the Sprout. See if Charlie's got enough damage to bring this man down. I mean, Nande and Spartan are ready to help by his side. And indeed, Skylark's still alive. Tries to jump over the orb to finish him off, but he cannot kill him. And into the base, Nande is ready to dive the fountain. He's in, gets the triple, gets the ultra kill. Cleaning up Alliance in their fountain. 37-9. GG is called. Manaspa with a fantastic showing here at the opening of Division 2. And Alliance, this is pretty much the opposite of what they wanted to do here, Trent. You know, they turn up with this new squad. Their first game. This was rough, Trent.
Yeah, this is a lineup that you're hoping to take the reins in the game. You want to start pressuring the lanes, making rotations quickly, grabbing kills, instant towers with Eidolons and Treants to build yourself a little bit of an advantage because you don't have necessarily the traditional style of this like position one Morphling where you can do something to carry through the rest of that game. And yeah, we have ourselves Nomad and Fluke. You guys want to hop back in here, huh?
Sounds good. Yeah, indeed. Wow, that was that was absolutely brutal. I mean, what is it about Monospar and just destroying the fan favorites? I don't know, Fluke.
Yeah, maybe they have like this like giant slayers kind of buff behind them, right? Like obviously we talked about the fact they took down old G and now they're taking the scalps of Alliance as well. And I think that game number 1 was, I think to me, it was just showing a whole lot of confidence in themselves. I think every single one of the players on the map was just doing some next level stuff. They were outplaying everybody on Alliance. They were playing like they had no cares in the world. They look like they're coming into this Division 2 and they want to take it by force. And every single time that there was a moment where it looked like Alliance were able to do something on the map, it looked like S4 unfortunately was getting caught out. They tried so many times to have some of these team fights go their way. They were trying to catch out a few of these members on the side of Manaspa, but it just wasn't enough for them. Like this game felt like it was over at like the 12-14. Like this was the rotation where I felt like I was like, okay, this game is gotten very out of hand. They tried to make something go there in a Skylark. They completely got turned around on. And Alliance just really never had a foothold. A special mention to Desire, by the way. Like, this guy played absolutely insane on Rubik. And I think from what we've seen from a lot of the high-tier Rubiks in Division 1 so far, I think this has to be a hero that is going to be on your radar now if you're going up against Manaspa at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's always been a favorite of theirs, especially in the old days, and it's no surprise to see it now that it's really strong, in their hands. And yeah, I mean, so many of these heroes just feel so comfortable for them. That's the thing about Monospar, they just feel very practiced and very in control. of this game. I'm not really sure Alliance's any of their plans really ended up working, you know, like the idea of the Enigma to be this kind of annoying guy with the Eidolons down at bottom never really happened because they just killed him a bunch of times. Like he died so much on S4 in the early game, Trent.
Yeah. It's kind of easy to go back to that in terms of like where this game got out of hand. And I think it's not just because it's an Enigma that's looking to snowball and do his whole thing, but again, it comes back to the reliance, I think, of the Puck, because like the Puck gets such a good start, and he's looking to move to these other cores to get something done, because Puck wants to take that momentum out of the mid lane and go somewhere else with it, with free kills because of Dream Coil. And he had nowhere to go, and eventually that lane bleed, it just came home and ganked him mid, and that was it. And that really is, like you were saying, I kind of agree right when I was like, uh-oh. Like, I think this game's just done. I was like, once the Puck is getting ganked mid, after like basically winning the lane, he had an excellent start. He did extremely well, and it did not matter at all.
Yeah, it had to be a stat Stanley, but 2 and 12 on S4 there. It's not looking too good.
It's definitely rough.
It was very, very rough as well. And like, as we said, you know, like if he can't be on the map, you know, like with the Eidolons pushing waves and making space for his team that way, he's not going to black hole anything that game. And I think that was a really good read from Monospar as well, because it can be so tempting just to ignore the Enigma. You know he's strong in lane, just ignore him, go play elsewhere, you know, like put your heroes into the jungle, that kind of stuff. They had that option, that's a thing. That was a very real possibility of where they could have taken that game, but they chose not to. They actively came to the Enigma's lane, tried to shut him down. It worked. They knew that the moment that happened, like that hero just wasn't really going to do anything. And yeah, really, really kind of wonderful strategy there from Monospar and wonderful gameplay as well. Who would your MVP be, OD?
I mean, it is hard to say because they were kind of all popped off in their own right. I'd probably go with Spartan. The Silence. I mean, you know, like Fluke says, you know, Silence. This isn't a hero that we normally expect to be that impressive, but he was. You know, straight from the start. You know, he was just killing people in lane, making these walks over towards mid, making sure he's around to also offer up his power there. And I think, you know, checking the numbers as well, in terms of kill involvement, he had the highest kill involvement that game. He was just all over the place and just all over Alliance, the Silencer.
Very impressive, yeah. Just kind of always being in the right position, and for a hero like Silencer, that can be hard to do as well, and it can be tempting not to do because, you know.
Exactly, yeah. Because you're normally sat at the back of the, you're sat in the base, being like, right, guys, I'm ready to press global when you call for it. But no, not the Spartan Silencer, which you'd expect. No, Spartan on any hero, he's going to be the man at the front of the fight. You know, he goes in, he doesn't care. Sometimes it doesn't work out, but this time it absolutely did. You know, a frontline Silencer, you don't get to see that all the time. You got to see it today, and yeah, well worth MVP, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Desire, he was given a free first 15 minutes because of Spartan. All right, so that's why his Rubik game was so good. It's all because of Spartan.
And you expect, you know, Desire on his Rubik, you know, every Rubik game he plays is going to be fantastic. You know, it's like that. You know, it's just par for the course. You know, let Spartan have his moment here with his silence, I'd say.
No, absolutely agree. What I found funny as well is that in the laning phase, that like he was even trying to get the kills on the Morphling. He was like canceling his right clicks, but he still ended up getting on the Silencer just like the ticks half the time as well. He had like a dominating spree in the laning phase, which was, as you say, very unusual, but a pleasure to watch. And yeah, Monospar turning things on their heads once again, pulling out the unexpected and getting a great first game here. Fluke, any closing thoughts on this first game before we move it to a break?
I think Alliance kind of just need to shake that game off, go into game number 2. They had some good ideas. The draft was okay. They just need to kind of shake that game off and play with the same confidence that Minispa had. But, I mean, stopping this train, it's going to be hard.
It is indeed. Well, do not forget the sponsor of this Division 2 DPC Western EU is, of course, ESB.io, and they are launching a new Watch to Earn platform, which sounds very interesting indeed. Head over to the Discord if you are interested in finding out more information on that. That is all available over at the PGL Twitch channel, and it's your chance to win 25 USDT. So go and check that out from our sponsors, and we're going to throw it over to a break here for the Western EU Division 2, after which we will have the second game of this series between Alliance and Monospar, and see if Alliance can show a bit more life in game number 2.
Very good.
Hey, just 6 seconds.
I pipe you, you're fine.
I can silence them, guys. I have warning rift.
I got Willow form, guys. Fight.
Guys, Puck is very low.
On me still. Prophet killing me.
Enigma is dead.
No BKB Prophet, you see him. 1 HP. 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 1 HP.
GG right now.
Πάμε λίγο δουλίτσα να γίνεται.
Hello. Bro.
No GG? Okay.
I have lift into. Can you put a word?
friends and fans, welcome back to the Western EU DPC Division 2. My name is Nomad, joining me is Fluke. We got Odie Pixel, we got Trent, and we're here to take you through game number 2 of Alliance versus Monospar, as Monospar now lead by 1 game in some might consider an upset, but to be honest, Monospar, they're looking pretty crispy. I don't think people should be underestimating this team. I mean, they've definitely got the skill, they've got the experience, and yeah, definitely showing what they can do in this game number 1, but the odds still a little bit against them. Is that a little bit surprising, Fluke?
Yeah, it kind of is, considering the dominance that we saw in game number 1. I think maybe Alliance kind of got caught off guard by how kind of fast-paced Minesco was going to play. Coming into this series, I think a lot of people would probably put these guys on relatively even footing, and maybe coming into it that Alliance are a little bit slow out of the gates. Minespa are a team that likes to play fast, likes to play their own kind of Dota as well. So coming into this series, they're just like, you know, if we just do our own stuff, then if Alliance aren't able to keep up, then they're going to fall behind. So game number 2 is still on the horizon, and still is a good place for Alliance to try and fix up some of the issues they had in game number 1. I like their draft all in all. From game number 1, I think for me is they just need to kind of shore up a few of their mistakes that they got. But Minespa, they've got Rubik and they've got Batrider once again.
Yep, exact same opening from them. Meanwhile, Alliance, they're going to grab the Centaur and the Mirana, so completely different for them. But this one's a bit of a throwback for Alliance, isn't it, Trent?
We'll see if it's a throwback to victory, I guess. I mean, you're taking the Centaur, you're getting the old stomp into Arrow, so yeah, I don't know if it's quite as reliable. I'm gonna hope for a either a support that helps set up a little bit better, or a mid.
Yeah, something with some kind of stun, some cheap stun to throw out to set up for the Mirana arrows. I mean, do you think you can't really play Mirana without setup these days?
I greatly dislike it. I think it's still possible, just because I do think Moonlight Shadow is really strong. I think she has a lot of other benefits in the laning stage as well, but it's pretty pointless to take this hero and not have reliable setup.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Vasili's the Ricky for some of the setup. There's things like Shadow Demon as well, which can be used. We've seen Bane in the past as well. I think Ricky's probably the one that is really kind of coming to mind right now. It allows you to kind of help people out with the sleep dart against the Batrider, pre-BKB. You can find the Rubik in the background as well. All that kind of jazz. I'm interested as to why they wanted to go for the Centaur early here for Alliance. Like, I understand S4, you know, in the past has always been kind of one of those players when he's playing in the offlane, you can kind of stick him on these heroes that are more than okay and being an island, and he's generally happy with how that's going. But I just think maybe there's a few other heroes that would be a little bit more high priority, not wanting the Nature's Prophet this time around or the Treant Protector. So maybe Alliance have lost faith in the early picks.
To me, it says that they just want like a strong lane, and they don't think there's gonna be anything to punish it. But I wouldn't say they're necessarily banning out a lot of those heroes right now.
But Owen, we see the Silencer ban.
I would do need a bit of respect. I mean, you know, obviously Manaspa opening with 2 are the same as last time. Alliance suspecting they want to go for some sort of similar vibe. And it did, of course, just work really nicely with the bat. It's one of those great heroes that can just cover a bat rider going in. You know, bat goes in, you press global, suddenly the enemy can't do anything about the bat jumping on one of your teammates. We'll see Alliance trying to address the bat, I'd say, a little bit better this game. Picking up the Disruptor, something to make sure they can mess with him when he's trying to play aggressive in those moments of the game where, you know, he doesn't have the BKB quite done. So a little bit of a response there with the Disruptor pick this time.
10 seconds remaining.
I think it's a really, really good ban on the Undying as well. We talked about it a little bit in draft number 1 in terms of a hero that they were sort of relying on previously, but I also think that the key to this draft right now and the start of it is just trying to give S4 a better start so he's actually involved in this game and can help create opportunities in the earlier parts of it, maybe make a shift and move into some of these other lanes. And if he gets shut down higher, that's going to be difficult. And considering they didn't ban like an Ursa or something like that, if it was like Undying Ursa, that could be a pretty rough situation. I still think there's probably something Manaspa can find here to try and ruin this lane, though.
There's still Monkey that's floating around that I think is a little bit of an issue for the Centaur. You can kind of win out that lane sometimes if you just go for like the heavy double-edged spam, and, you know, if there's ever a Mirana arrow that comes in from Pond or even a rotation that can come in from Handskin on this Disruptor. So wouldn't hate to see Manaspa go for another one of these kind of lane-winning position 5s to Spartan. There's still the Clockwork that's floating around as well. You can find the Disruptor in the back line. Yeah, you do get glimpse back and all that kind of stuff, but nullifies a lot of the stampede as well, getting people stuck inside of the cogs. It's another one of those lane-winning melee 5s that can really just kind of enable Minespa to play around their heroes, gives Desire a hero in the front lines to kind of create space for him once again.
It's just a classic for Spartan too. I think that would be a fantastic pick from them right now. You know who else would be kind of sick though, but we never see would be Witch Doctor.
Yeah.
That hero's
Witch
kinda
Doctor,
cool.
Spartan does pick Witch Doctor. He picked it in previous tours, but they'll go with the clock that you suggested.
I like Clockwork. This guy's busted. I think he's like one of probably the funnest and best 5 right now. Like overall, not necessarily every game, but if I just had to pick one 5 that I have to play, it's probably gonna be Clockwork because you can get by most lanes, and there's no other 5 in the game that can initiate the way Clockwork does on such a low cooldown. Like I don't even care about hookshot anymore. It's always up, you know.
No, it's true.
And I think like one of the biggest underrated factors, or the least talked about, is like the vision that he gives, right? Like the fact that not only is he a body in the front lines, but Rocket Flare is kind of just one of those unspoken abilities that most of the time it's so insane what these players are able to do with the amount of vision and information they get. Now the question is, what do Alliance want here?
Radiant team back.
Yeah, no, sometimes with the flare, it's even the lack of vision as well. You know, if you throw down a flare and there's no one like there, then often it's like, okay, well, you know, either they're smoked or they're not in this area, which means they have to be somewhere else, or this person's farming alone in lane as well. So that's there's a lot you can learn from flares. But yeah, Pangolier coming out for Alliance as their next pick. So that's going to give them a lot of team fighting between the Pangolier, the Centaur, and that Disruptor. So between these 3 heroes, they can really kind of take the fights to Monosper here, I would imagine. But of course, you gotta win those lanes first.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the Pangos were going to be going towards that mid lane, which Chuan he did well in the lane last game against Wish. He was leading CS. It was a good start. I don't think that's going to be a similar story this time around. This could be a matchup where he struggles a bit against the bat.
All right. All I've just decided is that Charlie has the greatest Faceless Void in the world. Like, I know he plays the hero, but would you really want a Faceless Void with this lineup?
No.
Like, clearly he's the world's greatest Faceless Void. That's what we can determine from that.
That's what that ban reads. Yeah, I'm there. I'm there for it.
Like, the chrono damage is lacking, but hey, if you hit all the good chronos, obviously the hero is still extremely powerful. So, I also really like watching Pango versus Clockwork, for the record, because, you know, sometimes the Clockwork helps, sometimes he hurts. It's always entertaining.
Damn, look at that stretching. Ponley's ready. Hell yeah. You know what, everyone? Look at that. That's a good example right there, friends. All right, if you've been sitting here watching Dota for a long time, get up, have a little bit of a stretch, get that blood flowing. Thank you, Ponley, for reminding us all.
It's always good to keep everybody stretched, hydrated.
Yeah,
you stretch your hands as well. I would like, coming out of Alliance, is maybe we might see the return of a bit of Spectre. We've been seeing it decent amount in China. I really like this Dawnbreaker that comes in from Minespa. We saw how fast they're able to play in game number 1. They've got so much global presence with the Nature's Prophet and the Dawnbreaker. They can hit these one-item timings. You know, they can just go for an early Glepnir for the Nature's Prophet and go in towards a BKB. Dawnbreaker just gets something along the lines of like a Death Lady. You got the Boots of Travel up on the Batrider. Minespa's got some very fast heroes, so I think Spectre's kind of out of the window right now.
We've sort of swapped the roles a little bit here compared to last game, right? Where they were the ones who were lacking this like traditional carry. Now they have a tricore of Batrider, Nature's Prophet, and Dawnbreaker now from Minespa. So Dawnbreaker not as hard of a carry as the Morphling, but looking more to be very active and get around the map with that ulti. And like you said, lots of global presence. But Alliance now, they will have the big carry this time. Charlie on the bear, and we'll see if the setup will be there to provide enough damage.
Yeah, but look at Monospa. They're running Skylark on the offlane on the Prophet and Nande on the Dawnbreaker as a carry, I think. So, I mean, that's very interesting. I'm interested about this swap up from them. It's not what I was anticipating, but yeah, wow, okay. So that's going to mean that it's the Nature's Prophet versus the Ursa in the lane, right?
Yep.
I think it's usually when you see these kind of core matchups where you're able to switch the lanes and all that kind of stuff, it kind of comes down to player preference. So it's probably just one of those things where Skylark is much more comfortable playing the Nature's Prophet than the Dawnbreaker, or maybe vice versa. Nande is much more comfortable playing the other Dawnbreaker than the Nature's Prophet, and they said, hey, we'll just do this and this, it works out.
Yeah, perhaps. Who knows what the plan is, or if there is some strategy behind it, or what the real intention is here with this. But all I know is that Monospar, they have this draft which can be like anywhere on the map at any given time. They've got so much mobility between the Prophet, between the Dawnbreaker, and a Batrider, of course, as well. Going to get those travels. Like, I don't know, how does Alliance really play into that, Owen?
I mean, they've just got to be really ready for this global stuff. I mean, S4, he's got to get the quick auras online. Probably a very similar build to what we saw from 11 last time with the Vanguard into pipe. He cannot afford to die anywhere near the amounts of times that he died in lane last game. And he shouldn't. No. You know, he's a Centaur. A little bit more beef to him at the earlier stages than an Enigma. But yeah, you can't be seeing S4 going down 4 or 5 times in the laning stage. If that happens when he's on the Centaur this game, Alliance, they're going to crumble even faster than they did in game 1.
Absolutely, yeah, they need to keep a cool head in this one, especially S4. Get yourself online, get those auras up, and make sure your team can move around the map and get those all-important objectives. There is a way for both these teams to take it, but Fluke, what's your prediction for this one?
I feel like Minespa's gonna have this one. They have a lot of confidence coming in from game number 1. They've got some really strong lanes as well. I don't think this is like, like a 90-10 kind of scenario. I think this is much more like a 60-40 considering what we saw in game number 1. Yep. Alliance definitely do have ways to get through this, but they're gonna have to come out of the laning stage relatively unscathed.
Well, we'll see if you're right again, Fluke, because you were last game as well. Let's find out as we jump into game number 2 of Alliance versus Monospar with ODPixel and Trent.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Yes, let's see how this one goes down game 2. I mean, I think we're all going to be hoping for at least a closer match. That was quite the beatdown that Manaspa were able to pull off against Alliance in game 1. And overall, considering the lineups, I mean, we should have a closer game on our hands, right, Trent? Or are you a little concerned here again?
I'm a little concerned. If dear friend of the show here, Scriff, could you please press the enter button to show the chat? I'd like everyone to see this. Oh!
Minus salary.
Yeah, like you dash ping to check ping. I believe he's checking their salary after
I
just
see.
beating them. I believe is what I believe he's insulting them to say that what are you paying for here? Because we just whooped your team. So that might be the hardest trash talk I've ever seen. Just saying. I mean,
there we go.
For the start of a match, like you better back that up, man. Respect for doing it before the end of the series, I guess.
I mean, the one thing about the lads on Manaspa or, kind of X-Brave, these guys, they're a confident bunch, you know what I mean? They will sort of lay down the smack talk, and they will back it up. We've seen great runs from them in Division 2 in the past, and they've just started this Division 2 run pretty much the best you could. An excellent game 1 from Manaspa. Let's see if indeed they can sort of back up those that bit of banter and pull it off again here in game 2. See the lane setups. As we're saying, Skylark playing the Prophet up top. I mean, honestly, I feel this could be a lane that could be a little bit tricky for Charlie, right? Skylark and Desire, they could definitely apply some pressure. They had a great duo between the two of them last game. And considering the heroes here, Hanska's playing the support disruptor. This is a hero that can kind of get bullied by a Rubik and a Prophet quite easily as well. The two of them, the Prophet, the Ursa and the disruptor, they're not going to have fun against these two.
No, this isn't the hopeful bear lane. You're hoping to be like counterpicking someone and getting matched into a situation where you can sort of excel as the bear and have a great time. Not look like a hero, but on the other half of the map, Spartan, he goes down.
All right, there we go. Alliance are able to kick it off with a bit of a different start to last game. Indeed, Spartan was the one to, I believe, claim first blood last time round. This game, too, he's going to be the one to give it up. One low. He'll take the kill.
Yeah, early damage there from the Mirana helping out here and trying to pressure this Dawnbreaker where she doesn't have that many tools as well. I like that idea. As the levels stack up, obviously she gets to be pretty scary. Not so much versus a Centaur, but if the Mirana steps a little bit too far. But now that Ponlo's level 2, won't have any concerns. You can always opt in towards a leap just in case things get dangerous. Like right now.
Slowly poking at them. I mean, the Spartan and Nanda getting forced back. If Spartan gets any lower, Ponlo might have the chance to go for him, but Cogs down, pushes him back. Nanda actually going to pull himself back in over towards S4, but we'll have to be careful with those sort of moves. I mean, Alliance, without a doubt, as this duo, the Mirana, the Centaur, you can feel, Ponlo and S4, they're having a much better time playing the lane than they did last time round, where they just got completely smashed in the lane, right? The Enigma, Dark Willow, it just didn't work out for them at all.
Yeah, and of course that's going to slow down both of them, not just S4. But again, now the pressure's on.
I mean, yeah, S4's going to be able to withstand that pressure. Manaspa try and get in on top of him, but not able to burst through the Centaur. Alliance, night and day comparison really between the bottom lane in game 1 compared to the bottom lane start in game 2. S4 Ponlo off to a very hot start this time.
Yeah, a bit of anti-synergy there. And now I like this. Ponlo chasing into the trees, knowing that Nande's waiting for regen from the Clockwork.
Yeah, nearly able to bring down Nande. In fact, he might just be able to do so. Ooh, leap to the side. Nande, the Ponlo's back in. He's able to claim the kill. Takes him down. Of course, does not mind dying at all there for that one, Ponlo. As, Nande just bullied out of this lane. It's a hot start for Alliance down there.
Yeah, unfortunately does die second, so won't get the XP, but hey, it's all right. Managed to get yourself a little bit of gold here, and hopefully Alliance don't lose S4 because of this, though. And looks like he'll manage himself here. They can't get a quick goal on him or anything like that. You know, sometimes you sacrifice, they jump your core, get into some trouble, but instead they just smack right back. Look at all that burst damage in the lane.
Oh, so much. I mean, and that's what he should be fine now.
Oh,
He's got his Ring of Health, got the 2 ring protections. So try and run down Hansken. So he's going to go for the TP out, and he'll manage to make it away. Nothing to put a stop to that. Already used the spells of their availability. Bottom lane, Spartan. Drop down the cogs. S4. They try and battle him this time round. Manaspa, they're able to punish S4. They do find the chance to take him out, but each time it's incredibly close for either side that gets the kill down there. Both teams really battling through the entirety of their HP pools when they go at one another.
Oh, Charlie's courier got killed though.
And that had the ring of health on. So that always kind of feels kind of rough, especially when you're out of regen in the lane, right? You know, he's out of tangos, and now he's going to have to sort of withstand the pressure of Skylark pushing towards his tower without that ring of health for the next minute. So
yeah, we've been seeing this
a couple
lot.
more waves he won't have fun in.
People do this like full map progression of the courier just to try and bring the ring of health over. So to hopefully not risk it, right? You're not trying to obviously run up to the enemy secret shop and punish there with Desire getting a deep ward down. But yeah, this whole bottom lane too, one thing I was noticing as well was how much value that Nande's been getting out of his stick and Ponlo's been getting out of his wand. But Spartan just like literally nothing. He has raindrops right now. He has 0 value in his inventory other than some charges. And then S4 as well, because he had double Ring of Protection. Did he actually sell one?
I think because he definitely had 2.
Yeah, he definitely. So he sold one to help afford his boots probably after the death to make sure he'd come back to the lane with them. But also no stick for him as well, right? With all these spells being spammed out, it's always very tempting. But he's just trying to rush that Vanguard as fast as possible.
And what we've seen so far in the mid lane matchup, Chuan keeping it nice and even, really. 36 and 3 against the 33 for 2. So it's ended up being a very even matchup between both these heroes. As both will be ready to make rotations. Wish is going to step up, try and take the bounty rune away from Alliance's jungle. And of course, Truant will be more than ready to TP to any side lane to look for some action with that Rolling Thunder if Manaspa do start to get close to Alliance's tier 1s. We'll see Hansken. Should feel the wrath here of Wish's rotation. Will do so indeed. Wish takes him out.
You love grabbing those kills before you have lasso as well. Just not even having to skill the 3rd point Firefly either. So still an option to go for a lasso kill down bottom. Having to get a kill here.
I mean, and it's a little bit too close to the tower there. S4 gets dragged in by the pull of the cogs and tanking a lot of tower hits there means not a chance to survive. And of course, these deaths are pretty costly, right? You've had a good start on that bottom lane. S4 getting early couple of kill involvements, but now dying 2 times after that. You're giving up a lot of that advantage that you built up in the early few minutes of the lane. So suddenly things aren't looking too great anymore for Alliance in that bottom. You know, another death down there for the Centaur, and it's going to be feeling very bad. So S4's got to be careful. Top lane, there's the rotation. Over towards Skylark, Truan able to join forces with Charlie to take him out.
Yeah, and he was pretty far behind the Nature's probably before that as well. So he was lowest on the course, but he grabs that kill. A couple lasts under his tower. Should be doing quite a bit better in a little bit here.
S4 should be super safe now. He's hit the 6, he's got the Stampede, so unless he gets caught in the cogs, he'll have a pretty reliable way to bail himself out. In fact, he's going to get aggressive. He's able to set up here for the arrow to come in on a Spartan, but Spartan's got the stick charges, and Spartan, he's still alive. That's what turns his attention over towards Nando with the double edge, but there's another pull of the hammer available. In fact, S4 ends up going down. A move that Alliance attempted to initiate themselves. Ponlo jumping in, he's desperately trying to find a kill here. Has got a pretty full one to pop the charges, but Nande swings back in with the hammer. Ponlo, he's not even going to be able to get a kill out of this. Nande and Spartan stay alive. And, I mean, they had a good start on that bottom lane, Trent, but it's falling apart and back over towards the mid. What the hell's happening here? Hansken and Tron, they're both falling down in a Desire Wish. Tron is going to get taken out. Suddenly the crumbling's beginning again here, Trent.
What? The way that all started too, the aggressive stampede into the cogs, and then the attempted mop and bucket there from Ponlo gets him punished. Even a sweet arrow to stop a like an instant starbreak, and I thought maybe that'd be the play that saves him, but that is pain. And then to also get the kill mid, again, still no lasso used here, as they managed to get a double kill in the mid lane without it. Oh man.
And look at these stacks again. I mean, we saw Manaspa be fantastic with this in Game 1. They're doing it again here in Game 2. So much money on the map.
Oh, it gets the additional Ancients as well after this, too. Yeah, that is pretty ridiculous right now for Wish. Has the Fairies trinket, too, if it wasn't bad enough already for Alliance.
We'll see how Alliance sort of reset themselves down in this bottom lane. I mean, those last few moments, it's just been complete outplay from Nande and Spartan against S4 and Ponlo. Very impressive stuff from the safe lane of Manaspa. As I say, you have to really exaggerate, to emphasize as well, you know, after a start that was rough, you know, Alliance, they were the ones getting the kills down there. The first few minutes looked great for S4 and Ponlo.
Yeah.
But that feels like nothing more than a distant memory with the way that the lanes actually ended up here coming into the 10th minute.
And Spartan's level 6 before 10 minutes on this clockwork right now. So both supports before the tome, if they want, they can get real crazy with it and throw the tome on somebody else. Or just clockwork or Rubik. They both love having additional XP on all of their spells. So it's all gravy for them right now as they're going to set up onto Charlie, potentially.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're considering it here. Should say Spartan's ready to go when they want to. You know the TP rotations will be available for Alliance.
He has glimpse right now too on Rubik, so I think they're hoping for a TP right now. That's why he's flaring the trees.
In the mid, Lasso at the ready. He'll step in for a quick attempt onto Ponlo. Ponlo tries to jump away, but the Nature's Wrath from Skylark will finish him off.
Oh, there's the glimpse. Oh, just to ping him, give him a little bit of damage.
Yeah, just bullied away from the tower completely though. Skylark, 10 minutes in, able to take down the tier 1 of Alliance. Let's see bottom lane. S4 very much unlikely to go as aggressive as he did try a few times in this lane. Knows that Nande can kick back with quite a punch. We'll be going for the Echo into Deso build.
Yeah, with how farmed Wish is too, like he's just the cherry on top to whatever Batrider wants to do across the map, right? Like Skylark can just show up, Dawnbreaker can show up. If there's no Solar Garden available, you just count on the Wrath of Nature and the Nature's Prophet to come into play. If they're all there, it can just be a giant dominating team fight for them. If your Alliance trying to deal with this, I think the main problem I'm thinking about is how do I enable my Mirana and my Pengo right now? Because, I mean, are we going to wait for a blink on S4?
Now we've got bottom lane. They're going to get on top of Nande. Should be pretty dead here, surely. I mean, it's nearly able to pull himself away with the hammer, but he does go down. Alliance, they get the kill. Will cost them the life of Ponlo, maybe more. Tryon tries to jump away here with the shield crash, but the glimpse back's there. A stolen swashbuckle from Desire cuts him low, and Wish finishes him off. As Alliance, they may have been able to dive and get the kill on the carry. They will lose a couple of heroes for it, as Manaspa, they spend no time hesitating on responding.
Well, I'm enjoying watching Desire's last Rubik game in the DPC. I can tell you that much. There's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way. Like,
Yeah, well, you might even ban this over Lena at this rate.
No, honestly,
I mean,
like teams have been banning the Rubik
against
constantly.
Desire.
Like it's just this guy's a Grandmaster Rubik. Clearly, he's very passionate about the hero, and it's just the way he uses the early game spells and like the patience he has with them. And he always waits for that exact right steal, and it feels like he truly like becomes the other hero. Like the way he just started immediately playing around Glimpse as they safely took that top tower, looking for TPs in, pulling back and like baiting spells out from the Ursa by spamming it, and then waiting that whole time as well to castle on Chuan and then steal his Swashbuckle too. Like now he's smoking with Swashbuckle for an easy setup in telekinesis, right?
Let's see what they can do. I mean, obviously finding Charlie would be a very nice killer for Manaspa. See if the two of them can do it. They've got Wish coming over as well, so they'll be the three of them making a move on to Charlie. Let's try and jump away. Spartan gets in, able to trap him in the cogs. Elsewhere, Chuan is able to take down Skylark. So both teams losing a core. In the jungle, Nande also being dealt with by Alliance, but TPs are coming in. Good roll across from Chuan, but Nande with some good jukes and Desire there with the stolen Swashbuckle. Able to snipe the kill. Nande is still alive. Finally will fall as Alliance do get the kill, but they're not going to be able to get everyone out of there. The knockback with the flame break onto Chuan, into the lasso, try to jump out with the shield crash. He's got a Swashbuckle, but the stacks of sticky napalm building up. Desire able to snipe the kill there with the Fade Bolt. And off to the side, Spartan, he's able to catch Ponlo on the retreat as well.
Yeah, he's trying to run away, and then out from the blue comes the hook shot. Battery assault and death there to fully clean things up. And that all started, by the looks of it, with a attempted save from Nande using the Solar Guardian to try and back up Skylark, and wasn't successful, dies himself, but they ended up cleaning enough kills that that's still fine for Manaspa. Is this providing enough space where Ursa's going to be scary, though? Because he still doesn't have Battle Fury, and he's still the lowest of the cores. I mean, it's only 14 minutes. You know, he's got Phase Boots, man. It's not necessarily the worst ever Ursa start, but it does feel like they need to get a lot out of him this game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I don't think we've even seen the global potential yet, really, from Manaspa either.
Radiant are scanning.
And Alliance attempt to make a move here with the Moonlight Shadow. S4, he's at half HP. But still across a lot of HP. Now Spartan, he's just been able to catch the two of them in the cogs. He's going to lay down the hookshot as well. Static Storm will manage to control Wish, but only for so long, as it's not long enough. Wish is able to step to the side. S4 now to be in trouble as Manaspa running him down. Chuan's going to head over with the Rolling Thunder to help out. The cogs will be laid down to push him back. Maybe enough space here for Alliance to retreat with the rest of them. And Nature's Wrath does come crashing through. It seems like they have enough distance to step back. So, honestly, with the way that started to turn around, Alliance, I mean, but they're still hovering around here. They stopped running. They should have kept running. As Ponlo goes down, Chuan jumps in with the swoosh, but he's also got to be careful. His Rolling Thunder's on cooldown. Jump forward from Desire. S4's in with a hoof stomp, but Nande, he's over with the Solar Guardian, looks towards S4. Chuan able to swashbuckle out to the side. Charlie has turned up as well to try and pick up some action, and he will manage to do so. Double kill for Charlie.
Nice.
Alliance, this has paid off. They were able to pull the fight over towards the Tier 1, and they did indeed stop running because they wanted to turn it around, and they certainly did. Bringing in the bear, bringing in Charlie, getting a triple kill for their carry. A very nice little bit of a bait there from Alliance.
Yeah, Ponlo goes down, but in the end it pays off, and you know, Desire just couldn't help himself, right? Yeah, the Starstorm, he sees this Pango swashbuckle and he's like, I think I want that. And he dives into the tower with it, and they tried to play off the back of the Solar Guardian to make this all worth it, because they could have backed off there. But they see Chuan and they're like, I kind of want to get the skill, guys. Like, Wish is coming in, trying to get the good lasso there, but just gets stunned up and goes down. No chance to pop it off. But another one?
Oh, I mean, he's in with the angle of the hook shot. They all managed to break out of the cogs, Hansken. Nande wants to chase it. Pulling with the hammer, but not quite able to get the slow off onto Hansken. They'll turn over towards the Tier 1. I mean, Spartans continuing to dive in up towards there. Make sure they get the vision of the stolen glimpse back here. Desire grabs back Hansken, using Disruptor's own tricks against himself there with the glimpse to be able to pick up some action, as they may have lost that bottom fight. But Manaspa straight back, bringing the chaos over towards Alliance and claiming 2 kills, one of them being Chuan.
Yeah, but look how quickly Ursa became the top hero on the board. That part, at least, you know, some good signs for Alliance. Maybe a little bit of breathing room if they can grab this Aegis. as his scaling is very real. Whereas a lot of the scaling from Manaspa, it's not that traditional, like, easy to win a big scrappy fight. I feel like that's one thing that carries are really good at that's maybe a little bit underrated, is that like when fights break down and they just get ugly, well, that's a broken down Rubik. Carries are really good in that situation because they just have long sustained damage. They're just like swinging around. If you don't have the coordinated effort to bring them down, it can get pretty rough. And you don't really have that giant hero on Manaspa. I mean, you do have the Nature's Prophet, but he's obviously like a little bit more static in the engagements compared to an Ursa, who's like leaping and hopping around with stash resistance. So we'll see if Alliance can eventually get to that stage. Right now, they are just being hunted, though.
I mean, yeah, Alliance start to sort of tentatively step towards the high ground, but Manaspa they're ready and waiting for them. Chuan leads him with the Rolling Thunder, will be able to take down Spartan. Nande in with the Solar Guardian, able to back up Skylark and Wish. Wish committing him with the BKB, getting over on top of S4. S4 nowhere to run, as Manaspa will happily take that fight there. Alliance, they did seem like they wanted to look for something, but Manaspa very, very much prepared. And Nande very close to his next big power spike, closing in on the money to be able to pick up that Desolator. So next time that sort of swing around with the hammer when he turns up will hit just that much harder.
And we'll see if the BKB perhaps here from Charlie will help carry them to a fight win. They're not too far behind in terms of the core-to-core matchups right now, and a lot of this is still preparation for the Roche. See if we can get that Aegis early on here, because most importantly, getting this Aegis just leads to a faster second Roche. And I feel like that's something Alliance are going to be playing for here with this lineup. Blink Dagger, though. That's huge. Blink for Chuan right now, so... Double initiation. His rolls have been really great, I have to say, considering he hasn't had a Blink Dagger. I feel like he's done a really good job in this Pango, better than I would have expected, taking advantage of some of the terrain several times and getting some of the clutch stuns. There was one fight where he stunned Desire, and S4 was waiting for the stun so he could finally Stampede, because they just didn't want it stolen. And now they're after him again.
Oh yeah, they go for Desire every time. And who could blame them after Desire's been doing what he's been doing on the Rubik? You see that man step up on his Rubik, you go in for the kill.
I'm surprised.
Get him out of the game.
I'm surprised they're not just still going Roche. Like, who cares if they flare you? I mean, I guess they're just hoping they can get a +1 kill because they have Disruptor, right? So you just need that little bit of vision. But not going to be there this time as the Deso is delivered, as you were saying. Done and dusted here.
They're going to have a hefty amount of minus armor as well, especially if Skylark's able to get that AC done. But still a bit of gold to go for that one. We'll see Spartan actually set up in the mid. Static Storm's going to be dropped to try and protect Chuan, but the BKB's out into the lasso. They'll kill off the Pangolier, and they'll also look for Polo as well. Jumps into the river, but the Sprout's there ready and waiting. 2 quick kills by Manaspa. S4 jumps back over with the back of a Charlie. Will manage to burst through Wish. Nande comes in with the ult, but Charlie's in with the BKB. Won't be able to stand his ground against the Dawnbreaker. They'll decide to split from them here, Alliance. Charlie hovering in the pit. With the BKB on cooldown. Needs to be a bit careful. Maybe not. They've got the vision up there on the high ground. They'll spot the opportunity to jump in and take down Nande. Charlie continuing to pick some very good times to sort of make the jumps. 7-1 and 0. Having a very solid showing here on the Ursa.
Yeah, he is the anchor that needs to secure this team if he needs to come in and actually get the job done in the end. So excellent job so far. Great glimpse as well to help break down that fight a little bit. Getting Skylark out of there, just reducing some of the control they're going to have with the random sprouts and everything that have been a real nuisance through these fights, and a ton of damage that he's providing there as well. That's what helps turn that back around for the side of Alliance, gives them that extra kill there on Nande. And now the question remains of, like, when do we go Roche? They're going to smoke. They're going to see the flare go by. Now is a decent time to go in, but there is a Treant lying in wait here, so never going to be a good chance to sneak it, and they might just kill another support in the same spot they found Desire last time. Oh, nice ward.
Yeah. Look at the glimpse back, and they know at this point no Solar Guardian available, so hard for Manaspa to react. Still, though, Spartan somehow able to break away from them, but not enough, not far enough. As S4 still closing the gap, gets in with a big boot stomp, slams down Desire. Chuan controlling Nande for now, but it's a little too close to the high ground for Alliance to want to die for more.
Roche is free.
Either way, they're happy with this. 2 quick kills, head towards the pit. Alliance, it's only a 1k gold lead, but they get this Roche on Charlie. And it definitely is getting to the point where this bear is becoming a big problem.
Yeah, the BKB was used as well there from Skylark too, so he has no desire to come in and fight. And looking towards an AC to try and help out a little bit in this fight versus the Pangolier and the Ursa. good choice. Obviously can help the eventual pushes and defenses of structures as well. But no auras, of course, coming out for this whole team, which is kind of interesting, right? It's something that obviously we don't see all too often right now, as a game with 0 Greaves. We have it on the pawn though, but like none of the cores for Manaspa able to pick it up really in this. So not delegating because you have like a Rubik and a Clockwork. They're not really the kind of heroes that can spec into it like a Mirana can. I think that's really going to help Alliance when it actually comes to these big fights.
Look for the quick grab on Ponlo. We'll be able to follow up with the hook shot and the pushback of the cogs. And no further places for Ponlo to leap to. Out of leaps as well. Bottom lane Charlie pressuring in, and Alliance that very much taking over the jungle, this whole half of the map from Manaspa. Manaspa starting to limit it into sort of safe spaces that they can farm in. About 900 gold off the full AC for Skylark, so should be able to farm that up before the next fight. See how much Alliance are able to get done with this 4 minutes of Aegis that Charlie has to play with.
I'll tell you one thing, their vision is lasting forever in Alliance. They're just not getting dewarded right now. I say that as, I think now they just pinged the fact there's probably a ward right here, but like they have 2 wards up in the Radiant Ancients that are looking to survive their full duration right now. So really helping how they're moving around on the map at the moment. Makes it very easy to take this bottom tower because they have full confidence that there's nothing that's going to stop them.
See Skylark as well. Very much scared that escape was put to a stop. Goes for the BKB TP out to play it safe.
Definitely the right call. I mean, didn't end up needing it, but it was pretty close to being found out here. All right, so things to watch for in the next fight. Definitely going to be the static storms have been great from Hanskin. I think consistently he's able to help defend people with it, and cover for any of the potential losses in the fights, especially like right at the beginning. He's playing just tight enough in the fights to get off really good static storms without dying instantly. So that's been really clutch. We have to watch out for the Rubik saves though right now with that telekinesis, trying to get people away from the Ursa.
Spartan. Ooh, he's actually going to be able to get out there. It looked like it was going to be a situation of him tanking the gank, but I didn't even need that to happen. I'm going to make it out with a hook shot, so Alliance, they won't be able to find a kill with that Moonlight Shadow setup, but at the same time, they're obviously strong enough with Bear, with Charlie, that they can just sort of force down this mid lane, try and pressure this tier 2.
Yeah, creep wave is coming if they want to commit here. There's always some concerns versus a Bat Rider, of course. Don't want to do anything too crazy here.
I'll take the tower, and you can see already some nice bit of micro here from Skylark, pulling creep waves away from some of these lanes, leaving less opportunities for Alliance to find themselves in a state where they've got kind of these multiple lanes coming in against Manaspa to allow them to get much more done with this Aegis. Just under a couple of minutes left on it for Charlie. Took the tier 2 mid, but probably going to struggle finding much more unless they get a big pick off. And Manaspa are playing it very smart at this point, ensuring that it's not easy for Alliance to find sort of these heroes out of their own, at least not the big value heroes. The cores are playing very safe, pushing out these lanes very sneakily.
I will say they're going to have a lack of damage for a little bit right now on Alliance in terms of like scaling up at the moment, because we have a Lincoln Sphere coming out on Chuan, and we also have a Lotus Orb, so double defensive items being purchased from the 2 other cores, and Charlie also picking up the Abyssal Blade here for just a little bit more control. So those little bits of save that you have and those healing elements on the side of Manaspa from the like the Solar Guardian and everything are still going to be pretty effective in these moments, especially when he gets up to level 18, so the 95 heal per pulse. So something to watch for too, keeping an eye on those like Luminosity and everything too. See if they can survive through a little bit. Obviously with an Ursa, whoever's being gone on by Ursa, not a lot of hope, right? The damage there, you don't need to buy damage because of the way this hero functions, but whoever Charlie's not focusing, there is a chance that they could survive because of that.
So it looks like these bottom lane. And they get the jump on Skylark, they certainly can. Straight in they go. The cogs are dropped down to try and provide some sort of safe barrier around Skylark, but it won't save them. As Alliance, they'll get the 2 quick kills. Charlie continuing to just get further and further ahead here. 3K, 3.5K gold ahead of that of the nearest hero on the map. He's having a very, very good time. This Ursa completely taking over. Manaspa really struggling to find ways to deal with him at this point.
Woo! Nice blink there from Wish. Barely survives. But yeah, what a turnaround here from Alliance. Very well done. I guess they weren't necessarily at like a massive deficit, but it did kind of feel like they were losing their grip a couple times. The Bat Rider seemed like he was just like running over the map. But they've stayed pretty chill. They managed to farm up their Ursa, confident in the eventual plan of their draft. And now with the Abyssal, everything's sort of come together for that final moment, it feels like right now. They have 2 more minutes until the next Aegis. They can comfortably take the outer towers, I would say, get some vision up, and just prepare for that Roche. And should be the grand finale here. And if you're Manaspa, you got to find a lasso play right now.
Well, they're going to try. Smoke up here for the 3 of them. Wish, Spartan, and Nande. Got eyes on S4, but not really the target they want to go for at all. Anything apart from him. But the way Alliance are positioned, not having the opportunity to break past the Centaur there.
Very tense right now as they're de-warding.
Manaspa really stepping out.
Yeah, you don't want to lose someone here. I mean, they still have the kidnap ability of a Bat Rider, so Stampede, of course, can help them catch up, maybe grab something, but you're committed to the fight at that point if you want to go for that big save. And Manaspa, they're trying to wait for that perfect intro to the fight as well.
Oh, and that certainly isn't it. Nande walks down the mid lane. Alliance immediately jump him, and that's the carry out. The rest of Manaspa will manage to scramble back towards the base, but Alliance finding a very tasty pick off there.
And that's the classic that you hear a lot of pro players talk about, is just ganking whoever's trying to kill that mid wave. It's
on in the mid again, S4 jumping into the base, up to the high ground. Who stomp onto the 2 of them, trying over the Rolling Thunder. Spartan sniped by the Swashbuckle.
Drive them back again here. Creep waves are coming. There's no opportunities right now for Skylark to try and like get in the way or intercept one of these waves. That's always a good sign for Alliance if they want to try and commit for it. There is still a glyph on the Radiant. They'll obviously get the glyph reset as well, because it'll be their first tier 3. So pretty dangerous. The question is, when is this Roche going to spawn? Could it be instant? That would be very helpful for them. It is not. It's 2 minutes and 10 more seconds until we're going to have that one. Oh, whoa, Skylark. Nothing. Quick TP, had the confidence that Ursa was not nearby for some quick bashes there. Luckily, Centaur wasn't close enough yet either. There is still stolen Stampede here, so that'll be back in 40 seconds.
Oh, big confidence there on the win probability, 95% here for Alliance. I mean, I think personally, I'd probably give Manaspa more than 5% on this one. It's rough, but Manaspa have turned games around before. And Alliance is, the next big test is going to be breaking the high ground. See if Manaspa can find that 5% within them to turn this around.
I do feel like Charlie is going to be nearly impossible to kill if he gets Aghanims and Shard, though. That seems like a pretty tall order from Manaspa. So if they do want that turnaround play, it's definitely feeling like it has to be sooner rather than later. I'm not sure about the eventual scaling of Manaspa ever being able to outcarry something that they have here, and it's just pretty hard to outplay them this game as well, I think. Fighting against like Stampede and this Pangolier, as the levels get going, like it just gets so ridiculous on this hero.
Just holding the area around this Roche. Just about a minute left until we'll see that one come back up. And that should be sort of what Alliance need to give them the opportunity to push the game to the next moments and go to that high ground. And very much no need to rush it here from Alliance. I can play this safe.
Oh, Nullifier. Okay, Nullifier versus Ursa. Maybe we could catch Charlie off guard here. That could be a big one for them, actually.
I mean, Skylark is farmed. Not quite the level of Ursa Charlie farmed, but it's going to be the case when Charlie's had such a good start, and with that Battle Fury, how much you can pick up across the map.
For you Dota gamers out there, you buy this so you get rid of the overpower. All right, try and make the bear not the bear. That is the plan here.
Roshan's up. Alliance, they want to try and go for a kill first before they look to take it. They know if they can sort of eliminate one hero, it's going to give them the chance to go straight for the Roshan. That's a great one to catch. Skylark, top farm here from a Monaspa, taken down. They'll get the glimpse back onto Desire. 2 kills, more than enough for Alliance to be able to step into that pit and casually take the Roshan.
Yeah, that was the worst possible hero to lose, unfortunately, from an athlete. He just bought out to grab the nullifier. He doesn't have any chance for like a buyback TPN or something where you surprise them with a fight that they maybe weren't expecting. And no way you're going to try and contest this Roche right now. So unfortunately, he has hit the dreaded Aghanims plus Shard right now.
Yeah, he's massive.
He's actually going right for the Blessing, which is kind of interesting.
And in the mid, Nande. He's going to get caught trying to push out the waves. That's him out for a minute. Has got buyback if they see an opportunity to maybe try and battle Alliance when Alliance go for the high ground push. But now 20k lead. Now Alliance just getting further and further ahead. It's going to take something pretty monumental to turn this one around.
It's really funny. You don't often see someone grabbing the Blessing in a situation like this, but it means that he's going to have his BKB to threaten with while he's pushing high ground with Aegis. Despite, like, because, like, theoretically he has an empty slot, right? Like, when this Aegis goes away. So it's a little unusual to do it in this order, but it actually makes a lot of sense like this. And that's why, well, they don't want any of this. Still have Glyph, still have all their tier 3, so they still have the double Glyph issue for them to go through. But now there's 3.5 minutes right now where Alliance are going to feel pretty comfortable doing whatever they want on the map. And I don't even remember the last time we saw a lasso.
Just going to try for one now. Wish. I'll get the grab. Upon low, they'll find him, or maybe not. He's actually going to be able to buy time for himself with the Yules. To jump away with the leaps and the force. He's out to the side. He's going to be able to live. Ponlo gets out of there. And now Alliance, they're ready to turn. In they go on top of Skylark. They'll get the 2 kills. And Static Storm in the mid lane from Hansken will allow them to catch Witch as well. 3 dead on Monaspa. Make that 4 here with Nande trying to throw himself into the fight. And they'll tap out. GG is called. Alliance, they'll be able to kick back in this game too. And solidly take it away from Monaspa.
Well, that's a little bit more what people were expecting from this lineup, I think, especially from this offlane duo. Palmo and S4, the big redemption game here as they get the Centaur and the Mirana. Sure, it started out great, and then they started to fall apart a little bit there, but the lane was not nearly as much of a disaster this time, and felt some pretty good impact from their heroes throughout the rest of that game there as well, too. So just, like, stabilizing. Didn't necessarily play super aggressive, but I think Chuan's Pango, for me, really helped bail out parts of this game before he had the Blink Dagger, and the game was looking a little bit tough.
Yeah, and I think sort of the big change around that we had in the draft was obviously the pick order when it came to Charlie's hero, right? You know, this time round, rather than kind of getting his hand shown very early with the Prophet that he played in game 1 and was picked, I think, got second pick that game. You know, getting the luxury of being able to really sort of choose his hero more carefully, it shows here. Gets the Ursa and has a pretty much flawless game on it, only dying that once. You know, 11, 1, and 6. You know, that's what you want to see from the carry. So I imagine if anything's going to be taken away from these 2 games so far from Alliance, I think it's going to be sort of hold Charlie in that position where you give him that luxury. You know, you give him that chance to have that later stage pick of his carry, because it certainly made a difference.
And Alliance are just gone.
They're out of there. They're you know, ready for sort of come back for game 3. And it's going to be interesting to see what sort of stays the same, what changes, because obviously coming into this game 2 draft, Monaspa, they did stick with some similarities, right? They get the Desire Rubik, the Wish Bat Rider. You know, this once again, Desire having a pretty good opening. You know, 7, 5, and 8, not a bad score at all on the Rubik. I mean, overall, where do you sort of feel that they were held back the most in Manaspa's draft this time.
Well, let me see. Do I have my analysts here? My panel analysts? Hey, welcome, Nomad and Fluke. Welcome back.
So yeah, I think we're here. Hi.
What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think Alliance are back, baby. Yeah, no, it's good for them to get a win. Good to get a game 3 in.
Yeah, I think it's good confidence boost for these guys as well, and kind of echoing what you were saying just before, Trent, about just being able to give each one of these players a hero that allows them to play the style of Dota they want to play, right? Like give Charlie one of these heroes that he can sit back and farm for a little bit, he can become the win condition for them. Give Chuen one of these heroes that can make a lot of space throughout the entirety of the map, and give S4 and Pondo heroes that can do things in the lane. Like their game number 1 with the Dark Willow and the Enigma, really they weren't able to do all too much. Game number 2 though, they come in with this Centaur and the Mirana combination that it looked much more comfortable. They're able to get these trades going back and forth. Yeah, there were a few kind of Omega LOL moments from some of those players, but hey, you know, it's all about limit testing here in Division 2, and they were able to eventually get to a point where S4 became very, very tanky. He was the Blink initiator for the team. And then it got to a point where Charlie was able to come into these team fights and really start to abuse the amount of net worth that he was able to get out. So much better from Alliance in game number 2. And this is what I want to see from them for the rest of Div 2.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to actually drill down on a little bit. You know, Charlie's game, like, it was very reminiscent of the Goon Squad days, which, you know, kind of makes sense because it's a lot of the same players. But a lot of those games, it would kind of be the game was held in this kind of precarious balance where they're, like, taking fights and kind of losing fights, but not too badly, whilst Charlie kind of gets his farm on, and then he kind of turns up to his first fight, and that often decides how the game's going to go for them. If he's able to choose the right fight with the right items, turn up, and then get some kills, then they usually were able to play around that really well. If he didn't, then Goon Squad tended to struggle, and that's kind of the vibe I got from this game. It was that fight down at bottom. He turns up, he gets a triple kill, and from then on, Alliance pretty much just held the advantage, and they held it really well. One question I actually wanted to ask you, Trent, is do you think Monospa played as well from behind as they did from ahead?
I think that, well, no, obviously. That definitely looked very difficult. That's also, I think, the nature of their lineup, where you sort of want to be dominating them in terms of, like, you want them, like, scattering around the hills with this kind of a lineup, right? With, like, the Bat Rider and the Dawn and the Nature's Prophet, you're, like, picking them off one by one because you're not necessarily the strongest lineup when it comes to actually fighting in the full 5v5 situation. You want to be starting every fight with a big advantage. I think what really wasn't clicking for them was the general concept of, like, the global threat. I did not feel like there was ever a, like, watch out, like Dawnbreaker's just pushing the dead lane, waiting to Solar Guardian on someone, which tends to be the most successful way you see the Dawnbreaker played. It felt like they didn't really click on that concept of just like, let's smoke 4 and force a big fight with all 5 of us there.
Yeah, I mean, they had kind of like the breaking the ankles, but like across the map potential, where they can kind of show someone in one lane, get them to move around, and then, you know, make a play in another lane, right? You have 4 heroes with really kind of long reach, high mobility, and, you know, as long as a Rubik's there, or it doesn't even need to be there, as long as you got 4 heroes there, you will be fine. And they never got that, and I think that's more down to Alliance not really giving them that opportunity. You know, they were very calm about how they played it. They didn't mind the lanes being pushed out too hard, and when they came back to defend it, they weren't like leaving a core dangling on a lane or anything like that most of the time. Most of the time they were very disciplined, they got everyone out, and they kind of played the map really well, which it gave me a lot of hope for this team, I would say. It looked good.
Yeah, I feel like, and also kind of what we were saying towards the end when we saw that Alliance kind of were gone from the player cams at the end of that, I think that kind of helps them, you know, a lot of the extra staff that's on the outside of this Alliance squad, being able to get these guys to reset after that game number 1, come into game number 2, play their own game as well in it. And obviously a lot of these players have a lot of experience throughout the entirety of this Alliance roster too, so being able to bounce back from that game, go into this game number 2, be like, hey, this is the kind of Dota that we want to play. We're a good team. We should be able to get this one done here in Division 2. And I'm expecting a whole lot of fireworks in game number 3, I think.
Oh yeah, I think so, especially after the all chat moment. I mean, Owen, you want to talk about the a little bit of spice which Dad brought to things?
Yeah, it was a bit of fun, I think, to have a little bit of banter, a bit of all chat at the start of the game. But I don't know, it's something about it that it does feel like, at least in Dota, a lot of the time, all chat or sort of the out-of-game banter between teams, it never really pays off. Normally you do end up falling flat on your face, and unfortunately for Manaspa, that was the case this game. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say there's probably not going to be any all chat from Manaspa at the start of Game 3. But I'd be happy if there was, see if they still got that fire in them. But I imagine it's probably not going to come out at the start of the next one.
Yeah, because we were speaking to Solo the other day, and I was asking him what his opinions were on Trash Talk, and he said, he loves it, he's absolutely fine with it, he supports it, as long as it doesn't affect your game. But that's the question I think you have to ask people on the spot. Did it affect them? I don't know. It's hard to say. Don't really know the players well enough to determine whether this was an off match for them or not. But we're going to find out plenty more about this team, and we'll find out plenty more again Alliance, and we'll find out who's going to win this series after this short break.
Very good.
Hey, just 6 seconds.
I pipe you, you're fine.
I can silence them, guys. I have warning rift.
I got Willow form, guys. I got Willow form. Fight.
Guys, Puck is very low.
On me still. Prophet killing me.
Enigma is dead.
No
Enigma is
BKB
dead.
Prophet, no BKB Prophet. You see him.
GG right now.
Πάμε λίγο δουλίτσα να γίνεται.
Hello. Oh.
No GG? Okay.
I have lift into. Can you put a ward?
It is day number 1 for the Division 2 of Western EU, and we are now 1-1 in this series between Alliance and Monospar. Monospar able to turn the tides in game number 1, but Alliance come back strong in game number 2, and now it's all to play for as we move into the final game of the series. My name is Nomad. Joining me, we got Fluke, and we've got OD Pixel, and we've got Trent. Game number 2 is pretty exciting, actually. I did enjoy that one, but Alliance were able to take it. Are you worried now, Fluke, that Alliance have kind of broken that lineup which Monospar had? You know, the Rubik, Batrider opening. They've now defeated it. So do you think Monospar are going to have to go to a new plan?
No, I feel like the open is still really solid from Monospar. I think the way that Desire plays, the way that Wish plays on both those heroes is perfectly fine. I think the one issue that I kind of had was maybe the Dawnbreaker to me. I'm not sure if it was kind of the right pick, considering that the Ursa itself was still open. If you wanted to have a counter towards the Centaur in that lane, you kind of play relatively similar to what the Dawnbreaker did. They didn't really utilize the global presence all too much. So Monospar, I think they may have slightly missed the mark with that Dawnbreaker here, but there's still the Rubik that's out here. Hanska and Ponlo both love playing that hero as well. So I think Alliance right now are definitely looking down the barrel of, do we just take the Rubik here and then see what Monospar have up the rest of their sleeves?
I like the Batrider ban, though. I think that they've looked a little too comfortable on that. And then, yeah, like you said, this allows you to get the Rubik first. Doesn't give anything away, but it's also just a very strong hero. So now that they finally get first pick, as that'll be the case in this one, they're going to take their shot at this.
I think
so
for the response here from Monospar is probably going to be Tusk Tree. You're going to give a decent amount of spells over to the Rubik, but I think the way that Monospar has shown that they like to play extremely fast, be able to kind of group around these heroes and kind of ball forward. Undying is another one of those really good heroes. Yeah, you can give away Tombstone to the Rubik, but at the end of the day, you're not giving away something massive like the Tree will 90% of the time.
This is the big brain play because Tree sucks on Radiant. There you go. See, I've cracked the code, guys.
All right.
Damn.
I figured it out what the players don't want us to know. That's why you pick Undying on Radiant and Tree on Dire. It's the go-to.
Understood. I mean, that feels so opposite to what it should be, you know? Like the zombie on the Radiant side and the tree on the Dire side.
That's how Ice Frog tries to throw us off. That's how you know it's a conspiracy.
God damn, this goes deeper than we realized.
Right to the top, baby.
All right, the two big horned boys. We got the Undying and the Centaur. I don't know, actually, they got kind of matching headdress. Well, I guess it's kind of just his horns, but
all
matchy.
Lineup?
Yeah.
You could make it, yeah. You know, speaking of straight to the top, what do you think Gabe Newell's and they talks lately about Sand King? Because where'd that guy go? That guy, you know, that hero's dead and dusted. He is dust. He's just made of sand, but you know, I feel like he should be making some calls here. Maybe Gabe is one of those people like me who he doesn't like it when his hero's meta, because then
same.
Yeah, people flame you and it doesn't feel as nice to play your hero because they're just broken and everyone's picking your hero. So maybe that's why Sand King will just be average forever.
It definitely feels bad, but I think also another thing for that is I don't think I've ever met a Sand King spammer. Who wants to spam Sand King?
That's a fair point.
I mean, Gabe.
There are dozens of us. They're rioting in the chat right now. You know.
I think people that spam Sand King are really, really cool and attractive and the best kind of people. And I think they're all great. Amazing people
chat,
through and through. Yeah.
If you guys can find me one Grandmaster Sand King player, I'll take back my statement.
Oh, that's I think I know one. I think that's one of my friends' list. So they are out there. They are out there. But
all right, coming into this series, I wanted one thing: it's Chew and Ember. Got the Chew and Ember. I'm pleased. This is the hero player combo I was looking forward to. Guy's been out of it for a while. He's back in. Ember's good. Ember, I think, he's actually looked like one of the most picked heroes across the DPC. I think he's just kind of sitting in there, you know. He hasn't felt super overwhelming, but I'm always pretty satisfied with his performance in most games.
And one of the big counters is being taken out as well in the Batrider being removed. They're getting rid of the Husker. You can tell, I can kind of get from those player cams right there, the fact that this is the most that I've seen Chuan speak in these last 3 drafts. So it's definitely a kind of conversation that I imagine that S4 and Arthur are having right now. It's just saying, All right, what are the big heroes that you think right now that can really make your game hard? And they're getting rid of some of them now, and
Yeah.
I think if they enable Chuan to have a good game, Trent's going to get his wish, and he's going to have a pretty good Ember Spirit game.
And the whole reasoning for this time is because they're finally first pick. Because I think when you're first pick, taking your mid laner, the situation just makes the most sense. You get the 3 bans to help cover it, and you don't have 10th pick anyway. So unless you're planning on something that's like really flexible out of the mid, your best to just do it this way. Get like a strong hero that doesn't have that many counters, ban out the ones that are really bad, and then just tough it out and pick up all your combos. Because right now, the Mirana is still in. So Hanskin can also play Rubik, or he can play Mirana. And we'd have Rubik, Ember, Mirana, which has looked like a pretty formidable trio so far this DPC. As much as I don't generally like the double melee or double range supports, I think that combo is acceptable.
That's acceptable by Trent. That's the approval every pro team looks for.
That's right.
So, I mean, are there any bad Ember matchups out there, like maybe like the Viper or something? And you play like a little bit of the mid lane, a little bit of Ember Spirit.
I'm trying to think sort of what Wish would want to play. I feel
is that Archie the Ancient? Archibald?
Archimold. Thank you very much.
Archimold
the Ancient.
Yeah, I wasn't sure who you were these days.
Yeah. One day I'll be Davo the Divine. I think.
I like to.
Still need suggestions for the Immortal one, but we've got time until I get there.
Ichabod.
Ivan.
Ian. I like Ian. Ian, that's a good, reliable name. I like that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Yeah, stuff you want to get. I was until the Ember was picked up. I was kind of secretly hoping for some Wish Tinker. They pick the Undying. It's something that they've done in the past when they want to play Tinker. They'll get some sort of hero that provides this great vision for a Tinker to pop off in. I think the Ember might put him off, going for some sort of like final pick Tinker this game, because Ember kind of hunts you down pretty easily. Yeah, it's something that's going to catch this Ember. I mean, because you're lacking that at the moment. Sure, Mirana said you got the stomp into the arrow, but a good Ember player is not getting caught by that. At the moment, Chuan, he does not care about these 3 heroes. He's going to be dancing all over the place. So and it's kind of that awkward position as well, where you need your carry or your mid to be that hero that has that sort of lockdown, has that control to threaten an Ember Spirit. So we'll see what they go for, but if they don't have any of that on either two of them, I'll be surprised December's got away with being picked second and having such a free game. Nande or Wish has got to have something that directly catches this Ember and puts him in his place.
He strikes me as an OD player. I feel like Wish would be one of those.
What an insult, Jesus!
It is. It's a little insulting.
Come on, man.
He plays Tinker.
Have some chill. Dude, if you said to me to my face, you look like an OD player, I'd probably take you out, Trent. I'm sorry. I love you, but...
Luckily, I have the pawn separating us.
Don't give up, guys. Don't give up.
The only person more isolated is Fluke.
Yeah, I'm literally on an island.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want to us. Oh, absolutely safe. Well,
Yo!
Ooh.
Okay.
That's wild, actually.
I believe there was I can't remember which region it was, but there was a recent Shadow Shaman pick in one of the DPC regions. And it looked relatively okay. I think it's obviously not one of the high tier support heroes right now, but it provides them with a good amount of catch. They can group together with the Shadow Shaman wards. They've got good roach taking potential. They've got Empower. They've got the Shadow Shaman snakes. They've got a relatively good lane as well into the Centaur. So,
and I think, well, as well, if you play it 4, I think with the Magnus too, there's like so much stuff you can do with setups for skewers too, theoretically. But yeah, I think 5's pretty reliable, just like solid control. I think this hero's underrated because I think that pushing is pretty busted right now. I guess pushing towers is always really good, but there's not a lot of supports that are able to do that, and there's also not a lot of just like solid disables right now, like hexes and everything, because Lion's so bad. So I've been kind of waiting for Shaman to make his comeback.
10 seconds remaining.
I do like the morph, because one thing you've got to bear in mind as well with this morph, of course, we saw it from Manaspa being played in the safe lane. That is one of those heroes that you can put in the mid matchup against the Ember, because the morph will just have complete free fire. Like Ember, you're never going to kill the morphling in the lane unless the morphling does something incredibly dumb. Like morphling will not die in that matchup.
Yeah.
He's able to hit creeps freely. So if they want to switch things up from the way they played morph in the first game of the series, that would be one of the ways to sort of make the most of the fact that this Ember's going to be in the mid. Put the morph there, he gets complete free lane to himself.
Listen, S4 is insulting Wish too. Okay, they banned OD. So I'm covered.
Everyone's being rude to him. Everyone's getting up, but he's going to show us what for. Yeah, I can definitely see Morph being an option strategically for the mid. In terms of it being a wish hero, I'm not sure.
Yeah, they might have just moved the players around, still put Nando on it.
Yeah,
but,
true.
If he plays Morph, he'll be able to play it in the mid lane against an Ember. It's not hard for him.
And even if they're not in the lane, though, you still have them morphing into Ember throughout the game, too, which is also pretty amazing.
It's very strong, yeah.
You also have like, some nice Magnus plays, too.
Yeah, Magnus is a really good option a lot of the time. Even if you just empower yourself, it's doing that alone, you're just super greedy. Like, I don't really want to play with other spells. Nice low APM, just empower myself and get on with life. But we have ourselves a Bloodseeker pick up as a final pick for Alliance. This hero has been kind of gaining in popularity recently.
Interesting. I feel like they kind of forgot about Tombstones for this draft, but that's sort of okay. I mean, they have Rupture versus Stampede.
No one's gonna hit.
Yeah. I mean, I guess Xiao Shan would go to work, right?
I still up to him. Yeah.
You have one job.
Throw his big hands. Yeah, and I think they're also kind of trying to play a bit of 4D chess with the Bloodseeker pick as well. Covers them from getting Pangolier here at the end, which is another hero that could do relatively okay in the Ember matchup. Just be able to farm with this shield crash, be able to come in towards the mid game, be able to create a whole lot of space with the Mirana and the Undying, and then just gives the Morphling a bit of free time. So I think they're kind of just covering their bases. It's a good carry, not too bad right now, and it also just covers them from the Pangolier last pick here too.
Yep. Yeah, interested to see what they go for. All these kind of
really gross, like a sniper, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
They need some damage out of this pick. They really do. Like whatever it is, it has to deal damage because they are so lacking.
DK could be okay actually. I don't think you need damage so much as just like a little bit more, like someone who could actually set up for arrow. You'd have Stampede. He can stand his ground.
Okay.
So they do do it. Okay. So we're just getting Wish Taker.
They go. Yeah. Obviously, as we mentioned, Ember Spirit kind of puts you off it. So maybe the Shaman as well. Like, there is catch, but it is Wish. It is his Tinker. He doesn't care. It's pretty much his best hero. And, as I say, they've got that vision set. It's a lineup where you have an Undying. He's going to lay down Tombstone. He's going to see the whole fight going on. These rockets are going to be flying everywhere. He's going to bring out his Wish Tinker. So, yeah. I would consider dirtier than an OD. Personally.
That's what I mean.
When Tinker pickers, they're on another level, but I'm always happy to see it in pro play, especially when it comes out as a final pick and against heroes that could catch him. Let's see if he can do it.
Yeah, anyone else getting throwbacks to Game 1, or if you're Alliance, I guess PTSD from Game 1, where we had that S4 Enigma coming out into all the counters? Kind of feel like it's the same vibe, where he's just kind of throwing down the gauntlet and going like, hey man, there's no such thing as a bad Tinker game when I'm playing it. Fluke, what are your thoughts and what's your predictions?
I like the confidence coming in with the Wish Tinker. They've got okay ways to keep him kind of protected. They've got things like Stampede. They've got the Tombstone and stuff like that, try and cause a bit of chaos for the Tinker to go around. I really like the well-rounded Alliance draft. I'm not 100% sold on the Bloodseeker. I understand the reason why it was picked in towards the draft. It gave them, a little bit of safety. I feel like there probably could have been a few more heroes that would have made it holistically a little bit better, but I think right now I'm probably leaning a little bit more towards Alliance because that game number 2 gave me a lot more confidence in them.
Yep, I think that's fair. I think they've got the easier game to play, but on a Spa, they like to play the game at their own pace. Will they be able to do it? Let's find out. Let's jump into the game. We'll leave you in the capable hands of OD and Trent for this game number 3.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Yes, the all-decisive Game 3 now here between Alliance and Manaspa. I mean, Trent, what do you make of this final pick then? This Tinker's come out. If you're Alliance, what are you sort of feeling when you're looking at that final pick that's been thrown against you? You're like, you know what, we don't care, we got this. They obviously would have come into this series knowing that there was a chance of a Tinker showing its face because it is pretty much Wish's best hero. Or do you think they're a little concerned about it? How ready are they to deal with this?
I think it is a little bit of the wild unknown here. As well, that ward. Charlie tips. Now Desire's like, how do I deny this? No chance. Okay. D-ward. I think you have to just think about it a lot. Obviously you have heroes that are good against it, which is number one thing. It's already great because that's one thing you can't change. You do need to just frame your mindset around the Tinker and think about, why. I'm sure they've all played against Wish Tinker at some point, So they all recognize the annoying stuff he can do, but it looks like things are just going to break down here, which should be fine. The new Tinker. We have not seen a whole lot of like new Tinker in pubs, I feel like, with this like rushed blink and he just shows up on the side lanes. He's not necessarily like the slow Tinker that I think we used to see more often.
No, for sure. Yeah, I mean, all I know is it's incredibly annoying in pubs. This is a very, very nasty hero. We'll see how he's able to do here today. And we'll see how the lane goes. Last game, we pretty much had sort of both coming out evenly from the lane in matchup, Chuan and Wish. First game, we had Chuan coming out with an edge.
And, well, as well, the bottom lane, big difference. So game 1 went horrifically for S4 and Palmo. Very bad. Game 2, pretty even. The question is now game 3, they get the Undyings. This was banned in the second game when they were trying to like sort of stabilize S4's game, but now it returns. So it's going to be here to try and slow things down. And the question is, can they make this combo work? We kind of talked about it in the draft, but you would more so expect the Shaman to be 5 in a lot of games and the Rubik to be 4. But I think this offers a lot of good kill threats if they can get near the tower. But right now, the wave is so close to the Radiant Tower that you don't really have that many crazy good like skewer back plays because you're going to need that tower damage to bring down this Undying.
S4's got to be a bit careful there. He's losing a lot of strength.
I think a lot of people might not have noticed. Well, I'm sure, hopefully most of you have noticed this. But Undying is much stronger in lane now because of the way Decay was changed to work. And that's why you're seeing the hero more often. It used to be that you would steal strength. I'm sure if any of you played Undying. You steal a bunch of strength, and when it went away, you'd be at no HP. And it was really annoying and kind of stupid. So that has been changed so that now the HP, essentially, you get to keep it, which is why he just has mangoes and why this hero is really, really strong. Unfortunately, didn't commit for the kill there with the mangoes. I think he was a little bit more confident knowing he was going to have the damage there. And S4 does escape.
Yeah, albeit left very, very low on the HP. We'll see other lanes so far. Mid matchup, pretty much even here between Wish and Chuan the first few waves. Problem 3, 11 for 1, very close. And S4 really being forced to sort of live on the edge here, not having an easy time at getting anywhere close to the creeps.
It's so funny to see Shadow Shot with like the second, what was it? He used to have like the second highest, I think he still does have the second highest base damage after Tree, and he is still just gets smacked around.
Top lane. See Scarlock, he has got the hoof stomp onto the two of them. Going in with the double edge as well. Leap forward. They'll be able to bring him down. But not before over on the other side of the map. Spartan, he's actually the one to get the first blood. It's Manaspa. So they strike on both side lanes in synchronization. And both side lanes get a kill.
Yeah, and like, there's just no good option for S4 either. Like, he had the skill point there. He could theoretically take Skewer and try and get away from the situation. But then what? Then he's just away from the wave with no HP and no mana. All right, Spartan is insane. Is there... You've got to be kidding me. How is this working? Was he actually coming to suicide? And he just happens to find the courier? He's the greatest. He's the greatest player ever. Who goes to the tier 1 to suicide? Maybe that was his... Is he a genius? Does he run to the tier 1 every time first to check and then run to the tier 2 in case the courier comes through?
I mean, it paid off this time. It certainly did. Easy courier snipes. Shots off a bit of the regen that Polna was trying to bring into the lane for the two of them.
It's quite a bit of regen. Toss back up top there into the blood right.
See around the mid. Still very, very close between them. Wish with a slight bit of a lead on the waves. See up top, trying for Desire. One leap's enough to get him away from the blood right. I'm trying to make sure that they can shut down that full camp from Alliance.
The prize is mine.
Definitely overall the biggest concern so far for Alliance being the bottom lane. As for not having an easy time getting farm. That's all against these two, and not quite able to find any sort of opportunity to sort of pull and play around with Manaspa close to their own tower, as Manaspa have held the wave in a pretty good position. In the mid, Chuan getting nuked down very low.
Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on this. I've been looking at, quite a bit lately at Tinker builds because I'm kind of wondering if this hero would show up. And one thing Wish is doing is he's grabbing the Soul Ring first, whereas a lot of Tinkers lately have just been skipping it, and they just try and rush all the way to the Blink. But obviously, it's a lot safer to get the Soul Ring, so it lets you stabilize the lane a little bit more and farm up in case things get a bit dangerous. It just delays your opportunity to move to those side lanes. But currently, he is the top of the net worth, and I mean, you gotta be concerned because when this guy gets his blink, it pops off so fast. Like someone like Huntskin, he just dies, you know? I don't know, Owen. I'm kind of feeling it. I'm feeling the magic of the Tinker right now.
Well, I mean, this is the point where if you're the Ember, you're telling your team, you'll be like, guys, it's fine. I got this guy under control. He's having a rough lane. But inside, you know the dread of this Tinker's getting quite a bit of farm from this. And, you know, it's like, it's fine. This guy's, you know, he's not great. It's easy. And then 10 minutes later, you know, Tinker's picking up a rampage. Something going to be in the back of the minds of Alliance. They've got to be prepared to deal with this Tinker popping off.
Well, right now, S4 is definitely not popping off in his lane. He is just grabbing creeps and running away. So at the very least, they have secured a little bit farm for him. But lowest on the cores again here. And quite a bit behind his counterpart. About 800 gold behind his comparison of Skylark on that Centaur Warrunner, who has the Ring of Health, has the Ring of Protection. And are we going to have Centaur win all 3 games, potentially?
Could be the case. Here in the jungle, a bit of a chase down towards Pond Low, but Nande won't spend any more time running after the Shaman. We'll leave that up to Spartan. TP over here from Wish. He's ready to try and pick up the kill.
He comes back to tier 2. Hey.
Sichuan, see if he can help out a little bit. May look for the denies the neutrals. He's managed to find it as well there, Pond Low. Will manage to take away that opportunity for Manaspa to find a kill against him.
The net worth differential between the Ember and the Tinker is pretty much just all the raindrops that Chuan just has to keep on buying. This nuisance of a Tinker.
Top lane. Charlie getting the chance to take down Desire. Throws a tip his way as well. As he catches Desire in the Bloodbright Silence. Skylark not able to save him with a hoof stomp.
Feeling a bit right there. Surprised they didn't get the D ward on that obs too. I thought maybe that got thrown down when the Tinker was there. Maybe it was after. But Huntskin maybe will be able to find the way back. Because it's a pretty important ward to have to show under the safe lane tower like that. Because Tinker wants to rotate up. And then obviously you just need the vision. So by having the ward under the tower, it's really easy to pressure with the Tinker rockets. Partially why I think he rotated up there before the Blink Dagger. As that's a little bit unusual.
CS4 starting to get some stacks made here in the triangle. DD Rune at the top. Will be taken here by Handscan as Desire was about to pick it up himself. Jump forward with the Remnants. I'll take out Desire again a few times now. I've been able to kill off the Mirana. Make sure that Desire doesn't quite have as easy as an opening to the games as he's had the first 2 when he was on his Rubik. Having a bit of a tougher time this time round.
As Spartan gets ruptured and TP's bottom. I love that play. No panic, TP home. Just comes down to this bottom lane to maybe turn a play here onto S4. But has the level 1 skewer. So potentially escape is back up top though. Charlie.
Got the Stampede. In with the slow. There's the stun. And Skylark making sure that Wish is the one to finish the kill. Get him as good of a timing as possible towards the Blink Dagger. He's closing in on it at the moment. 1,700 gold on it.
It came at a cost, though, of course, as they did lose that mid tower. Chuan taking that down, having a fine start on this Ember. Unfortunately, like most of the cores, like sure, he looks like he's in 5th place, but honestly, the gap is not that big across all the cores right now. A lot of it is just going to depend on what happens when Wish gets this blink in his first couple moves. If he overextends and gets punished by the Remnants and just by like the general chase down of Charlie on this Bloodseeker, this could easily flip the whole table and we'll have the Dire Heroes on top. So it has to be a bit of a cautious movement into that, I would say, from an Aspa, especially because Desire, again, in a game with not the best setups for Arrow for these Rubiks, or for these Mirandas rather, you know, so we'll see if Desire can hit some better ones compared to our earlier Mirandas.
Charlie. He's got to be careful. Anytime he comes near the lane with the potential of a TP from Wish, he'll do so. It's back
Oh, look at this. Little stack set up for his Tinker. What a lovely Undying player he is, huh?
This is very nice. This will give him the Blink Dagger timing here. Wish 10 minutes in.
Yeah, important to note they were blocking the Ancient stacks as well here, so they couldn't keep stacking them up. So that was solidly done from Alliance, but not going to end up mattering. He's got a couple down here instead. Does have to be careful. You're against a Bloodseeker. Charlie going to notice something might be up here. Getting a bit low. All right, Owen. Where's he going? What's he going to do?
It's a scary time for Alliance to show their faces in the lanes now. That's for sure.
They see Charlie on a ward right now. I think he's going to smoke with Desire. It's a long movement, though. And yeah, that's the plan. So they're going to hunting here.
Let's see who they can find. Charlie would certainly be the tasty one. He's sitting pretty low on his HP, the Bloodseeker. So it would be a very easy burst. He's looking very dead. A little low HP jungling. Not working out there for Charlie.
Well, that was anticlimactic for the first Tinker rotation. You know, I was expecting anyone could have done that. Oh, he did leave a possessed mask, though. He does ping it, so he realizes his mistake. He's going to send his lackey, Desire, and the Marauder to go pick it up. The Spartan gets pretty low down bottom, but they have to deal with the Tombstone first.
Put the Hex onto Nande. Nande, he's got the backup of Wish. Shackle the Morphling, hold him in position, screw him under the tower. They'll rupture him, RP him, everything him to try and bring down this Morphling. And he's still alive. He's going to be able to turn with a Sleight of Fist, and with the backup of Wish by his side, they can't continue to chase him out. Nande's going to live.
Oh, he's going again. Oh, Wish is crazy.
Oh my goodness, he found it. Wish has got a triple. He's not, well, he's going to get stopped by the skewer, but he's ready to, of course, get himself still out of there at the end of the day. And that's definitely why you got to be concerned when Wish gets his hands on the Tinker. 5 straight kills so far this game. That sort of moment when that happens in the game, that you feel it in your gut. You know, when the Tinker starts to do that against you
right now.
Yeah.
Oh man, that is so painful. That was such a sick hunt into the tree line too.
He just goes in.
Like to also find Chuan too. Oh man. And the last couple of right clicks to get the kill, no punishment.
The prize is mine.
Whew. Alrighty.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Definitely the start of, right boys, we might have a Tinker problem this game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures
I mean,
are fortified.
yeah, he's on track to get a good timing on the Shivas, and when you have Blink Shivas and you're not prepared to deal with it, it's
Dire's middle tower
incredibly overwhelming. Alliance, they're going to have to find some way of locking him down, but as we're seeing, it's sort of these positions for the fights where Manaspa, they've got all these other heroes that can go in first, and whilst Alliance do have some forms of lockdown, they're having to use it on the Morphling. They're having to consider if they want to try and go on the Centaur. Right? A lot of the times they cannot have the luxury of saving these spells to throw down on a Tinker. Wish around his teammates is playing it very, very nicely. See them get the catch here onto Ponlo.
That was a little bit surprising for the Shaman, huh? He goes to go ward a high ground. There's a Mirana there, and he just dies. Not exactly what you're hoping for. Oh, it hits an arrow into Chuan, but no follow-up there. Alrighty, so let's go into the mind, everybody, of what happens in your games when the Tinker is doing this. All right? It's very hard not to tunnel vision on the hero, first off. Oh, he's doing the thing again. Retreat.
There's not going to be any retreating for Hansken. Once the tombstone's down and the zombies are upon you, you'll soon be joining them with these rockets chasing you across the map. There's no escape from that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Do they just have to give farm to Ponlo? Like, does he just have to survive the dead lane to get a blink? It kind of feels like that's it.
But even that, I don't know. This Tinker is so far ahead. And that's the thing as well, he's not just a Tinker, right? Nande, he's also level with the Farm of Wish, and we saw what he was able to do in game 1 as the Morphling. So you've got two pretty disgusting heroes that you're going to have to deal with if you're Alliance. They're both getting out of control. You know, maybe you can deal with Tinker on one day and Morph on the other, but dealing with a Farm Morph and a Farm Tinker in the same game, nobody could wish that upon anybody. That is not a fun spot to be in.
Oh, Observer on the high ground there.
Ponlo. I mean, with the wards down, is he going to be able to play his way out of this one, Wish? I think he might. Okay, no, chains are there. Chuan able to make sure there's no escape. That's a big kill, and a very needed one there from Alliance.
Yep, there's a reason why it's called a Tinker Ward, and you just saw it. Finally, some way to deal with that hero. He's had patches where he's been the scourge of every single Dota player, and thus the Tinker Wards were born. It's really the only way to handle himself. Works in this one too. RP though.
Just onto the one of them. The shackles as well. Will be enough to take down Skylark. And Asper. Well, she looked to get in onto Alliance. Chuan getting very, very low, but they turn with the Hex and Silence onto Nande. Nothing more to lock him down. But will manage to make sure that he cannot dive in to finish off Chuan.
And yeah, one thing we didn't even mention about that crazy fight down bottom was Nande morphing into the Ember and utilizing that to the full potential. Had some great slides, had some bolas there as well, seizing people in place. And great reason why Morphling just feels excellent versus the Ember Spirit. Just that little bit of mobility that you grab is so helpful. And there will now be a mech picked up here from Desire too, so in case those RPs and Blood Rights, all that AoE's being spammed out, going to try and have a little bit of fight versus that. And I like that Alliance took advantage of the situation where the Tinker was dead, though. It felt like they actually tried to go for plays to catch Manaspa off guard, and they're slowly clawing their way back.
Oh, easy courier. So they were sending up there to maybe check for some wards on the high ground, but ends up being an easy kill there for Manaspa. See, for Alliance, how's Charlie doing on the progression? He's working on that BKB. And once he has that, definite chance in the fights if they get any sort of catch on Wish for Charlie to just head in and get on top of the Tinker. Moonlight from Manaspa now. See if they can find something around the mid. Bottom lane, Charlie is farming out on his own. They could try and make moves towards the Bloodseeker. As you can see, Charlie playing very, very careful amongst the tree line. Doesn't want to be found here.
This Ob Sentry combo in the mid lane spotted the Observer that was placed on the high ground there. They knew what was going on. And so just that little bit of a miss there, unfortunately. Going to sort of thwart some of the plans here. But they jump it anyway.
They get the jump forward. Spartan is going to be able to lay down the tombstone on the high ground, give them good vision to fight around him and Asper. So Alliance, they've got to bail out of this.
Oh, I love that.
They'll lose Ponlo, but they'll make sure that everybody else immediately retreats, and they won't lose anyone further than the Shadow Shaman.
It's such a low commitment as well from Manaspa, right? Because like now that the blink's up on center, Mirana has a friend, so he just blinks, stomps arrows, and everyone can just look how far back you can still play. Like they don't have to collapse in like this either, because they have all the damage from Wish, and as well, I mean Skylark's initial burst anyway. He's really the only one that even has the front line on those gangs, which is why I think their double range support duo works so well here. And by double range support duo, I mean Undying, who runs in and presses decay and doesn't punch people, but you know what I'm saying. You don't have to get up and close for the kill. Like it made no sense. Okay, I forgot the wrong team hit the double range support duo. Thank you, Owen. We'll just let that one fly. Back to you, Dakota.
Let's see. I mean, they got this pre-90-minute timing on the Shiva's Guard from Wish. I mean, if they don't hex this Tinker, he's just going to kill everybody. This is a game with the setup where Wish, he may just we will be seeing those ultra kills. I feel it. Maybe even a rampage. If this sort of beginning continues for the Tinker, they've yet, just that one time in the trees they found him. I have a feeling that Wish isn't going to let that happen again.
I mean, they're still holding the tier 1 mid. They've stabilized the net worth. They're definitely not like falling really far behind. Ember's almost in towards the BKB as well. The recipe away. If they can continue to hold things here, if Hanskin gets a great steal, he has Stomp right now, which isn't really what they want. I feel like he needs a mobility steal. He just needs like Leap or Waveform. Ooh, this is an interesting play. They Tombstone there just to try and get aggressive and get on this tower. Smoke on smoke.
Oh! They get the Who-Stomp jump onto the Ember. RP's going to be attempted. In fact, he's not able to get it off. S4 gets put to a stop. As S4 falls, Nande tries to mantra his way out of that one, but Alliance, they will catch him in the blood right in the rupture. Sweep over towards the mid with the shackles onto Spartan. They'll find a second, and Charlie, very speedy here, trying to chase down, but it's straight into a Who-Stomp and an arrow. Will get just slammed down by Skylark. And that's the point of the fight where the rockets start to fly out, but Wish, he's actually out of mana, so won't be able to offer up anything more. Alliance, they find 4 kills.
They did.
Charlie does die, but good aggression there as they just move forward behind that of the charge of the Bloodseeker, and are able to overwhelm Manaspa, getting that good catch at the start, even with S4 getting tripped up at the start of the fight.
But he didn't get tripped up, you see. So all that 5,300 damage from Chuan, right? 0 damage. Look, he dove to grab the arrow. He knows the arrow's coming in. He tried to tank the arrow and get the RP, I think. Because like, you know whoever gets stomped is going to get arrowed, right? So he wanted to hit both. But in the end, he doesn't get the RP off. It doesn't matter. Because he made sure that the Ember survives. And then Hanskin, he did actually utilize that stomp. He was able to actually get the telekinesis into the stomp to help secure the kill onto the Morphling. And that whole fight just gets built up from there. So obviously pretty risky from S4, but I like the idea. Like, he's just ensuring that he's covering his Ember. Like, he had the vision down the river to know where the Mirana was coming from.
No, I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. MVP for S4 for that fight, for sure. Absolutely. That tanking the arrow. If Ember dies there, Alliance don't get any kills.
Yeah,
maybe they get the Morphling, but that's it. But yeah, no, for sure, you're right. S4 throwing himself in like that. And see if they can maybe find another fight here, but once again, the Who's not there for Skylark. S4 will get taken down. Trying to get the BKB off, but he is very low, having a remnant away to safety. Manaspa, they're going to try and chase him down. Ponlo attempting to TP out here over to the side. It's going to be able to make it out of there. Good force from Hansken, making sure that he's got the space to TP out successfully. Alliance only losing the one. The chase does continue with the rockets flying over towards Chuan, but back up to the base. I mean, surely they're not going to try and dive in any further for him. They won't. Chuan's able to walk back to safety. Alliance only losing S4 there. So, again, a good sort of back off there from what would have been a pretty disastrous fight if Alliance did stick around.
And Hanskin trying to push this out a little bit if they don't feel like they can defend their mid lane. But solid stuff there. Great Lotus. Nice force staff from Hanskin, as you said. And only has the stolen missiles right now, though, so able to cancel the blink from Skylark at the very least. He's going to do his best to escape here, but he is still under vision. He does escape. But the dreaded combo there, you could see a couple times of the Tombstone and the Tinker.
Yeah.
Just giving the vision for the zombies, spamming all those rockets. If you get a great high ground visibility like that, it's obviously really useful in the entire engagement. That has been nerfed since it used to be really broken. It doesn't give quite as much vision on the high ground anymore, but it's still really strong.
So the next big items coming out for the cause. Mjolnir, a few hundred gold away from Charlie. Now, of course, the BKB for Wish. Same situation. Just needs to finish off that recipe. And very much ready to go. Aghanims, it's pretty much done for Nande. But might not be able to get the bits together before Alliance find themselves a fight. As Alliance, they're smoked up around the mid. See if they can catch anyone here. Skylark will show himself. They won't try and catch for him. They want something bigger, or something easier at least. They'll get an easy pick onto Spartan. So they can find more. Oh, they might just be able to. S4 able to slide in, blinks forward, has the RP onto Skylark. Skylark able to get the Lotus off in time, giving him some sort of protection. Up to the side, Ponlo bursts through. As Alliance, they led in pretty deep around that tier 2, and now they're having to be the ones that run. Charlie pops the BKB and retreats as Alliance not quite able to find anything more with that deep jump towards the tier 2. And in fact, Skylark throwing out a tip the way of S4 for that one.
Yeah, nicely done. And that will give them the mid-tier one. I like the idea of getting aggressive. The Wish, though.
No, he's
he
still
is getting
going.
real aggressive.
I mean, he's going to look for S4.
Is he dead?
I mean, is he going to go for the high ground play? Doesn't even need to. Catches him before he's able to make it up the stairs.
Oh, God, the BKB's here. He's unstoppable.
Certainly feels indeed like it. I mean, it's only a 2k gold that you see at the moment, but it's Wish on his Tinker, and he's in a good spot, picking up the kills, 9, 1, and 3. And as we saw, caught underneath that Tinker ward earlier, but it definitely feels like this could be a game where he doesn't get caught anymore. Over in the triangle, they find the setup onto Charlie, and of course BKB's on cooldown. So no chance to stay safe, and of course, whilst they're making that play over in the pit, Nande picks up an Aegis.
I thought you were talking about them killing Roche. They're just popping heroes on the opposite side of the map here.
They really are. Yes, yeah, Morph and Tinker. I feel like they pretty much had those top 2 spots on the net worth for it's been the entirety of this game. That's definitely going to be a problem for Alliance.
It feels like they've certainly hit another big spike here, of course, with the BKB being out there. Just the threat of it. You need to find a way to force Wish to pop this and then continue to fight after. Really their only hope. And of course the RP being the other big one, or a potential Hex before he can pop it right now.
See on the mid. See if they can try and burst through Skylark. Skewer back. Let's see if they're going to try and offer any assistance. I mean, we already have the rockets coming in. Skylark is still alive. Will be able to Lotus himself, but nobody else is going to be able to head over onto Alliance's half of the map to help him out. So Skylark taken down. Alliance see if they can move forward and try for more with the center off the map. Still going to be difficult with that Aegis on Nande.
I wanted to kind of like mock Wish for having the Philosopher's Stone as being really greedy, but honestly, the other neutrals are all so bad for them right now. I mean, I guess his Mirana has the Fairy Trinket, to be fair. But yeah, he's looking for that E-Blade. He wants all the cash right now. Oh, a quick BKB. And Charlie just recognizes he has to go for it.
I mean, he does. He has to. It doesn't feel good, but, you know, when that sort of Tinker's in range, you just got to BKB and walk it off. See in the mid, Ponlo. He's certainly thinking about maybe trying for a grab, but the rest of his team not quite close enough to follow up if he does.
Owen,
Owen,
Owen, stop the presses. Stop the presses, everyone. Check out Skylar.
Oh, he's getting the Ags.
Could it be done? Will it actually happen? Oh my god. Is he going to hitch a ride? Tinker Orb looks actually amazing.
I do remember, I think it was it was last year in the previous tour. I remember they were the only team I think in Western Europe. Skylark bought the Ags, but then they proceeded to lose the game. So it was
about right with that item.
It was a bit of a cursed Aghanims. They were I can't remember the game exactly, but I'm pretty sure they were kind of crushing it. You got Ags on the Centaur.
I want to say they had a drow or something. I feel like I remember this. I don't know.
I think it sort of proceeded. It kind of felt like it griefed his teammates a bit, and then they lost the game. So hopefully for Manaspa, that's not going to happen here. For entertainment value, it would be rather entertaining. I mean, we always love to see the center Ags come into action. But let's see. Let's see indeed. He's definitely going to go for it because, as I say, he has done so before. He is one of those rare Aghanims connoisseurs on the Centaur Warrunner. We don't see a lot of them.
Well, someone on his team luckily noticed and made him buy the gem. So that will slow him down a little bit.
Yeah, maybe the teammates are starting to tick that disable help button as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. They don't want to be dragged into the cart. The cart of doom.
I just want to see Tinker so bad now.
Well, here we go, Chuan. Going to try and start the fight here. Quick Lotus thrown down on the spine. In fact, Nande, he's just going to zip in the middle of the fight, and they've managed to get on top of Charlie. Charlie just gets eliminated at the beginning of it all. They have found the catch onto Wish. Ponlo with the buyback coming and getting the Hex off, but Wish has got the BKB at the ready. He's able to blink out to the side, get away from them, turns with the E-Blade. They've got the stone control out on S4. It's 3 dead on Alliance. If they couldn't kill Wish, they couldn't kill Nande, they couldn't kill anybody. Manaspa all alive, and even if they got Nande the once, of course, still playing with the Aegis here for another minute. I mean, definitely feeling like one of those fights that the frustration, an understandable frustration from Alliance is showing, where they just throw what they can at the team and see what they can do. But against this Morph and Tinker, it feels like you can do nothing at this point, Trent.
Yeah, I thought they had it. Like, Ponlo got the Hex on him, and then they were close at the RP during the BKB, but I'm not sure why he couldn't pull the trigger there, or maybe he just felt like they wouldn't have the damage during it. Poor Ponlo got E-bladed, as well as an Adapt and Strike by Morphling for like 1 billion damage and just vanished.
I mean, maybe, you know, we're very much seeing Manaspa step up the tempo there, trying to push up to the high ground. It's also possibly a case that, you know, they've seen Scarlet's going for the Ags. They're like, right, guys, we've got to finish this game before he gets it finished. They don't want to.
That must be it. That makes a lot of sense.
They don't want to let Scarlet get the luxury of buying the Ags, because then somebody's getting thrown into a cart and things are going down,
right.
going badly.
It's 97%.
He's changing the build. He's changing it.
No.
He's been convinced by his teammates. They're like, Scarlet, please, don't buy the Ags. And he's picking up an Eon instead.
Wow. How disrespectful.
Disappointment for the viewers.
I mean, clearly that item has got to be pretty bad. If he won't even buy it at 97%, like 98 now with a Morphling and a Tinker. I feel like Morphling is like one of the best heroes for it with the because you get bonus attack range or something too, right? So like help out with his stubbiness. Oh, it's only of melee heroes. My bad. Never mind. I thought it increased range heroes too. Oh, he's got Pike though. Yeah, this would have been fine. But all right, fine. Buy the good item, whatever.
Maybe in a future game. And we'll see. You know, at least we got to see that he was considering it. But that's as close as it looks like we'll get this game.
Dire are scanning.
Smoked up Alliance, though. Looking for their dream miracle play here. They are under Radiant Vision Wall smoke. Maybe that'll be enough.
Right. Get a quick hex up onto the sensor. Ponlo turns, drops down the wards. RP here onto the two of them, but Wish is already able to TP over and jump to the side, and he'll start laying down the rockets and the lasers. Double kill for Wish. Alliance, they've got to back off. Charlie's BKB comes to an end. There's the triple for Wish. Oh, I told you it was coming, Trent. I told you it was coming here. Ultra kill for Wish on his Tinker. It was inevitable this game. The cleanup happens. Manaspa's in down the mid. These racks are going down, and potentially, we may be moments away from Alliance tapping out. They've got no buyback here on the Ember. And up to the base, Manaspa go.
Perhaps the most surprising thing is he has not yet found the Rampage. Is he secure Spartan? He's like, Spartan, go in.
I think he's too slow for the Rampage. Desire takes the kill nonetheless. Spartan does die in the fountain. Tanking it there for the efforts of getting another kill. So Alliance, they'll get to see another day this game, but it's not going to be a fun day. 21k down against this Morphling, against this Tinker. This is just pain here.
Let's not delay the inevitable.
The all chat's coming out. I mean, never as impressive, of course, when it comes out towards the end of a game where you're already winning. You know, it's like, come on. I mean, that's pretty weak all chat, you know what I mean?
That is the weak sauce. But, I mean, they already did dash salary, so they're allowed. I guess, I don't know. I feel like they came prepared.
I mean, honestly, it's one thing getting, like, morphlinged, getting tinkered, but then also getting all chatted. I mean, it's got to hurt for Alliance. You don't want to be in this position. It feels rough.
Would this be the greatest comeback of all time, though? In combination with
it would be up there, but I don't think it's happening, Trent.
You got to believe in something, man. Come on now.
I think that, what we saw the win probability a moment ago. Imagine if you look at it now, it's probably reaching 100 if it's not already on up to that point.
It's 99.
It's 99. Okay. Yeah. So that 1%.
All right, let's get some more fun items here. Okay, he almost has Bloodstone. That's great. 700 gold away from that.
Skylark's getting the money back up.
Skylark's like, now, all right, we got 8x odds, guys.
If he buys Ags and then they lose the game, then that...
It's gonna change, 100%. They'll drop the patch immediately after the game. Yeah. The patch you've all been waiting for, it'll get a full number patch. It'll just be Centaur Eggs. And it'll just be removed. They won't even give him another one.
Quick reactions there from Chuan.
It's like they don't want to push just because Alliance won't GG. Maybe they just don't have plans today.
A wish. I think he wants to try and get a rampage this game. He's not going to get the chance this fight. Nande the first to get a kill. A jump over towards S4. 3 dead on Alliance. Make that 4. Only Charlie with a buyback available. Chuan is he even going to make it back towards the base? He is, but they may dive the fountain. They did it before. They'll do it again. Let's get the rupture off, but Charlie with the buyback just dies immediately inside his own fountain. As Alliance,
the mantles.
Oh, it's a bit.
My goodness!
Doing the that's the Amar there.
You know, there's a spray you can buy now for this, guys. You don't have to drop mantles anymore.
Well, the GGs aren't coming out yet from Alliance. They're coming with a buyback. I mean, they are going to be able to put one more fight together. I mean, I'm sure much to the pleasure of Manaspa, who seem to very much be enjoying, you know, the multiple kills they're just racking up here against Alliance. See if they can pull anything off for Alliance from the fountain. It doesn't look like they can, as the fountain just isn't a safe place to be right now. S4 not able to catch anyone in the RP. Alliance wiped out in their fountain. GG, it's called. Manaspa take game 3, and with that, the series, it's theirs.
The Wish Tinker frightens the hearts of all competitors in the division in the opening match. Not too surprising, is it?
No. 18-1 and 16. He really didn't die again after that one point. He popped off. And the thing is, you know, being a Tinker, you're probably going to see it again in the DPC in this league from Wish. It's one of those heroes where, do you really feel good banning it out all the time when you're playing against this team? Do you really have to always be prepared for that 5th pick Tinker? I mean, probably you do. He plays it that well. It's his best hero. He got it this game, and 18-1 and 16. Yeah, what a hero. And but of course, Wish very much pushing the hero to its limits with how he dominated this game, Trent.
Yes, indeed. And well, we have our lovely friends here, Nomad and Fluke. You guys want to come on back in here? What do you guys think about that one?
Wowee, I mean, we had it all, didn't we? We had trash talking, we had a Tinker pick, we had the mantles being dropped. I mean, every story needs a bad guy, right? And I really respect Monospar for just happily filling in the role, right? They are just absolutely shameless, and I love it. It's good to see this sort of thing, I'd say. It's fun. I appreciate it. Maybe pushing the lines of what's kind of good manners, but who cares about manners? This is Dota. We've never had any rules regarding that kind of thing, Fluke.
I mean, they don't have any manners anyways because they last picked Tinker, so I think at this point they are more than happy to kind of just come in for a dub, and I don't think I'll put enough stock in this Wish Tinker. Like, this is scary. This is nightmare fuel, guys, and I think at this point it's kind of what you said, right, Trent? Like, I really enjoy seeing how teams draft in day one because it can really set you up for the remainder of the tournament, right? Everybody's seen now what Mashba's been able to do with their Tinker, with their Morphling, and now it's the question for all these other teams in Division 2 is, what do you put the stock in? Where do you eventually give these guys Rubik? Do you give these guys Batrider? Do you give these guys Morphling? Do you give these guys Tinker? Like, there's so many different draft ideas that you have now up against this team, and it is going to be very, very scary for the rest of these Div 2 teams to try and deal with.
Man, I mean, that moment there as well, S4 cancelling the RP because he wasn't sure he was going to get it, and then he commits it, but Wish had already blinked away. I swear, there were 3 or 4 RPs where I was literally thought he'd got the Tinker in it, and then it was only kind of a few seconds afterwards where you realize that there was no Tinker in the RP. He blinked away as it happened. Absolute insanity. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't enjoy this. This gave me a lot of bad feelings, a lot of bad memories, which I tried to repress. Are coming up watching this Tinker just absolutely style on Alliance.
I mean,
it's his face while he does it. He's
but what's
so
he doing?
Focused.
Oh, he is, yeah.
He doesn't smirk until it's over. Then there's a little curl of the lips, but other than that, it's just a laser focus on pressing those buttons.
Yeah,
Jesus.
I mean, the good news for everybody out there is, this isn't going to last. This hero, it has to be destroyed in the next patch. It's going to be. It's inevitable.
No one's playing it, dude. It's not going anywhere.
The win rate, though, across brackets in pub games, it's 55% or something crazy. This hero is it's in a nasty spot, and the Tinker players, I say, enjoy it because it can't last. There's no way this next patch, this hero, something's getting tuned down because in the right hands, such as Wishes, it just looks ridiculous. This is some nasty stuff.
Yeah, 18-1 there, and I mean, how did Alliance not catch him? That's my question to you, Fluke, because we were talking about how they had kind of 3/4-ish heroes who can see him, who can catch him, who can blink on him, lock him down, and they got him once, and that was Ponlo kind of going searching in the trees for him, placing down a Tinker Ward, basically solo killing him just with the Ember coming in at the end. But beyond that, they never caught him. How is that possible?
I think it was a combination of the way that they play around Wish's Tinker as well. It's not like he's, constantly, Tinkers of old, like when they had March of the Machines, it was all about pushing these side lanes quite a lot. As soon as he got this kind of Blink Shivers combination, they were constantly together as a team, right? And they were always being able to get a lot of these fights going their way. They were able to constantly have at least, 1 to 2 extra heroes or on the front line for Wish to be able to play around the back lines. There were a few certain scenarios where S4 kind of pump faked the RP a couple of times and did miss out on catching Wish, but it's one of those scenarios where I think S4 needed to catch so many people with the RP that it was either him deciding to catch Wish, or does he try and catch everybody else and hopefully they can try and win a team fight where Wish doesn't just kill all 5 of them in 30 seconds. So I really like the draft coming out from them, and the way they play around the Tinker as well, I think is a big feather in the cap.
Alrighty, well, we have our interview available, and we get to talk to none other than Nande from that game, the Morphling in the first game. So, Nande, firstly, how does it feel being able to pull out the win in your first series here against Alliance as well?
Hello, thank you for having me, first of all. It feels quite amazing to win a game against such a big team with such a big history like Alliance. It feels like truly an achievement to go into the first series and finish it with a win. Even though it's not a clean win, it was truly hard because we lost the second game. We kind of lost our tempo, but it was amazing.
Yeah. I mean, you played 2 very, very good games. I mean, 3 good games, to be honest. But yeah, overall, a great performance. I mean, did Alliance play to the level you expected them to, and you just kind of played even better? Is that what you'd say?
I think we didn't play nearly as close to our max, but what we did well was we played the lanes quite good, which kind of allowed us to snowball. Like in the first game, it was quite hard for them to win. In the third one, it was the same, I think. Around minute 15, I think we got so much advantages from the lanes that we allowed our Tinker to have the freest game of his life, which basically, secured us the entire game afterwards. So it was... I would say it went through the plan that we intended to have in the game.
Yeah, you guys are clearly very practiced on securing this Tinker's game. Now, I do want to ask, the all chat, the mantles, is this something we can expect more from you in the future? Is this just kind of the character you are? For sure. Of course, it motivates me more to play even better. And it's also kind of gives more interest to the game, It's not like disrespect or something else to the players. It's just something that you do in the game and it makes it better to watch. Just interests you more. I completely agree with that. I thought it was very entertaining. All right, well, I'm sure my lovely panelists have some questions here, Fluke.
Mm-hmm. All right, I have a few questions kind of going outside of this series that you had here. Obviously, you guys came through the closed qualifier to get in towards Div 2. You guys took down a pretty big team in the fact that you took down Old G, and now you come into your first series of Division 2 taking down a team like Alliance. You already said that it feels good to be able to take down such a big organization. Do you feel like taking down a team like Old G in that closed qualifier is what gave you guys a lot of this confidence coming in towards Div 2?
Definitely, yes. I remember the moment we were going into the game against Old G, everybody had high expectations because, players of such caliber we never really encountered before. We just played against Division 2 teams, and we scrimed also against Division 2 teams, not really Tier 1s. So when you play against such players, especially Wish, for example, he told me, if you win a lane against Seb, I'm going to truly tell you that you're a good player. So that motivated us kind of a lot to go into the series against Old G and, perform.
Oh, yeah.
And Nande, just sort of a question on the overall outlook of this DPC for you guys. You said yourself today, you obviously won the series, but you felt you weren't sort of playing at the maximum. Do you think you guys, are you sort of in a space right now where you are going to be able to sort of play your best throughout the rest of the league? And you know, we've also heard, I think earlier from Shad, he said this Division 2 he considers it's pretty stacked. Do you think, you know, you're going to be able to have what it takes to get up and qualify towards Division 1 by the end of this DPC tour?
Well, for sure we have that. I think we definitely can quite easily, if we try to reach our max. I mean, we can manage to reach our max in the next few days, then I think we will for sure go to the Division 1, which I have no doubt in. But I think it can also go the other way if we manage to not really find the flow with which we can go, because the teams here are quite strong also. So I truly respect all the players here.
Awesome, yeah.
All right, Nande. Resident carry player, will you be picking Marcy? Are you a believer in the carry Marcy that has plagued some games on the pro scene?
I think I played that quite recently, actually. We played that in practice, I think, and then we also played it a few months before. I think that hero is really underrated, I would say, because it's very strong on the laning stage, and it can give you a lot of advantage, but it's underrated because it's hard to use him also in the game. But yeah, maybe we'll see it from us too.
All right, I'll watch it.
There's hope for you yet, Trent. There's hope for you yet. All right. One last question from me, and that is, was there any conversation about Skylark queuing up the Aghanims in that game? Did anybody catch him or talk about it, or did it just go under the radar?
I didn't even know that he queued up an Aghanim. In which game we're talking about?
This last one on the Centaur War Runner. He was going to go for the Centaur Rags, but we were very excited.
I mean, when somebody's getting in a center axe, I think he just wanted me to carry around in a cart, you know, because I wasn't really hitting towers, so he wanted to do everything himself. He would like grab me on the head and carry me around to hit someone.
Excellent stuff. All right, Nando, thank you so much for coming to talk to us, and best of luck for the rest of your journey in Division 2.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Well. Yeah, that was. I mean, what a polite young man. That's not what I was expecting him to come out with a fighting talk. Be like, yeah, these guys suck. That was easy, but yeah, you know, as he said, he's just trying to make the game interesting, having some fun, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see what these guys can do with a little bit more, you know, just more games in Division 2. Like, everybody came into, you know, today with a few expectations of how Alliance were going to play, how Manaspa was going to play as well, about, you know, whether or not it's going to look super close between these two teams. Is one team going to blow the other out of the water? And I think it's a really good showing from both these teams. I think Alliance probably going to feel a little disappointed with the result today, going to feel a little disappointed not being able to get the series win and losing 2 maps out today. But I think this is a good barometer for them to try and figure out what they need to fix up for the remainder of Div 2.
Yeah, I think that Manaspa should be considered one of the strongest teams here. Again, like I think coming out of the qualifier, just because they were there and not like something from the previous season, they need to be definitely respected. And so Alliance, you can take that and just say like, look, there's 2 people going up, and I'm okay if it's us and them, but we just got to win the rest of our games here.
Yeah, that's basically what it comes down to. I mean, I think we know that Alliance are going to be learning a lot from these losses, and I'm hopefully excited to see them improve and work upon the things they failed upon in this series, and bring their best to the next game, especially with the support system behind them. So I'm only expecting them to go up from here. But we're now going to throw it over to a break, and then we shall be back with our final series of the day, and it's going to be an interesting one. It's going to be Ancient Tribe versus Urdu Thunder. So very excited to see these 2 teams play for the first time here in Division 2, and we'll see you in a little while for that one.
Coming, just careful. Guys, we have Stampede. I'll TP. Shaman behind you, switch. We have Stampede as well, guys, keep in mind.
I TP also, guys.
Okay, they're gonna up him. I'm not dying, remember.
I added the summon.
I'm not dying.
I give you mana.
I stun him, I stun Bayas.
Nice. They lost the game right now.
No.
It's time for the final series of the day, and we have ourselves a very interesting matchup indeed. It is the Ancient Tribe versus Ooredoo Thunders, and both these teams' journeys are getting here quite interesting indeed. Ancient Tribe being a slot bought out, and a mixture of players from both the old teams and the new teams. Meanwhile, Ooredoo Thunders, they're the first seed coming through from the closed qualifiers, also beating Old G in the process. So don't underestimate these guys, and yeah, as the odds say, leaning slightly towards Ooredoo Thunders, but Trent, you've got a lot of time for these guys, don't you?
Yeah, I've been casting these guys forever. Honestly, everyone here, for the most part. Former teammates on both sides from Spider Pigs as well. Lil Pleb and LeBron playing with Noob. So a lot of history between the teams. There's been some all chat back and forth. They're having a good time. Yeah, it's exciting to see how far they've come now, and now battling it out in Division 2 of perhaps the most stacked region that there is, in Western Europe. They're looking to get up there with the very best of the best teams.
They are indeed, yeah, and they're going to try and do so with every ounce of strength they can muster, similar to Monospara as well. They don't want people to underestimate them just because they came in through the closed qualifiers, because actually I feel like it's a pretty big buff. Like, these guys have already been through a pretty nasty closed qualifiers to get here, and now they're looking to prove what they can do. But yeah, over on the other side of the coin, of course, we have Ancient Tribe, which is kind of like a reasonable mix of players from across the kind of tier 2 EU scene, I'd say. Fluke, what are your comments on this team?
I think, like, when you look across this Ancient Tribe roster, like, there are a lot of, like, kind of notable names that kind of float around, like the tier 2, like, European scene, like whether it be Western or Eastern Europe. So, I mean, I'm excited to see what they can do. I've always been a big LeBron fan. I think every time that I watch him play, I always kind of cheer for him. I'm not quite sure what it is. Maybe it's just kind of the look on his face or something like that. Maybe it's just the panda that's like constantly and always in all of his player cams. So I'm definitely a big LeBron fan. So I'm excited to see what Ancient Tribe can do. But, I mean, Ooredoo Thunders, I mean, what a great team name.
It's an interesting one. Does anyone know what it means? Because I don't.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know. What does an Ooredoo?
Radiant team pick.
I mean, as the resident Australian, Ooredoo doesn't mean anything in Australia.
It's a sponsor. I think it's their sponsor.
Okay, never mind.
Well, there we go. That's what an Ooredoo is. It's the sponsor. There you
Oh,
go.
okay.
And
well,
Thunders is just a cool word.
Let's go,
So.
It is a cool word. Yeah. And that's an unbeatable combo. I mean, just ask Shopify Rebellion. Take your brand name, shove a cool word behind it, and congratulations, you've got an esports team. Yeah, well.
Done and done.
Well, we also have ourselves a draft, which we're actually sprinting through at the moment. So I'll let you take it away, Fluke. Talk us through these two openings.
Well, as Trent said, dire side, so you pick Treant. And you start to win the game, and the response is going to be the Rubicon or Leshrac. Leshrac has been one of those heroes that people are responding to the Treant because you can push down towers extremely fast, you can get through the living armor relatively easily as well, and as long as you're within relative range, you should be able to deal with everybody in a lot of these team fights. But the Batrider is kind of the other hero that allows you to play a little bit faster as well for Ooredoo Thunders. They can move around the map, they can defend their towers with the Boots of Travel and the Treant. So I think right now it's pretty expected from the heroes that we've seen banned so far that these are kind of what we're going to see. I'm surprised that we haven't seen any Tusk just yet, but maybe you might make it through the second phase for these two teams.
But Fluke, I thought Tree was good against Lesh because he gives armor versus Edict.
That is true, but you can also push the towers faster.
You say. No, that was true, but then I got changed to pure damage, Trent. That's what you're supposed to say.
Yeah, exactly. I do exactly what you meant.
There.
Yeah. We'll just go the long way around.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Yeah.
Taking the scenic route as always. Appreciate it. Yeah, out of these two lineups, I mean, I know it's an easy one to call, but I do like the Ooredoo Thunders draft opening way more. I feel like these two heroes just feel really strong at the moment, and Bat is kind of just uncounterable compared to the Leshrac, who I think does have counters. Like, you can kind of slow this guy down, control him up, and limit his game quite nicely. But we'll see what Ooredoo have in store for them as a counter.
Oh, this is a very similar draft to, I believe it was OG run this in their European tiebreaker games where they ran the Omni Knight with Leshrac. I think.
MMR is just a number.
I'm pretty pleased by that, though. I feel like this hero is starting to show up every once in a while now after being relatively ignored for, jeez, I don't even know how long. I remember, it kind of feels like, has he ever really been meta on the pro scene since, like, God, it's been a long time.
It was
he's
since
been meta.
before he got changed, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah.
Before, yeah, when he had,
He might
when
have had,
still
like,
had whatever it's called.
Yeah, he might have like one phase of Heavenly Grace being really good when it still had SAS resistance.
Hmm.
But yeah, ever since then, like, because he used to be the ultimate pub stomper. He always had like 55, 56% win rate in pubs or something, and just never translated to pro scene at all. People would just refuse to pick the hero, and I don't know. It's nice to see him show up. Yeah, obviously, he's got a dispel, so that's pretty solid versus Tree and Batrider.
It is always good when you see like these heroes that have like always been on the fringe of being good, and teams really starting to be able to use them and abuse them. Always do like to see the innovation, especially with a patch that we've had right now with this current patch, seeing a few more of this innovation, and this is where we're seeing the responses in things like the Shadow Demon from Oridu. So
That's a bit rough. That's the go-to versus poor old Omni Knight.
Yep.
Yeah, the purge, that alone is enough to really annoy him. Oof. Okay, well, I mean, as well, I kind of like it against the Leshrac as well. You know, this guy just runs in and you can just kind of disrupt him and then run away again. It's a hero which doesn't really like being taken out of fights very much, especially when he pops that Bloodstone.
Yeah, we'll have to. No, go ahead. Go.
Oh, well, the only downside, I guess, is that when you do this Shadow Demon versus Omni Knight counter, is that you don't get as much value generally out of the illusions, because oftentimes they'll pick some sort of a strength hero. But if they pick Chaos Knight, then you kind of get the best of both worlds. Like the strength hero gets buffed, but you still get super sweet illusions of Shadow Demons. So
super sweet
we'll see how
illusions.
it goes. Yeah, that's right.
I mean, you do have a Leshrac to do with the illusions anyway, so not sure in this game they'll be super useful, at least in the fights. But yeah, Shadow Fiend going to come out from Iridu. This is, I believe, a hero they're pretty comfortable with when they play quite a lot. And yeah, I mean, they don't see. Wait, does that mean the Batrider's going somewhere else? Or is this, oh no, it's a carry SF, right.
I think it's probably
Sorry,
Probably
sorry.
safe enough,
Slow mad.
Is this where we see the response of the Drow Ranger from Ancient Tribe? Because I'm looking back at this OG draft, and right now it is exactly the same, and the last two picks were Drow and Pango. So Pango obviously can't be picked right now. Drow, I feel like, is relatively good up against the Shadow Fiend. You just have extra long range.
Why can't Pango be picked?
Because it's been banned.
Okay, so what about Drow?
Yeah, Drow. Drow's also.
Got him.
I'm picking on
very
him. This guy
early
is
in the
like,
morning here.
I like how
the
in the
sun
break
is
he was
rising
like,
and I'm just bullying him during the
Damn, Trent, come on.
in the break he was like, guys, the sun is coming up, like it's getting late, and Trent's just like, all right, he spotted the weakness and he's just preying on it. What a Dota player
going
Trent
for
is.
the kill right now. Don't know what came over me. I'm sorry. Ooh, the big old tide, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Lasso me, he says.
Just try it. Yeah, big old tidy coming out. I like it. It's an answer to a lot of these heroes, to be honest. Not many of these have a particularly good time against the Tide Hunter, and a hero which can actually frontline against all of these purges and debuffs and controlling spells. He can just waddle through it all. He doesn't have a care in the world.
Heavenly Grace as well, right? If you, let's say that you're tied, you debuff him, you give him this huge bonus strength, and then he's anchor smashing. That's a nice little combo. That could be kind of cute.
He also feels like he's like one of the offlaners that can kind of deal with like the safe lane Shadow Fiend, right? Because you can purge off the Shadow Ray stacks. So
very solid. They're going to watch those backline silence stabbing heroes. Night Stalker would be really sick for them, actually. As much as that hero has been pretty ignored lately. A lot of heroes that do not want to get silenced mid-fight right now for Ancient Tribe.
So is there anything left which you really don't want to play against on Ancient Tribe?
5 seconds remaining.
Well, not many of those AoE silence heroes, right? Like the Disruptor you can't really pick because you've got the tree and the SD. You could try and go for a Ricky, but then you would have to pull it out of the one position that it's always looked good in. So probably not looking towards a Ricky.
Unless you offlane Treant.
Radiant
Mind blown.
Dire team pick.
I kind of feel like a Timber could be surprisingly good here for Oridu Thunders, but maybe they just want a little bit more initiation. But because like all the Timber counters in lane are pretty much banned at this point. It'd be kind of free, be a lot of damage, but they could just go for something like way more stable. I think the bans are super solid. The Night Stalker and the Beastmaster. Safe initiation would be nice, but Mars is not looking so hot lately. Primal Beast?
What about the Doom?
Oh, the Doom. The Doom's nice. Omni Knight Tide, Leshrac.
Yeah. I mean, you don't kill much with Doom, but yeah, you're just taking that hero out of the fight is obviously very, very strong. And I think like the stuff around Doom is really strong. Just that frontliner who can build your auras and get super rich.
Also, I don't know if Primal Beast is still bugged currently.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I saw
Good
that. What is
one.
it? So the ult only does like one instance of the slam or the damage.
He does one slam and then let's go. That's it.
Yeah.
He just
Oh,
goes.
that would be
"Boom."
so sad if that happened.
Yeah.
They could offlane Bloodseeker too. That'd be kind of hype. Oh no!
Oh my god.
But did they fix it? Surely they
I hope it got
fixed it.
patched. It has been like all day.
It's been all this.
There's been a lot of Reddit threads
that fixed it. Surely.
Somebody check the change
Surely.
logs. Somebody check
Surely.
the change
Well,
logs.
we're gonna figure out as soon as he gets to level 6.
We'll
my
see
God.
if the ult is bugged.
All right, who's not in game? No matter you in game, go to demo mode.
Oh yeah, someone get demo mode.
All right, I'll check
Can you
it
actually
out.
do it? Go,
Give me a
go.
minute. Give me a minute.
Yeah, give it a test.
Let me cook.
Let him cook.
Let me cook.
Just, I mean, it's fine. Just don't skill ult, and then you know, just use your other spell. I mean,
Yeah.
Surely it's fixed, right?
it's surely fixed. Surely it's
Right,
fixed.
we'll have our answers shortly. Let's
It
just
wasn't
let's
fixed
talk
this
about this next
morning,
pick from Ancient Tribe.
They need a carry hero that can right-click stuff. That's why I like the
Ho, ho,
We
illusion.
got many of those.
Can you sniper into? I mean, the last hits are kind of weak, but oh, there you go. Yeah, some sort of a ranged offlaner. It's got a little bit of strength. That's nice. Combos well with the Omni Knight.
I think it's a half decent lane into the Primal Beast as well, so you should have a relatively okay time.
I regret to inform you, it is absolutely not fixed. So
It's not fixed.
Oh no. Well,
Oh no.
maybe he's just picked it to style on them. He's like, I'm gonna pick the hero whose ult doesn't even work properly, and I'm gonna beat you with it. So it's
you
just
thought Nande was BM. Get ready for
yeah,
this.
exactly. Yeah, this is the real BM. Pick the hero that doesn't function properly, or maybe it's a feature.
Do we redo? Like, what do we do?
Does he know?
He
he
has
no
to know.
way he knows.
He has. Well, you don't think he knows?
They wouldn't pick Primal Beast.
Yeah, but these guys are pro players. They know.
Well, they don't read
They know
Reddit
if there's
every
a
day. They
bug.
were preparing for their Division
They
2
could have been
matches.
scrimming all day. It's I don't know.
Oh god.
They probably
I
just woke
hope-
up 2 hours ago. They were on game hours.
We'll
I
see,
hope
yeah.
it doesn't influence anything at all. I hope that it has no impact on the game, and then it doesn't matter, and we even get in and it's fixed.
But the thing is, if he doesn't know and then he ults someone and it doesn't work, he's probably
He's
going to
gonna
pause the
pause.
game and be like, question mark. And then we're going to have an awkward position that we're in. So I think we've got to hope that he's picked it knowing it's bugged and he's just like, I'll tank it, I don't care. Because when he finds out he's bugged, he might not be happy.
Yeah,
Yep.
you might have something to say about that. All right,
well, we'll see.
yeah. Well, I guess me and Fluke aren't going to go far in case we're called back here in an emergency. But we'll hand it over to Odie Pixel and Trent for this very, very interesting game number 1 between Ancient Tribe and Oridu Thunders, and find out how this one's going to go down. Enjoy. Take it away.
Thank you very much. I think, if you're watching now, you're certainly not going to be tuning out at least until the level 6 is hit just to see what happens. What is the reaction going to be from Wota? Is he going to be like, hang on? Or maybe he's just going to be like, oh, I guess I keep
Oh, there's
accidentally cancelling
LeBron.
it. What's happening?
I hope you know Primal is bugged and ult don't work. Good luck.
Good guy LeBron. Let him know. Wota gave a smiley face. I think he knows, bro. I think he knows. He's like, I don't care.
Dude,
I like
no
the other
way.
aspects of the hero. It doesn't matter. I don't care that the ult's broke. I'm still going to beat you. It was, that's how confident he's feeling. He's picked it. Because you don't put that smiley face if you don't know it's bugged, right? He knows.
I guess. Well, good luck.
Unless he thinks like LeBron's just having a joke, but LeBron he's a very nice guy. So if you know LeBron, he's not going to be talking rubbish to you. He's telling you the truth.
Now here's the real question: if
yeah.
Rubik steals it, does it fully work for Rubik?
Oh, Nomad, check that. Somebody check that.
Let him click.
I'm gonna say, you know what? I think it probably isn't bugged though. What do you reckon? What would sort of the
I think it probably doesn't work.
Is he gonna be able to deny to Roche? Oh, not quite. First blood for Noob. That's a tasty one for Uridu. As the bat gets the first blood here for the mid lane.
Yeah, apparently there was some sort of a small patch where it stopped working. It probably has something to do with the mechanic of the spell itself, so I'm assuming Rubik won't be able to do it. But, you know, fun experiment.
We'll see.
Yeah. Can or can't, sorry.
Wait, can't do... Wait, what? Can't do what? He can't ult. He just can't do it at all. Oh, he can do it once
as well.
So
all right, we have confirmation.
It's
Thank you, Nomad.
Okay.
We get one ulti for Rubik as well. That's just great.
Maybe it's not a bug. Maybe it's just like a taster of the new patch. You know, it's just like this is just going to be how his ult works in the new patch. You know, it's a heavy nerf that we get. You know, sometimes you get like a pre-release for a video game. This is a pre-release of the patch.
Early access?
Early access. To you know, those early access games normally a bit scuffed. And an early access patch it with the new Primal Beast ult.
I think we take away, like, you know, if it's like one slam now, we'll just cut the cooldown by like a third or whatever. So you can just do it every 10 seconds. That would be hype.
Let's see. Let's see how it affects the game for Broker. As I say, he put a smiley face. He knew it's bugged. He doesn't care. He feels this hero's going to have other strengths. And of course it does. You know, this Primal Beast, very good hero outside of the ultimate.
That is true. His charge is really nice, so hopefully they'll be able to get enough done. I mean, I will say, it is not unusual for the second and third slams of his ulti to really not matter. That's pretty standard stuff to be, because like you kind of charge in, you grab them, they're like basically dead anyway. They often die before your ult finishes because your allies are there. So hopefully it won't matter, because we would hate to see a game affected by something like that. So. Other heroes in this game, though, we got Safe Lane Shadow Fiend versus the Tide Hunter. That's his name. That's pretty cool. We got Leshrac versus Bat Rider. Going pretty well for Noob thanks to his first blood, giving a little bit of a boost there in that mid lane. And we basically didn't even go over the drafts because of what happened at the end of that and our hilarities with this Primal Beast. But I'll say that Troll Warlord, at least to me, has not looked like the best hero lately. I don't know about you, Owen.
Yeah, I mean, it's got its strengths, obviously. It feels nice for the lane, right? You know, it's one of those laners that, as a carry, you're happy to play. You know, you're not going to feed. You're able to play from range. But, yeah, definitely down the line, at the end of the day, it's always going to be that hero with, well, we're talking about heroes with broken ultimates. Maybe something wrong with trolls, you know? You press it, and it could sometimes get you into a bit of a bad spot. So you've got to be very, very smart with how you use and how you commit with it. But, yeah, it could definitely end up going both ways, that ult.
Yeah, it feels like the ability of the, I guess, the super safe carries haven't felt quite as strong. Like, it used to be like Jug and Troll used to be considered like pretty good at handling most matchups, and especially what they were nice at doing was supporting a weaker position 5.
Yeah.
So helping them get through the laning stage, allowing you to get a little bit crazier with your picks. So that's kind of nice. Unfortunately, they did wind up with a Agi hero with the Heavenly Grace. So that's not quite as nice, but he does take good advantage of just like getting up in their face and stuff. So you don't get the bonus damage in a sense from the strength like your strength heroes do, but being an Agi hero, they sort of take different advantage of having the extra HP anyway, so it's fine.
Look at these lanes so far. Pretty balanced start across the map, really. And mid lane, Noob, he's actually able to get away with that, able to get the kill. He's not actually even going to die himself.
Should he?
I mean, maybe the temptation was there to deny under the tower, but indeed he's opted not to do so. So I must feel that he's going to be able to have enough regen coming out. I mean, yeah,
he's got the rune coming up too, though.
So should be good. But yeah, well played there from Noob. And that's 2 kills now for him, of course, after getting the first blood earlier. So some tasty early kills here for the mid bat.
Oh man, that timing is just too perfect though. In fact, you don't have to suicide in the tower, you get the water rune and the bounty rune. Because I mean, typically it's always like such a valuable play to go for as a Bat Rider player, but he recognizes in the moment like, no, I can live. This is fine. Gets on back. Won't be able to get both, unfortunately, but he does get a bit of a rundown onto MTD. Oh, he gets it back into the river in the mid lane, actually. It's a lot of damage on the slash.
TPs have to come in. They can't allow MTD to go down another time here. And
he's low on Rubik. Careful now.
He's got the stick charges. Noob won't be able to dive in upon him.
Certainly a benefit of the Tidehunter is that you can leave him in these situations and be fairly confident that he's not going to have too much trouble. It will give them more control over the lane, very likely for the Thunder, as Kaori is also going to catch him coming back through the river. A lot of free damage on that Rubik, so we see a nice Ancient stack being set up there.
We'll be able to make it out there. Just heads up for the viewers, that is heaven on the Rubik. We've got it showing on the UI, but of course he's not tagged up with the name there, but that is heaven. One of the newer players, actually. I think he's sort of been in the esports scene since just 2021, so still pretty fresh on the scene. As opposed to, of course, pretty much everyone else on the team of Ancient Tribe, very much names that you would be familiar with if you've been following kind of that sort of space between Division 2, Division 1. A lot of familiar faces.
Some Ancient players, one could say.
Exactly.
Not ranked, though. Don't worry.
No.
No.
Absolutely not.
That's us, not them.
They're up there, top of the leaderboard. Up there at the Immortals, of course.
Really, it's just giving it to him, huh?
See it around the river. Omar will be able to come in and take that DV rune away from MTD. MTD is going to have something to say about it. Dives in, gets the kill here with the help of LeBron. Won't be able to get the rune, but we'll manage to get a kill out of it. Meanwhile, on top lane, Kaori and TO2000 diving in towards Melez, and they'll get the kill out of that one. Taking the Tide out of that top lane.
Oh, that's kind of unexpected. Chase him all the way down there for a kill. You got hit by the old triple raise by the looks of it there, and then just the straight up rundown from Tree. Very surprising. And of course, Noob, tries to come over and help his friend, and oh well, need some help there. Little Pleb might need some here. TP comes through. Too late.
Very, very dead there. And you can see at the same time, inside the triangle, Heaven's going to be found by Corey and Noob. Already, Uridu Thunders 5-1. Getting a lot of kills going across the map, and very much seeing the strength of the Primal Beast there. Just having that trample, whirling axes or not, this beast doesn't care. He's just able to trample all over you and take you down as a troll.
Just imagine how powerful he'd be with his ulti. It would be too much.
We'll
Back
see
it up. Keep on farming.
Do you imagine you still do take the point in it at 6?
Yeah, I was thinking, I don't
When you
know.
go for some alternate build here, we just...
I feel like he'll probably try
He's
it,
taking
and
it,
then I don't know.
Let's have a look at it in action. 'Cause they might go for Little Pleb before he hits the 6. We're going to see him just trampling in. There's the grab, and that's it. What? And there's the tip from LeBron. He's like, I told you, bro. It's bugged. But
I think I probably would have went for the other spells.
Well, if there's any consolation to which they probably wasn't getting the kill anyway, if he had the full ultimate. Mid lane, another dive in and another death on MTD. Noob taking down the mid lash there with the additional help from Kaori. Uridu Thunders continue to have a very hot start here. Top 3 net worth, all of their cores. Solid opening from the lanes. Bot's timing is going to be very solid for Noob's bat as well this game. Just a couple of 100 gold off from having it done. And Omar, he's going to find an Omni Knight stepping into his triangle as him and Wuta are going to try and do something about it with the trample. Running down the Omni Knight, they'll certainly manage to do so. They take LeBron down.
Doesn't even need it, he says. Gonna get my Soul Ring, gonna spam all my other spells, gonna be a happy Primal Beast. Give my Shadow Fiend lots of space, because currently all 3 Dire cores looking fantastic.
Yep.
Because they top the old net worth charts.
I mean, Melez is going to take huge damage here from these raises. Not enough to kill him, but enough to definitely make him feel very, very cautious around this lane.
Yeah, that 1 point Kraken does not help very much, huh? That's with raindrops, too. Jeez.
They're going to try and go for the kill on TO2000. With the telekinesis, MTD trying to step up and chase him down. A little bit of a body block there for Corey, trying to hold MTD away from TA2000, and it is enough to make sure that Ancient Tribe's attention is turned towards Trian, and they're not able to chase down TA2000's SF.
The support players have a little mid 1v1 of just leeching XP. It's always a great one. Just like completely hopeless versus each other. And yeah, well, generally when you see 4 neutral items pop on the right-hand side of your screen, it means someone just finished a giant ancient stack because they're more likely to drop those neutrals. And that's what Noob was doing. So he is top of the charts right now and already 800 gold towards his Blink Dagger. Oh, and he makes another stack too. Just perfect.
Now, this is BD as well. We can opt to quickly farm this up.
Troll be trolling. Looking towards the Battle Fury. Wants to be the hard carry of this game. The eventual securing of the match here. See if he can do it.
Let's see if Ancient Tribe are able to make anything happen with this Ravage. Ideally, they want to catch this SF, but TA2000, he stepped completely away from the lane and in a very deep spot, safe on his own half of the map. But it's going to mean it's not easy for Ancient Tribe to punish this SF in these moments. There's Little Pleb. He'll step up to the mid lane to farm. Quite a risky part of the map.
He's probably gonna have to do that eggs build. I feel like on the troll. Can you do eggs and Battle Fury? I guess you kind of have to. I feel because like if he doesn't get the eggs, it's gonna be pretty difficult for him to move in these fights. Like versus the Train Protector. I feel like that could be a really nice choice, but maybe that would just be a bit too much. He'll have to rely on his Omni Knight, and well, Tree's already dead, so that's okay.
Omar trying to set up with a Demonic Purge. Not quite as strong as slow as Noob would need to be able to chase down and follow up. So MTD's fine, salving up. Him, Heaven, and Melez able to stick around and continue this pressure around the threat of the Ravage of Melez. So it's tier 1 tower likely to be left alone. I don't think Uridu Thunders will have too much of a fun time trying to stop this push. They are keeping in with Corey. They're going to try it. Try and keep this tower alive as long as they can with the living armor, but quick grabs there again from Heaven. Setting up onto Corey. Meanwhile, elsewhere, TA2000 was able to finish off Lil Pleb in the mid lane. It did stick around in that area for a few waves, and as I say, not the safest place to find your farmer's carry at this stage again. That mid lane can be a bit of a death trap.
Yeah, I mean, right now he's so vulnerable. All it took was a couple Singing Napalms, and he just can't get away. There's a Boots of Travel bat. You know, you're just a phase Boots Troll Warlord, and your whole team is fighting under a tier 1 tower right now. So they still claim it, which is great, but the setup was just a little bit too easy there for T2000 to rip right through with the ulti. And now the setups get easier. Blink Dagger picked up here from Noob. And I feel like I haven't seen a lot of smokes from Oridu either, so I feel like they probably still have quite a few remaining. I see one sitting on Tree, one sitting on Shadow Demon right now. So I'm kind of expecting them to just like smoke up with this Blink and go for some kills with the next lasso.
I think all in all, Uridu Thunders are certainly going to be feeling this comfortable lead they have in the early game. Show themselves down bottom here with Wota and the trees. Gives a chance to go for a kill. Melez will show. Melez has got a lot of backup sweeping over. So Noob, he has to retreat. And will manage to do so in time before this sort of swing around from the rest of Ancient Tribe comes in. So no catch to be found here. Uridu Thunders just playing a step ahead of Ancient Tribe there and avoid getting caught.
Keeps spamming out this mid lane right now. Both teams holding the tier 1 tower, but of course Uridu having the Treant Protector. So always trying to hold that tower for as long as possible. And definitely Roche ready lineups on both sides. Like either team is fine with going for it. They get decent enough damage and heroes to go for it if the situation arises. I mean, Radiant side, you can help protect with the Ravage while Troll's in there. Dire side, you've got Overgrowth and a blinking Bat Rider, while Shadow Fiend could be in there alongside like Primal Beast or something. So This could be one of those games where the first roach doesn't happen until like 30 minutes because it's just too dangerous and no one gets a significant enough advantage to feel comfortable doing it. It'll just depend on the bad initiation because Noob could just grab a kill onto like Leshrac or Troll and they might just run right into roach. Surprised Lil Pleb's able to just farm his Ancients for so long, honestly. They haven't really been able to get in here and disable this. They've had a sentry on this Ancient Cap for the longest time on the Dire, though, so it has stopped, I'm hoping, several stacks at this point, considering there's only a minute left on it. It's a little frustrating.
Noob, he's eyeing this up, but he's on his own. So even with the stacks, that's not going to be a kill that he can find solo.
Look at the spacing by LeBron as well. Like he's waiting and just like baiting this too.
I mean, I think Noob he'll feel that this is this is not something that he wants to commit for. Yeah, he's already backing off. Can't quite deal with the troll on his own, despite having such a good start as the bat and as farmed as he is. It's just not really a hero he can jump when the Omni Knight is behind.
MTD holding this mid, taking a little bit, and Kevin did steal the Shadow Poison as well, as you can see here. So Rubik obviously tends to enjoy getting disables a little bit more, but it's always nice in the early parts of the game to get a bit of wave clear too. Calling that ward out. Tree was correct, saying, hey, they have a ward on that that cliff there, and he is correct.
Well,
hit him with the one ulti.
Melez. At the lasso, but taken off. Melez still able to walk this one off back to the safety of the tier 1 tower, and with the TPs coming in from Ancient Tribe, there's no more to be found here by Urudu Thunders.
He got the broken ulti. We're going to get to see Rubik. Oh, this is great.
I mean, maybe that's the strat, just cover your good spells with the broken spell, so Rubik, he has no choice but to grab your ultimate that doesn't even work.
I've never seen such a 5-head move before in my entire life, All right, they're committing. Ravage is up, Greaves are there. Where's Bat? Showing on the top wave. This is a nice time, but unless you're going to hard commit, the glyph goes down, there's like, nah, whatever, man. Where are you going? Going in a roach?
All right. I mean, they feel like around sort of the safety of the Ravage and the completed Greaves on the Tide that they can hold this area and they're ready to take a team fight if Urudu Thunders want to try and come and mess with them.
Well, Noob is not ready for this, man. I mean, he has no lasso. This is going to work out really well for them.
There's a full BKB on Wuta, so he's ready to just charge in as the Primal Beast. So if he times his entrance correctly, it could be pretty disruptive, but the Ravage, it's going to catch them first. Now the BKB is able to come out from Wuta. Fear off to the side. He's not really going to get the clip on Little Pleb, and he's not going to mind too much. Overgrowth's there. Short, sweet pulverize onto MTD. Brings him down a little low, but it's not enough to finish it. Wuta, he'll charge over. Knock back onto both of them. The heals are coming out from LeBron. Not enough to save Little Pleb. There's Amar bursts him. The build-up of the poison. Still, Urudu Thunders using 2 heroes themselves. They're able to push Ancient Tribe away from the Roshan for now, and Rosh does still sit pretty low.
Yeah, as long as they're not able to go in there and take this Aegis, this is a pretty good win, I'd say, for Ancient Tribe. Downside, of course, Troll's not farming, and he is pretty important to your whole game plan here, but he's Battle Fury. It's not the worst hero to be off map for a little bit.
TS2000. Feels strong here, level 14. Can step up as such. I mean, and does offer good damage. They could see the opportunity to go to Roche, but they're playing it careful. I mean, Roche is, as I say, very low. Both teams, especially once Urudu Thunders catch wind of the status of Roche's HP, they're probably going to want to try and continue to play aggressive around this area. I don't think you want to leave this for the other team to take freely.
Heaven did have a great steal on the Overgrowth as well, which helped get the Batrider killed. But the whole fight last time, Noob wasn't ready because he had no mana. Like, he ran out of mana completely. He couldn't cast Lasso or anything near the end of that fight. Now he's juiced up. He's ready to go. But there's also a Bloodstone. Things have changed.
And he's seen it now. He stepped to the pit. He's like, my goodness, this Roshan is so low. He wants to try and finish him through himself. There's no Ravage still for 50 seconds.
Overgrowth in 5 seconds.
Can they step in time? They're not going to be able to do so. Urudu Thunders walk into the pit. TA2000 picks up the Aegis, and now Urudu, they're ready to take the fight. trampling over Melez. They'll grab him with the short, pulverize, take him down. As the Aegis into the hands of TA2000, Urdu Thunders continue to grow the lead.
Omar calls out some more wards here. The supports have been really sniping the vision, triangulating quite well in these team fights to de-ward a lot of it. And you look at the vision now from Urdu Thunders, they just got wards everywhere at the moment. Looks great. Wards still remain down bottom, that bottom lane as well, so they're going to have an eye on exactly where Loplev's going. Booter steals his bounty rune away, and Loplev now just looking for that BKB next. Trying to give him something to stay a bit more upright in these fights, but game looking great for the Bug Primal Beast.
Definitely going to get some style points for that if you do indeed win with the bugged hero, because I mean, assuming it doesn't get fixed in, like, by the time you're playing your next game, suddenly teams are going to have to consider, do we ban out the bugged hero against these guys? If you're winning with a bugged hero, you're provedly very good on it. And indeed, so far
good.
looking solid for WEU. To yet to die, 1-0-4. Good timing on the BKB. He's going to be going straight for the Ags after that.
Nailed it.
Love that. Good one to see. Felt like LeBron has struggled a little bit. I mean, he's looked like an Omni Knight, where you just struggle in the early parts of the game to make the most out of your spells because of the limited range. So he's trying to get into that Aether. He's pretty close, for a position 5. 21 minutes. But his Leshrac and his Troll are definitely relying on it. And then on top of that, he still has to just straight up worry about Shadow Demon hitting him with the perk.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Try and
attack.
enter into the jungle of Urdu Thunders, see if they can catch out Noob. And he's set up to start applying some pressure to the tier 2 top.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Same time, bottom lane, tier 2000 takes away the tier 2. Now, ready to set up for a defense around their own tier 2. BKB done on Noob. This is going to be a tough push for Ancient Tribe to get away with. Melez stepping forward pretty aggressively. Not bad by the Flame Break. Here's Tanky, of course, with the Hood and the Greaves. Well, set up with the Demonic Purge, and Melez, he's been left behind. Everybody else on Ancient Tribe has just got out of there. I mean, Noob's chasing down the rest of them. Closing the gap on LeBron. Nice stun. Will stop Noob from immediately able to have the opportunity to get the lasso off onto LeBron. So LeBron is saved there by the stun from MTD.
He has an Agnums. This is the dream reason you pick Shadow Demon versus Omni Knight, of course. It's like the position 4 Shadow Demon. It is one of the position 4 range heroes that I think fails the most when I see teams try and do this. Usually because they're unable to find a decent start for the Shadow Demon. But Omar got quite a bit of space for farming early on this game and has been relatively successful in the fight. So this Agnums is just disgusting. Like 3 charges. He doesn't have the shard yet to take advantage of the cleanse, but honestly, it's just all about the purge right now anyway. So if you were waiting for LeBron to try and help turn things around here, that's not going to happen.
His job has become pretty much impossible in terms of saving heroes. And that SD's around.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And most of the time, he certainly is. We're seeing both squads very much playing as a 5-man. And at this point, with the lead that Urdu Thunders have, that's only going to be bad news for Ancient Tribe. Urdu very much in a solid lead here and a good position to take any 5-on-5 head-on. It's tier 2000 looking for a bit of a solo kill onto Heaven. We'll get a +1 help out from Omar. Should be a very dead Rubik. Couple of hits, that's all that's required. Omar, he'll be the one to take the final touch. Gets himself the kill.
Built up quite the lead here at this point.
And early on as well, just 23 minutes into the game. But already feeling like it's at a point where one good fight now from Urdu Thunders could set them up for a bit of an early high ground siege. They've got a lot of pushing power and punching power with this SF as big as he is.
Radiant are scanning.
And a good fight for Ancient Tribe. Very dependent on Leshrac just like roaming free, and as well as the Shadow Demon being disabled. Now that is one thing that's nice about the Tidehunter is that the massive range that Ravage has. It's very common for these backline supports to still get caught in it if you get good positioning, that usually requires the blink. So you're not, you have to be like a little bit backstabby with your Ravage. You can't just be like oh, they went on me and I Ravage. Like, no, you got to get in there.
Mid. So it's there. Quick reactions from LeBron to try and bail out the troll. BKB's out, but he's getting purged in position. The final few right clicks from TA2000, not quite enough to kill him. Little Pleb has to pop the ult to provide some sort of chance of surviving, but it will, of course, drag him back into the front of the action. Ravage is there, will keep the coverage to allow Little Pleb to continue to live. Jump call for Corey, Overgrowth holds Ancient Tribe in position. At the end of it all, Little Pleb somehow able to make it out of this fight alive.
He survives, and then Ordu survived the potential turnaround. That was looking a little bit scary. When that Ravage comes out, the Troll starts healing up like that, but they had a little bit of support coming out there from the Blink on the Treant Protector. I love rushing this item on Tree. Feels great offensively, but also he just completely shut down that turnaround Ravage potential. He's able to lock them all in place there and give his team a chance to back out. They are going to run right into him now, though.
Full Silver Edge on TA2000.
And they have Requiem of Souls as well on the Rubik, too, but they're not going to set up for anything.
Managed to slow down the push there, but anything more, it's hard for them to find whilst they do play from behind. Set up in the mid. They've got the Demonic Purge set up, and they've got the damage here from TA2000. Straight over into the trees. They'll look for Heaven. Stolen Requiem manages to push back the two of them. He's out with a TP on the high ground. Anything to stop him? Not quite in time. So he's out. Heaven escapes. Melez off the map for 30 seconds. With a chance for Uridu Thunders to get back on with the push. Bring the creep wave down the mid. And could look for another tier 2. Unless they want to try and sweep across the jungle and maybe see if they can find Little Pleb. He's getting a bit more space down bottom after the BKB and the Battle Furies. Going to pick up the Sanj.
Trying to find some way to get into it. That poor Tidehunter as well. First he gets just broken by the Ag Shadow Demon, but then the Silver Edge hits him too. They got double break happening on this poor lad. And the fact that it's 3 charges at 60 seconds for sword time. It's just so ridiculous getting it this early in the game. It feels like incredibly powerful.
It's bottom lane. Noob. Did fall very low and in fact will die. And if Little Pleb and Heaven can get out of this one, they're going to feel very good about this. Little Pleb's out with the TP. Heaven, unfortunately for himself, TP still on cooldown for 15 seconds, but a bit of a juke with the Glimmer Cape and crossing across the lane.
Nice.
Put him in position where Uridu Thunders won't quite be able to catch vision of it.
Yeah, great flame break as well from Heaven to help secure that the tree wasn't going to have a blink. He just chucked it over there. I don't know if he just knew from the ward that was there what angle the tree was moving on, but that was a big save.
Oh. They want to try and go for a fight here, 5 versus 4. Now turn into 5 versus 3 with a quick takedown on Omar.
Oh, he distracted the SF too.
Now deal with Kaori off to the side, MTD and LeBron. Picking up a third. Very nicely able to line up the kills there, one after another. They take down 3. And now find the chance to take a tower too. So that Little Pleb building up the gold. We'll see if he does commit for the Sanj. He just wants to go for like that S and Y stat build here on the troll. But he's getting some good money. He's closing that gap. You can see on the net worth.
Is this the turn?
They're closing the gap.
Man, that is crazy. It feels like the momentum just shifts so fast from that. But some of the other parts of the game that are changing as well, as I say, the Bat just doesn't look as confident going for these plays. Just because, they're growing in strength, obviously, on the Radiant side. The Shadow Demon can still carry these fights, though. I think that's just the X factor, really, is how good the ultis from the Shadow Demon are, because he can just ruin what these heroes are trying to do in the engagements. And so it doesn't really matter what your net worth is on these heroes if you're just completely immobilized because of these purges. But that's a big pickup, that Blink Dagger. That is the thing that can shut down Omar completely.
No, absolutely. And we've seen Melez already being able to get some decent Ravages off without this.
Oh, it's a time for the Roche fight.
If Ancient Tribe can take a fight and get the Roche, this game's going to be back to straight on even. So this next fight could really cause issues for Uridu if they're not prepared. Can Ancient Tribe level the game back out? One more fight.
Dire scan. They know someone's up here. But I don't think Ancient Tribe know that they're in there right now. Now they know.
That gone too fast though. TA2000 able to pick up the Aegis and the Shard. They just weren't able to make the move quite in time. Ancient Tribe.
Yeah, and that is one thing that we haven't really discussed because we often don't talk about vision that much in lineups unless one team has vision and the other one doesn't. I mean, there's some vision advantages with Urdu Thunders, but because they have like Tree Protector running around and everything when he gets the shard. But overall, not too much. But Radiant side, they just have nothing. Like, there's no real vision hero on their side that assists you in trying to get that little bit of either it's summons running around, or someone who's really effective at getting wards deep on the other side of the map. They just don't have that going for them. And sometimes that can really cost you in a game. Like, it's something that you can often see the benefits of, but it's difficult to really grasp like how effective it could have been if you had one in the match. And now we have a Shadow Fiend grabbing himself a DD here.
Oh boy.
Or at least he's going to camp on it and hope someone else comes for it and he can ulti them. But his silver edge is running out, so he's going to head out.
I mean, run down mid, so you can maybe hit some buildings here with this DD.
Maximizing their time getting up here. Smoking. Yep. get him in. We're all going to sit
back.
back.
Start punching those buildings. See if we come MTD. Try and use the ults here to set up on a TA2000, but there's the charge in from Roots. He also coming out from the Bron, but there's the grab back with the lasso. MTD pops the BKB. He's actually going to live the ults out in time. The Guardian Age are able to keep MTD safe, and they've managed to sort of drag TA2000 in pretty deep, take him down the one. See if they can do it a second time. TA2000 has got the BKB ready to go, but he's been rooted. Little Pleb committing it on the target here with the BKB and the ultimate. Takes down TA2000. They'll take down Kaori. Urdu Thunders, they've got to run. As it's a double kill for Little Pleb here on the defense. Urdu Thunders maybe getting a little too excited with that DD rune. Running down mid here with TA2000. And Ancient Tribe, they shut them down. They put a stop to that push. Little Pleb.
Yeah. Sometimes you just get Yules up in the air and lose your DD. And you're like, interesting. I mean, if they had gotten the Leshrac, though, that could have been so huge. This is that purge we're talking about, being able to set up so much, but draw all the way back. Oh, look at that Bloodstone go. Oh, whoo. You know what still works great? Bloodstone. With MTD showing up right here. They even tried to go for the saving play with the overgrowth there to try and cover the revival, but look at the positioning from Melee. It just gets right up there at the top of by the ramp, and they just know they can't get in here. Like, sure, Kaori tries, but now he's just gonna die too. He's a big old bully on that tide. He's a big fish.
Great ult from Ancient Tribe. That sort of matchup between the SF and the Troll's not going to get any easier. You know, the rest of the team, they've got to try and deal with this Troll just getting in on top. If he's able to put that BKB battle chance, stand on top of the Troll, on top of the SF, it's not going to be fun for TA2000. He has to rely on his team to somehow separate that Troll from him before Little Pleb's in with the BKB.
And now it's hard to do that because he does have the Agnums coming out.
Yeah.
I was hoping he would go for this, but I also recognize that it is very hard to fit into your build, but he's made it. He's gotten over the hump, got his SNY, got his BKB. He can go back for an item that's like really specific what they need in this game, and that's going to be that constant dispel on himself or on the enemy too. If it fits in certain situations, but most importantly, keep him moving during the ultimate. If he's in battle trance and he gets overgrowth, he's able to just use that dispel on the axes and keep on moving.
Ancient Tribe's going to be feeling strong now. They could look for an aggressive move themselves. The Ravage. They've got a smoke at the ready. Not at the moment, it looks like. So they're just sort of setting up, maybe seeing if they can get some sort of bait going on with Little Pleb showing in the mid. Very much ready to counteract any move that Urdu Thunders make upon the Troll. And the smoke's coming out now. Heaven's just been able to pick one up from the shop.
Well, the momentum's swinging so far now into Ancient Tribe's way.
Yeah.
Trying to think where Urdu get their comeback move. Their support duo doesn't necessarily scale like poorly, but they have a hard time starting fights. And then it kind of feels like Wooter's the one who has to sort of create an opportunity by just being the body in on the Primal Beast to set up these nice blink plays from the Shadow Fiend and good lassos. Now the Octarine Core's out. I think that's who we have to look for. The bugged Primal Beast.
Yeah. I think one of them's got to get to the back lines, get rid of this Omni Knight. LeBron, if he's able to pop his ult, pop down his buffs onto somebody, it's going to be something extra that they have to deal with, and that little bit extra that keeps MTD or Little Pleb alive.
Radiant's bottom tower is
And if
under
you're
attack.
Ooredoo Thunders right now too, I like this concept of just camping on the high grounds. Because they don't really have a vision hero on the side of Ancient Tribe, so if you're really sure with your vision, they have a gem on the Radiant. Do they have a gem still on the Dire? I do not see one. That is a bit of a problem. It is Kaori's gem, so it is the Dire's gem that's sitting on Leshrac. That's the issue. So probably still unable to purchase another one at the moment. Oh, maybe they are actually. I don't see cooldown in the shop. But it's a Roche game now. Rely and wait for the third Roche. If you're Radiant, Refresher's great. You have a Tidehunter. Agnums, that's also not bad.
Now, who's
Probably give
taking
it
the
to
Axe,
Tide?
you think?
Probably Tide.
What about
I'd
the
like it to be
Rubik?
Omni. I'd like Omni or Rubik for sure.
You know what I mean? Get a bit of
Tide.
bit of the Ags SD action yourself if you ever get those steals.
True.
Yeah, very different sort of vibe now from the Ooredoo Thunders. They know that the pressure's on. That lead that they've had's pretty much all but lost. There's 2k between them now. Look at the grab. And some of that saves coming out here from the Omni Knight. But the BKB and the ult is there in time. Overgrowth will hold back the troll momentarily through his BKB, but still not quite enough to stop him from getting a fair few punches in onto Wuta. At the same time, though, not enough to be able to kill the troll. So both teams could have sort of show their hand there. Neither team to lose a hero.
They have about 40, 48, 45 seconds now, though, where they could try and go for something versus this troll. Obviously, a very different hero with those ultimate right now. He's extremely reliant on that for the survivability because of the Shadow Demon Agnums. So it's really hard to get in there because there's like still Ravage right now. So just because there's no Guardian Angel does not make it free to just jump this troll. Melees will be lying in wait, hoping that you're going to make that mistake. Kaori still doesn't have the shard as well on Tree, which I think is something that he really is trying to work towards on the Tree Protector. Just that could be the thing that gives you that chance, that invisibility in some of these really important moments to catch. And look at, oh my god, he's so alone on MTD. They have no idea. That's crazy.
No, they just, they don't want to sort of take risks at this point. We have got the Arcane Blink done now on tier 2000, so at least we'll have the chance to be able to jump in, get that quick Requiem off, which could separate sort of the troll from the Omni if he catches them by surprise and finds that position to sort of split the fight up.
Yeah, and they of course do have like triple BKB as well, so talking a lot about how like Melees has his blink and stuff, but if he's maybe a little bit late, or if they have vision over the Tide and they're prepared, there's a chance the spike just gets ruined. And there's a quick grab, there's the break.
And there's the damage. Quick elimination there by Ooredoo Thunders. As Melees not going to stand a chance living against that. Still though, Ancient Tribe, they may be interested in sort of eyeing up a fight 4 versus 5 here. Disruption will hold back Little Pleb for now. Not enough to save Kaori. Has been knocked up onto the cliff here, Little Pleb. Have they got any ways to get him down? He's going to try and stand the fight from the high ground with the range mode. As the troll, he's actually opted for a TP out, but the Overgrowth's going to put the stop to it. The grabber with the pulverize, he popped the up, but he's still stuck up there. They don't have any way to get this man down. He's stuck up on the cliff, will have his inevitable death arise as LeBron also beaten down by TA2000. And well, sometimes you just get flame broken up to a cliff and there's nothing you can do, Trent.
He's just getting pinballed around, huh? That is pretty painful. We got Primal Beast, we got some flame breaks, everyone's just getting bumped and jostled. Pinball machine happening here, and you wound up in the worst possible spot. That's like when the ball falls right between your two paddles, and it feels really unfair because you weren't able to even hit it. That's kind of what happens there. And what are the chances, too, that both your supports in the year 2023 aren't building Force Staff?
I mean, yeah, he definitely would have felt that there. You know, they've sort of got the items to sort of play for themselves. And understandably, we know the positioning very important. And, you know, LeBron's not got the money. Yeah, back around the pit, though. Melees, he's in with the Ravage. Quick defensive disruption from Omar, giving TA2000 to get out of there with a BKB. GA out here, protecting the team for now. But there's the last one, there's the burst. And that's going to be Little Pleb out of the game for 105 seconds. Of course, buying back before this fight to try and threaten Ooredoo Thunders around the pit. And just like that, with this sequence of events, that lead from Urdu Thunders, it's going to show its face very aggressively again. Back up to a 9k advantage. Ancient Tribe sent scattered across the map. As that die back there, it certainly hurts. And unfortunately for Little Pleb, everything went downhill as soon as he got sent uphill, Trent.
Yeah. And who did the most damage in that fight? Well, his ulti might be broken. His skills might be breaking you, and maybe the hero's a little bit broken here too, because Wooter just carrying through that engagement. The massive breaks flying out through there. It's just slowing down, bullying everyone on the side of Ancient Tribe, bumping them up and around. He's just having the dream Primal Beast game right now. No ulti required, and well, unfortunately for Oridu, it is the refresher chart. I feel like they would have liked the eggs a little bit more, but hey, Bat Rider, you wouldn't mind and a refresher. Shadow Fiend with the Arcane Blink, also very happy to try it out, I'm sure.
Well, and maybe, you know, you have sort of some pity. Give it to Wooter. At least with the refresher shard, he can pretend that his ult lasts as long as it's meant to. He'll be like, look at me, I fixed the ult. But indeed, it won't be going to him.
Ulti patch.
Two broken ults doesn't make a fixed one, unfortunately.
That's tough. I mean, Shadow Demon would be pretty gross, right? Because it would refresh all the charges.
Yeah, it gives you a lot to play with.
That's got to be the best one.
So yeah, rough few moments there for Ancient Tribe, and coming just after a point where it really did feel like they were getting a really solid hold back on the game. I mean, we felt their confidence going into that fight in Urdu Thunder's jungle. You know, they were 4 versus 5. They felt they could have it, and honestly, if he didn't end up on a cliff, they probably would have had a solid chance of taking that fight.
Yeah.
But sometimes, you know, it happens. You get sent up there, as you say. You know, Urdu Thunders, they've got a lot of ways to knock you around with the charge of the Primal Beast, the knockback of the Flame Break. You've got to be careful around those points. And now back to a 16k lead. They've got the grab. They're able to get the BKB off in time. Towards TA2000, because TA2000 does have the Aegis. He'll be ready for a round 2. Omar getting focused. Ravage does clip the 3 of them nicely. Allows them to take out the Shadow Demon into the base. A stolen lasso dragging TA2000 in, but he was able to get the BKB off beforehand. So no immediate follow-up damage comes during it.
They got Shadow
able to step back. They're still trying to chase him out here, but TA2000 able to blink up to the high ground. He'll manage to get away from this. See if Ancient Tribe can chase for more. They've got their eyes on Wooter. Up into the air he goes. Back down into the clutches of Little Pleb. Ancient Tribe able to find the fight close to the base. And they can get back on with pushing back at Iridia Thunders. A long time now. No Primal Beast out for a full minute. This could be an opportunity for Ancient Tribe to get back to pushing up the high ground. But in fact, back at the mid, you see already that the creep cutting's happened.
Oh, sneaky.
Noob just trying to do his best to make sure they're not going to have the means to push, at least on the mid lane. But top lane, the creep wave's pushing in. So they will still have the advantage of the top creeps coming towards the base of Urdu Thunders if they want to try and go for any high ground aggression.
Yeah, they break that base so fast, too. But, yeah, the great play in that engagement there from MTD. He just jumps to the back line, tries to find the Shadow Demon, successfully gets him. Takes a little bit, but then the follow-up Ravage is there as well. I'd actually like to see him skip the Shard on Shadow Demon and just buy BKB, I think. I feel like he just needs to survive and cast his spells and just ruin this Omni Knight. Because in that fight, you were able to get yourself to the saving graces there from the Omni Knight. He's able to actually cover his Troll Warlord. He got to play some Dota because he wasn't just being purged the whole time thanks to the early pressure onto the Shadow Demon. That's the whole key as to what's brought this game back for Oridu.
Yeah.
The cliffing was great, obviously, but it's just been the clutch plays from Omar. Quick pause and we're back into it, though. And, I don't know, we've kind of snuck up on 43 minutes here. Everyone's had their chances of being in the lead this game, and now it kind of feels like we're back to even. No one has this big edge. It feels it's mostly about prioritizing the correct targets. Finding the Shadow Demon, finding the Omni Knight, purging the Troll Warlord, perhaps. So he doesn't have any options in these engagements. And he is going for the Lincoln Sphere, and is nearly done as well.
See, Noob has managed to finish up his own actual refresher orb, so we'll have just options to get through that. Of course, has the Force in play too, so he's quick before the BKB. Has a chance of breaking through the Lincoln Sphere.
Shadow Fiend can buy one too. I think he's sending his courier over now. Yeah, he is. He's going to sell his Mask of Madness.
All right.
Buy the refresher.
All right, we're going to have a pretty Pretty hyped team fight in our hands here. A couple of requiems
Oh my
being thrown around
God.
the place. And people getting pushed all over the team fight. There we go. Item complete. Double refreshers ready to reveal in the next fight from the Uridu Thunders. We'll see if
Yeah.
Ancient Tribe's ready to deal with that.
They're going to try and push out that wave. They're trying to deny any vision up near the Radiant Ancients. They get scanned, though. They need to get to group up as 5. You do not want to get picked off right now. You're spending a lot of gold on these refreshers. You want a good fight here. The Ancient Tribe, they're trying to find a backstab.
It does feel like a scary fight for Ancient Tribe, but they have managed to pull it off before this game.
Uh-oh. Only one team's going to be pushing high ground right now, though. There are a couple creeps heading mid, but they're not following them. The Radiant are farming the jungle. The Dire are thinking about maybe hitting some buildings and see how they react. Oh, it's so scary, though. You don't want to approach the high ground and have them come back up the ramp, maybe smoke or something. They see Rubik. They see Troll.
Cutting a creep wave, but indeed already a couple have passed them, so it's not going to do anything about slowing down the siege from Uridu.
There's no Aegis now. It's gone. 3 minutes.
I'll head back now. 25's been hit. That Shadow Rays applying the attack damage, so big AoE hits that he's able to throw out in the fight. Not as big as sometimes you'll see. Most of the build relying on the magic output of the SF. Arcane Refresher.
Yeah, certainly still hurts, though.
Yeah. A lot of money again. You know, Tier 2000 just cleaning up the map. He's got 6k gold in the bank. See what he wants to buy next. And with this...
Wait, what? That's crazy. He just bought Refresher.
Yeah, he's...
Oh,
I mean, we've got 530 CS here. Very, very high in the last hits. It's just been full farm here from TO 2000. And, of course, good involvement in the fights as well. Been in 14 of the 19 that they've had as a team.
Did he just get Scotty and sell his Dragonlance?
Radiant are scanning.
I don't know. I feel like it would be nice to try and take this troll a little bit.
So they want to try and jump the high ground. It would be blind.
Look at all the wards. You just hear it blink the blinker.
Oh, and there's the jump. He's in. TO2000 is able to burst through LeBron. Takes down the Omni Knight. Little Pleb will react with the BKB and the Battle Trance. He's on top of Wuta. Wuta puts the BKB in an attempt to escape. And now with the fear again, TA2000, the second Requiem causing issues for Little Pleb. As Little Pleb's out for 90. Overgrowth holds MTD in position. His BKB soon to come to an end. He's trying to escape. Omar's got the setup, the buy time for TA2000 Wuta to move into position and take down the Leshrac as well. Triple kill for TA2000. And now Uridu Thunders, they can get this push onto the high ground. There is a buyback available from MTD, but Little Pleb is still 1,800 gold short, so he won't be able to return for the defense.
And they had that Radiant ward around there as well from Ancient Tribe. Like, there was a lot of lingering vision in that area. That fight could have gone very poorly for them. But they're not able to get Omar again. He survives, gets the ulti off. They just annihilate LeBron, quickly purge up onto the troll, and then that's it. There's just no help at that point. No chance for a Ravage. Can't find anything there.
That was a very nice usage of the two Requiems from TA2000. One to eliminate the Omni Knight, and one to re-enter the fight and take down the Tron. Back at the jungle, though. Slightly separated, but Wuta, he's going to be fine against that attempt as the cheese is at the ready. Charges in over towards LeBron. There's the grab. LeBron will be able to pop the GA, heals himself up a little bit. But they'll lose Heaven. They'll lose LeBron. They got one kill onto Kaori out of this, but it's cost them 2, and it's going to cost them 3. Malez also held behind here by the disruption of Omar. Azuridu back to just growing this very solid lead now. 20k advantage. Very soon to be able to have the opportunity of stepping into the Roche pit. Well, a full Hex on TA2000, of course, complementing that Refresher build very nicely. It's not only having the 2 Requiems to throw back the team, but also the 2 instances of Hex.
Yeah, that's way better than Scotty. Let's go. The big old plays. We got one job, blow up troll. And Scythe's just getting better and better these days. It feels like we're seeing him picked up all over the place.
Radiant
And
structures
he will be 25 soon. I don't know if the strong dispel is going to be able to help you, obviously, very much in this situation.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
But you got to find something.
Radiant's
Not much they
top
can do to
barracks
stop
are
these
under
racks
attack.
going down.
Radiant's top barracks has
Rudy
fallen.
Thunders cleaning up a second set from the base of Ancient Tribe. Roshan's up. They can play it safe and head back for that. Ancient
They are
Tribe,
so farmed.
we'll see if they're able to make some sort of move out at the base and contest the Roshan. They're definitely a point where they've got to try for some sort of risky move if they want to stand a chance of turning this game around.
Yeah, you can't win the base. Ags refresher coming out. There's just no way. Oh, well, T1000 just buys his eggs, so
Radiant are
don't worry
scanning.
about it, he says.
Smoker from both sides. This could be the final fight here for Ancient Tribe. Little player, he's going to charge straight in. Does get caught out by a Hex. MTD jumps towards the back lines. T8000 pops the BKB in the wreck, which try and split them apart, but the BKB's out from MTD. Turns with the attempt to stun onto Wooter, but the Wooter BKB out in time, charges across. He's able to pretty much clean up and swipe by the entirety of the team of Ancient Tribe. Lasso's there, dragging Little Player back into the Requiem. He's out of the game. They don't have buybacks on these heroes. Melez will get the Ravage off, but there's no more to be done there. A bit of an interesting interaction there with Disruption. He's actually able to get away as he jumps out with the Ogre Seal Toe. But of course, GG has been called. Uru Thunders will take this game 1, 50 minutes in. A good game at that as well. And a game where we definitely saw Ancient Tribe, punch back pretty decently in the mid game. But all in all, Uru Thunder's taking this game, Trent, and just continuing sort of that streak that they've had since, of course, the closed qualifier route coming into this DPC. They didn't drop a game there. And opening up with their first performance, they'll continue that streak.
Yeah, I'm just really impressed too. To be able to do that versus the Omni Knight with the Shadow Demon, it's a strategy that a lot of teams try. They pull out this position for Shadow Demon, and they struggle to get the farm, to get the Aghanim Scepter, where you have this counter. It ruins the hero completely, and in this case, it got completely trashed. And I'd like to bring back my trash analysts as well here, Nomad and Fluke. How'd you like that one?
I didn't like that at all. That was very mean of you, Trent.
No, I meant the game.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, yeah. I mean, the game was pretty good. I'd like to see Ancient Tribe turning up, ready to swing some punches. But yeah, Oridu, as expected, doing work and controlling up the game. And despite a couple of stumbles, they're able to end it off very, very nicely indeed. Fluke, what are your thoughts?
I think I have to agree with Trent. I think Omar really made this Shadow Demon look really, really good with the amount of farm that he was able to get. That Aghanim Scepter coming up relatively early in the game, and it just meant that it was so hard for everybody on Ancient Tribe to try and do anything. This was kind of the fight that really started to turn it back in the favor here of Oridu as well. Little Pleb getting stuck up there on the cliff is horrible for him.
So unfortunate.
It felt like the game was starting to swing back into his favor. It felt like the Troll was starting to become the scary hero in a lot of these team fights and really starting to be a bit of a threat. But as soon as that happened, it just felt like everything started going away from him. He wasn't able to get the damage onto anybody anymore. He wasn't able to stick on top of people. And then as soon as TA2000 was able to get the refresher off and the Arcane Blink, every single one of these Requiems, every single one of these Hexes, as soon as there was no BKB, it was just a Little Pleb just getting caught out and Little Pleb just getting blown up. And unfortunately, when you get put in the troll cage, sometimes you can't fight your way out of it. And unfortunately for Little Pleb, it was a little bit too hard for him this game.
Yeah, it certainly was. And, I had my doubts about this Oridu draft. Like, I did think they were going to take the victory, but I didn't think it was, like, the best draft I've seen. I was worried about SF's ability to kind of be that big, like, carry hero, Like, I know the hero does damage, but usually I just want to see, like, one more scaling hero with him. But you know what? Wasn't necessary. He did very, very well. And actually, Waiter as well. I think we all had our doubts about the Primal Beast. Ulti literally not working. Who needs it? Who needs it? This guy's gonna do absolutely fine regardless. In fact, a huge fight impacts. I think the break was one of the biggest things as well, just making it really, really hard for that Troll and that Tidehunter to fight on the front lines. Like, they really just couldn't take the fight to them after that point.
It's nice to get a mixed damage carry as well with the Shadow Fiend. That was another thing that was really useful in the game versus an Omni Knight and versus a Troll Warlord.
Yeah.
There's always going to be issues with right click and with, Bat Rider is coming out of the mid with I think he did 34,000 magic damage. And then you have Shadow Fiend as well, who he still hits hard with this build. He right click people for 26k, but he also did magic damage of almost 18k. So there's lots of help there in the magic department for these two heroes.
Yeah, and hybrid damage is always the hardest to deal with as well, because you can't just build one item and one kind of direction of defense and have enough against them. Like, you've always got both directions to cover, which makes it really hard to answer. And yeah, Shadow Fiend definitely being the big boss this game. But I don't know about you guys, but I still want to give MVP to Woita. I don't know, that was ridiculous.
I mean, you got it right.
It's exactly what you said, right? Like, where if he understood that the bug was there and he played around it anyways, like, I think he just shows that this Primal Beast hero is... I don't want to say he's like ultimate is like the useless part about him, but the rest of his spells are still so good that like it doesn't really matter that it's broken.
True.
Yeah, absolutely. I know. And what do you think about this this performance from the Primal Beast?
Yeah, I think it's, as I say, now if you're a team playing against, I mean, even in this game too, right? You're like, do we ban this hero that's not even functioning as intended? It's definitely going to be something in the back of the minds for Ancient Tribe. I mean, Wuta had one death, and yeah, it was great for the lane. Really just, I mean, you just saw the matchup against the Troll, just being able to trample all over and not caring about the axes flying around. And applying that pressure, and yeah, we saw just the combination of him, the flame break from Noob, and the pushback from the Requiem. They just had so many spells that were just sort of sending Ancient Tribe flying all over the place. That the chaos of the fights was just a little too much for Ancient Tribe to deal with.
Yeah, especially for a Troll Warlord who just wants to stay on one target and blow them up in a fight. Like, he just was not able to do that through everything. And then even on top of that, you had the Disruptor, not Disruptor, the guy doing the disruptions, the Shadow Demon, messing them up from the backlines as well. Like, overall, it just felt like a really nice answer. And I think it was a Troll last pick, right? I mean, it didn't really feel like the right hero in the end, I don't think. Would you agree, Trent?
The hero, you know, he's got his problem. The ulti's weird. It's not reliable. But the game was going pretty well. If it wasn't for the cliffing incident,
it was, yeah.
It's possible they actually carry that momentum through. It's a little bit unfortunate, but I wouldn't pin it on the Troll. He was doing pretty well. I do think the main issue was just not finding Shadow Demon, and unfortunately that comes down to a little bit of a lack of jump, but also a lack of vision. They just could not find him. Fights they found him went great. Even at the end there, when they killed him on that base defense that one time, they managed to clean up a couple more kills, and they're forced to just retreat on Order Thunders. But if Omar lives, then everyone on Ancient Tribe dies.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Well, it is going to be Orodu that takes the first game here. Will they make it a clean 2-0, or Ancient Tribe are going to come back and level things out? We'll find out after this short break. Uridu and Ancient Tribe putting on probably one of the closest matches of the day just now, as they do get the advantage in game number 1 on Uridu Thunders. And I'm very excited to watch game number 2 and see how Ancient Tribe adjust after this first match. Just a close game, a nice fight, and overall, a lot of good team fighting. So hopefully you get to see the same thing again in game number 2. That's about all we can ask for. But Fluke, is there anything specific you want to see coming out from either of these guys? Any speciality picks you want to see coming out?
I don't think so. I think both teams had relatively good drafts in game number 1. I think they played to their strengths. I probably would like to see maybe a little bit more coming out of Ancient Tribe, trying to put a little bit of extra pressure on these early kind of picks. You saw a few times where they were trying to go take a few of these towers. I remember there was specifically this one push towards mid lane. As soon as the glyph came out, they instantly went away from the tier 1 tower. They went in towards the Roshan. Not sure if they even were able to end up with the Rosh that time around. So I would kind of just like them to be a little bit more decisive in some of their movement, I guess I would say here. But all in all, I think the drafts were relatively straightforward, and I don't think we're going to be seeing all too much changing. Maybe just the middle couple of picks might be the only changes we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I know Noob has some really cool picks up his sleeve, like his Void Spirit's very good. He also plays a mean mid-Snapfire as well, so there's a couple of curveballs they can throw out, but as we mentioned before, you know, this is a very well-baked meta at this point. It's been the oven an awful long time, so it's all crisped up, not much leaking out the sides, so we more or less know what we're going to see, but then again, we did see a Wish Tinker earlier, so one can hope.
I would love an early snap pick. I think if it's left in, I think after the first phase, so when they have first pick and second phase this time for Uridu Thunder, I think it's like the best time ever to take snap right now. Because Noob has a really good mid-snap, as you said, and I think other teams have sort of like flexed that possibility in some of the other regions in Division 1, and I'm a big fan. I think the hero is really strong. The Shard is surprisingly good, I find, for supports and cores alike. It gives you like a little bit to farm. It doesn't have that classic reliability of the stun anymore. But just for some additional damage and save in team fights plus farming waves, it's pretty nice.
Yep.
So, yeah, I think it'd be an awesome shout out for Uridu this time.
I'd love to see it, but we're going to start things off with the Death Prophet coming out. And on the bans, by the way, Uridu got rid of the Pangolier and the Lina. Meanwhile, Ancient Tribe did get rid of the Nature's Prophet and the Leshrac, which does mean we've got a spider lurking around. I don't know, Uridu, we reckon they're going to go in that direction?
I don't think so. I got ignored last time, I think, right? So. Oh no, they picked Radiant Treant. They've lost.
Oh, no, GG.
Yeah.
All right, go.
That's unfortunate.
Go game 3 at least.
Yep. All right. Well. So they picked the Rubik as a response as well. I think Trent might be right with the Brood. I'm not sure if either of these two teams really care all too much about the Broodmother, so it could definitely just be one of those picks that's just going to sit by the wayside. Haven't seen much Tusk either out of these two teams, so I'm not sure what we're really going to be able to say. Okay, Clockwork. So this is the other hero outside of Tusk that you want to pick up early on, considering they already picked up the Death Prophet. So it just gives you a nice surefire way of finding the tree in the trees. You're able to catch out a few of these heroes, and if you're ever able to get on top of any of these heroes outside of the Rubik, you should be able to get some free kills.
All right, let me bring you I'm going to give you the evidence that backs up my thesis here, guys. Okay, so overall, for all the games that have been played across all of Division 1, now Division 2, Radiant has a 42.7% win rate, and Dire has a 57.2% win rate. Okay, so Dire, pretty nice. 57%, Radiant 42. Okay? All right? Now, Tree has a 62% win rate on Dire. So, plus 5, okay, over the average. And on Radiant, he only has a 44% win rate. So, only plus 2% over the average.
Okay.
Please, can we have a patch? Jesus Christ. Trent needs it. Trent's losing his goddamn mind.
Dire Tree is superior. All right? This Radiant,
he's got the papers up on the wall. He's got the string out and the pins, and he's just hasn't
Big
slept
L.
in 3 weeks. Oh my god! All right.
Radiant Tree.
You'll all see. But they got Clockwork. That's always nice versus Tree, so we can use that as an excuse if they win. Kind of a annoying hero to fight in the engagements and in the lane potentially as well, but that doesn't necessarily always happen. But if you're running the 3 DP, it is often paired up with the 4 Clock or the 4 Tusk, so there's a chance that Tree and Clockwork are going to be duking it out in the lanes right now.
Fun. Big punchy boys just going at it. Love it.
And guess what's really good versus Clockwork and really good versus Death Prophet? In my opinion, it's Snapfire. Early game versus Death Prophet, you have the big burst damage to bring her down. You got the cookie to get people out of the cogs. You got first pick out of this phase, and Ancient Tribe aren't going to ban it. Instant Snapfire pick, and we're back on Team Oradu, even if they picked Radiant Tree.
Down, 100% down with that. Sounds like a great idea. I'd love to see it. Also, the tree is a great like cannonball for you as well. He's one of my favorites, especially because like
true.
He doesn't always die, so you never feel that bad about it.
Just throwing in a big old tree to see what the overgrowth can do.
Yeah, and there's like a small chance he'll actually survive it as well, which is a slight bonus, but not really something you consider as a Snapfire with Ags.
Mm.
You become
no
a
Rickies.
Pokemon trainer whenever you get the Ags on Snapfire, and all your 4 teammates are just your Pokemon. You're just like, go!
Yeah, they don't have a choice.
Tree
No matter.
Protector.
It's just like Pokemon.
Yeah.
Get in the ball. I've seen some remorseful heroes flying through the air in pro matches before where they were not ready, nor expecting it. They just like, why? Why, teammate?
Why have you done this to me?
But yeah, no Rickies lately. It's at least not for us today. I don't know if you guys had one in the first series and I just missed it or something, but...
yeah, we did.
Oh, you did? Oh.
Yes.
Okay. Did he win?
No.
No. Okay.
I think that was the game that...
No, I think he did win, actually.
Did he?
I think he went like 0-9 and still won.
Oh, that's even more impressive. I don't know. The hero's interesting. I think the part that I don't like is having to wait until the shard, obviously. So if your lane goes poorly or you don't have a strong position 1 hero and you're trying to play it as 5 like they usually are, it can be a little bit messy. Curious why they banned it necessarily here for Reduce Hunters, though. Boo, GG. All right, they lost. That's Snapfire.
Dream's dead.
Silla's another pick to have here. So...
Nice to get
trying to think
a mobile hero versus the cogs, though, right? Trying to escape as Morphling. That's always pretty solid.
10 seconds
All
remaining.
right, guys.
It's also turning into a Death Prophet in a lot of these team fights is very, very good for the Morphling. Just getting those Spirit Siphons off, making him basically an unkillable god.
That's true. They have 2 heroes that can do Spirit Siphons, and Ancient Tribe only have 1. We already had the Boxy and Maposhka clips so far from this this DPC tour. Absolutely crushing it with the Rubik Spirit Siphons.
Yeah, they do a ridiculous amount of work. And
I really like these 2 picks in response here from Ancient Tribe in response to the Morphling, because you have somebody who has a relatively fast stun in the Dragonite, the point-click stun with the Dragon Tail to be able to catch him out, and also a lot of the burst damage that comes in from the Hoodwink. You can also, if you're good enough, be able to catch the Morphling from Fog, and it allows you to catch out some of these other heroes as well. So I like these 2 picks in response here from Ancient Tribe, but... the question I have now is like, what is going to be their final pick that will round it all out for them? Because Dragonite, Death Prophet, not really the best kind of hyper scaling team. Maybe they're going to try and aim for this timing in the mid game to try and run over the top of Oridu Thunders, and hopefully the Morphling's not a factor.
Or the Manta DK returns,
Yeah,
Get up
true.
there as well.
yeah.
It's,
Manta Ags.
I was looking at Heaven's Heroes earlier, and this is his most played. He has 39 matches on both Hoodwink and Dark Willow. So definitely very similar style between those 2 heroes, right? It's like ranged, sort of assassinate that has some moves from the distance, but also likes to close the gap and get up in front. And well, speaking of heroes that are really trending right now, Keeper of the Light, it's like a new dawn, man. This guy's just suddenly back over the past week and popping up everywhere in the mid lane.
Hey man, the sun always comes out again, and Keeper of the Light absolutely gonna raise his head in the competitive series. But I mean, this is gonna be new to her for sure. He loves it.
Well, there was that pop-off game from, I believe it was Samael, right? Recently.
Yep.
It was one of the standout performances on a Keeper of the Light. I like it. It means that Ancient Tribe is going to have some issues getting stuff done on the map, right? Because Coddles is going to be able to constantly push out waves, goes into that Boots of Travel. Once again, can kind of just do a lot of burst damage to catch the Death Prophet out, catch the Dragonite out, as well as generally tanky against physical damage. So I really like this Oridu Thunders lineup. I would like to see them have a tanky frontliner that can start a fight for them, though. Something that just allows them to get in and go ham.
I've got another problem here again, though, you see. Because this is Radiant side Keeper of the Light. So, Dire side, you get to do all the crazy stacks in the Dire side jungle, right? It's way easier. You farm up a lot faster. and generally have a much easier time in the early game. However, I was recently casting a game at the end of the European DPC when we had the tiebreakers, and what they did to counter that with the Radiant side Coddle was actually just go for ganks. It was crazy. He was like so aggressive early in the game and just like targeting the heroes with those earlier points in Illuminate, just securing kills with a blast, and he just farmed heroes into a spirit vessel instead of focusing on the jungle, and it was way more successful than I expected. So I'll see if Noob is just as aggressive doing that.
Yeah, yeah. And one thing you're missing here, Trent, which is really important, is that you have a tree. And what do you need for a tree to grow? What are the two things you need for a plant to grow?
Oh my god, you're right.
It's water and it's light. And what do they have, guys?
You're so smart.
Oh, Jesus.
It's coming together.
It's all coming together. We talked about the Exodia earlier, but we never thought about big tree.
It's like the 6th dimension of Dota drafting.
Yeah, just put them in trialing together. They'll just morph together into Giga Tree.
There is a dragon on the other side, though. Just saying.
He does breathe fire.
Yeah, that's a little bit scary.
But that's actually good for forests. Forest fires are very good for forests in the long run.
Oh, I just realized it wasn't even the tiebreakers. My bad. It was Laurel on BetBoom just owning from Radiant side Coddle. My B. That's what it was. Should give Laurel his credit. But yeah, he was ownage. Very impressive. So.
Alrighty, final side of bans. Ancient Trap, they're going to get rid of the Centaur and the Beastmaster. Meanwhile, Oridu, they're going to get rid of some carries. The first of which is going to be the Ursa. Second of which is going to be... I don't know yet.
They need to protect their Coddle, right? Like, that's the... Yeah, okay. I was going to say, like, what's a carry hero that can kind of get on top of the Coddle and blow him up? So Festus Void was the only one that was really sitting out. There could have been, like, maybe some, like, a wayward pick or something like a Weaver. But I think if you pick Weaver, you kind of just insta-lose.
Yeah, they need a carry with burst.
Yeah. There's CK. I mean, for the lore, right? CK hates Coddle.
True.
We're going deeper.
Yeah. We have to counter the sunlight and the water and the trees and all this shenanigans.
Yeah.
We got fire on a Dragonite, we got a Ghost, and we got a Chaos Knight. I think that, the battle of forces here, he wins out.
I think we've covered just about every single aspect of drafting that it is possible to cover.
We haven't done colors yet. That's always a classic. Or
no, we haven't done
legs.
cosmetics, but...
Listen, there's a long history in Dota of poor analysts that allow us to go into things like colors and the number of legs, floating arms.
Rich history.
Rich history of pathetic excuses for analysts. So we got a lot to fall back on.
Yeah.
They have a deep trove. So what are Ancient Tribe looking for here? They need... Maybe a carry. Pudge.
Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot. Straight off the bat. That's pretty cool. I mean, and you digging the Fat Man this game?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you're going to be able to get that Ags, and if you get on top of like the Morphling, when you've got the Ags on Pudge, it can be pretty annoying for him to try and shift into whilst he's having all that sort of reduction applied to him. Definitely something to play in mind, as you picked upon earlier. You've got two heroes in Iridu Thunders that have the potential to play with Siphons. I mean, obviously if they're... you've kind of got these tanky cores, the DK and the Pudge. They're not going to have too much fun if they're getting siphoned by a Morph or by a Rubik. Ancient Tribe, I like it. It's always fun to see a Pudge. They're going to have to play to tempo. They're going to have to play fast because if they don't, this Morph, quite like the Morphs that we've seen earlier today, I think it's going to run away with the game. And TO2000, he just had a great game one on his SF. I think there's every reason to believe he's going to pop off again here on the Morphling. So we'll see what Lil Pleb can do. It's one of the classics from him. If it's not off to a great start this game, I think they'll definitely suffer as the minutes pass.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm leaning Ancient Tribe. I don't know. I think they've got good answers, right? They've got DK for the snap stun onto the Morphling. They've got this Pudge, which is also a really nice answer to the Morphling, and like this Morph kind of needs to have a good game. I guess Coddle can blow some people up. I don't know how the Coddle versus Pudge matchup really works in practice. Like, I can think about it, but like I don't really come up with much of an answer. I feel like probably it's just a case of they catch the Coddle and hold him down, he's dead, and they do have options of doing that as well. So yeah, I really like what Ancient Tribe have gone for this game. What about you, Fluke?
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I like what they're doing. I think they kind of just have a pretty straightforward idea. They just want their lanes to go kind of okay. They want to get some levels up and a few items and kind of walk as a ball into some of these towers. I think on the other side of things, though, Oridu can just kind of play their own game. They can just blow out all these waves with the Coddle. The Morphling can just go farm up. They've got a train to keep their towers alive and stuff. So I'm gonna lean a little closer to Oridu this time for the 2-0, but I'm always partial to a bit of Pudge action.
Yeah, they definitely have to like kind of overdive on Oridu to get rid of these backliners. You have to overdive onto Oridu to get these backliners if you want to do any kind of pushing. They're going to be super annoying at defending their towers. Let's find out how this game number 2 is going to go down. Odie and Trent, we're going to hand it over to you guys for this game number 2.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Yes, let's see indeed if Oridu can get the clean 2-0 or if Ancient Tribe can pull off some fun here with this Pudge as the last pick. Of course, I was also living a few patches ago. Of course, Cypher isn't that good nowadays in terms of this power against strength throws. Don't have that percentage-based damage. It's just flat. Back into the action straight away. First blood. It's going to be claimed by Ancient Tribe here around the mid as they charge down and are able to take out Noob. First blood for MTD. He's going to be happy with that one, being able to take that bonus gold towards the start of his mid performance.
Yeah, very nice, very nice. And hey, you know, it's not percentage, but it doesn't matter. It's still really strong. Yeah, especially with Rubik, right? He's getting it juiced up anyway. It's a big old hero to take it from. It's definitely it kind of reminds me of like, you know, Blade Mail, the answer being like lifesteal and everything. Pretty similar. You know, you're being rotted by this Pudge. This guy's just trying to survive the whole time. So if you can find that lifesteal yourself, it's going to be good. Look at
this.
100% accuracy.
Well, we'll definitely be bringing that one up later in the game. There's another one.
Bring it back. Bring it back. 2 for 2.
See if they can get the kill here. They might be able to. I mean, yeah, I think Wooter's pretty dead here for sure. He's going to try and get over towards Roshan to look for the deny, but he won't be able to make it over in time. A second kill here for Ancient Tribe. And indeed, that 100% accuracy, that's going to keep up.
Oh, that's a hard one to track, but I like it. All right, little pleb. Let's see what you got here. I'm thinking that for Oridu, they can play pretty passively this game. I'm curious to see what Tidehunter's build is. I've heard some Tides like talking about like the Aghanims in these situations, but it can often be very difficult to get to that stage. But like once you have the Aghs, you're also really strong at pushing out waves, and so you would have like Aghs Tide, you'd have Keeper of the Light, and you have a Dire team that can force objectives because they have DK and Death Prophet, but the eventual going high ground and scaling versus the Morphling, you could maybe try and outlast as Oridu, but that sort of game plan I don't think works as well anymore when you have all these talents and Aghs and Shards and 17 Roshans and, you know, Giants rings. It's not as simple to just say, oh, we're going to outscale and then we'll eventually win. Like, everyone's so much better at Dota and the heroes all scale way better now.
That's a nice voice line there. Did you catch that one?
Oh, was it?
But Clock got hooked by the Pudge to get him back to safety under his tower, and the Clock says, "Hey, Pudge, I've got one of those too, you know." I do like those little ones here. Bit banter.
Good little buds, aren't they?
Yeah, the Hook brothers here. Oh, that's a missed hook, though. Unfortunately, the 100% has been lost. Have a little play. Bottom lane, Corey taken out here by Melez and Heaven. Be careful around this Hoodwink. Very potent in the laning stage.
Yeah, that was something that we mentioned in one of the earlier drafts about Tree. Was like Hoodwink is just, you know, excellent hero. You're playing around the trees all the time. Feels great to be Hoodwink in those situations. Also starts with the Quelling Blade. Please do this in your games. As much as I love Treant Protector, just buy a Quelling Blade and cut all the trees. It makes him so sad. He doesn't get his constant bonus self-heal and regen, which he's abusing the whole time in the laning stage. Get rid of the trees.
CS-wise, you know, not having the easiest time of picking up the CS there on the bottom lane. Melez. Top lane, we see Lil Pleb constantly trying to get in position to try and find a hook through the tree line. So even if he does find the Tide, not the easiest of kills to get. With the levels, maybe they can sort of block heroes in underneath the tower. Lil Pleb does manage to find the angle, but it will be difficult to land these hooks in the laning stage. Ooh, gets close there though. Nice attempt, but won't quite grab Omar.
Yeah, and as you see here, the odds in favor of Oridu is the mid matchup not so much in favor of them though, as Coddle's a little bit behind the DP, but kind of to be expected. He only has 2 points in the Illuminate so far, so it's not that easy to just like guarantee all the left on the wave. He's been doing some nice angles and plays though, trying to keep things even, but you're never really gonna be able to. Ooh, nice! Bring down DP through short form damage, but good kill onto the clockwork there in the lane. As he's had no points in the Kraken shot. Woodward was holding his points for quite a while there, and being able to find an aggressive play because of that is always very satisfying. LeBron is AFK. Oh, now he's coming. Okay.
Bottom lane. Not too much pressure being put on the Morphling right now. Tier 2000 having a decent start here. See Heaven try to head over to mess around with the small camp. Corey's going to do his best to chase him off. Be able to steal away that bounty rune though. Top. I think we're trapped in the cogs. Not quite an angle that Little Pleb can play with for the hook at the moment. Focus on hitting the creeps hit.
Yeah, LeBron was sitting in the fountain for a little while longer, just waiting to purchase more consumables, and he has just come absolutely loaded to this lane. He's got 2 mangoes, 9 charges, he's raindrops, he's got obs, 2 sentries, and a salve to help out, so he just wants to win this lane for his Pudge now.
Little Pleb is trying to get in position to go for a hook, but he's feeling pretty low himself.
Yeah, it's not looking great. I mean, he's got mana for it if he uses a stick or he just waits a little while longer, but hard to get the finish on these heroes in the lane.
Or maybe we get the Rubik here. Omar would be a nice grab, but he's able to break his way out of the cogs before the hook comes flying across.
And of course, the living armor also being sent up there as well from Kaori, so that'll make things a little bit more difficult as Noob heads to the jungle. That'll just push out the wave and do coddle things, but LeBron is going to come over and have a look-see. Plants a ward down. And can use these to block out the Ancients and the camp if he wants.
Whoa.
Oh.
Up the cliff he goes. And does have a TP.
Radiant are scanning.
Was it? He's going to throw down another ward here. Was it 2 sentries he's throwing down on the high ground?
Yeah, I think he was a little confused because the Rubik was still hitting him. I was also a little confused.
Well, I'm also a little... Well, it's the courier, right? Is that what it was?
No.
Did that courier not give vision that far? No.
No, it only gives vision like right next to it. I'm not sure what it was, to be honest with you. But it was lasting a really long time. And LeBron was like, what is happening? Anyway,
I mean, I guess it was, what, from the sentry placement from Radiant that was up there?
I guess, but I feel like it was so long ago. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, well, anyway, meanwhile over in the mid lane, Corey taken down here. First use of the exorcism as Ancient try to put the pressure on.
I mean, but it's like really sentried now, so.
It is. Yeah.
Definitely nothing fishy happening up there. A lot of fish, though, actually. There's 3 of them. So I guess there is something fishy happening up there.
This is my shout.
And Lil Pleb's courier about to deliver the Vanguard here. Don't lose that. It's a tree. He can punch it pretty hard. Oh, whew, what a relief. The Vanguard just might save him.
It's going to be close.
Eyes get gosh. Surely he's dead, right?
Indeed, he will be going down again here, Little Pleb. I mean, that was pretty soon after he returned to the lane. Indeed, he's going to be knocked out, and even when he's back up in 15 seconds, that TP is still going to be on cooldown for another further 25 or so. So he's going to have to take a long walk back to the lane if he wants to return there. So a couple of painful back-to-back deaths there for the safe lane Pudge.
Ooh, TA, though, flexing a little bit with the attribute shift versus the Hoodwink. I'm kind of impressed. Mid-air bushwhack flight still able to shift in time. Very nice. But a great pull there from Heaven. So that's going to send the lane further away from the tower and try and put some pressure on bringing Kaori down here. Maybe you can't kill the Morphling, but you just want him to at least feel comfortable enough to totally free farm right now.
Well, we've seen what happens with a free farm more all too often in just today's games.
Yeah. Yeah, in a way, Coddle and Tinker are kind of similar, so could be something to go on here, maybe. You know, very fast hero to the mid lane that just wants to run around globally, kill some heroes. He's got his boots of travel. He is queuing up the Spirit Vessel next. Another great reason to go for it. It's an amazing Spirit Vessel game, as talked about. So if he was looking for a mid laner with a Spirit Vessel, this is it.
Six up, they do catch Corey, and they'll be able to have the extra damage from MTD comes in to help them get the kill.
Tempting to keep pressuring this too, because the exorcism just came back, and you love having that like back-to-back-to-back exorcism and just keeping the pressure rolling as much as you can. But Loplab is still level 5. He's low on mana on the DP. The stars don't quite align, so he comes back, bottles up. The XP will be there for Loplab. They could force this. I think they're going to. I love this play.
I'll see if Iridium Thunders want to bring in any extra numbers to try and deal with that if the push does come in.
Just hit a hook.
It looks like MTD wants to go bottom instead and join
DK
forces
ulted.
with the DK ult of Melez. Yeah, I mean, between the two of them, they could definitely apply some pressure.
Although the DK ulti is running low, and you have to full commit for the tower. It's got 1100 HP right now, and it's level 1 exorcism. This isn't that easy.
Oh, they'll get a kill out of it. By the looks of it, Corey. He's going to try and run into the trees, but managed to get away in time. Same time, top lane, LeBron will be found out as Noob comes in with the blast, takes him out with the help of Wooter and Omar. Kills on both sides of the map. I mean, MTD, though, not quite able to find a chance yet to apply that extra pressure with this next exorcism that he may have liked to find.
Yeah, he's sort of just muddling about. I mean, he's still top of the net worth, so it's not the worst situation right now. Farming a little bit of the neutrals. Now it's even going to be joined by Clockwork here. He refills that bottle. But 15 seconds away from 10 minutes, so no tome quite yet for LeBron. He's going to have to wait for that if he wants to go for his opportunities with the hook shot. But Noob did grab, of course, the kill, so that gives him 2 charges on the Urn of Shadows. It's a long road to Spirit Vessel from here, but he's a coddle, so he's going to farm it up pretty fast, especially when he's stacking his jungle as he runs through.
Here's the ghost coming out from MTD. Dragonform back up again from Melez, but TPs are coming in. They do want to try and stop this push that Ancient Tribe are committing to with the two
LeBron.
ultimates. At the side, pops the Cox to try and control Noob, but it gets surrounded. He
just making
go
space.
down in, knocked back by Noob. Into the clutches of TA2000. He'll go down, but yeah, as you say, space was made for the tower to fall. Ancient Tribe able to find the objective.
Not bad. We'll catch quite a bit of damage on the Heaven. Oh, there's half your HP.
He's going to try and turn with the ultimate. But only end up knocking himself back into the reaches of Corey. He's doing his best to juke through the trees, but Noob, he'll find him. Another final blast to burst through Heaven. Top lane Wooter. He's going to go for the Solar Ravage onto Little Pleb. And buying time for the TPs to come in. The chase is there from TA2000 and Noob. TPs have to come in from Ancient Tribe to keep Little Pleb safe, but the blast, it reaches across, takes him down. A double kill now for Noob. Further TPs coming in. Wooter is caught under the tower by the pushback of the Cogs. And will fall for that one. To the side, though, quick stolen Crypt Swarm. Used to turn back towards LeBron, and it's another one for Noob. Triple kill for him. Might not be done yet. He's starting to control this Death Prophet. See at the side, a Bushwhack attempted to hold them back, but doesn't quite clip onto the call as MTD falls. Kill after kill here for Iridu Thunders as they get the combo going. Get the pressure on. They should manage to take this tier 1 tower down themselves here as they find the trade.
He is just slamming these urns down on everyone, too. Back up to 2 charges. Everyone who comes in gets hit by an urn, then they eventually die. He's just refilling his stonks up right now. He's going to the Dire Jungle to steal it from here. Is the Spirit Vessel done? Very close.
He's got the recipe on the courier, right? Yeah, he's the booster.
Yeah, it's done. That is bad news for Pleb, because he only has a Vanguard right now. So that is quite a bit of damage.
Easy. It's been a rough start for him as the Pudge in lane. 3 deaths in the lane. Not an easy start for Pudge.
No, he's the lowest of the cores right now. So, yeah, I mean, this is what I was talking about during the draft. This Radiant side Coddle, you have to be aggressive. You just don't have the same opportunities in the jungle. I love the idea of stealing Dire Jungle. That's pretty sweet. But Morphling going to show off here.
Yeah, got the bite, but he was able to start that strength shift and backups in from Noob. T2000 able to live through this one. Little Pleb just gets sniped by the Fade Bolt. And now Ancient Tribe, despite bringing in the numbers, they've got to run. They're not prepared at this point to take a fight against Iridu Thunders. Heaven's able to hold back a couple of them, but Noob is going to go searching in the trees for this Hoodwink. See if he's able to find him, knocks him back with the blast. And he's looking pretty dead here on the Hoodwink, lifted up and slammed down by Omar. Another kill for him. They'll get the jump with the DK over towards Noob. He's still speedy. See if he can make his way out the trees. He's going to opt for the TP out. LeBron, he's over with the Cogs pushed back. as Anubis is just pushed off the map twice and pushed into his grave as they're finally able to deal with this Kotl just running rampant across the map.
Jeez, they needed that, huh? He is feeling a lot like the Wish Tinker right now. Just everywhere, throwing all his spells, just spamming like crazy, and giving all the space that you could ask for on a Morphling. So TA2000 going to try and use that space to get a Lincoln Sphere, but they're clapping back pretty fast here on Ancient Tribe, going immediately for the mid tower. Exorcism and Dragon's Form coming to an end here, but it is enough. Even the Train Protector won't be able to keep it safe.
Let's see what they want to step towards now. Still that tier 1 tower up top for the taking. Ancient Tribe's pressure. Well, smoke up on the two of them.
The hardest thing to me is Pudge's game. I think that Low Pleb needs a lot of help. He's dealing with a Spirit Vessel right now, and he just needs eggs. Like that is the way that he gets back into this. He's trying to get that anti-every health-related option from the Aghanim Scepter. For now, Noob running in the trees. They're going to find Omar. He should be free. The question is, do they get Noob as well? Oh, they found the Treant instead.
The blast over on the two of them. Dealing in with the dismember, the lockdown Corey, Noob out with the TP just in time before Ancient Tribe finds him as well. So he'll escape, but quick kills onto the supports. And some very needed action there that Little Pleb's able to get involved in.
Yeah, getting some flesh heaps, feeling a lot better about himself. And yeah, that is something about the Aghanims for Pudge. So if you guys look at the Ags for Pudge, it says it causes it to reduce enemy health regen. Now, there's some things that say causes it to reduce enemy health regen, and they only reduce enemy health regen. This does everything. Anything you can think of that's related to health, it reduces it. Lifesteal, down. Heals, down. Whatever. Everything gets reduced. All right? So it's extremely powerful in that regard. But you know how tooltips are. We like to keep them mixed up, right? We don't want you to be too sure about anything in Dota.
No, it's up to the user to just interpret what is meant by the writings.
That's beautiful. All tooltips are open to interpretation.
They're interpreted, yeah.
LeBron yells at MTD to stop moving so he can hit the hook shot. It was successful. The Solar Bind will not result in his death, so... Another great part about being Position 5 Clockwork, and with only a 60-second cooldown these days, it doesn't feel as bad to do that. Still feels like you can just reset and get back into it rather quickly for another fight. Doesn't feel like you wasted some opportunity for your team just so you could survive once.
See him looking to maybe catch TO2000. See if they can find him. And he's going to... Actually, the temptation for that camp actually means that he doesn't get caught by the blind silence. He tries to predict his movements with. So he'll be fine. Of course, as when it passes, Noob just cleaning up more and more of the map. He's got that 4 staff done as well, so he's not only going to be very fast, he's going to be very slippery. This is not going to be an easy hero to lock down and catch.
Ooh, they're moving through the jungle right now. Over at Dire Obs, heading towards this Pudge. He might think that he's safe, but they're moving through the smoke. Is Low Pleb about to fall?
And the spider sensors are tingling. No, they're not going to be tingling hard enough if there were any.
LeBron maybe thinking about a hook shot, and now he's really thinking about it with the ulti, but not a chance. That would not go well for you. And Kotl comes in just to help ensure the cleanup as Omar gets the kill. Heaven is backstabbing on T2000. He's got 1175 HP. Also a Lincoln Sphere there, in case anything goes awry right now with some additional heroes. Not much he can do versus this Morphling. No, DK's been kind of quietly farming up a storm here. I didn't really notice that he was so rich.
I've got the silence, and they've got the lockdown. Cleanly done there. Quick siphon to remove the Lincolns allows the opening for the Dragon Tail to follow up on the stun from the Hoodwink and leaves no chance for TA2000. A good kill, as they do need to do their best to keep this morph shut down.
I also think they need to keep the ball rolling, which is why I really like the Boots of Travel from MTD. Because like now he's coming mid to help check that. He can check the runes. I thought maybe he'd be joining up with the Pudge and the Clockwork, to be honest. They're both under an Obs right now, though. could be a problem.
See if the two of them have got any chance of getting out of this one. I think at least LeBron's going to be left behind.
Maybe.
Should die to the vessel. He gets knocked to the side. Means the hook shot ends up missing. Wuta, he'll put the ravage. It's onto the three of them.
Your team's running away, bud.
Don't know if they want to do anything aggressively with this. I mean, they do. Okay, they've got the stolen hook shot. Straight in over towards the hook wing. The blast from Noob gets the kill. Melez jumps in with the stun onto the Cottle, but there's no follow-up control. So easily able to run away here, Noob. This was the ghost committed by MTD, but doesn't look like Ancient Tribe will manage to find much with this, as they're just having to split and head off.
I'm not exactly expecting it. What on earth am I seeing here from Kaori? Is this real? He's buying a Midas. All right, I guess we're going long. Is Ty going eggs too?
Midas?
He is going. Noob tips. It's like, I see that. I saw your courier.
All right.
Is he?
I mean, why not?
Eggs, Octarine? Like, is that what you do with a Midas?
He's dreaming big. He's dreaming big. I mean, you know, you got a couple of heroes blasting out these waves. You know, he's like, we're going to be able to keep the game going for a nice long time. I've got a Cottle, I've got a Rubik. They're going to be zapping waves left, right, and center. You know, good luck pushing if you're Ancient Tribe. And yeah, they're going to play for the long game here.
And Wooter has the best build on the Tide as well. He's one of the Mace Slayer build. It's obviously great on Tide. We've seen a couple players do this when you're versus these Pudges or Leshraks, Death Prophet. Definitely not about to die here. That would be crazy. Clearly the teammates are coming.
All right, well, I mean, if they can keep the pressure and get these objectives, some of the item decisions could get punished. Early Thunders are going for.
Ancient Tribe are just putting full pedal to the gas right now. They're buying a Blink Dagger on the Hoodwink as opposed to like the Aether Lens. Like they're just trying to hit a massive timing right now with this Pudge Eggs. That's going to be the key for them. It's coming up right now.
BKB on Melez. They've got some good tools to really jump and go.
Yeah, I think this is it. Like, you have to go for this Roche very soon.
Yeah.
Probably this Exorcism, I would say. You could smoke with your Hoodwink, go for a blink kill. Currently, their vision, it's okay. It's on that little ramp near, but they don't have anything inside the Radiant Ancients. They know Coddle's down bottom. They just saw him pushing there, but obviously will be joining any fight. So perhaps like next flare, you flare their Ancients, see what's going on over there. Start pressuring Roche. Coddle coming up top right now. Could get caught here.
See who catches who. Heaven standing by the side of Melez. I'll say Melez with that BKB finished. It's not an easy kill at all for Early Thunders to take. And he's already back off to the safety of his teammates. As Ancient Tribe group up, very much seem prepared for any move that Early Thunders make upon them. And in fact, be the ones to smoke up. They know that they're pretty strong at this point of the game. It's a good time to take a fight if you're Ancient Tribe.
There's only half duration left on the DK ulti right now. And they have this ward dissipating. They see where the Tide is. Pick on the Rubik.
So if that's enough for them to step into Roche, they look like it will be. Just the one kill. Into the pit they go.
And with the eggs on Pudge, you don't even have to use Exorcism right now. They're going to do it anyway. Not 100% confident on exactly where the Dire is, so why not? Or sorry, where the Radiant is, so they figure just let it rip. They do see Tree, and they have a blink on this Hoodwink, so Carrie's probably dead here.
Certainly looking like he's in a lot of trouble. Yeah, Melez as well. Jumps across. He'll use the ult to get out, but there's a hook shot ready and waiting for him. They take him out. And of course he'll be feeling a bit sad as that Midas postponed yet again.
I don't have anything else to do this game, guys.
Let's see what they can do with this 4 minutes of Aegis now. Little Pleb. 100 gold off the Blink Dagger himself. So Ancient Tribe continue to be in a great spot where they can just throw themselves at the heroes of Uridu Thunders. Maybe a bit too much for Uridu Thunders to deal with right now.
Maybe in terms of fights, but I do kind of worry in terms of just like getting map control. It still feels like they're struggling a little bit to actually turn this into a big advantage. Like maybe make good use of this Aegis. But yeah, the blink on Pudge, pretty huge. That's really just going to help them force these fights. There is a Manta now in the Morphling, so it makes them pretty significantly stronger in these engagements since they're versus the Death Prophet. Not nearly as much to be concerned about, just getting like silenced and absolutely mauled down by them. Shoutouts to Pleb for not giving up Hook once. I feel like every Pudge gives it up once per game, but not yet, so we'll see. This time will come eventually.
TO2000.
Alright, how do you kill him?
Oh, they missed the hook shot, but will it matter? Push back from the cog. Silence not quite able to catch him in time. Does indeed mean that there is that window for TO2000 to get away to safety. I mean, ooh, the hook. They won't catch the Morphling, but they will catch the Coral. As Lil Pleb drags him in. Noob still alive, finally sniped down by the Crypt Swarm. Lil Pleb will lose the Aegis. As long as they continue to stand strong, they won't mind that at all. Giving up the Aegis there for getting a kill. Hook won't quite grab Omar. Won't get anything more than that. Corey's got his item done. Midas at the ready. He's ready to charge straight over that camp. Get it popped here.
I'll be very disappointed if he doesn't get eggs eventually now. I feel like it's a rite of passage for Midas Treants.
Radiant are scanning.
But blink best item. True.
The Ancient Tribe, now that they haven't got the Aegis anymore on Little Pleb, see if they do remain as aggressive. Seeping over, they want to try and get the easy kill on Kaori if he does hover around in lane too much, but he senses something is up.
Yeah, they have no dust. It's just sentries. I mean, he could do an op sentry combo on the high ground above. He just drops it. He's on the right track, but a little bit off, unfortunately. Ooh, nice sneaky ward in behind as well there from Kaori. Love that one.
He'll show himself back in the lane, and that will give the chance for LeBron to close in on him. In with a hook shot, Kaori will pop the ult, but he'll pay the price.
I'd really like someone to ping the Treant has Midas.
Radiant's bottom tower.
You know, I want to see the little ping pop up from the Dire. There was a shard picked up from the DP as well, as she's got Shiva, she's got shard now, so pretty scary. And is Morphling going eggs at all? No, it's just going Silver Edge. Okay.
Have the exorcism up again. MTD really wanting to keep that pressure on. Bottom lane's pushing in on towards the tier 2. Very much feeling the Ancient Tribe know that they cannot allow this game to slow down.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Otherwise it will come back to bite them. Uridu Thunders, they're more than ready to try and keep this game going and just scale up on their cores. And as we're seeing on their supports with the Midas pickup. Hex is now done for Noob.
Man, look at little Pleb though.
Oh, Wuta!
Oh, he tries to reverse it.
And he's going to jump in with a Ravage. Only ends up catching onto the clock. Heaven does get split to the side. Waveform across the TO2000. He's able to burst through the hooping with the Adaptive Strike. So Noob trying to close in onto Little Pleb. Now, Little Pleb has got the blink ready.
Oh, we've big lag.
A big
huge
lag.
lag. Yeah, we all lagged pretty huge there.
That was a big lag there.
Server had a little hiccup there.
I was gonna, yeah, little because he had blink up, so he would tell you know if it didn't lag, he would have blinked away as soon as he saw Noob. But as it was, whether you'd say it was the lag or not, Noob was able to get the hex off, and we'll see if Little Pleb can live through this.
Oh no, you as we say, you take those, you know. The lag. Listen, last game one of their ultis didn't work. All right, so you know. In the end, we are playing a game here, okay? Traditional sports, they have referees who make bad calls. Sometimes we get bad server ticks, all right? We got to live with what we got.
LeBron He will be the one to fall. The little pleb gets out, but LeBron goes down. Urdu Thunders. They'll start to put some pressure on themselves down the mid. Towards the tier 1 tower. Not as easy for Ancient Tribe as a team to sort of D-push. Sort of their element here, unless they can get some sort of good hook. But little pleb resetting at the base and gonna farm around the triangle. Urdu Thunders, they know not to push it too much. There's no need to, at least at this time. As long as they can keep the game even and not fall too far behind, they're going to be feeling pretty happy with the state of the game if it slows down.
Especially Kaori. I mean,
yeah. 1300 in. Into the blink pickup for Kaori.
well, it feels like a small window was missed here to.
Oh, that was an even
They got
bigger lag.
kicked
Then
right
we
out.
just lagged 3 players out of the game.
Yeah, I think they sort of missed that window where they like bought the blink daggers, bought the BKBs, and I think that even with a like average fights, they probably should have secured the tier 2 at the very least to start getting some outpost control, but they got outplayed, and so now they weren't able to do that with the previous spike. Now the Roche is starting to approach. It's harder to play down the bottom half of the map right now. They have Exorcism available. This tower is at 1,000 HP, but there's a Train Protector on the enemy team, and so there's a big incentive for Oridu to come down here and fight this, and this could result in a rough situation for you. So I don't know if Ancient Tribe really want to pressure this.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They appear to be backing away.
Seems like they're hesitant to do so.
Meanwhile, Omar's doing Rubik player things. He's just lurking on high ground, trying to find a decent spell steal. Feeling naked with no spells on this hero. Want something to have when you start a fight.
See MTD go for the blink himself. And a chance to maybe jump on top of some of these heroes like the Morph, close the gap again with a quick silence.
All timing has gone out the window since there was 2 pauses, so LeBron flares the Roche pit. We have 53 seconds left till possible spawn.
Bottom, Malazan Heaven. Maybe seeing if they can catch Tori out. They over in the mid. A hook shot in. Should do it. No, he's actually able to get his way out the cogs, and with that, Omar's going to be fine. And in fact, it's LeBron. It'll end up being the one going down there.
Oh, the flare to Scythe.
Oh, hang on. MTD gets hooked to safety, but he says, no, mate, I want to go back and get that Acerine. Blinks
what are
back
we
down
doing
to the
here?
river, picks it up.
Melee appears to be hunting this DK, but who's hunting who?
I mean, yeah, it might be
That
turned on
ward.
in it. Kaori. He'll start off the action into the Hex. BKB
He
did
has
not come off
BKB.
quite in time. Comes off now, but the Overgrowth there ready afterwards. And Wootz at TA2000 there on top of him. He'll try for the TP out. And he's actually able to make it away there. What a beautiful bushwhack from Heaven. And that means that Melez ain't going down there. He's getting out alive.
Man, I thought he waited so long for that there was no chance, but yeah, massive save from Heaven.
Very, very nicely done.
Now a blink though. If the cast range of this scythe wasn't ridiculous enough already, and having the Ogre Seal Totem, there is now a blink dagger on this Call of the Boot. So the smoke from Ancient Tribe.
They want it, yeah, they want this call so bad. Can they catch
He's
it?
vulnerable.
There's the hook shot. And with the silence pushed back from the cogs, you're surely not running away from this one. He's going to try with the Ogre Seal Totem, but indeed no escape can be achieved. As he goes down, at the same time, Little Pleb able to find Wootzer there off to the side as they'll get 2 quick kills and maybe try for more. MTD pops the BKB. They turn towards the Rubik, jump in from Melez with the Dragon Tail stun. Ancient Tribe able to get 3 kills there back to back. And also going to continue to chase down TA2000. Waveform away from the bushwhack. We'll get him into the safety of the trees. He goes for the TP out. Have they got anything to stop it? They don't. TA2000 escapes, but 3 heroes dead. Ancient Tribe also able to bring in the top wave and get back on with taking some of these towers.
Yeah, pretty survivable thanks to Lincoln Spear as well. Hard to get enough stuns if the Clockwork's not there to try and stop them. So they got that going from the very least. But excellent kills from Ancient Tribe. And, you know, another Tidehunter game where they're contesting with a break, just like in the previous time. There was a Silver Edge and a Shadow Demon. Now we get ourselves the Hoodwink in this one. So you can see there, typically you do pretty well versus Pudge in those situations. You can maybe find a chance to escape. No such option when Hoodwink's there to help break you and ruin that Kraken. So tough times ahead for old Wooter here. And looks like he still has dreams of a Mage Slayer, but it's going to be a while.
Setting up from the high ground of the triangle. Little Pleb. Looking for a hook. Won't get it. Wooter with the blink. Separates himself.
Morphling under a ward here.
Radiant's top tower is
Pretty
under
dangerous spot to be in. They're going to go for this gank. Remember, we have the Lincolns. We have a Silver Edge. Not an easy hero to get.
Heaven. He's going to look for the opening with a bushwhack, and he'll find it.
Like I said, very easy kill coming in here.
See if they can get more. MTD. People's Guard slow will clip onto Omo. Thrown back with the telekinesis. Heaven trying to jump forward. Slows him down with the acorn.
Well, that was weird. The fear, like, ruined the bushwhack. Oh, it's okay. He's dead. All it did was get him a flesh heap stack instead.
We're really seeing a little Pleb definitely picking up the pace after a tough laning stage. Some good mid-game action here on the Pudge. Getting the flesh heap stacks and really catching up in the farm. Roshan's at the ready. Ancient Tribe to head straight into the pit. There won't be anything that Uridu Thunders can do about this one.
Ooh, can we get a Pudge shard, or do you want the fireball? Probably Pudge, right?
Yeah, I'm sure Little Pleb probably wants it for himself. Take that with the Smember cooldown down. Yeah. And, you know, maybe he wants to save a teammate here and there.
I think with DP it can be pretty clutch if they're trying to, like, mega focus her or something.
But yeah, even just the cooldown's pretty solid.
Our two teams are very evenly matched. Just like last game, it has been a, like, the Radiant team's winning and they're in control. Oh, the Dire team's winning in control. And the Radiant team's winning in control. It's always back and forth between these two. So it's nice to see that. And I'd like to see a game 3 simply because of that. But who knows at this point, because it definitely could go either way. Tribe certainly looking like they're doing pretty well in their timing. They have this Aegis, but I don't know. It does feel like this Morphling hasn't even had a chance to really shine in these engagements. And if there's a moment where he's just, like, unfettered and allowed to just roam free in a fight, like maybe when the BKB comes out, which is right now, could be a problem. There's a ton of vision here, though, from Ancient Tribe. Failures to D-ward here from the Radiant could result in something if they want to get aggressive. And LeBron is still so poor.
He's going to be feeling pretty jealous about that Midas on Kaori. Maybe what was being said when he pinged it earlier, he was like, hey guys, can I do this as well?
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, he's knocking on the door here. He's ringing the doorbell. Nobody there. Okay, well, we'll into the building, see what happens. DD bottom.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Don't let Morphling see that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Very much a decision here that Uridu Thunders have made to, not try and mess around with any tier 2 defenses.
Dire's courier has been killed.
They don't want to deal with Ancient Tribe pushes head on, at least for now. They're happy to just try and continue to split the map. Corey trying to get away with hanging around on the bottom, but LeBron will find him. A hook shot's not going to hit, though. And Corey, he's away. And then the hook! Oh, it's going to find him, Little Pleb. The hook just in time.
Dude,
catches him before the TP out was there. I mean, Corey, I think he was already telling the team he was back home and safe, but it wasn't the case. Little Pleb catches him in the last moment.
I can't believe the fact that he just tried to go for it instantly instead of trying to move is what got him killed. If anything, I would think, like, the panic of trying to move somewhere else would have resulted in, like, the Hoodwink or something finding him, but no. Just gets grabbed. Now the blanking from DP.
And the Hex. As they jump, they've got the Dragon Tail stun as well. They've locked down Noob. He's gone. And now with the hit over towards the Rubik. Ooh, he's able to throw himself down to the low ground. But it's not going to save him. MTD. Final right click takes him out. And now with 3 dead on Iridu Thunders. But the Ancient Tribe, they'll absolutely approach this high ground. Straight down the mid they go. They have got an Exorcism at the ready when they decide to pop it. Because Fortification is available. So for now, looks like they're trying to tease that out from Iridu Thunders before they commit.
Yeah, there'll be 2 glyphs as well, so it feels like you really want to make sure it's the fight that you're exercising.
Oh, little player, he's into the base. Jumps in, gets the quick grab onto Corey. They'll try and force him to safety. Corey's incredibly low, gets burnt there by the breath of the dragon.
The Mage Slayer's up.
TO2000 turning into the punch, trying to get a hook back onto Little Pleb, but won't quite find the angle. Little Pleb, he's able to land another, turns over towards the Morph, drags him in, pots the BKB, locks him down with the Dismember. TO2000 getting low, but will still survive. He's still alive here for now, and the Morph has to back off. Melez jumping up to the high ground beyond the racks. Also see MTD end up pretty deep. Little Pleb in, looking towards TO2000, but he's so low on the push. He's still got a minute left with the Aegis. It will get popped. MTD also taken out now. Iridu Thunders may manage to set up to take him out again. Again, TA2000 turning into the Pudge to use his own hook against him. Drags Little Pleb in deep. Iridu Thunders, they'll shut down this push attempt from Ancient Tribe.
Ooh, they need convincing fights on the high ground, and they didn't even get a glyph. It's still up right now. So there's not even like a small victory here. I mean, I guess they got the Tidehunter's buyback, but he also didn't have to Ravage. I find him very patient the way Wooder plays these fights. He puts his body up in front and just says, you know, like, deal with me first. I feel like we saw that same idea tried a couple times last game and didn't quite work out, but this time things are going great for him. And there it is, the Agnum Scepter. I was wondering if this is going to make its appearance this game versus the Pudge. Sounds pretty damn strong in this one.
Now blink damage, blink dagger for Omar now, so we'll manage to get the big steals with the ults with that positioning. And that 2k lead, as I say, Ancient Tribe, despite the fact that they've had this lead for quite some time, very much feels like a failed push or two, and suddenly Iridu Thunders with their lineup, their scaling, they'll be in their element.
Ooh, I like this too with the Ascetics cap on the Tide. If he gets the right ability, that could be huge, like Sharpshooter or something. Maybe that'll give him a chance to actually get off his Kraken Shell.
Iridu Thunder's turn to play aggressive here. On towards Ancient Tribe's half of the map. They'll get the jump on LeBron. Attempted hook to save him, but LeBron's gone. There's the Ravage, another hook. Drags back in Little Pleb. TA2000 pots the BKB, beats into the Pudge, takes Little Pleb out. There'll be a buyback from LeBron. But Little Pleb out for 70 plus seconds and no buyback available for him.
Just does so much damage. Everything that they need on the side of Radiant here. Thunders. And a minute and a half till potential Roche spawn. A game that was feeling pretty even, and like the push could be coming here any second here from Ancient Tribe is now starting to look more and more in favor of the Iridu Thunder.
Oh. And Melez will lose his courier here. He's going to try and do his best to make sure that Corey pays for it. They will take him down. It does mean the
that was finished.
It was the boosters gone, so yeah, that Octarine put on hold for over a couple of minutes, unfortunately for Melez.
That is very annoying.
That's the Skadi done for TA2000.
Dire's bottom tower.
More than geared up to deal with sort of the carry Pudge at this stage. And also puts your Skadi against all three of the cores. Fantastic item this game to shut down the sustain that a Pudge, a DK, a Death Prophet rely on.
There is one tiny underlying factor that could maybe save them in a fight, and that's if TA2000 with like the lowering BKB, maybe there's a fight where he doesn't notice that he's got the debuff on him from the DK. You know? All that damage reduced, that could be something. I'm digging real deep here, Owen.
So if they can get the jump, hook shot's not going to connect. BKB's popped by MTD. Tier 2000's going to commit him with his own. BKB pushes back Heaven. Off to the side, Noob. He's up on the cliff, but he's alive, so he's going to be happy. Tribe not able to get the hit that they'd hoped for. LeBron left behind, caught by the Ravage. And it's coming up around this point where potential Roshan very, very shortly. Sorry, that wasn't the Ravage, actually. No, Ravage is still up in 10 seconds. Oh, no, it's just his shard, of course.
He's just tendriling
the tendrils
all over the place.
So
Great
Ravage,
shard, by the way.
Ravage will be ready for that Roche attempt. Now, Uridu Thunders are going to look to hold the map around.
T2000 almost got a copy there onto the Pudge. Oh, don't walk out.
Heaven. I have found him. I'll drop a ward up on the high ground. They'll see him hiding in the trees. A quick catch for Uridu Thunders.
Oh, he wants to become Pudge. He wants it bad. And he's going to farm the wave instead.
4K lead now for Uridu Thunders. They've really done an excellent job of just holding on this game and ensuring that Ancient Tribe, despite the lead they had in the mid game, were never really able to do too much, much more than taking down the tier 2 mid. They weren't able to take the tier 2s out to the side. They weren't able to break the high ground. See Ravage pop, but the BKB was off in time from Little Pleb. Little Pleb is going to turn and use the Dismember to start to heal up a little bit. See if they can deal with this morphling. They can't. TA2000 takes down Little Pleb. Melez has the BKB TP out. Heal escape, but LeBron is able to force back to safety. The nuke damage of the noob Cottle, too much for LeBron. As he's 3 dead, Uridu Thunders, they'll beat into the tier 3 tower of Ancient Tribe, force out the fortification. And they don't need to be going anywhere. They've got the lead, they've got the strength right now to keep this push going.
Yeah, the first glyph here as they have destroyed the tier 3, but they are not feeling very optimistic with said glyph, and they're just going to let it go. And now the Roche spawning an Aghanims. That was our gift here this time. Pretty good options all around. I think, honestly, Tree deserves it for the Midas, but, see what they decide. Can't believe I Midas Blink Refresher. What a gamer.
There was Axe for Noob.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, they have a pretty horrendous draft at dealing with that. I guess Hoodwink can try a little bit. But generally, the other heroes are going to have a pretty hard time in their engagements. Apparently no ward on the high ground here or anything. And they don't have the best way to gain vision. Other than just sending someone in. So they'll go with the Coddle play. That is one way to do it. T2000 just walks up, face checks with DD.
And Noob jumps in. Drops a Hex down. They do get the deep hook here. More, getting him under the tier 4 towers. TA2000 falling low, but not quite dying. Pops the Manta. He's fine. Aegis will be protected. They can look to reset and go again still with the Aegis. Gets thrown over the cheese. Quick heal back up to full HP. A smoke up. A very fast reset. And Uridu Thunders, they're ready to jump again.
And he's got the refresh overgrowth. He's ready if they claw the way on top of T2000.
And there's the Ravage. Lines them up there. TA2000 comes across with the waveform. Takes out Heaven. Heaven buys back immediately. Melez jumps up the Dragon Tail. But a lot of strength built up on TA2000. The ghosts come out from MTD. Uridu Thunders, they'll back off to the side. Focus back towards the tier 3 tower top. Little Pleb. They're able to find the hook connection this time round.
Maybe Omar will, though. Like I said, every game, every punch lets one slip.
It's going to be a hook spin thrown out by both TA2000 and Omar.
I was kind of hoping Omar would end up with a better hook rate. I wonder who has the best hook rate over the 3 of them. Do we? Omar's 0-1 from what I've seen. I don't know about TA2000. Has science gone too far?
Whoop.
But, all right, missed the T-ball.
Working for the Lincolns.
That's just like me as a little kid, Swung real hard, but even though the thing was standing still, I couldn't quite get it.
Eventually it'll hit.
Jeez, this is the worst
hooks
pudge
all
wars
over
I've
the
ever
place.
seen in my life. Oh my
Look how
god,
many
guys,
hooks.
come on.
Hooks coming all over the place from all the heroes.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, backline attempts here. The wraparound, name of the game.
Oh. Can they burst through these heroes? Corey's probably the most killable of them all. Find the hook, but he's actually going to get lifted up and saved there by Omar. Drags him away from being hooked up to the high ground. Corey's able to blink back to the side of the fight, but Little Pleb is there ready to get on top of him. Another hook though. Omar gets Corey up to the high ground. Melez is in there to finish him off. So they take down Corey, but the rest of the team in trouble. Another hook from Little Pleb eats him up as well. Manages to buy time for MTD to heal up to full HP. Little Pleb.
Oh, the turn.
He backs away. There's actually the Morph in trouble, but Aegis, of course, is there.
And he has a fresh BKB.
So we'll see the second round. Ready to go here on TA2000. Turns over towards Heaven, but a force to the high ground gets him to safety. Melez jumps down to the low ground, wants to try and find the grab. Hook back from Little Pleb onto Wuta. Tendril there, catches the four. I think there's a four-man Tendril there from Wuta, holding back Ancient Tribe. TA2000, he'll whiff a hook. Siphon from MTD, heals him up to full. LeBron goes in with a hook shot, catches Wuta in the cogs, but there's just no damage follow-up. Another missed hook from Little Pleb. They've lost LeBron, they've lost Little Pleb. 2 down, they have got buybacks though. They're going to need to use them as already Thunders. They're eyeing up the tier 4s. So looking to pressure the game here. Buyback comes out from LeBron.
He's still in pudge form. He still has hooks right now. Got to be cautious about how you approach this.
See if we get some of these hooks hitting this time round from both sides. As not going to be able to find the hook there. The Will of the Wisp has been laid down. Hook shot from LeBron. He'll land the connection on that one. Tries to push back on the Rubik. With the grab of Heaven as well. Good control with the tree laid down. Bushwhacks Omar in position. Takes out the Rubik. And with that kill, that may just be enough to cause Urdu Thunders to back off and reset. Of course, damage was already done. They were able to take away half of the racks on the top lane. So continue to make progress and, of course, forcing out these buybacks as well. Just causing that gold lead to grow bigger and bigger up. 23k advantage. Is a little bit of a window in the sense that Rubik is out for 90 seconds. Doesn't actually have buyback himself.
Yeah.
So this may be the opportunity for Ancient Tribe to try and get something done 5 versus 4. They don't get something done now. They're probably unlikely to find this chance again. They've got to go all out in these moments.
Yeah, they're going for everything right now. They have the Boots of Travel level 2 on the Death Prophet. She's ready to join with Refresher, Scythe, Double Exorcism. This is definitely not over. They can go for a crazy YOLO play. You have displacement on your team with the Pudge hooks. It really does just take one. You have crazy range of initiation as well because of the clockwork. So tiny mistakes can get punished. Even something like that with Noob in the trees could have spelled the end there. And they're going to be looking on the hunt here, hoping they can find him. They even popped the Dragon Knight ulti, but unfortunately they will not be successful in this endeavor.
Now Noob already back to the safety of the high ground. Be able to get that mid wave pushed out.
Oh, he's doing it, Owen. He's got it queued up. It's a crime not to get Aghanims if you have a Midas. The eyes of the forest come for us all.
Should was able to get it in time. We've got Lincoln's coming out for Noob. We'll say a little bit of a risk has been taken, I'll be honest, by TA2000. He has gone all in with the purchases, so far, far away from buyback being available on this morph. So
he does have a DD though, so I kind of.
And he is incredibly difficult to kill. But if they do kill him, then his financial situation may come back to bite him. But it's a big if. He's a very tough kill.
There's a forecast for a recession, They keep saying that we're going to find it. Maybe this will be the catalyst.
Let's have a look. Ancient Tribe, they're sending up outside the base, but Omar, he's going to be one to start the action. Finds Melez to get the telekinesis into the Hex. Little Pleb hooks him up the side, but Wooter's in with a blink. Gets the 2 of them with the Ravage. Second Ravage to follow up. Little Pleb pots the BKB, but it doesn't matter. TA2000 just punches into him. That incredible amount of physical damage. LeBron, hook shot. That might actually save him. He's got into TP. No, his TP is still on cooldown, and Omar finds him with the stolen hook. 2 dead on Ancient Tribe, both of them without buyback. This should be enough for Urdu Thunders to run it down the mid and close this game up. We'll see what Ancient Tribe can do with the 3 of them. They're going to try their best, but a hook from TA2000 drags back in Melez, who put the BKB in time. Bushwhack not able to catch on to the Morphling as the BKB's out from TA2000. Slides in towards MTD, overgrowths in, holds MTD through the BKB as the Hex locks down the Death Prophet. No further damage to be done. They're trying their best to keep MTD alive. In fact, they're actually going to be able to save him. MTD will be able to get back to the base, but everywhere else, it's just kill after kill here for TA2000. Godlike now on the Morphling. It's down to the final two of them, MTD and Melez, to try and slow down Urdu Thunders, but Urdu Thunders have still got all 5 of them ready to play. Waveform across Melez. A final hook from the Rubik, not going to hit, but it's 4 dead on Ancient Tribe. MTD the last one standing, and nothing that he can do here to push back Urdu Thunders. As GG well played is called, Urdu Thunders will take this game to them. With that, the series, it's a clean one for them, 2-0.
Very impressive. Almost a shame that it was a 2-0 based on just how even these two teams played versus each other. Felt like they really had a lot of back and forth going in the games themselves. So, might look like a 2-0 on the scoreboard, but definitely not a stomp in one direction or the other. But I will say the clutch factor from the Thunders definitely seemed to be there. They seemed to be the ones who could really lock it down when the game was on the line.
No, absolutely. And I think just a really clean performance, in particular for TA2000. I remember being very impressed with his carry performances through the closed qualifiers. But you're coming in today, the approach with the SF, going the full Magic build, having a great time with that one. And the Morphling this game, 14-2-10, getting the chance to play a bit of Pudge within himself and hitting some hooks himself this game. Looking very, very good. And yeah, I think overall, as you say, just Ancient Tribe being able to get these games looking pretty close. I think, that's something to walk away from this series for them, because coming into this series, I did expect Urdu Thunders to win. I thought it would be a little bit quicker than these two 50-minute games, but Ancient Tribe definitely proving that they've got some good fight in them and definitely some strengths. Unfortunately for them, not enough strengths to be able to overcome Urdu Thunders. But at the same time, as I say, this team, despite coming through the close qualifiers, I think they could be one of the favorites to top out the league, Trent.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I don't know about Nomad and Fluke. What do you guys think, after watching a performance like that?
Yeah, indeed. There was hooks everywhere. We had a Pudge, we had a Rubik, we had a Morphling. We had a Clockwork as well as Peter Pan's worst nightmare. Hooks all over the place. But yeah, overall, great game. Unfortunately, not many of the hooks actually landed, but it was still fun to watch regardless. And yeah, Urdu definitely probably gaining some fans from this one, because it was not just like a win, but it was also a pretty stylish one as well. Another team here in Division 2 which kind of likes to play their own style while still adhering to the meta, of course, and playing those strong heroes, but also adding their own twist on things, which I love to see, Fluke.
Yeah, I think Urdu Thunders just really kind of showed that what Shad said at the top of the show today really is starting to ring true. I think a lot of these teams are very, very close when it comes to their skill. There's just a few things that are starting to separate some of the teams that we've seen get the win so far, and some of the teams that weren't able to go the whole 9 yards. So I think looking at a team like Urdu Thunders, I'm definitely excited to see what they can do for the rest of this tour, and excited to see what extra and different stuff they're going to do as well. I think I kind of have to echo what OD said, right? Like TA2000, I think is a real kind of standout player on this team. I think the way that he plays that carry role and has shown us so far, his Morphling performance in this game and his Shadowframe performance kind of just shows a wide variety of his heroes and his playstyles to really be able to get his team towards the victory today. So unfortunate for Ancient Tribes not being able to hit their timings with the draft they had, but at the end of the day, Morphling generally will win out.
And that is the key to it, right? Timings. I would say I gotta question Little Pleb a little bit here, because he was one of the first hero players to start doing carry Pudge. Honestly, he's a real veteran, so it surprises me that he was trying to play so early on without the Aghanims. It felt like this Aghanims could have been such a key timing for them if he was able to get farmed, get ahead, and kind of hit his timings. Then I really think they could have taken this game. They could have gone to the high ground sooner, before they have the tools to defend themselves and make those high ground defenses, which Urdu were eventually able to make. You just needed to speed up the tempo a little bit, and I feel like it was kind of 50-50, right? You go and turn up to these fights, and either, you land the hook, you get the kill, you get your Aghanims even earlier, or you hit the jungle. Pudge can jungle pretty nicely with Flesh Heap and with Rot these days, but yeah, it just kind of came up to that decision making, and ultimately the wrong calls were made, and that delayed the game. So when they did hit their peak, when they got to their strong point, Uridu did just about have the answers. Then they were able to make those high ground defenses happen and elongate the game to the point where they needed to. And yeah, as you guys predicted, when you have this draft which flourishes in the late game, it does put a lot of pressure on Ancient Tribe to actually make the plays work, which unfortunately, you know, just a few mistakes. And I would almost say they played a cleaner game, definitely in like the first kind of 25-30 minutes. They played a cleaner game, but it didn't matter in the end because Uridu, you know, they played the better total game, and that's what got them the win.
Yeah. I mean,
so, well, who was our MVP for this game? What are we thinking, Owen?
I think I probably would go with TA 2000. I think, you know, I think both games really. This one in particular, 14, 2, and 10. I know we've seen a lot of Morph. We've seen a lot of good Morph performances in just today alone. But this was another one of them, 14, 2, and 10. This is the kind of carry you look towards, and I have no doubt about it that you know, considering today's series and the series of the closed qualifiers, I think we're going to see TA 2000 pop off as the carry many, many times and be in good contention for MVP once again. This is, you know, this really is the lad to watch, I think.
I think it's also like he's not just hitting the creeps good, you know? Yeah, I really appreciate the more players that are very skilled at utilizing the ultimate, and that showed off a lot here too, right? Like multiple plays with taking some bushwhacks, constantly becoming Pudge and hitting some nice hooks. So, you know, he's pushing that hero to the point where you want to see it, where ever since they reworked his ultimate, you know, he truly is the Morphling now. It's nice to see it in action there from T2000.
Yeah, absolutely. He was owning. He was moving all over and getting work done. And, well, with that, we do, of course, have our interview with Baylevel. So let's see who we're going to get to talk to on the side of Uridu Thunders, who did take the win here. How's it going? Congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So the first question I have to ask, of course, is did you guys actually know that the Primal Beast was bugged when you picked it? And, you know, was that something you considered when you came into that?
We had no idea it was bugged. I actually played a game today and the Primal Beast was doing one slam and stopping, but I thought the guy was crazy. But yeah, we had no idea.
I hope you didn't flame him.
No, he was on enemy team.
Oh.
That's crazy. Well, that was pretty interesting. Yeah, we were surprised about that one for sure. So I want to ask a little bit more about your organization, Uridu. You know, you guys are all at boot camp, but it looks like they're treating you very well.
Yeah, the Uridu is the Qatar org, but the boot camp is in Turkey right now. They're treating us really well, and it's going great.
And how important is it for you to have a team all playing together in the same place, you know, being physically together?
It helps a lot in teamwork, and everyone's more focused and everything.
Yeah, definitely showing it. Definitely showing it. I mean, you guys took the long route to get to the qualifiers. You know, to get to the Division 2. Sorry, you didn't buy a slot. You came in through the closed qualifiers. What was that journey like for you guys, especially beating some of the fan favorites in OG?
It was pretty stressful. We had to beat Monasfa and OG, which both are really good teams. We didn't expect OG to join at first, but then we thought it was gonna be only Monasfa and 2 slots. But then when OG joined, it was a hard qualifiers. But we did it.
Absolutely. All right. Well, Fluke.
Yeah, well, I won't keep you too long, Noob. Obviously, getting yourselves the 2-0 today is good. I'll let you guys get back to practice. But I have a question that we kind of had it answered a little bit earlier on today from Shad. Do you feel like that this Division 2 of Western Europe is as tight as everyone is saying it is? I think a lot of the teams so far have shown that they're pretty close in skill. Do you think this Division 2 is a kind of an 8-team race?
I don't think it's like an 8-team race, honestly. Maybe a 3-team race, and that's it.
Okay. Do you know what 3 teams would you put in that 3-team race?
I'm not gonna name. We're one of them. That's what we're gonna get.
Good choice. Good choice.
What a diplomatic guy. Yeah, this guy's been PR trained. Owen, have you got a question for me?
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, no, but obviously we've seen you, you know, play through quite a lot of the different DPCs, different sort of teams. I think so last time that you guys did pretty well was when you were like back on Level Up, and of course I believe you came like second in the tour. You were playing with them. I just wonder sort of how this current roster kind of compares to previous different kind of rosters you've been on. Is there is it a very different vibe with this one? I mean, so far, you guys kind of look better than ever. You know, the way that you're sort of gelling with the teammates through your close qualifier runs, through the performance today. Do you kind of feel that this team is going to be the team where you're able to sort of accelerate as a player to the next level?
As you mentioned, my older teams, we played LeBron today. It was fun, first game. And yeah, I think this team is the best so far. We're playing really well. Yeah. And the road, we're going to go to Division 1, hopefully, and play there as well. Hopefully, we're going to do well.
I hope so too. So you guys have been a lot of fun to play, and you know, we very much feel it. You feel it as a viewer watching you guys play, that something is just really kind of clicking together for you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Noob, I've done some investigative journalism here, and 12 hours ago, you lost 2 ranked pubs in a row as Keeper of the Light. How did that affect you coming into this game playing Keeper?
I haven't played Keeper in so long, like 2 years maybe. And then we saw the VP game, I think, or Navi, was it? I don't know. They played Kotel against Leshrak or DP, and my coach told me to practice it, so I played a few games, and I told him, let's go Kotel. And that's
all right. Still confident. Good.
Very strong, very strong. Alrighty, well, I won't keep it any longer. Just any final thoughts on the Western EU Div 2 before we leave you?
We're gonna win. Let's go.
That's what we like to hear. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Looking forward to watching you guys play. That is Noob from Ooredoo Thunders there, putting in a great performance in this game.
Bye-bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
Adios. Man, I mean, yeah, the vibe's definitely looking very good in the Ooredoo Thunders camp, you know, as you would expect after a win like that. It was a close-fought game, though. I really do think that Ancient Tribe put in a very good fight. I liked seeing them come up with some fresh ideas, but yeah, maybe it's going to take like a few series or maybe even a season or two to see them reach their full potential, I think. Would you agree with that, Trent?
There's no time, Nomad. There's no time for wait. You got to win every game, man.
It's only 3 weeks.
It's only a 3-team race.
Ruh-roh.
You need to win every game that's here. They've already come down from Division 1. Okay, well, their slot has, I know. But still, yeah, it is unfortunate. It is always nice to see teams grow together. But, yeah, it's brutal out here. There's only 2 slots to go up. Every single series counts so much. So if they're going to turn it around, it has to be very fast. And, yeah, you're right, though. It is a little bit sad because I do feel like it was tight and close between these two, and it definitely could have gone their way in both of those games, so that part does hurt a little bit, but hopefully it also motivates them because, as Ooredoo said, they feel like they're one of the strongest teams in this qualifier, so if you did pretty well versus them, maybe you can clutch out some wins everywhere else.
Well, it has been a fantastic day of Dota here in the Div 2 Western EU region. Let's have a reminisce. Let's have a look back on the games we had today. Of course, we had the 2-0 with D2 Hustlers over Ivy there as our first series of the day. I think probably ended up being our closest, our most convincing one, which, you know, is surprising because it wasn't that close, but 2 44-minute games. But in the end, Hustlers were able to come out with a win. After that, we had Monospar versus Alliance, where Monospar did get the somewhat surprising 2-1 win over Alliance. So Alliance fans, unfortunately, going to be needing to get some wins coming up in the coming weeks if they want to stand a chance of qualifying through. And of course, the series we just had with Ancient Tribe versus Ooredoo Thunders. I mean, I just want to revisit the Alliance thing one more time. You know, how bad is it to drop one game, especially, you know, against not maybe one of the best teams in the tournament, perhaps? How much is that going to affect them and going forwards and their chances of qualifying?
I mean, you know, at the end of the day, you know, as we've heard from some of the players, you know, this Division 2 is pretty stacked, so maybe this is going to be a Division 2 where there's not any team that sort of just wins every series, right? So if it kind of gets a bit messy, there's more of that sort of, you know, kind of just win trading going on in terms of the way teams match up against one another, then, you know, one loss at the start of the season, yeah, it's not the end of the world. So I'm sure, you know, Alliance, they'll be able to pick themselves back up from it. It was, you know, a rough, the 2 losses that they did have, it was rough, but there's definitely things to learn from it. And, you know, as much as sort of they've got the big names, they've got players that have sort of been in Division 2 before and have made it out of Division 2. There's, you know, still obviously things to work on in terms of just the current roster being, you know, different. You know, having the addition of Chuan and Ponlo, it's not the same as the old Goon squad. It's a change up. This was, as far as I'm aware, this was their first professional game as this roster in competitive. So, you know, not always things are going to have some sort of honeymoon period at the beginning when you kind of change the lineup. So it's just one series. I'm sure we'll see them turn things back up for the next series.
Hope so. And we don't have long to wait for that, actually, as the next series will be on February 3rd, which is just 2 days from now, Friday, as they will be playing up against Urdu Thunders as the second series on that day, which, after today, I think we all know which way we're leaning. Other than that, we have Team Bold versus Hustlers, and we have Monospart versus Ivy. I mean, pretty hype games there, Fluke. I mean, which of these are you most looking forward to?
I think I'm interested to see what Team Bold Reborn is going to look like, considering we've already seen what D2 Hustlers look like. So we kind of have a bit of a barometer. So I'm excited to see what Team Bold Reborn is going to look like in their first game of Div 2. Whether or not they can stick it to D2 Hustlers. Hey, if they even get the series victory, that's when we can start looking at things being a little bit weird and wacky, considering the dub that D2 Hustlers have already gotten. I think Alliance versus OT is going to be an interesting one for Alliance to see if they can bounce back in those 2 days. And that final series, I'm sorry, Ivy fans, but I think that's going to be a little bit more of a blowout in that last one. I don't think that one's going to be too close.
Yeah, I did like what we saw from Monospar today. I mean, the last question I want to ask then is to you, Trent. And I want to know if today's actions have changed your power rankings of the region after the results we've seen.
No, I was Oridu and Monospa believer, so I just feel proven utterly correct. So as always, I'm just right, and Dire Treant is better. Unless you buy Midas, apparently. That's Save the Radiant tree.
I remember the old Trent. I remember the old Trent. Polite, humble, nice guy.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to you, man. You've changed.
The children wore it out of me.
All right, Owen, closing thoughts on the day before we close it up?
Yeah, I mean, as we've seen it in previous tournaments, going through a qualifiers, it does wonders for you. You know, whether it's going through a qualifiers into a LAN rather than going for the straight invite, or going for the qualifiers into the DPC rather than just being in there already from previous results. That sort of warm-up, it does wonders. Manaspa and Urudu Thunders, they're looking great, and these two teams, even though they were the ones that qualified for the close qualifiers, I don't think there's any way that they're going to be in the bottom two. No, and if anything, they could be contesting the top two. So all eyes on them, really.
Absolutely, I'd love to see it. Well, make sure you guys join us at the same time, in the same place, on February 3rd on Friday for the next round of the Western EU Division 2 matches. But from today, we are all done. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Savage? Oh.
Is that I hit something. DP was out BKB. Give me hook. Fuck.
He's dying to vessel. Good job. Rush is up, by the way. Can hit for spy and go rush.
Can you heal us?
I will give you mana.
I will give you mana.
Nice.